Fam, what's up? I'm Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. Run the thumbs up on these videos. I appreciate you being here. Let me know where you're checking in from inside the comment box as well. My goodness, last 72, 84 hours it's been since the news of Coach Saban retiring. Here to walk you all through it. Here are the January 14th headlines. The latest on Ryan Grubb. Going to talk about who he is. I really absolutely like this potential hire. New staff updates. We're going to talk about that. And it looks like we're starting to get a better idea about the offensive side. What is going to happen on the defensive side? And I don't, this is an area that needs to be tightened up, but I'm really excited about what could be on offense. Yanni, what's up? I see you inside the comment box. No, I think Caleb Downs, we're going to talk about him as well. I'm going to open up the call line in just a few minutes. I'm going to actually pause that for just a minute. But while you're here, and before we take your calls, just take a pause, take a minute, hit the thumbs up. That's all you got to do. Really helps the channel. Appreciate the super chats. And if you want to become a fan funder of this YouTube channel, go up to the top. You see a hyperlink, become a fan funder, only $2.99 per month. I'd appreciate you guys being a fan funder. Thinking about it right here on Bama Football on YouTube, as well and if you're on your computer, just go up to the top and hit the join button. Remember, you can also watch YouTube on your nice big 75, 80-inch TV at your house. Go to YouTube and just look up Bama Football on YouTube. It'll pop right up. So if you want to stay in your comfy, sit the couch, I appreciate you. Look, it's Sunday, January 14th. It's 10:30. And I get it. Today is a day for rest. I get it. There's a lot of people going to get their spirituality in. There's a lot of people that just need to chill out because the last couple of days was crazy. So I want to kind of shift through what is real, what is fake, and take your calls as well. So let's kind of start with the January 14th headlines. And by the way, let me know where you're coming from inside the comment box. Dean, what's up? I see you inside the comment box. Bailey, good morning to you. Jeff, I appreciate you. Jeff, you're the real GOAT. Bama fan for life. Thank you very much for being here. Jonathan, I see you getting checked in. Everybody getting checked in. Hit the thumbs up. Run them up. On every single video that you see just hit the thumbs up. It really helps the channel. Now we're a part of the 1000 sub club right here on YouTube. I'm going to take your calls, Luke, in just a minute, man. I appreciate you guys joining me today. Okay, so let's start out with talking about Ryan Grubb. I had a video that kind of details why I like him. And I think that you should be not just happy about this, but ecstatic about this. He had the number one passer in the country, okay? Number one. Michael Penix Jr. was the most polished quarterback by the time he left Washington. He had a lot of reps, had a lot of opportunities, but the growth that he had over the last couple of years was tremendous. Really like every single thing that he has about his game. Didn't have the best showing against Michigan, but Michigan's defense was phenomenal. Okay, did you know that Washington's offensive line only allowed 12 sacks this past season? So when you look to what is going to happen with this coaching staff, another name to keep tabs of is Scott Huff. Scott Huff was the offensive line coach for Washington. And you know what award that Washington won this past season? It was the Joe Moore Award. Now, the Joe Moore Award goes to the top offensive line in the country. Okay, so Scott Huff is a name that we are tracking as well. So you could have Ryan Grubb coming as the OC. And you could have Scott Huff, but let's continue to talk about Ryan Grubb. All right, he was the mastermind of this offense. Mastermind, 100%. He was the guy that called the plays for Washington this last season. And I think when you think to Kalen DeBoer, he is an offensive-minded coach. Okay, offensive-minded coach. We know that, and but getting somebody who is a mastermind, somebody who can work with the quarterbacks, I think is vital. And I say that because the quarterback room is ultra talented. You look at the quarterbacks. Hold on one second. You look at the quarterbacks on this roster and how these quarterbacks need to develop. I don't know about you, but I picked this up when Alabama football showed Jalen Milroe hugging Kalen DeBoer. Did he look sad? Did he look just kind of like ho-hum? No. In my mind, he had the biggest smile. You can see those pearly whites. He was really excited. And if you're a quarterback coming in, you need development. I love the competition. I love the fact that Ty Simpson's coming back. I love the fact that Dylan Lonergan's here. I love the fact that Julian Saint's here. But these guys need to become developed. And that's one thing that Ryan Grubb did with Michael Penix Jr., right? So I'm really excited about that. They had the number 2 passing offense in the country. And that is something that I'm selling on to Isaiah Bond, right? I know, look, and there's a lot of people that have different opinions. And I don't like when a player goes somewhere else, you're like, oh, that player wasn't good. No, Isaiah Bond is a straight playmaker. He is a baller. He could be a key piece of this fabric in the new offense. So I get it. You can drive a Lambo in Austin or whatever. Everybody saw that photo. But look, you can come over here, still drive a Lambo. Shoot, you can hit up Coach Saban. He's at the stadium. You get a Ferrari. If that's what you need, whatever. I get it. This is the world of NIL. Who cares? But come over here, because I think from the developmental standpoint, Ryan Grubb has shown that he can develop wide receivers, develop an offense, and Isaiah Bond, I hope he really thinks about it to come back. So we'll continue to track that. That's a developing story that we got, that everybody is tracking. Okay, so they had the number 12 offense overall. They had the number 2 passing offense in the country. Number 1 was Oregon and Bo Nix, who led Oregon this past season. They also had, so you're like, okay, this is great for the wide receivers and for the quarterback, right? But what about the running back? Feed the running back. Well, check this out. Did you know that running back Dylan Johnson, right, who was a little bit banged up in that game against Michigan, he ran for 1,200 yards and 16 touchdowns. If I'm seeing that, look, the running backs that are coming back, Jam Miller, Justice Haynes, Richard Young, you got Kevin Riley, you have Daniel Hill, right? Those guys are coming back. 2 new additions from the class of 2024. If I'm Justice Haynes, I'm going to get fed. I'm going to get 1,000 yards. If I'm Jam Miller, I know I'm going to be taken care of as well. That is going to be a hell of a 1-2 combo in the backfield. So Ryan Grubb coming over with the offense that is completely loaded. I've talked about the offense before. All right, I'm going to show this again. Can you imagine? See if I can find it. Can you imagine you're Ryan Grubb and you're coming over? And look, Ryan Grubb put out a statement, and this is on Twitter. We read it on the video. He seemed like he was really bummed out. It seems like he wanted to be the coach of Washington. It seemed like there was a lot of emotion in that tweet. You saw Kalen DeBoer. He was emotional coming over from Washington. It's tough. You build up these relationships with these guys, and you come over here. Emotion aside, this is factual. These are the players that are coming back. Hopefully you can get Isaiah Bond to come back out of the portal. Ryan Grubb working with this offensive unit, and these are key returners listed by snap count. We didn't talk about Emmanuel Henderson. He's not on here. We didn't talk about, Jalen Hill. You see him 155 snaps, but Emmanuel Henderson is a name to know, 1,000,000%. Caleb Odom, that's another tight end coming into the system along with all these other tight ends. So you come in with this arsenal of offense, Ryan Grubb has to be elated. So it looks more and more like Ryan Grubb is going to be the offensive coordinator at Alabama. It's a slam dunk hire. You should be really happy about this if you're inside the comment box, if you're out there and you're reading your news this morning about Ryan Grubb. This is a slam dunk. Look, there's offensive minds right now in college football, I think, at the top of the charts. You have Steve Sarkisian. You have Lane Kiffin, who I was on the Lane train. You guys heard me. That was my number 1 pick. People were kind of like 50-50 on it. But I think that Ryan Grubb is a name that is also up there with those offensive minds. So this is a slam dunk hire. It would be for Alabama. And again, it's not official, but it looks highly likely. And I think with the message saying from Grubb last night that he's not taking the Washington job, I think smoke is there to where Caleb DeBoer is going to be like, come on home. Okay, so this is interesting too. Did you know that Ryan Grubb was Coach Saban's number 1 choice to be the OC last year? Remember that? He came over here and he turned Saban down. And I get it. Not everybody has the stones to turn Saban down, but he knew the offensive guys coming back, the offensive weapons. Plus, as you can see, there's a lot of emotions that he wanted to be at Washington. That message that he sent out, I'm going to pull it up. Man, the guy went on and on talking about he wanted to finish what he started, and rightfully so. I mean, these guys put in so much time, and for him not to be the head coach, look, I think this is a future head coach, so that means eventually Alabama's going to have to, if they do bring him on, he's going to have to step aside. And if you missed it, this was the message that he posted on social media. And thanks for the super chat, Adam. I appreciate you. Kyle, are you happy with DeBoer hire, and do you think he'll be quarterback competition this spring fall. Yeah, I think there will absolutely be a quarterback competition. There's always a quarterback competition. If there's not competition, then the product isn't good. I think the front runner, of course, and the guy who's going to get the number one snaps and the returning starter is Jalen Milroe, but you have to be able to push him. You have to be able to push Jalen Milroe. If there's not competition, then Jalen Milroe is not going to get better. You have to have somebody behind you all the time. Competition makes the product better. So yeah, there better be a competition for the quarterback spot. There better be a competition at the running back spot, because when you race by let's say you're running 40 times, right? You run by yourself a 40 time, it's okay. If you run against somebody, if there's food on the table and you're trying to chase the food, you are trying that much harder to get better, to be aggressive, to get that 1,000,000%. We didn't talk about Bond just yet. I will notify you guys when we're talking about Bond. And if anything happens around Isaiah Bond, that will be full court press stuff, right? Good morning to you, Ryan. What's up? Jarvis, good morning. Facts. Adam, good morning, man. I appreciate the super chat as well. All right, so let's continue to stick with the January 14th headlines, and we're talking about Ryan Grubb and what he could bring to Alabama. I'm really excited about it, right? And I told you before, I was like a 7 out of 10 about the Caleb DeBoer hire, and that's no disrespect. I think you just have to tighten up on the defensive side, right? You just really have to tighten up on the defensive side, and I think you'd be really good. Okay, so a question I have for you in chat, and I'm going to take you guys' calls. Look, we have 893 people watching the show. Hit the thumbs up. Just take a minute and smash the thumbs up. It really helps the channel. I don't know why. It helps. So hit the thumbs up. The more thumbs up, the better. It takes but 2 seconds. And again, if you're out there, post it on your TV, watch it on your 75-inch. You don't have an NFL game today. Do you guys see the weather out in Buffalo? My goodness, you couldn't even see. So that game got pushed, to Monday? But you also have another NFL game later on today, right? Packers taking on the Cowboys. So that's the other NFL game taking place today. All right. So you're like, okay, Ryan Grubb, feel good about it. But I was going to ask you about chat before we move on. Let's clearly, if Ryan Grubb comes to Alabama, do you think that Tommy Rees exits out? Clearly, that's going to happen. But do you think that the stage was too big for Tommy Rees? I'm serious. Look, no disrespect to the guy. I talked to him. I liked him. I liked the way that he was able to, he was starting to find his rhythm, and then kind of the offense, I felt, kind of regressed. It felt like the stage was a little bit, look, I know where I was in my career at 31. There's a lot of, for him to be able to be the OC at 31, credit to that dude. I don't know. There's a lot of people that can have, everything fine-tuned by 31 years old in life. And this guy came in with a new quarterback, new offensive components, and, he probably did a better job than we're giving him credit for. I spoke with him. I liked him. I think it was stressful for him. There was times where I felt he did get a good continuity with the offense, but other times I felt the stage was too big for him. All right, so just wanted to get your take inside the comment box about if you agree, if you don't agree on that. What's up, Amy? I see you inside the comment box as well. Thumbs up from Jimmy. I take it that's because of Tommy Rees. People asking about, have you heard anything about the DC? No. So I'm going to talk about kind of the coaches that I know, and then about the defense. And hopefully we know more about that by Monday. I mean, it's literally been nonstop news since Wednesday. Nathan with the 99 super chat. See you inside the comment box. Adam with it again. Reese knew that we had to establish a passing game against Michigan. Milroe couldn't just run it, but Milroe is not a good passer. Nathan is saying Urban came to Florida with Mullen as the OC. Both had no SEC titles. He hired SEC vet Charlie Strong to be the DC and Greg to be the co-OC. We can do the same. Promote Strong to DC and Chuck Morrell to co-DC. Appreciate the super chat. I know a lot of people asking about the defensive coordinator position. So, and that is of highest of importance. What's up, Ms. Gordon? I see you inside the comment box. Been working so hard. Yeah. And this morning too, I felt like for whatever reason, I feel good, and thank goodness I'm healthy. You should never take your health for granted. When I came back from Los Angeles, I felt a little bit under the weather. Just because I've been in so many different times. Literally, I've been in every time zone. And now when I came back, it seems like allergies. I don't know what's going on, but I'm pushing through. So I feel good and not being a baby about it. We don't whine here in the state of Alabama, right? We do not whine. That's the one thing. Appreciate you. Eric Shaw, what's up, man? Reese made it to the playoffs. He did fine to me. Good point. Hell yeah. Appreciate it. Good comment. All right. So other coaches that could be coming to Alabama, right? You're like, okay, you got Ryan Grubb. Well, yesterday when Kalen DeBoer met with the media, he spoke about the overall staff. And he said that the staff will be some of Washington and some guys that can retain ties to the southeastern area. What does that mean in terms of names? Didn't really leak out. The names that we know that could be coming to Alabama are the following. So we do have Ryan Grubb as the OC. As I said, this is a slam dunk, more than a slam dunk. Wide receivers coach looks to be Jamarcus Shepard. Jamarcus Shepard was at Washington these past 2 seasons. When you watch Washington play, I had a lot of respect for their wide receivers. Look, I love wide receivers. I was a wide receiver as well. Clean routes, catch the ball, tuck, turn up field, sharp routes, consistent routes. They did a really good job. I liked everything about their craft. So when you have Jamarcus Shepard coming in, I like it. They had 2 receivers hit the 1,000-yard mark this past year, and before that, he was at Purdue, where he worked with the name by Rondale Moore. You guys remember Rondale Moore? Rondale Moore was slashing everybody up at Purdue, pulling out upsets, helping the Boilermakers do their thing. So I like the potential hire of Jamarcus Shepard as wide receiver. Again, he would be another guy coming to follow Kalen DeBoer from Washington. It could be one of the most significant names to come over here, okay? And that is Scott Huff. Scott Huff was the offensive line coach at Washington. Okay. Raise your hand if you had high anxiety or you were frustrated by Alabama's offensive line this past year. There's my hand. Put your hand up inside the comment box, okay? If you had high anxiety or was stressed out by the Alabama offensive line. Okay. So Scott Huff is a name that was at Washington under Kellen DeBoer. And this past season, all right, they only allowed, 12 sacks. 12. Okay. Yes, please. Come over here. So Scott Huff had led Washington's offensive line with probably lesser known offensive linemen than Alabama even has over here. I can't even imagine you're coming over here, you're touring the facilities. If you're Scott Huff and you meet Caden Proctor, hi, good to meet you. Caden Proctor is like, he's a giant, right? And then if you're Scott Huff, you start to look at the center position. You start to look at your roster. Remember, they got to re-recruit their roster. What are we working with here? You have Tyler Booker. He announced he's coming back. By no surprise. That guy completely just seems like the ultimate Alabama player. I'm talking about Tyler Booker, who's a left guard. And then you meet Jaden Roberts, right? Oh, hey, coach, what's up? I'm the Hulk. So if Scott Huff is coming in, that would be another mini slam dunk. But Ryan Grubb coming in is huge. So to recap, Ryan Grubb, OC, Jamarcus Shepard, wide receiver, Scott Huff as your offensive line coach. Again, none of this is official. And when Alabama makes official announcements on new hires, we will bring that to you right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Okay, so you're like, great, Kyle. What about the defense? Well, before we talk about the defense, let's talk about one more name. And this is Courtney Morgan. And you're like, great, what does she do? No. Courtney is a male, first of all, because I know that I say that because inside the comment box, everyone was like, Courtney Morgan's a GM. No. Courtney Morgan is a male, first of all. And he has a very, very important job. And that is called player personnel. All right. He's in charge of player personnel. He has swagger. He has, from what I understand, he has energy to captivate a room. People gravitate towards him. And Washington, this was a good chess move by Washington. They created a position called GM, general manager, basically director of player personnel, but it sounds better when you have GM, right? It's a better title. And what he is responsible for, this is Courtney Morgan, is basically right now, he's in charge of calling parents, talking to players, having the office door open, very likable man that you can come in, rap with, talk about Kalen DeBoer's philosophy, and really relate to the players in terms of the direction about where this program can continue to go. Because this is a major, major changing of the guards. I love the fact that Greg Burns talked about they had an hour by hour practice in place once Saban left. I mean, that talk about you can't just be sitting down and just trying to be reactive to that. Greg Burns couldn't be reactive. He had to be proactive. And despite it, 48 hours felt like it was way too long. He still got the job done. Courtney Morgan is another important name to know. All right. On the defensive side of the ball, we don't have much for you. All right. And don't let that frustrate you because we need to know what names circle in. We do know that Coleman Hutzler, who was outside linebacker coach, he's gone because he's going to coach the defense at Mississippi State as the DC. We do know that Travaris Robinson will not be retained because he is going to Georgia, right? 2 AM views. What's up, man? Kyle here. What are you hearing on Caleb Downs? We will talk about the players in just a minute. Let me kind of run through the staff updates. I appreciate you guys being here. We do know that Holman Wiggins was the other additional coach that is going to Texas A&M as a wide receivers coach, which leaves us to wonder about not Kevin Steele because Kevin Steele is retiring. Actually, let me pull up this large graphic, okay? Don't be overwhelmed by this. It's something that helps me keep track of all of the roster movements. And I don't even know if you can see all the text because I might have to go to a different format because of all the names that I've been keeping track of. But this is, let me see if I can get this sized up correctly. All right. I'm going to go full screen on this. All right. So here's everything that is moving right now, okay? There's headed to the NFL on the far left. There's transferring, and then the portal since Coach Saban. Isaiah Bond, Antonio Kite, Sean Murphy last night, and then Des Ricks. This is a lot to keep track of. I get it, and I continue to update everything. It looks like we have a transfer destination for everybody on that second column. Besides, did we update Miles Ketzelman to Tennessee? Yep, we did that. Christian Stewart to Kentucky. Yep, updated that. Shabs Preston, don't have an update on that. Okay, so portal since Coach Saban. Isaiah Bond, Kite Murphy, and Des Ricks. All right, coaches on the move, and we're still talking about coaching updates right now. Saban, Steele, Hutzler, and T-Rob out. Okay, transfers in Monty Jackson, LT Overton, NyQuil Bentrade, and then coaches in so far. Kalen DeBoer as head coach, and then Courtney Morgan as GM. I get it. It's overwhelming to look at, but in a changing of a guard, it could be worse. The transferring is always going to happen under any coach. It happens at Georgia. Remember, people thought that it was a complete avalanche at Georgia. No. Like, this is the case. And the far left column needs to say the same at Alabama. You want Kalen DeBoer to continue to develop players at the highest level to go to the NFL. And if I'm Kalen DeBoer, that is one of my major jobs, is making sure that I continue to develop players at the highest level. This isn't a place that you just come in and you compete for the semifinals or a championship run. No, on top of that is sending these players to the NFL. See, exactly, Todd. Thank you. You had 17 transfers last season too, and the world didn't fall apart. But what is new to us are the names on the far right, right? The coaches out. We are used to OCs rotating, DCs rotating. That doesn't faze Alabama fans. But up top, the one stability factor had been Coach Saban. Now with him out, he's not completing. He didn't move. He's still here, so he can hopefully retain some of that stability. And if I'm a player, I'm talking with Coach Saban about the new direction of the program. I'm sure he signed off on Kalen DeBoer, right? Bailey is saying inside the comment box, until the 30 days are up, we aren't safe. 1,000,000%. And somebody said, well, the players have to register for classes. Look, these players are well advised, sometimes not well advised, but they're going to do what's best for themselves. So we're going to keep you posted on the roster movements. But in terms of, Sean Murphy, thank you, Byron. I appreciate you. I will add that to the list as well. So Sean Murphy. Sean Murphy is saying on that third column, Under Desrex, we need to add another name, and that is where did it go? Lost my train of thought. Who else do I need to add? Sorry about that. All right, let me know who I need to add again, and I'll get it updated to the list. A lot of names to track. But on the defensive side of the ball, what is going to happen here at Alabama in terms of who Alabama? Oh, Sean Murphy. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm going to write that down so I don't forget. Sean Murphy. All right, cool. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. Yeah, Patrick's like, focus. Yeah, I do have Sean Murphy. Yeah, I do have Sean Murphy. Okay. All right. Let's not get sidetracked. A lot of names to track. If there's edits, it's no problem. It's part of it. I come up with all the graphics and stuff, on the fly as well. So if there's omissions or whatever, we can fix it. Okay. But on the defensive side of the ball, what is going to happen? I don't know. And it's really, that's kind of what gives me anxiety right now, is because I feel great about the offense, but Washington's defense, I know you don't like to hear this, but they had the number 94 defense this last season. I don't like it. I don't like that, because here at Alabama, defense is kind of what everything is built on. The Bama standard, to me, what it meant to me was trusting the process and having a defense that was consistent, hard hitting, hard working, ballers, future guys in the NFL. Number 94, Alabama. Can you imagine if Alabama had a number 94 defense? No. That's not going to fly. And that can fly in the Pac-12. And that's the other thing that Kalen has to know. Is coming here to the SEC, look, the defense is paramount, and you don't want to be able to get into these, 56 to 42 type matchups. That's not what Alabama fans want. I don't think that can sustain in the SEC. So you got to have a defensive coordinator that really hits it out of the park. This last season, so think about this. Under Pete Golding, Alabama's defense, that wasn't it. People were calling for him all the time. The immediate impact that Kevin Still had was instant, right? You saw it from the jump, and they were consistent the entire year. So on the defensive side of the ball, do you go? What would be amazing is if somehow Kalen DeBoer was able to get a defensive coordinator from the Nick Saban ecosystem, right? What does that mean? Like, I don't know, someone that has coached under Saban in some capacity on the defensive side of the ball that has that experience. I think that would make a lot of people happy. I think it would make a lot of sense. And I think it would retain some of that Alabama standard through this transition. You agree? So we don't know about Robert Balla, the inside linebackers coach. We don't know about Freddie Roach, who coached the D-line. We know that T-Rob is gone, and we know that Coleman Hutzler is gone. That's what we know. Someone saying Mel Tucker. Yeah, you got to clean up a lot of that stuff before, you come back to Alabama. And Bo Davis, as you saw, just got swooped up by LSU, which I think is a fantastic hire. People have been calling for him to come to Alabama for a long time. Now, I got a little bit of sleep in, Doc Smoke. Sleep is the most important. But still, it's like the news doesn't stop. The people want what they want. And this is time to work. Just because we got to 100,000 subscribers, it doesn't mean job is done. No, like there's things to talk about. 1,300 in. Hit thumbs up, like, subscribe. I appreciate you guys being here. Good morning to you guys. My name is Kyle Henderson. If you're new to the channel, hit the subscribe button and turn on the bell so you're notified every single time that we come live. And if you guys like the content, if you like my delivery, I really appreciate it. Think about becoming a fan funder. Go up to the top. Hit the hyperlink and become a fan funder as low as $2.99. Throw in the super chats. I appreciate those as well. I really work hard at my craft, and I appreciate you guys believing in me, believing in the content. Okay. So you're like, all that, like, no defensive scoop. Look, this is it. And as soon as there is a name that comes on the defensive side of the ball, we're going to bring that to you right away, right here on Bama Football on YouTube. So just hang tight. Appreciate you. Man, thanks for the love. Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Got an update. Kyle, we got an update on Grubbs. yeah, I mean, that's what we're talking about kind of to lead off the show was the fact that looks like Ryan Grubb is likely to be the next OC at the University of Alabama. So yeah, that's what is trending as you get your affairs in order this fine Sunday, January 14th. I'm going to take you guys' calls in just a minute, and I do like where we're at on the offensive side of the ball. All right, let's talk about Isaiah Bond and kind of the news surrounding Isaiah Bond. Okay, so I asked this yesterday, and I'm gonna ask it again until this Isaiah Bond saga is over. I personally feel that Isaiah Bond, his impact at Alabama is 10 out of 10, meaning 10 is the most impactful. So on a 1 to 10 scale, I'm going to ask it again. What do you think in chat? What do you think Isaiah Bond's impact at Alabama is? 1 being the lowest, 10 being the highest. I am going to say 10, okay? Or like a 9.5. I think that if you can feed Isaiah Bond the football enough, that he's able to 100% be a 1,000-yard wide receiver and potentially more. So far, we got 8 from Jarvis, 8, 9.5, 10. So it looks like I'm a little bit high. Bailey saying 9. Hendog saying 9.0. Stabones, a member of the YouTube channel, is saying 9. Chris Flake saying 10. Okay, so it looks like the average, I would say, is I mean, just from those, I'm just shooting from the hip here. I'm making up this average. It looks like it could be an 8 at the lowest, right? Jason's with me. He's saying 10. And I don't even think, and he still has a very, very high ceiling. Shoot, we haven't even seen him return punts. Now, 9.9, 4th and 31, Gravedigger, right? The thing about it is where things stand right now is people know this. I mean, and I didn't like the way that this all went down yesterday. His representative came out and he said, look, don't ask about his whereabouts. And that is so the way the timeline was Isaiah Bond enters the portal, and then they were like, okay, he's forecasted to Texas. Then Pete Thamel of ESPN breaks a scoop that he is going to, and that could be interesting right there. If Grubb is interviewing for that, and this could make sense right here. I mean, that would be awesome, right? You have Pete Carroll coming out. It could be the perfect timing for him. So Isaiah Bond, then his representative says, look, don't ask about his whereabouts. And then on Snapchat, like, young people do, he snapped a photo of him in the driver's seat of a Lambo. He's getting the full court press by Texas. I heard from a source that he was in Texas. Okay, I didn't hear from Isaiah Bond, but I did hear from a source that he was in Texas. And you guys know I'm a frequent guest on the Texas show as well. And they're excited about him. They have every right to be. I think he would certainly flourish in a system like Texas. You got to be excited. If you're Isaiah Bond and you know that Quinn Ewers is coming back, Quinn Ewers is a baller, 1,000,000%. So I think that Isaiah Bond has a lot to think about. But if you get Ryan Grubb, okay, and that's likely right now to come to Alabama, I think if you're Isaiah Bond, you turn your head and you're like, look, I want to understand how I'm going to be featured in this offense. Because, look, these players won't be fed. And Sam is saying Bond is overrated. I don't know. Look, this is what's going to happen. If Bond leaves, people are going to be like, he wasn't that good. 4th and 31, it's all, that was more Milroe than Bond, right? I promise you, if Isaiah Bond comes back, people are going to be dancing. If he takes his name out of the transfer portal, people are going to be dancing in the streets. People are going to be like, yeah, slam dunk. Chris Flakes is saying he's overrated. I'm just saying he's good. He's not worth a Lambo. Is he worth a Ferrari? Buy Bonds. All right. So that's where we're at on Isaiah Bond. It's a continuing developing story. We'll keep you tracked, keep you posted on that. All right. One thing, I don't have it listed on the board because I don't even think it's worth really a natural headline because it was a rumor on social media, but about Jalen Milroe, him transferring. Look, I promise you think I'd be just chilling if Jalen Milroe was transferring? No, I would be online talking about Jalen Milroe transferring. There was somebody, it's really easy to come up with a fake Twitter account and just say stuff. So Jalen Milroe looked like the happiest dude in the room when he came in and hugged Kalen DeBoer. and has to be elated if Ryan Grubb is coming to Alabama. Now, Ryan Grubb, again, nothing is official from Alabama until we hear it. Who knows? Shoot, if I'm the Seahawks, I would give him a call too. Why not? That's where we're at. Yeah, Steven, Milroe is not. And look, Milroe staying because he's the leader of this team, giving a chance to Kalen DeBar, right? I think that they, that says a lot. That says a strong message to the team. Okay. Des Ricks hit the transfer portal yesterday, and so did Antonio Kite on the defensive side of the ball. And, those could be instant impacts from T-Rob going to Georgia. Now, people were really excited when I've been having some shows, and people were really excited about Des Ricks. Like, don't forget about Des Ricks. Don't sleep on Des Ricks. And then same thing. When Des Ricks hit the portal, they're like, he wasn't good anyways. I don't know. He was pretty good. He's a 5-star. Antonio Kite, Spooty, JaQuincy McKinstry said that Kool-Aid said he was one of the best basketball players, one of the best athletes. Both those guys in the portal. I don't know about potential landing spots, but I know that Des Ricks would have been a baller, would have had to compete for a starting spot with either Devontae Jackson or Trey Amos. Why I said I'm hitting the transfer portal to New Mexico State. If you guys didn't know, that's where I went to school. I went to school in Iowa, went to school in New Mexico State, also lived in D.C., lived in L.A., my home is in Santa Fe, New Mexico. That's where I grew up. But my home is here in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. I've lived here for 7 years now. I have 2 kids, 15 and 10. I appreciate you guys being here. Run the thumbs up on the video. I appreciate you guys. And take a pause to hit the thumbs up. I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you very much. Yeah, we talked about that. Hey, Arnold, before, man. El Paso, Texas, man. Been there a lot of times, all the way down to Horizon City, all the way through El Paso. That's a huge city, man. And kind of to see the growth of El Paso is crazy, man. Those border towns are gigantic. All right. Let's see. All right. Kayla DeBoer's message yesterday. All right. And then I'm going to take your calls. All right. So, in my opinion, I felt that Kayla DeBoer's opening press conference was very good. Oh, what's up? We have another Aggie up in here. I went to New Mexico State in 2003. Yeah, I graduated in 2007. Appreciate you. Yeah, roll Aggies roll. Man, maybe they hired Jerry Kill on the defensive side of the ball. Jerry Kill was killing it. I felt his message was very well delivered. Clearly, it's written. Clearly, it's looked over. But I thought, for the most part, is that right? Hey, Arnold, about don't be saying that inside chat, man. About stuff. He's saying that about Isaiah Bond. I'm sure we'll hear it when it comes out, if it was to come out. I thought his message was very well delivered. I thought he's polished, very good speaker. I was checking out past press conferences, and I didn't really see too much. Not to say that I was bored by anything. I wanted to see his message, and I felt that he hit on all the right points. And this was the best thing, is the fact that he said he understands his place here at Alabama, because when you come to Alabama, he hasn't done anything. This is his second day on the job. Yesterday was his first. Jarvis, is that right? Hold up. I'm going to have to update the graphic. 1 second. Is that Isaiah Bond to Texas? My goodness. Wow. Crazy. There you have it. All right. We're going to update the graphic. On 3 with the scoop just 1 minute ago. And On 3's crushing it. They've done a really good job. It's been good to see their business transform. I know Shannon Terry, good friend of mine. Really like what he's done in the college football space, doing it right, building up a team of literally like star-studded ballers. All those guys crush it. So we're going to use their tweet. Again, I'm sure you already follow them. But this is just in. Isaiah Bond has committed to Texas. So give me 1 second while I get some items lined up, as I'm going to do a live cut on this. 1 second. All right. 1, 2, 3. All right. So give me 1 second. Isaiah Bond to Texas. I got to update all this stuff. You've seen this on the fly. And you want to come work at Bama football on YouTube? Maybe I'll be in a position to hire one day. Hopefully soon. I mean, we're getting to 100,000 subscribers. All right. So, I mean, we're already to 100,000 subscribers. I just need to build out the business plan. I'm close to it because I need staff. I really do. All right. Isaiah Bonds, Texas. All right. Here we go. 1 second. Let me know what you think inside the comment box about Isaiah Bond going to Texas. And I will be with you guys in just a second. Wow, that's crazy. I mean, initial thought is it is a loss. So 1 second. I'm setting all this up. All right. Let's get this out. Then I'm gonna do a live cut on this. So this is gonna be a reaction to Isaiah Bond that you guys are seeing in just a few minutes, and then I'm gonna take you guys' call. So hang tight. I'm gonna be here for a while. The news doesn't stop. Right here. All right. One second. I need to pause this real quick. I need to make a call. All right, what's up? Okay, you guys ready? All right, you guys gonna see me work right now. Well, you guys always see me work. All right, okay, got to put a countdown timer on it. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. Hey, breaking news. Kyle Henderson at Bama Football on YouTube. Run the thumbs up. I appreciate you guys being here. Like and subscribe. Got some news just coming in as Alabama wide receiver Isaiah Bond has transferred to Texas. This is just in. This is news that is across college football. You're going to see it on ESPN. Of course, it is breaking the internet right now. So what does it mean going forward? Well, clearly Alabama is losing, in my opinion, one of the top wide receivers, not only in the SEC, but in the country. I felt that Isaiah Bond was probably underutilized last season. And who knows, what is that from? Is that from the quarterback? Is that from the offensive schematics? Whatever it is, I think losing Isaiah Bond is a blow for Alabama. I think it is a larger blow that he is going to Texas. And I think Steve Sarkisian has to be extremely elated, excited, happy about bringing one of the most dangerous players in college football over to your program. As you know, Texas beat Alabama last season. So Steve Sarkisian just got a contract extension, and winning Isaiah Bond after Nick Saban retires, I think is a slam dunk. So let's go over the timeline, how it unfolded. So following the season, Isaiah Bond hits a transfer portal just one day after Coach Saban says that he's retiring. He had a representative come out and say, don't ask about his whereabouts. And then we saw that Isaiah Bond had been posted up in the driver's seat of a Lambo, right? Lambo's nice. And then we kind of went dark for a couple hours, and people were speculating, could Kalen DeBoer win him back? What was going to happen? Because as we know, with Kalen DeBoer taking over with Nick Saban, you're going to have to re-recruit the players, re-recruit the guys to stay here. And again, in my opinion, I feel that Isaiah Bond was somebody that you had to win over. Not to say that it's an overall loss, because when you look to Alabama's wide receivers that you got coming back, and I saw this yesterday, Kalen, with Isaiah Bond hitting the portal, guess who retweeted it and was pumped up? Emmanuel Henderson. Now, before Holman Wiggins dipped out to Texas A&M for the same position for the Aggies, he told me and you can watch this interview right here on Bama Football on YouTube. He said Emmanuel Henderson made some plays at practice that were head turning. Emmanuel Henderson didn't get on the field because of an injury. So you have the sophomores, that super sophomores, as I like to call them, who are absolutely ballers. Kendrick Law, get him the football any way you can. I think he's a guy that is a 10 out of 10 impact as well. I think Kobe Prentice is Mr. Dependable, somebody that we don't talk enough about. Kobe Prentice is an absolute baller in every sense of the word. He has been since the day that he stepped at the University of Alabama. I think he has that ride-out mentality. I think you have Emmanuel Henderson, who is certainly going to come up. Those are 3 wide receivers, okay? You also have Jalen Hell. Who's Jalen Hell? Well, as a freshman, he turned heads against Ole Miss. He has big play potential, especially downfield. You have some wide receivers coming in that need to get fed as well. Amari Jefferson, you have Rico Scott, younger guys. Who knows if they're going to see the field? I don't know. You have a loaded tight end room. You have Amari Nyblack, baller, right? You have H-back, Robbie Oots. I'm not saying he's going to catch a ton of passes, but the guy can be utilized. You have CJ Dupree, who has a lot of versatility as well. You have Danny Lewis. We haven't even talked about Danny Lewis much. And as you know, Miles Ketzelman hit the transfer portal, ended up at Tennessee. You also have Ryan Williams still out there. And if I'm Ryan Williams now, and, I know he decommitted the day that Coach Saban announced his retirement, but you look to potentially Ryan Grubb coming here to Alabama, and you're like, and you see Bond going out. I'm the wide receivers. I'm like, come on, baby. Like, come on back and do your thing, because I think Ryan Williams could be a guy that is certainly utilized in all sorts of ways. So maybe this opens up the door for a Ryan Williams to come back. And who knows, it's not going to be over, the saga overall, until February 9th when he signs his paperwork. Good addition inside the comment box. Flowers is talking about Caleb Odom. Caleb Odom is a guy who is a tight end that I think can be stretched out. His film is phenomenal, 1,000,000%. And one of the things that Amari Nyblack said was that Caleb Odom coming in could be potentially better than him going forward. So I like that. But overall, when you look to Isaiah Bond, that's what we're talking about right now, committing to Texas. I think it is a win for Texas. And, these are business decisions that these players have to make now at their point in time in their career. What is going to happen going forward for Alabama's offense? I think they'll be just fine. And look, I think the news, honestly, that Ryan Grubb is coming to Alabama, if that's official, that'll surpass the name. This will surpass the name of Isaiah Bond going to Texas. I think it is a blow, but I think it will be patched up with some pieces that Ryan Grubb has from his schematic standpoint. The overall offense, I think, is in really good shape. I do think it's a loss. Only 600 yards, 4 touchdowns, but overall, this guy's a baller. I like his moxie, like his mentality, and these guys are chasing that money, and this is the world that we live in. Yeah, Neil, welcome to the show. Isaiah Bond committed to Texas, and that's kind of what we're wrapping up right now. Let me know inside the comment box what you think about Isaiah Bond going to Texas. Let me know about which wide receivers that you're excited to see going forward at the University of Alabama. I mean, for me, I just talked about a lot of them. Kendrick Law is certainly a guy that I think could become a household name by season's end. I think that Emmanuel Henderson is on that sleeper list, and I think that Kobe Prentice is Mr. Dependable. Remember, you also lose Jermaine Burton as well. But overall, wide receivers are in good position. And I talked about this, and this will be my last thing that I say about Isaiah Bond, is that the fact that you have Jamarcus Shepard coming in potentially as the wide receiver coach, I love it. I like that hire for a lot of different reasons, knows how to work with the Alabama wide receivers. And look, I think this does sting for a lot of Alabama fans with Isaiah Bond going to Texas, just because it is Texas, and Texas did beat Alabama last year. But look, overall, Coach Saban said this, and I don't know if this will supersede that, but you'll remember for what you did in the Iron Bowl. And we all know that 4th and 31, the Gravedigger, that was one of the greatest moments of this past season. But when you get up and you bounce, people are going to remember that probably more as you bailed out and you dipped out chasing the cash. So look, Isaiah Bond, do your thing. You got to wish these kids well in their journey, and Alabama is going to be just fine. I do think it is a loss for sure. But the biggest loss is Alabama losing Nick Saban. But this is a changing of a guard, and I think things will be fine. So Kalen DeBoer coming in, you get Ryan Ryan Grubb in and you get back to work. You develop a plan around the players already in place. I do like Amari Jefferson too. I'm not gonna lie, I do like his game. And Kendrick Law, same thing. So you have a good nucleus of wide receivers, and Isaiah Bond has committed to Texas. So I appreciate you guys liking this video. Hit the thumbs up, like and subscribe. Appreciate you being here. My name is Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. Like, subscribe, and definitely check out the content as we continue to provide coverage throughout Nick Saban's retirement and the changing of the guards as Kalen DeBoer takes over as head football coach here at the University of Alabama. Full court press. Love to see it on Ryan Williams. Again, breaking news as Isaiah Bond has just announced that he is transferring to Texas from Alabama. All right. That was a live cut. All right, I got to get that up. So just give me 1 second. I appreciate you guys joining, hitting the thumbs up, like, subscribe. I go into live mode. Man, I think I think it's a loss for Alabama, but I think that, like I said, they're going to be fine. The wide receiver room is still in really good position. And that's it. You move forward. I mean, losing Saban, the news really hasn't stopped. I'm glad I was online to be able to cut something like that. And just give me 1 second as I update that real fast. All right. Give me like 2 seconds. And I'm going to take some calls. All right. Let's take some calls and you guys could talk instead of me. All right. Sam, what's up? Became a fan funder. How to become a fan funder of the YouTube channel. Hit the hyperlink atop this video. And then you could also go onto your computer and hit the join button as low as $2.99. My goal is to get 10% of 100,000, whatever that is, because I want to build a business around that. I want to be able to make some acquisitions this year and continue to build up on the business model, Bama Football on YouTube. So I appreciate you guys being here. And again, if you're just joining us, Isaiah Bond to Texas, that is what we're talking about at this point in time. Isaiah Bond told ESPN it was a business decision. Let's check this out. There's some good comments coming out on social media. The fallout, right? Let's see. Let's say we can get on social media. Pete Thamel, he's another guy who absolutely crushes it. That was a really big pickup by ESPN for sure. And these guys scoop, right? They got the scoop. They're dialed in. And this is just in from Pete Thamel. I'm going to bring it up on the screen in just 2 seconds. All right. Straight up. So this is from Pete Thamel in his Twitter account. I'm going to read it out. I'm going to go full screen on that. Pete Thamel. Alabama transfer wide receiver Isaiah Bond has committed to Texas, which he told ESPN is a business decision. In wake of Nick Saban's retirement, Bond led Alabama in receptions this past season with 48 and said Saban's retirement was 100% the reason for a transfer. Oof. All right. Look, Isaiah Bond has every right to go where he wants to go. Business, Nicole's like business decision. As soon as Bond saw that Saban was out, he was like, give me my money. He was like, give me the money. But look, I think it's important to look at this last line. And you know me, I'm an optimist. But I think that this was impactful and bigger than we've even really been able to really talk about. But look, Bond said Nick Saban's retirement was 100% the reason. I don't know. I think it had a huge deal with him leaving, but also if you're getting, a major NIL deal, we don't know how much these deals are worth, right? I mean, you're not talking like, just a Lambo. You're talking about straight up money, like right now, today. Texas, I'm telling you, the NIL game, and I see Alabama, go to the Alabama, and put in, $8 or whatever it is, for a year. Like, no, like Texas has so much money. It's an unfair competitive balance. There's no competitive balance. Like Texas has so much money. Texas A&M has so much money. There's no budget. There's no cap room. Period. Like, yeah, does Alabama have money? 1,000,000%, of course, but not the type of money that Texas has. That's why I knew that Steve Sarkisian was never even a part of the equation. And Patrick is saying right here, look, and Coach Saban, I'm sure he's like, I'm not surprised. Business. Because NIL, what it's done to college football, this isn't the type of news that we used to be accustomed to. But now this is the world that we live in. Yep, Mike Coleman, right there. Pay to play. You're like, I don't care about Texas. I don't really care about Texas that much either in terms of like my job, what I'm doing. But it is important to talk about what is happening right now. And it is a pay to play. And when you have Texas with, who knows how much money coming to the SEC, you can retain the best coach. You can get the best player. You can pay for the best players. Now, it always doesn't work out. We saw what happened with Texas A&M and Jimbo Fisher. They paid for all of those guys. And look how that turned out. Just because you have the Jimmies and Joes doesn't mean you have the X's and O's. Eric is asking about the bleeding to stop. I don't know if it is so much of a bleeding because you have some guys going out, which was natural. But, the bleeding stops with up top, Kalen DeBoer. If there's any other major guys that hit the portal, like, what would really hurt is a Caleb Downs announcing that he's gone. Now, how's that happen? No. Has he even hit the portal? No. So, look, give this guy, man, like a week. Hear him out. Go to his practices. Hear what he has to say. Go to his team meetings. 1 second. 1 second. I got to do something. All right. I'm doing like a million different things at once. It's important for me to chill. But I'm pretty chill anyway. So I'm trying to get that other video out so you guys can understand. All right. Super chat in. I love the hire. However, my concerns are on penalties. Over the last 3 years, Washington and Fresno State ranked towards the bottom of FBS. And that was actually, so when I went to look up a press conference about Kalen DeBoer, and I see you guys inside the call queue. I'll get to you guys in just a second. They were asking about one of the things they were like, oh, this is one of the next great coaches in college football and all this stuff. And then somebody, like 3 people were like, but I'm mad about the penalties. If there was one thing that will piss Alabama fans off, it is penalties. Because there were so many penalties that came at the wrong time. Like, remember the 2 games that Alabama lost 2 seasons ago? What did they have? 14, 15 penalties in those games? So, yeah, you gotta have attention to detail in terms of the penalties. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you so much for being here. Let's go to let's take some calls. All right, let's take some calls. We've had some people in the call queue for a while. Let's get some different points of view in here. 256. Let's get it going. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
It's Luke from Weaver, man.
All right, Luke, give me a sound check inside the comment box. Could everybody hear Luke? Luke, say what's up again. Luke from Weaver.
What's up, man?
What's up, Luke? Welcome to the show, man. Take it away. Give me your reaction to us. Yeah, I can hear you perfect. Can everybody in the call queue hear? Everybody in the comment box here, Luke? Thumbs up? Yeah. All right, cool. Luke, give me your reaction to Isaiah Bond going to Texas.
Man, I wanted to do this first, man. I just became a fan funder for you, man. Congrats on 100,000 followers. Bro, you're doing the shit.
Yeah.
Just wondered if you're gonna open this thing up besides just Bama football, if you're gonna start like Josh Pate and all that other shit and do some stuff like that, or if you're just gonna stick to Bama.
Look, I think that I have some things to think about in terms of the direction of my career. I mean, everything is going to stay the same in terms of the Bama YouTube channel. But this is my livelihood, and when there are other topics to talk about, and I'm not being egotistical in any shape or form about this, but I feel really confident in my abilities. I believe in myself. And I think if, I was to put together, something, another channel or something like that, I think hopefully fans would follow. But for right now, I'm focused on Alabama, and, I'm just kind of putting my head down and waking up each day and trying to be consistent in the performance that I display, because I think people appreciate that more than anything, is I think they deserve consistency and a high level of performance. And my main thing is to treat all people with respect, because when I do that, I think respect, kind of reciprocates, and kind of that's where I'm at. So I'm just kind of focused on what I'm doing right now, and like covering this most historic news in college football really ever is kind of the main task. So that's kind of the mission right now, is just to make sure that I cover this as best as I can, and then kind of think about things kind of down the road.
Oh yeah, that's what's up. Well, I guess I've been listening through this whole thing, what you've been talking, and I guess to start with, man, about Reese. Reese took us to the playoffs, man. Saban even said in the press conference that they didn't have a backup plan, and when they went out after all those timeouts, that they didn't get the look that they wanted, and they didn't have a backup plan.
Mm-hmm.
They couldn't call another timeout because that would have been back-to-back timeouts. If you look at it, we were winning. The defense gave up at the end. I don't know if they gave up or if we just got beat, but we were up by a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
And that fumble hurt us, yeah. But, I mean, the dude got sacked how many times in the game? The center can't snap the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't we go for – this is happening all year. This is one thing I don't know whose decision this was, but Dalcourt, why couldn't he play center?
Yeah, what happened to Dalcourt?
I think that's his name.
And what happened to Dalcourt, and what happened to T-Ferg, right? Like those guys, like we never saw another center. I think that was kind of a fail on somebody's part. I don't know if that was Coach Saban's fault or Coach Tommy Rees, or if he was just the best guy for the job. But that's what I like about potentially a new offensive line coach, or if that was Eric Wolford's fault. But a new offensive line coach, and that's what gets me excited about the new staff on offense potentially, is the fact that you could have Scott Huff coming in, who led this offensive line for Washington to pretty much greatness. I mean, think about this. Alabama only had, how many sacks did Alabama have this year? Like 50 some, and like 48 were on Jalen Milroe. This offense, and some of those were on Jalen Milroe, clearly, but Washington's offensive line only had 12 sacks. So a lot of that is because quarterback's presence, but also schematics of how you were setting guys out, throwing the ball on screens, jet sweeps, doing different things like that. So I like Alabama's, potentially new offensive staff. Now, I have no idea about the defense. That's kind of concerning. What else you got, Luke?
Yeah, that's the concerning spot. I'm really excited to see what DeBoer can do with this level of recruiting. Now, the Pac-12, they didn't recruit well in defense. They did well in offense, but that's what I like about him coming over here. I think his offensive mind is going to lift our offensive side.
Yeah.
What he's going to be able to do it. Because, man, people are talking about Milroe not being able to throw. When the ball starts at your feet, okay, I don't know if people played football who are saying this, but when the ball starts at your feet, it messes up the timing. Now, I thought that Milroe would have maybe, talking to Hurts, all the time, would have maybe got in a lower stance like Hurts does, because supposedly Kelsey can't snap the ball really either. He's just a good lineman. At least that's what they say. Hurts says he has the weirdest snap he's ever gotten. But the thing is I I think that this guy is going to be able to bring out the best in this offense. Defense, we don't know. We don't know because they didn't recruit well for the Pac-12 in defense. Now, he has all this recruiting power in the SEC. Man, we get a good defensive coordinator. I think that's all we need. A good defensive coordinator. And we're already Isaiah Bond, go. We don't need you. Now, Isaiah Bond's not Julio Jones. He's not Amari Cooper. You know what I'm saying? He's a good wide receiver. Texas, you got a good wide receiver. We're happy for you. But now we have a chance to see if one of these guys, Kobe Prentice, Hale, Key, is the next Julio Jones. You know, we know where Isaiah Bond is at. He's got I think they all would have had a better year if we had a better offensive line. Now, like in the LSU game where the offensive line played above, you know, their standard and, you know, didn't have a good defense coming at them. Look what Milroe was able to do.
Yeah. And not like when we talk to,
you know, that's my opinion on him.
And kind of that's when I
go ahead.
No, when I talk to on the line with Luke from Weaver, Alabama, call line is 205-850-1994. I'll get to you when I can. And that's the thing, like when I talk to AJ from New York, who doesn't like Jalen Milroe at all, you know, one of the things that we talk about is the fact that, man, he didn't have offensive line to protect him. I mean, he didn't even have seconds to throw the ball. Now, I get it. Michigan's defense was ferocious. And actually, Michael Penix Jr. kind of looked a little bit pedestrian against Michigan's defense as well. Maybe we just didn't give Michigan's defense all their credit that they deserve, because those guys were just flying. That poor 73 for Washington, he was getting eaten up, thrown around. He was kind of like, I mean, no, his Grubbs is not official just yet, but did Chris Lowe? There's a lot of news coming inside the comment box, but what we do know for sure, Isaiah Bond going to Texas. But Luke, go ahead, man. I appreciate it, man. Continue.
Let me see. Yeah. You know, and that, like I said, you know, with Isaiah Bond, you know, that 4th and 31, that was a planned play. He knew what to do. Fake inside, go outside. Milroe put the perfect ball in him.
Yeah.
You know, so I think that I'm happy that all the fans came out to the airport. Supposedly we had more people at the airport than Washington did for their spring game. You know, I think the guy can that's supposed to be facts.
Yeah.
I think the guy can come in and do big things for our offense, and the way the SEC recruits in defense in Alabama's name, man. Alabama has a name. Before Saban came, you know, even Shula and all them, they got good defenses, good defense players. Roman Harper, you know, Alabama has the name.
Yeah.
We just need a coordinator that can do the right things. And you're right about Michigan. The schemes they had on defense just totally, I guess, you know, dumbfounded our offensive line. You could see guys swinging from one side, coming through gaps. Like their defensive line, instead of our offensive line making gaps, their defensive line was pushing us around and making gaps for their schemes to come around and just hit Milroe out of nowhere.
Yeah, got you. Hey, Luke,
that's what we need is a defense.
Luke, I gotta move to my next caller, man. But I appreciate you calling in, man. But before you go, man, what type of dog do you got back there?
Oh, it's a shepherd and a husky.
It's a husky? Are you serious? With like all the Washington staff coming in? Luke, call again, man. I appreciate rapping with you, man. We'll catch up with you next time.
I named him. I real quick though, I got him on January 1st, and I named him Milroe. So
love it, man. Love
hopefully
it.
Milroe stays so he can Hey, did you see Patrick Mahomes' helmet last night?
That was crazy. So if you guys didn't know, Patrick Mahomes' helmet last night, because I'm sure a lot of people didn't see the game because it was on Peacock, but his helmet literally exploded. Did you see like all the beers and everything like that just like completely freezing over? Somebody had like a beer slushie.
They were freezing, man. Hey, one last thing, man. I got this question I always wondered about one of these other podcasters.
Okay.
Is his real last name, is it JD Pickell, or is his real last name Pickle and he just wants to change it?
No, it's JD Pickell. He's a good guy, man. Does a really good job. I like him, man. He's a good guy. He's an up and comer for sure. Yeah. All right, man.
He does a good job, man. I like his thing, but I thought it was Pickle before he said his name, and I was like, man, this guy changed his name.
No, it's not, man. All right, Luke, catch up with you next time,
all right, man. You have a good one, man. Congrats on the 100,000.
Yep.
Congrats on your success, and hopefully we all have a good new year and with the boar, and let's everybody be optimistic.
Hell yeah.
So.
All right, man. Take it easy, Luke. See you, buddy.
All right, man.
All right, Luke calling in from Weaver, named his dog Jalen Milrow. All right, Sam Thomas with a super chat. Bond is highly overrated, third round talent at best. Bama fans hype him up because of all the play against Auburn. Bond is in the second string at Ohio State. Clearly he meant Ohio State. Man, their wide receivers are absolute ballers. Loved LSU's wide receivers. Texas A&M's wide receivers were really good too. Felt that Texas wide receivers this past year were elite, and of course felt that Alabama was right up in the mix. So all those wide receivers I think were quality, and I think, look, I'm not going to hate on Bond. I really liked his game. I think that Texas, this is the world that we live in. It's kind of it's the NFL basically, right? Like when one of your players is going somewhere else, man, it sucks. It stings, and that's it. I mean, he's good. There's somebody that is going to be good behind him, 1,000,000%. You look at the Alabama wide receivers, man, those guys are absolutely ballers. So Texas, you got yours. And Alabama will have somebody to reload. And you know what? And I said this at the beginning of the show. We don't have an official update on Ryan Grubb just yet. But when we do, we will I'll put like a banner, like official. Steve Sarkisian, Lane Kiffin, Ryan Grubb, up there in terms of the guys who are the new offensive minds in college football. What's going on with the DC? Nicole asked inside the comment box. We don't know about the DC yet. Really, the defensive coordinator news has been pretty quiet. Not a lot there, and something needs to happen soon because the defense, it's critical. I think in keeping and re-recruit. You talk about re-recruiting players. Name the DC. I think that helps us. Luke, I appreciate your call, man, and thanks for being a fan funder. How to become a fan funder of this YouTube channel? Go up to the top of this video. There's a hyperlink. $2.99 a month. That's it. Appreciate your support right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Of course, if you're on your computer, you can just hit the join button. And don't forget, you can just watch this show, my show, from your TV. Go to your TV, your smart TV, and just hit, Bama Football on YouTube. Pop right up. All right, let's keep it going. All right, we got a 973, a 205, a 256, a 865, and a 256. We got area codes today. 973. Let's do it. Hey, welcome to the show. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Kyle. Chris from New Jersey.
Chris, what's up, man? I appreciate it, man. You know what I like about Chris? You know what I like about your call, Chris? It's like a crystal clear connection. I don't know if you're calling does anybody have a actual phone in their house anymore? Do you, Chris? Like a phone that I can?
Well, I don't.
Let me ask chat real quick. This is freaking me out. Does anybody have an actual phone in their house, like a landline? Do people even know what that is? I used to have. I remember the old days. You would have a phone.
We got rid of ours about a year ago.
No, yeah. Okay. Wait, Michael. Michael inside the chat has a phone. You have a phone that we could call. Remember when you started dating, and you would call. You would call up somebody who are you interested to talk to. You would call and the dad would answer. Yeah, exactly. Flower Power. Who the hell has a landline? And he'd be like, hello. And you'd be like, Is Terry? This is the best way that we thought to answer. May I please speak with Terry, please? And he'd be like, hell no, and hang up on you. Oh man, people don't even remember how hard it was. The worst part was the internet, like in trying to like plug your phone into like the wall, and you hear that sound of the connection to the internet, right? Bing bong. Well, man, I can still remember that clear as day. Anyways, sorry, man, just taking everybody back. Chris from New Jersey, welcome on in. I appreciate you being here. And Luke and Weaver are started off the show. Chris, man, welcome on in, man. What you got?
Well, I want to go on record with you, with the coaches, with Ty, with everybody that's in here, with Bama World, that this hire is not good. It's not great. It is outstanding. I'm going on record to say right now that this is Saban 2.0. I think he said all the right things in the press conference. He welcomed all the alumni out there. Most importantly, he said, "I want to get some advice from Saban on a daily basis." He is humble. He is hungry. He's a class act. He wants to do everything with integrity. This is the guy. I know some other people wanted Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin has like a baggage, like what was Ebenezer Scrooge's partner there, Morley, with all those chains. We don't want this guy. And so I think this is a home run hire.
Yeah.
Okay, and listen, it's all over. Sports Illustrated has Grubb to Alabama. So I don't
really?
have to put it up yet, but he's so this is a major upgrade. By the way, Saban has said himself, this is one of the best football minds, offensive football minds in all of football, not just college football. And he equates him to being equal to Sark.
Yeah.
So, this is not O'Brien. This is not Tommy Rees. And listen, I wish Tommy Rees well, but this is a major upgrade. Major upgrade. And listen, what else did you see? You saw the side interview that the board did, right? He said he's going to be part Washington. It's going to be part SEC experience. He answered all the questions that the coaches were worried about, Coach Sean. And I love those coaches, by the way. And Ty, this channel is a home run, by the way. Great job. Congratulations on the 100,000.
Yeah.
But let's just say this: Isaiah Bond was great. He got us into the playoffs with that great catch.
Yep.
I wish him well. But this is, and I like one of the callers earlier said, listen, this is not Calvin Ridley or Jerry Jeudy or Amari Cooper or Julio Jones. He's a great receiver, right? But by the way, now I think it paves the way for Ryan Williams to come back now. So watch that happen.
Yeah.
So it is, this guy is a developer of talent on the offensive side, definitely. And they call this guy Grubb the quarterback whisperer. Kyle.
Yeah, I like that.
This is the guy. These are coaches we want.
Yeah.
So I think once we get he also said in that interview, if you saw when he was taking the questions, he said he wants the bulk of his staff to be settled by today. He said 24 hours. So they've been talking since yesterday afternoon and evening. I bet you they're talking to a DC, Kyle. So I couldn't be. Listen, it is Texas has a lot of money, and Isaiah Bond. Listen, Ja'Cory Brooks made the same catch the year before, and he's gone. Unfortunately, I wish him well at Louisville. Isaiah Bond made this great catch this year. We wish him well. By the way, all over the internet this morning was that Arch Manning has entered the transfer portal. I don't know if anybody. I put it in the comments. No one's mentioned it, but I do have a family member who is a sports writer, and I got that text message early this morning. So, but would Isaiah Bond going to Texas be like? Fall to the floor when you see Arch Manning leaving Texas. Big difference, Kyle, right?
Yeah, I haven't
So,
seen that Arch Manning has left or hit the portal or anything like that. I might have to start putting like almost like a check mark, like like verified news that we have in. So for example, like on this
oh, I
new
would love
on
that.
this
That's
new
great.
on this new graphic, if I put like a check mark, maybe check mark means like official. You know what I'm saying? Because there's so much news. Um, Let me see if I can get that means official. Maybe something like that, like check mark means official, and then we can get like used to having that as like actual news that has come in. But we need maybe some like emojis that we can start adding to this, so we can like kind of decipher what is real and what is fake. Like there was a rumor that got hot yesterday about Jalen Milroe hitting the portal. You don't think that would be on the front page of ESPN? ESPN has became Alabama like nonstop. Just like, I mean, this channel revolves around Alabama football. So does ESPN. 1,000,000%. I mean, it's still the
Yeah,
program that matters.
I mean, they got the coach. They got Saban retiring. You're right there. Well, sometimes Alabama can use the press to their advantage, just like they do in politics. That's why there's been a lot of things that have been kind of slowly. This was that they that Dan Lanning wasn't coming. That was from ESPN. Notice like Greg McElroy was like, no on Lane Kiffin. He's linked to ESPN, and so yeah, I mean that's something that we got to keep keep on the back of, in the back, in the corner of our eye. But listen, Kyle, regarding Grubb, he just inherited a Cadillac and took him to the national championship. Mm-hmm. He's about to get into the behind the wheel of a Ferrari. What do you think he's going to do with the Ferrari?
Oh yeah.
I think the SEC is listen, and I get it. The T-Rob getting poached by Georgia. That's the only thing right now. I mean, listen, I wish Isaiah Bonwell, whoever else goes, good luck. We have a great team. It looks like the bulk of the team is staying, but T-Rob to Georgia, that one stings. And it goes to show you, I can't stand Kirby Smart now. I can't stand him. Yeah. I know he did so great for us, but to do that, on the day of us getting, hiring a new coach, I think that was just like classless. But that's me. That's me venting. But especially because of the the recruiting. But you know what takes care of recruiting is winning. This guy is a winner. Yeah. And there's going to be people that there's going to be 5-star recruits that want to play for Alabama. They want to play for a winner. They want to play for a guy who is a quality coach and who's got Saban like behind him. So
Sean inside the comment box is saying that Grubb needs to post himself in a picture of Ferrari and tag Bond. Oh man, that's funny. Good comment,
and
Sean.
I think we're gonna get watch maybe Monday come around and we're gonna start to see Ryan Williams start trending back towards Alabama. Yeah. By the way, I love the lineup. The coaches, Ty. Now, if you just add Andrew Bone in here, this is the dream team. I mean, I hate to say the other channels are doomed, but the coverage has been great. And Kyle, we all need a rest, man. I've been on your channel for like 3 days in a row. My wife is like, come on already.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
one last thing, Kyle.
Sure.
We have a problem in my house, and I'll tell you what the problem is, Kyle.
All right.
Is that my wife loved what the coach said about the Washington players. I don't want this. I don't want that. I want players that want to play for the University of Washington or Washington. And my wife goes, I love that coach. And she goes, I should call into Kyle's show. I was like, absolutely not. She's laughing in the background right now, Kyle. So no, there's only one Chris from New Jersey. Okay. So,
yeah. Well,
so listen, Kyle, thank you so much for the great coverage, breaking all the news. I can't wait for you to break our DC, Kyle. So hurry up with it, will you, please?
I appreciate it, Chris. Thanks for calling in, man. Always a good call, man. Love the dialogue.
Be good.
All right, man. Take
Roll
it easy.
Tide.
Roll Tide to you. Kyle Henderson and Bama Football on YouTube. Hit the thumbs up, like, subscribe. The call-in line number, I put it on a ticker at the bottom of the screen, 205-850-1994. Remember, you can watch this YouTube channel from your big screen TV, your 75-inch, 80-inch. I was at Sam's Club the other day, and I saw who has the biggest TVs? Anybody have an 85-inch TV up in here? Because I saw 85-inch at Sam's Club. I don't have an 85-inch TV. I have I think it's a 70-inch in my house. That's the biggest TV. But I saw 85-inch, man. Might as well get a projector at that point, right? Jarvis is in with the 70 as well. Yeah, that's kind of like up there. 86? Is there such a thing? 86? I didn't know there was a thing at 86. 72. All right, yeah. 80? Yeah, for sure. 86 inches so far. That's the top dog. Oh, bought an 86, man. You guys are killing it, man. Shoot. 86 up in here. Now, Caden Hendo, what's up, man? He's got a 50, 65, 90. What? What's crazy, I'm going to take my calls in just a minute. We're wrapping up. We got a 205-256-865, 256-773. Call line number at the bottom of the screen, 250-850-1994. Chris from New Jersey with the good call, and I appreciate it. But look, I had to tell you, remember, these are the headlines for January 14th on Sunday. You got Ryan Grubb. Everybody is saying expected to be at Washington. I love the thought process now of covering, like, it's like the thought is, the expectation is. We talked about some new staff updates. I can go over those in a minute as well. Isaiah Bond to Texas, that is official. Everybody had it. And we kind of exchanged points of views on that. So when you call in, these are the trending topics of today. Des Ricks and Antonio Kite also entered the transfer portal. And then Kalen DeBar's message to the overall team, thought it was really good. Look, do you remember those TVs at, like, I don't know, you probably had them growing up, or that were out like at grandma's house. I think we had one at my house growing up. They were basically, I don't even know how big the TV was. It was like 27 inches, maybe 30 inches, whatever. But it was a huge square, right? It was like as thick as your refrigerator. And some of them even had speakers on the outside, right? And they had like buttons that you could touch, and they had knobs that, you could use. But the crazy thing was, everybody knows those TVs I'm talking about, but the crazy thing is how heavy those TVs were. They were so dense. And I mean, what they weigh, like 500 pounds? Man, they were crazy. You would have to get the strongest people in the neighborhood, the strongest people from your family to move those out. Now you could pick up a 70-inch like nothing, right? Yeah, console TV. Thank you. That was it. The console TV. Yeah. And then in the back, the cool thing is you could hook up. That's like, you in the back you had like the the coax cables that you would hook up like your Nintendo and stuff. Man, those were the days, man. People don't know how easy it is now. We go back to the phone lines, 205. Yeah, I appreciate you calling in. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm on the line with, and where you calling in from?
Yo, Kyle, this is Rico from the Magic City of Birmingham, Alabama.
What's up, Rico? Appreciate you calling in, man. Good morning to you. We had Luke on the line earlier from Weaver. We had Chris on New Jersey. Now we got Rico from the Magic City, man.
Yeah. I mean, I've been listening to what's been going on this morning and everything, and Isaiah Bond leaving is definitely a blow, but we ain't gonna sweat it because that just means the shackles come off of Kendrick Law, and we gonna see him ball out this season. And only that, we're going to see something amazing here. Emmanuel Henderson.
Yep.
He's gonna show us flashes of Burton.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna show us flashes of Judy.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna show us flashes of even Prothero.
Yeah.
I mean, Emmanuel Henderson's gonna get ready to ball out, yo.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna make some amazing catches, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Because Jalen Milroe will throw some amazing throws.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just when one thing happens, opportunity arises, and that's what this is going to be. It's opportunity is arising for these men to step up, and show out.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I ain't worried.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, barring any implosions or complete meltdowns, I believe Coach DeBoer will coach these guys to only a one-loss season. And the one loss will come early, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So we get to the end of the season, we're going to be on all cylinders. I believe we'll make the SEC championship game.
Mm-hmm.
I believe we'll still make it. So I'm not worried in the least. I mean, what do you think about that, Kyle?
I mean, I'm an optimist, so I kind of look, but I'm also a realist, and I understand that like nobody was going to be able to step in for Coach Saban and not have a couple guys transfer out, not have a little bit of fallout in terms of the coaching staff. I guess I didn't really think about it being like a complete wipe on the coaching staff. I thought some of these coaches would have been retained, but now as we kind of navigate through it, I'm really excited about the potential hires on the offensive side of the ball. Still need to figure out what's going to happen on the defensive side of the ball. That's why I'm kind of like 7 out of 10 excited about the hire so far for Kayla DeBoer. To your points about the wide receiver room, look, I'm telling you, like Emmanuel Henderson, he's about to do his thing. I mean, he's from the home state of Alabama, and with him, he's hungry. He's a very humble person. I talked to him. He didn't really have to say much, but I think you could kind of see it in him that, good things are coming. And I think the best thing that you've said, and one of the best things that people that has been said on the show today so far is with Isaiah Bond leaving and with a new coaching staff coming in, the shackles on Kendrick Law will be taken off. Look, Kendrick Law is so dynamic of a player. I said, despite if Isaiah Bond leaves, I said a 10 out of 10 impact from him on the field. I feel the same way about Kendrick Law. I really do. He had a touchdown callback off a jet sweep. You can get him the football in space. He has really good hands. And the thing about it, he's a bigger type wide receiver. It looks like an NFL type wide receiver to me, in terms of like I like to compare him to a Debo, but he said he likes to compare himself to DK Metcalf. Point is, he's a physical wide receiver that has speed, and that can do a lot. I mean, he was returning kicks for Alabama. I think that says a lot about his playmaking ability. So, Emmanuel Henderson, and then, look, we cannot forget about Jalen Hell or Kobe Prentice. I think Kobe Prentice sometimes gets lost in the shuffle, but he was the first freshman out of any of these sophomore wide receivers that really got on the field. He was the first guy at the slot position, and guess what? Kobe Prentice has hands. The guy is like Velcro. I know the Florida State fans are, dancing in the streets about Malik Benson, and they should be, because I think Malik Benson does have, a bit of a ceiling to go up to, but he had a case of the drops. Kobe Prentice made some ridiculous catches this past year, across the middle of the field, wherever, you put the ball. Kobe Prentice, definitely the man that we should be talking about as well. What else you got from me, Rico?
I know that Jalen Hale, he's going to earn the nickname of Mr. Clutch. Yeah. I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Going that nickname, and we'll see in the next couple of years. But as far as the defensive side goes, I believe T-Rob Lee. I didn't like T-Rob leaving, but I believe that will be a blessing in disguise.
Mm-hmm.
A blessing in disguise, sure, because I if they pick the right guy, it will take the defense to the next level, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I really do. Especially if you keep some key people like Clinton Dix and Freddie Roach.
Mm-hmm.
You keep those two, along with the new defensive coordinator, we might just see some magic happen.
Yeah.
And so my optimism is on high, and I think I really think here too, if we are able to get Grubbs in, it's going to be another case of Saban playing chess when everybody else is playing checkers, because he won last year. And if it takes him retiring to get Grubbs in here for Alabama football, regardless of the fact whether he's the coach or not, on the field or not, bringing in DeBoer to get Grubbs will be a genius move in hindsight. It will be.
Yeah.
And so, remember, you heard it here first. Saban was just playing chess.
Yep. Man, and who knows what the future holds for Saban in terms of like a business development plan for these guys in NIL for Alabama, right? When you move to think about this. I don't think anybody has said this, so I'm excited to say this. Coach Saban is really moving to like the front office position of Alabama, right? He's moving to like some office over top to where some sort of overall front office position to where he can help with these NIL deals, because I think that, and Coach Saban has talked about this a lot of times, the NIL has totally changed, football. So I think when Coach Saban now has more time, instead of worrying about Alabama's defense and prepping, because that is not, somebody his age, more established than worrying about the overall defense. Somebody else should be able to come in and take that off his plate. But the larger aspect of college football, name, image, and likeness, different type of things, if he can do that, and he can put his emphasis on that, then I think that, he can help these players from a business standpoint now that he's moving to this front office position. Rico, final thought before I move to the next caller?
Final thought. Just know, I heard you said you might be hiring soon. Just know that I can edit my ass off.
Oh, that's what's up.
Just know that.
All right, Rico, I appreciate it, man. Well, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. I'm gonna put my email for everybody inside the comment box, and social medias as well. Transferring to New Mexico State. No, I'm here, man. All right, Rico, I appreciate it, man. Thanks for calling in.
All right, roll Tide.
Roll Tide to you, man. Rico calling in from Birmingham. Says he's got the sticks. He can cook on the editing. I appreciate it. Got a super chat in here from Sam Thomas. Message to Bama Nation. Sit back and enjoy the ride. Football wasn't invented by Saban, and it won't end with him. Give me 1,100 dogs and let's work. And you know what they say about hungry dogs, right? That they run faster. I like that. And you kind of have, it kind of is fitting too. You have coaches coming from the Huskies, the dogs coming over here. They dogs. We're about to find out. Somebody in the comment box, I should have highlighted this, said that they liked the fact that if Kalen DeBoer was able to keep Freddie Roach and HaHa Clinton Dix, I think that would be really important from a player personnel development, right? Because Freddie Roach is from state of Alabama, played at Alabama, played at the highest level, and then HaHa Clinton Dix, obviously he played in the NFL as well, but I believe he's from Florida. So having those two guys, they have SEC ties. Players like them. They're younger. They have that energy that players can gravitate towards. So his roster is not filled out yet. And I think Chris from New Jersey pointed out that Kalen DeBoer said that he wanted to make his coaching staff come together quickly. Rushed decisions are not the best decisions, but there has to be a plan in place at this level. And like Lynn is saying, inside the comment box, Roach needs to be the linebacker coach. Like if he was working with the outside linebackers coach, which is open and available right now, I think that he would certainly be best suited for that for sure. So today's headlines, you got Ryan Grubb and kind of the news around that. He was the former offensive coordinator at Washington. Before that, Fresno. Has led an electric offense over the last couple of seasons. I'm going to read out a couple high points on Ryan Grubb that you should know about, why you should be excited. And a lot of that is because he had the number one passer in the country this past season in Michael Penix Jr. The offense only allowed 12 sacks. He's the mastermind of this offense. He was calling the plays. Number 2 passing offense. Number 12 total offense overall. And this is it. This is something else that I love is he had the number one passer in the country. Okay. We can't lose sight of these running backs here. I know a lot of the talk is on the wide receivers because we're talking about Isaiah Bond going to Texas, which, by the way, if you're just joining us, is official. But he was able to feed Dylan Johnson for 1,200 yards and 16 touchdowns. That's a lot of production, right, for a running back. And I think when you have two very capable running backs, and I'm not disrespecting Richard Young in any way when I don't mention him right now, but you have Justice Haynes, who I think can be the guy. And I think that Jam Miller can, serve in any type of serious role at running back, whether he's the featured back or whether he's, some sort of a third down back, third and short type back. I don't know. Feed them both. However you have to do it, be creative with it. Trust the process. In with the super chat says that we can replace Bond, but Downs would be hard because we need to hurry up and get a defensive coordinator, SEC-minded coordinator, before our defense has an impact. And I think you're right, because if I'm a player and you're re-recruiting me, I want to see the direction of the defense. I want to see if I vibe with the defensive coordinator. I want to see if we're on the same page. Where is this guy from? What is his credentials? What is the vision for Alabama's defense going forward? Right? Caleb Downs, yeah, that would be monumental. That's a full court press loss if that was to happen. Look, I'm going to walk you off the ledge a little bit. He hasn't even put his name into the transfer portal. There's a lot of people saying that he had paperwork ready, but this is a full court press by Alabama to deter him from going into the portal and staying in Alabama. So I think we'd learn more about that within the next 24 hours. It's crazy. The news has been traveling really, really fast. Stay with Bama Football on YouTube. I'm trying to keep everything as best organized as I could. Because news is happening. All right, that was Rico. So far, we've had a really nice lineup, and I appreciate you guys joining me this morning. Kyle Anderson for Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys. We had Luke from Weaver. Luke is a 49er fan, also has a dog that he just named Jalen. And then we had Chris from New Jersey with the quality, crystal clear call coming in that he's really excited about the new hire in Caleb DeBoer. And he said that, so far everywhere on the headlines is Ryan Grubb is expected to come to ESPN. So we've seen that out there. We talked about Isaiah Bond going to Texas. That was some breaking news that we covered right here on Bama Football on YouTube. And then we had Rico from Birmingham call in saying that he's excited. And he said that they're going to take the shackles off Kendrick Law, which I think that was a hell of a point. Ryan Grubb to ESPN, huh? No, Ryan Grubb. No, it's on ESPN. Ryan Grubb to Bama. Sorry if I went too fast on there. Ryan Grubb to Alabama is expected. What's up, JG? I see you. No, probably Saban to ESPN. That is what you're probably going to see, right? Maybe Coach Saban. He always said that he loved the media and appreciated them. Maybe he's gonna start working for ESPN, right? And you see ESPN's been getting all the scoop, right? Chris Lowe just has a hotline right to the front office and Coach Saban. Sabalusa. All right, let's go. We got a next caller in at 256. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Anderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Hey, Kyle, it's Timmy. I'm calling from San Bernardino, California.
Timmy, what's up, man? I appreciate you calling from San Bernardino, man.
Thank you.
Go ahead, man. Welcome to the show.
When you told me the news about Isaiah Bond, it kind of hurt a little bit because I'm not going to lie, him and Burden were the two most clutch wide receivers on the team. Bond had that 4th and 31 grave digger and that 4th and 3 in the SEC championship game. He was by far the best receiver on the field that day. It's going to hurt, but if I'm a recruit, if I'm like Ron Williams, I'm looking at this opportunity to be like, okay, I want to come back to Bama. They really don't have anybody. I want to prove to everybody that I'm the man. I want to come to Bama because of what Saban left. It's his legacy. And because of Saban, I wouldn't want to go to Georgia or, Florida State or anybody else. I want to go to Bama because of what Saban left behind. And I want to continue that. Ron Grubb's addition, if it is official, whenever it's official, that'll be breaking news. I would love to see that. I think he will make Jalen Milroe just like a Michael Penix 2.0,
Yep.
except for Jalen could run and Michael Penix couldn't run as much.
Yeah.
But he did have smart decisions when he did run the football.
Mhm.
I hope the defensive coordinator would be Glenn Schumann or whatever his name is, or Will Muschamp. I think that would be a home run hire on the defensive side and keeping Freddie Roach and Clinton Diggs on the staff. But I'm just eager to see what this team can do, man. With Kalen DeBoer, I guess his name, whatever the offensive lines coach is, I forgot his name, and Ryan Grubb. I'm excited to see what this new era has to offer and has in store for us. It's gonna be one hell of a run. Like I do agree with the last caller though when he said there will be one loss and it will be early. I think we'll beat Georgia, but I do agree with him. I do believe we will have one loss, and I think if we play Ole Miss, I think that'll be the team we lose to because of the fact that they have all that talent and all the transfers coming in. I'm pretty nervous about that on our schedule. But other than that, I'm pretty excited for it. I'm excited to be playing that grueling, not playing, but watching our team play this amazing schedule coming up and to see what the 12-team playoff has to offer.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we're on the line with Timmy calling in from San Bernardino, California. San Bernardino, where you at? I don't know if you guys caught that. If you guys follow, if you guys listen to Dr. Dre, you guys would. Pasadena, what's up? So the thing about it is coming into this new world of college football in this next wave of the SEC, there's no longer the East. There's no longer the West. So making a run at the number 1 spot or the number 2 spot in the SEC is going to be the most daunting task. There's no more just winning the West and you're in. No, you got to be number 1 or number 2. So I think it's going to be a hella hard job for anybody to get to that 1 or 2 spot. Now, Alabama doesn't play Ole Miss this coming year, but the schedule is absolutely loaded. Somebody just asked to see Alabama's football schedule. Let's pull it up just so we could look at it real quick, Timmy, while I got you on the line, and we'll kind of go over Alabama's football schedule for the 2024 season, because I think it's worth looking at with the changing of the guards, and I think it's going to be very difficult for any single team to really be undefeated. It is already, but in terms of like really making a run, I think you could have a team in the playoffs that potentially even gets to the title game that has 2 losses. This is new college football. There's no longer go undefeated. I don't think even losing early really hurts you too much anymore. I mean, because you look at this schedule, it's going to be very daunting. Here we go. Timmy, hang on with me real quick. Open up the season, taking on Western Kentucky. Okay, feel good about that, clearly. Taking on South Florida. Those guys came up and they had a good game plan, and that game was just yuck. Everything about that game was terrible last year, including the TV broadcast. I was actually in Tampa at the game. It rained all the time. That was when everybody's TV, like I think the TV even got knocked out, and it was like a widescreen format. Then you take a trip up to Camp Randall, take on the Wisconsin Badgers. Who knows? That's a tough game. On the road, new coach, new things. Been a while since Alabama and Wisconsin have played. You have 2 weeks to prep for guess who? Georgia. And guess who's on their staff? Every single person from that Georgia staff, that they love guys from Alabama. And he's going to have T-Rob over there talking about the holes and whatnot for that September 28th matchup here in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. And what a welcome to the SEC. You thought playing in the Pac-12 was fun? Well, welcome to the SEC, where you got Georgia. Then you got a trip to Nashville, where you take on Vanderbilt, you take on South Carolina. Then you travel to Tennessee for the 3rd Saturday in October. Glad to see that game still stuck as a rivalry game. You take on Missouri. Egan, I see you lived in Alamogordo for 4 years, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I used to live, I've been to Alamogordo many times. I always used to hit up that All Subs for a burrito or a couple when I was down there. You take on Missouri and Eli Drinkwitz, who's doing a good job with the Tigers. You have 2 weeks to prep for Brian Kelly in a trip to the Bayou, okay? that game, look at that. Those 3 games right there, that's that middle of the schedule gauntlet. Tennessee, Missouri, open week, LSU. You have a little bit of breathing room with Mercer. I know that's early season rat poison before you take on Oklahoma in Norman, and then you take on Auburn, okay, and Hugh Freeze. I call him the boogeyman just because, everything that comes with him is tough to beat, period. So, yeah, you do have Saban as the advisor. Blake's or Dreamland for me. Oh, you know about Blake's. This is someone from New Mexico. Oh, Blake's, 1,000,000%. Like, no. Okay, I love Blake. I love Dreamland. The last time I went there, it was fantastic. Actually, that sounds really good today. I might go to Dreamland today. But Blake's Lottaburger is in New Mexico, and they have these they have burgers with green chili, and if you've had green chili in New Mexico, you know it hits different. So appreciate it. Yeah, Juice is like Alamogordo is a shithole. Yeah, it's not a bucket list type place, but they do have White Sands, which isn't too far away, and if you've been in that area, it is really beautiful. And before I get back to Timmy. Look, Alamogordo also site of the Trinity site where they bombed, where they ran the nuclear bomb. And also, it's home of the stealth bombers. So one time I was driving into Alamogordo and I saw, I'm not kidding you, saw like 2 stealth bombers take off. I've seen them fly over, which is dope. But the stealth bombers taking off hits different. Timmy, what else you got, man? Calling in for San Bernardino. Go ahead, man.
Yeah.
Timmy?
Timmy,
I think we lost you, man. Try to come in one more time, man. Timmy?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, man. We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, I feel like that Missouri game and LSU game and that Georgia game would be really good. Tennessee, they're starting to add some pieces around that. I guess he's a freshman quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's a 5-star.
Yeah.
I've seen him play in that Jesus Bowl, whatever bowl game it was. He was lighting it up. Like, that boy can throw some darts. So if we don't get a good defensive coordinator, I'm kind of anxious to see, or nervous to see what he's going to do. But I do believe we'll lose at least 1 or 2 games. We'll get in the playoffs. And I guess the main game I'm kind of focused on is that Missouri game, just because of what Missouri did this past year. I was not expecting them to win 11 games, to go 11-2 and beat Ohio State 14-3 on a neutral site field. I was not expecting that at all.
Mm-hmm.
I thought they would beat the brakes off of them, or at least beat them by 10. But I was watching that, and I'm like, oh man, Missouri's the real deal. Damn, they're pretty freaking good.
Yep.
But other than that, that's all I got.
All right, Timmy, man, be safe on the road, man, and we'll catch up with you next time.
All right, God bless y'all, man.
Yeah, God bless you too, man. All right, we got a 865 coming up next right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here. Hit the thumbs up and think about becoming a fan funder. What is a fan funder? Well, if you go up to the top, if you're watching on your phone, go up to the top. It's a hyperlink to become a fan funder. Only $2.99 a month to support this channel and support the overall content. I don't work for a big company. I'm not a salary type employed. Every single thing that I earn is from the YouTube channel, so I appreciate you guys supporting. If you're on your computer, hit the button that says join, and remember, you can watch the show right on your big screen, or you could just minimize it and listen to it as a podcast, whatever it is. I appreciate you guys calling in and being a member of the show right here on Bama Football on YouTube. And of course, I do have the coaches featured: Coach Sean, Coach Smoot, Coach Jarek, and of course Ty Hayes. All those guys do such a great job contributing here at Bama Football on YouTube, and those guys crushing it. Today's headlines: January 14th, 2024. Ryan Grubb, is it going to be official at some point? Looks like it's getting hotter. He is the OC that was at Washington. Really hot name, really high-level offensive-minded coach that could be joining Kayla DeBoer's staff. New staff updates, we talked about that. Watch for Jamarcus Shepard in terms of the new wide receiver coach working with Alabama's talented wide receivers. Isaiah Bond to Texas, that is official. He announced it. Remember, his representative said, don't believe anything until you see it. Well, it's all over because Bond is going to Texas, and I think it is a great pickup for the Texas Longhorns, considering the fact that they are returning the quarterback Quinn Ewers. What's up, Kevin? I appreciate you joining from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Was just in New Mexico visiting my family. Man, it was cold out there, but somebody said inside the comment box, Golden Pride burritos. Yeah, that's it. Like Golden Pride number 11 with the sausage and the green chili burrito. That is undefeated. It's basically like the Nick Saban of breakfast burritos. All right, let's see what else we got. Des Ricks inside the transfer portal. So is Antonio Kite. Those guys have not made official announcements to where they're going. Sean Murphy hopped into the portal last night as well. And we talked about Kayla DeBar's overall message to the team about having to recruit the team and don't have a lot of defensive coordinator updates right now. Crimson Dad, what's up? Saying, can I have a shout out? 100%. I appreciate you being here. Thank you very much. Like that avatar. Looks like a nice city wherever you're at. The Coke bottle. I didn't see a Coke bottle yesterday. That was one of the weirdest things. Did you? Was there a Coke bottle in the press conference? I don't think there was. I didn't see that. Flower Power, what's up? Super chat in. The pieces are coming together. Even with the schedule under the bar, we should do well in this new format, especially with Saban as GM. Yeah, so maybe Courtney Morgan has GM, but maybe Coach Saban is CEO, right? And he is like a CEO. And anyways, he's talked about the organizational process. So maybe the way he looked at it, maybe the way that he drew out his kind of tree is to be the CEO. And when you are the CEO, you have to make tough decisions. You have to be able to put yourself out of certain positions and into other positions so other people can grow, flourish, and change with the times. And as business change, which is college football, I can see him making a chess move on that. All right, we go to 865. Let's do it. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Anderson. Thanks for being patient. I appreciate you calling in. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Angel from Pigeon Forge again.
Angel, what's up, man? I appreciate you calling from Pigeon Forge, man. Thanks for being patient. Welcome on into the show.
Yeah, I got a couple points. Yes, it sucks seeing Isaiah Bongo. Like, we knew this was going to happen, and it was one of the ultimate fallout pieces for the domino effect to fall. And we just got to keep Caleb Downs because he is the future and the big piece for next season. And that guy's a monster. But I know he's at the meeting, but he has to stay because we have to, because, he's the guy, for safety. And, it's just, I don't know, like we have to keep him locked up. And also, for other players leaving, I can understand why that Saban, when Saban left, this was the fallout effect.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. I'm excited for next year. But we were so close, getting close in the Natty. And, it is what it is. But we just got to move on, focus on next season. And next year I can see us maybe making the playoffs. But Kellen DeBoer has to understand that defense is mostly Alabama football because that's how it started. And Saban's got a plan going in place. And I'm not really not too crazy on the hire, but if Saban vouch for the guy, then I'll hear him out. And that's what the other players got to understand, too. You give the guy a chance,
No.
Sure, he's not Nick Saban. He's left his own mark to the program. But, that's how it should be. And then NIL and all this way out of control. And something's got to happen. Something's got to give. We got to have regulation because, Bama has the money. It's just that Texas is also have really good money and a big brand. And with the whole Bijan thing. But, I don't know. NIL, to me, is getting to the point where it's going to ruin college football. But at the same time, we can't do nothing about it unless the NCAA steps in and, takes it by the horns and put a regulation on it. But it is what it is. I think we'll get the job done, and just don't expect much coming out of DeBoer yet because he has to prove himself, in the SEC country, because out west, it's different from SEC down the south.
100%.
Two different types of football.
Yep.
In the ACC, it's just more dominant and it's faster and more aggressive. And he said all the right words, but he's got to back it up. He's got to understand defense also matters, not just offense. It's nice having offense, but defense wins championships.
Yeah.
And I'm a defensive guy. So, yeah, I played linebacker, and that's the best position to play on defense.
Hell yeah.
And defensively, I really like our team going back. Just got to lock up Caleb Downs and have him rally the troops. Same thing with Milrow. We couldn't get Bond to stay. What they say at Bama, next man up. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Yeah, I think, when you look to the components coming back, it is a loss, but yeah, there's guys that are always going to replace you. And people are saying, like Adam, who, all right, so Adam is saying that everybody is now saying that Ryan Grubb is official. Let me see that out there, and then I'll bring the tweet to you guys. But before I do, Angel, I appreciate you calling, man. Yeah, I'll answer on the other line, Angel, about my thoughts about kind of the next man up. But I appreciate you calling in, man.
Yeah, and CJ Dupree is also going to have a next season, too, as well. He's going to have a monster game, just so you know. He's a sleeper.
Yeah, I got
CJ
you.
Dupree.
Yep. CJ Dupree, a tight end at Alabama. All right, I'm still looking for like an official. Everyone's saying Grubbs is official. So I just want to see if we can find a tweet that says it, and then we'll post it in here. But Ryan, that's what everybody wanted to see. Was Ryan Grubb coming in, and I think the news supersedes Isaiah Bond leaving out. And as just recently, Angel was saying from Pigeon Forge is that kind of that next man up mentality, and the wide receivers at Alabama are going to come in and be able to rise up. I think if Ryan Grubb is hired. And see, I haven't seen it official just yet. I'm just going to wait. What are we at, like a 90%? All right, let's just kind of wait until I can see. Yeah, Joe, man, what's up? I appreciate you being a new member. Same thing with Sean. It's a really great way to support the channel, honestly. Nothing official just yet. So we will do we check Yahoo Sports? Do we check ESPN? All of our other sites. Once it's official, we'll bring it into you guys. Kyle Henderson and Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here. One more time, if you want to become a fan funder, go up to the top, hit the hyperlink. As low as $2.99 per month to support the channel. Want to get at least 10% of those 100,000 subscribers. Want to build a business around that. Go forward, have new plans, aspirations for this goal. 100,000 subscribers isn't the end point. So I appreciate you guys. And of course, the super chats as well. And just because you don't, super chat doesn't mean you can't get your comment posted on the screen. I get it. Everybody's in different places in their life, whether you're a college student or, you're a CEO, it's all good. I appreciate you guys sticking with me. All I ask, and what you guys don't owe me anything. What I owe you is consistency and performance. So that's my pledge to you, and I appreciate you guys being here. And Emmanuel Henderson did move to wide receiver. I talked to him during media day. He said when he came here, he's from the state of Alabama, and he came here as a running back. And then they transitioned him to wide receiver because of his size. And then, I think he's like 6'2". So, yeah, running backs can be 6'2", 100%. But he kind of has, and I'm sure they've kind of worked with his overall build, but he looks like a wide receiver, right? He has a really good wingspan. I think he's going to be a guy that stands out this year. I wonder what Ja'Cory Brooks is thinking about, or Shaz Preston, some of the guys that have hit the portal and now thinking about, Ryan Grubb coming in, right? That's kind of the thing that I would be thinking about. And these guys hit the transfer portal before they even knew Coach Saban was leaving. I would have waited. But whatever. All right. Let's go back to the phone lines, and we got a 773 calling in. Hey, thanks for being patient. I appreciate you being here. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson, who I'm on the line with.
Kyle,
yeah, go ahead, man.
Are you talking to Mike from Chicago? How's it going?
Mike, what's up, man? You already know the drill, man. Welcome on in. I appreciate you calling.
All right, thank you. First thing, I think I don't think a lot of losses that's happened as far as players has been that. I mean, because the roster is so deep. But I do think the 3 defensive players that we lost, that's gonna that they need to work on getting those back.
Mhm.
And I think the big loss of Elijah Pritchett, I think depth at the offensive line is going to hurt. And then I also thought that the T-Rob, that was a big hit. I mean, giving it to Georgia, oh my God, that was a big hit. I mean, I think they should have done something quickly. Say, hey, T-Rob, you're the defensive coordinator, throw money at him or something. I think that's a big hit because you want the defense to come back with some continuity. You don't want both offense to get new terminology and defense to get new terminology. But, I'm, hey, I'm not a coach. I just play one on TV. But the one point I do want to bring up, and I do want to bring up, and it's an ongoing process that's been happening for years and years, and things that we've talked about as being a person of color is why do we not have, some form of, the Rooney Rule or something. I mean, it's not, where you have no consideration for any coaches of color in the situation. It's here we go again, and we talk about it a lot of times, and people don't understand. It's that old buddy, that old buddy system. Hey, this is the people who I know. This is who I hire. And to some degree, that's unfair. I mean, you got to give some chances. At least talk to them. I mean, you got David Shaw, who's out there from Stanford. He was like 3-time Pac-12. He coached at Stanford, did a hell of a job. He's out there not doing anything, but you're going to play Kalen DeBoer $20 million buyout. We're talking about buyout to come over here. And you have a lot of, and I'm not saying that this is a bad hire. I'm not saying you have to hire a person of color, but there should be some form of a consideration. There should be some form of looking in that area. There should maybe be some form of hey, talking to T-Rob or maybe talking of other coaches to give them opportunities. Because if you always go down the same path of who I talk to people who I know, I hire who I know, then when people of color starts complaining, it's like, well, there has to be an understanding about that. So, that's the thing that really disturbed me. Outside of that, I mean, hey, I think Alabama's going to be, good. I think we do need to understand now those 12-2 seasons may happen. And, the board may need to understand that 12-2 is not a happy place there.
Yeah.
Maybe at Washington, you're going to have a parade, but here in Tuscaloosa, you go 12-2, 9-3, you're not going to be the talk of the town. So I think that's the thing that he needs to start getting ready for, and the grind of the SEC. I mean, you go Missouri, you go Georgia, you go LSU, you go Tennessee, back to back. You're not going Arizona State. No, you're going against some powerhouses. So good luck to Alabama. Good luck to Tuscaloosa. I'm hoping for the best. But again, I just wanted to bring up that point that, that coaching search, troubled me a little bit that, of all the people that was actually considered, there was no person of color. I mean, you're actually telling them they actually considered Sark. Sark is at Alabama on steroids. I mean, that's where he's at. I would never leave there to save my life. So if you're considering Sark, who's at a place that is on, again, as I say, Alabama on steroids. They got all the money in the world. They got all the facilities. They're in Texas. You throw a rock, you hit a 5-star. You're considering him the lead. There should be something that's been put in place for NCAA about some form of a Rooney Rule to have some level of consideration for coaches of color. Hey, thanks a lot. Don't want to hold the time. Maybe you can talk about that, while
I will.
You're online. Talk to you later. Thanks a lot.
All right, man. Take it easy, man. All right, Mike calling from Chicago. I think Coach Locks was definitely brought up, right, in terms of being for a head coach, or at least getting an interview for this job. I mean, we're never going to get the full list of who exactly was, put on call from Greg Byrne in terms of what you were looking for, or, black, white, whatever. I think in this particular situation, one thing that I liked about it, Jack saying that Locks was considered. How could he not be? I mean, I think the turnaround of Coach Locks hasn't been highlighted that much in terms of what he's been able to do as a wide receiver coach, then going over to Maryland and doing a good job with the Terps, right? Coach Locks is a hell of a coach. He's a hell of a man. He's rebuilt himself. Talk a guy that's been battle tested, lost a son, move forward. I'll never forget. I know Coach Loxley. When he was here, his son was murdered. It was terrible. And you know what the first thing he did was, and he's here in Tuscaloosa and his family was back in Maryland. He went back to work. And Coach Saban was like, hey, like, take some time off, whatever. And he's like, no, I need to get my mind off this. Like, not my mind off this, but like, I need to get dialed back in. Not to say that it wasn't, a big deal, because he did go back to Maryland and take care of what he was needed to take care of. But he's a man in every sense of the word. So I think he definitely had an opportunity as well. One thing that I did like, though, is the fact that Coach or Greg Byrne kind of went out of the ecosystem of Coach Saban, right? There's so many guys under the Coach Saban tree. And I think if you were to go under that direction, that people would have always been like, well, this is part of the process. This is blah, blah, blah. And now with Kalen DeBoer, he has no ties to Nick Saban whatsoever. That takes a lot of pressure off. And I think that that's huge. I mean, you don't go under kind of that ecosystem, and you basically get somebody else who has a different philosophy, who can come in and vibe with the players the way he wants to. It's a changing regards. No one ever going to be able to replace Coach Saban. And, going with Caleb Barr, I like that. So what we're tracking right now, these are the January 14th headlines. Ryan Grubb, a lot of people are saying it's official. We don't know if it's official right now. New staff updates. We talked about Jamarcus Shepard potentially coming over as a wide receiver coach. But one name that I guess I haven't highlighted enough is Scott Huff. Scott Huff was the offensive line coach at the University of Alabama. I'm sorry, at the University of Washington. Could potentially come over here to Alabama. The Huskies just won the Joe Moore Award this last year, which goes to the best overall offensive line in the country. We don't know who is going to be retained, if anyone, but clearly you have to retain some guys with, ties to the SEC, because that's kind of the one. I don't know if it's necessarily a weak spot, but Caleb DeBoer coming in, not from the SEC, not having roots from the SEC. The parents are going to want to know, this is a different level. Coaches are going to want to know. You have to reestablish new relationships with all of the coaches. And one thing that Coach Saban did, just like all coaches out there, they have a yearly coaching clinic where you come in and you have guest speakers, but also Coach Saban, that's a great time to shake hands with all of the coaches across the great state of Alabama. There was coaches that came in from New Mexico, California, Arizona, all over to listen to Coach Saban, and rightfully so. So that's why he was able to build up kind of that huge Rolodex. Plus, Coach Saban's just straight up the GOAT. All right, so what we are tracking right now, still waiting to figure out if Ryan Grubb would be official. I haven't seen that just yet, but once it is official, I'll update the graphic up at the top that says Ryan Grubb being official. Appreciate you guys being here. Excuse me. Let's go back to the phone lines with the 360. Hey, thanks for being patient. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Cool, I'm on the line with him. Where are you calling in from?
Yeah, this is Jeff. I'm calling from Husky Nation, baby.
Hey, what's up, Jeff? I appreciate you calling in from Washington, I take it. So welcome on in.
Yes, sir, Seattle.
Yeah, feel at home. Jeff, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, feel at home, man. First time caller. Welcome. Feel at home and welcome on in, man. Take it away.
Yes, sir. No, I appreciate it, call, man. Hey, just want to say you do a great job. Just kind of fell around the channel, obviously, with all the news and all the transition that's going on in college football, but specifically at Washington and Alabama. The coverage you guys are giving is off top of notch. So super cool to be on this and talk with you guys. You guys got a good dude, and if you get some of the coaches on his staff, I think it's definitely a good home run hire for sure. Kalen DeBoer in his 2 years in Seattle helped put Washington football back on the map nationally. I do disagree with the last caller, just real quick on a side note. We didn't throw a parade going 10-2 or 14-1.
Yeah.
But I definitely understand from the East Coast perception, that's how you guys might feel. We also have very high expectations on this side of the Mississippi. But a couple concerns I have for you guys is make sure you guys are thinking about and are aware of. And I'm sure you guys have probably already talked about some of these, but so if I'm sounding like a broken record, please don't mind it. Number one is just his short tenure at some of his stops.
Yeah.
The guy definitely wins with other coaches' talent,
Mm.
and him and his staff are able to maximize that talent. A couple things to kind of keep a note. When he came to the University of Washington, if you look at his recruiting, kind of who he has been able to recruit, he lives and dies in the transfer portal, at least at Washington and Fresno State,
Wow.
which, again, is a good method. But, again, just to kind of keep in mind, he won with other guys, if that makes sense. Chris Peterson, old legendary coach up here in Washington, Jimmy Lake, guy got fired. But these are all guys who literally recruited a lot of that talent, and they were lower 3-star, 4-star recruits. So, again, he's able to maximize on that. So that's just one thing I'll be really keeping my eye on is with Courtney Morgan. He's an OG. You guys probably know you've done your research around him. How, they're able to maximize recruiting and keeping, kids in the Southeast. I think the last caller did make a good point with Sark at Texas. I mean, golly, they have all the resources there too as well. I think Georgia's getting the resources, Ole Miss. So, you're pulling up the schedule. Hopefully you guys looked at our schedule and saw how many games we barely won. And again, I think Kalen DeBoer, I think highly of him. I think I'm worried for him because, yes, some of those games we should have lost. And if you guys ever have a chance, look at the Arizona State game.
Yeah, I did. I watched that game.
Stanford game, literally a play away.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bro, I'm talking about my heart. I mean, I'm thankful now. I mean, this has been the toughest week in Seattle sports, going from a national championship game, high of highs, to Pete Carroll being let go, to then Kalen DeBoer a day later going out to Alabama. So it's been wild, but man, I think you guys got a good one. Ryan Grubb is also amazing. You guys are gonna love his play calling. He's very aggressive, and they definitely love to throw that thing around. And I think a good mix. I mean, what they're able to do with like a Dylan Johnson. You guys probably remember his name at Mississippi State. I mean, he turned into an all Pac-12 player when people thought he was soft. Blah blah blah. So yeah, if you guys are able to pull that off, killer. And then the last guy I think is the underrated, probably guy maybe people aren't talking about now, but you guys will hear come season time is Jamarcus Shepard. That dude is a dog. I don't know if you guys heard, he don't call wide receivers. He calls them the takers. And this the way he's able to build relationships with that room is top notch. And I think that missing piece from the last few years I've seen at Alabama is having those real dogs in that wide receiver room. And with him leading the way, ooh-wee. But lastly, my only concern is how long is he going to be there? And that would just be my biggest thing if it's not just being ran out. But I do think he has NFL aspirations. So if one day the Cowboys call or whoever, I mean, again, I hate to see you guys in a worse spot than everybody else has been left after Kalen DeBoer. So just kind of things that kind of keep your guys aware of. This isn't something new that he just started doing. If you look at his resume, I mean, history repeats itself. So I just don't want y'all to get super hyped up on this guy. And then all of a sudden, 2 years down the road, you're like, Jeff from Seattle, come back, join the show. Man, we want a pity party here. But I hope he's there for a long time. He's replacing the GOAT, greatest of all time. That's tough, challenging. And, yes, to everybody's point, you guys have all the best players in the country. You guys got to get a good defensive coordinator. I would be concerned if Chuck Morrell or William Inge from the Huskies come there. I would say keep someone from Bama, get a new DC. But yeah, defense has been kind of soft out here for the last 2 years. So
yeah,
I know you guys have the players and the talent to make a difference. But anyways, I appreciate you, Kyle. Thanks for the time.
Yeah, hold on, Jeff, man. I got a couple questions for you before you bounce out. So
Yes,
Kalen DeBoer mentioned that re-recruiting the players is kind of the first priority. Courtney Morgan served as the GM. From what I heard, he has a large personality. People gravitate towards him. He's someone that vibes with
Yep.
the players. The players can instantly like and trust. And I love that they added that spot GM. I think that was that's a chess
Yeah.
move by Washington. Can you tell me a little bit more about or like any type of detail about Courtney Morgan?
Oh yeah. No, Courtney. When I say Courtney Morgan, to me, he and again, I think the last caller, Mike, talked about people of color
There you
on
go. Yeah.
the board staff. You'll probably see not many people of color on his staff, and that's just, it is what it is. But Courtney Morgan is that guy who's going to be able to go into the inner city, go into the South, go up north, go anywhere, go into someone's living room and build those connections. That boy is on his phone 24/7. Follow him on Twitter and just look what he's liking, look what he's replying to. The guy gets it. He understands. Like he helped dub we had a little recruiting thing. It's the Montlake Motion. And if anybody who's kind of hip to hip hop, that culture, we always just say it's the motion up here. And, he really just helped get kids to really buy into that and just help that relationship piece. And then not to mention, you saw what he's been able to do at Michigan, help get that roster with low recruits, right? And same thing up here in Seattle. But that he reminds me, and this probably sounds terrible, but like a basketball bagman back in the day. He's just that guy who's just the salesman on the program. And when I say he is the salesman, he runs it. He helps get kids on, official visits, unofficial visits. He's basically in their parents. He's just the guy. So you'll see a lot of him. And I will say any successes with any kids staying and like being with the program, I would just tell you it's probably because of Courtney Morgan and his ability to relate to the kids.
The other thing I wanted to ask you, I know you had some really good things to say about Grubbs. You talked about Jamarcus Shepard, so maybe those would kind of be my next questions that I have. I kind of have. This is turned into an interview, by the way. So have a couple calls because so get comfy. And if you're in the call queue, I'll get to you guys. You guys just hang tight. All right, I'm not going anywhere. I wanted to ask you about players in the portal that have hit from Washington. Any of those guys that you're really high on and that could be potential targets to follow Kalen DeBoer, and if you can mention some of those guys for us.
Yeah, no, I think there's a ton, right?
Yep.
We have a running joke in some of our group chats is we might not be even to field a roster come September.
Sheesh.
So it's been really bad. But a few guys who recruits just naturally, high school recruits. I think there's a few out there who definitely decommitted. On Monday we had day of the national championship, the number one player in the state of Washington, linebacker, commit to the Dogs, and literally Wednesday decommit. So Noah Carter, kid from Arizona, he's a linebacker, edge rusher. Okay. I definitely could see him following. But as far as like current players on the roster, what you saw a lot is a lot of guys who had the opportunity to come back. They decided to go into the NFL draft. So there was a couple defensive players who put their name in the portal recently. A guy named Asa Turner. He's a guy from, I believe, like Carlsbad, California. He's a West Coast guy, but could be a guy that follows. I know he was he loved Kalen DeBoer, and he really kind of helped his career grow. The other guy is a cornerback, DB, Jabbar Muhammad. Yep. That he was, I think, first team All Pac-12. He's nice. He's locked down. We call him Bar Island out here. But I just don't know what your guys' needs are there. But I definitely do think you'll. Will Rogers, did I hear that right?
Yeah. Will Rogers hit the portal a couple days ago. Look, the quarterback room is full here. I don't know. That would be crazy.
Silly.
You have Milroe coming back. You have Ty Simpson, Lonergan. I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe he's waiting to see who the next hire will be at Washington. I don't know.
Yeah, it was really odd. I definitely do feel like he's a Ryan Grubb, Kalen DeBoer guy, though. So I would just kind of think about that a little
For
bit.
sure.
I don't know what eligibility Miro has. It would be silly to potentially move him to another position or red shirt or something like that. But I wouldn't be surprised. I hate to say like Will Rogers, because I think a caller earlier was talking about Milroe can run. Michael Penix can run. You just got to remember, he not obviously to Milroe's level, but they want their quarterback not to get hurt. And Michael Penix, 4 seasons of injury, so that's why you didn't see them utilize him in the run game.
Uh-huh.
I think adding Will Rogers or Milroe in that offense is going to be a little different than what maybe the tape will show at Washington, to have that other element, right, or the other layer there. So that should be really exciting to kind of see. I don't know how you guys need on tight ends, but I forget the gentleman's name, but he was at Fresno State. So actually ties to Fresno State. He was a tight end who transferred to Washington, who also just recently went back into the transfer portal. So, and he's a guy we were looking high on, but yeah, half our team went into the NFL draft. So we are not looking good. But yeah, so the one thing I will say is the board does a really good job of getting people to get quick buy-in, energy, effort, and attitude. That's his big thing. And the guy, again, from a guy who knows how to help build a culture, man. I mean, there's already one there. Obviously, you guys have done it under Saban for forever, but he's someone who I think can kind of attempt to elevate it, and I think you got a winner for sure. We definitely miss him out here. We call him some other names. We won't go into details on that right now, but I wish him well, man. That he brought a lot of happy moments, and excited that he's going to the big leagues. And there's nowhere at the top than you guys. So I wish him the best, and
all right,
your program the best too as well.
Lastly, I wanted to ask you about this before you go. I'm on with Jeff from Seattle. Seems obviously very dialed into Washington. We appreciate you calling from across the country. I love Seattle personally. I love to hit up the fish market down there. I mean, just the whole experience. It's a good Pike's Place. And I remember going out there when I was young with my mom when she took me down to Pike's Place, and you see him throwing the salmon. Right. I saw that. I was like right there. And then kind of cruising through and all the good food up there, and just, I can mess with Seattle. It's a good city. For sure. The other thing I was going to ask about is like one of the biggest concerns that I have is about the defense, right? Because over here at Alabama, the number one thing about this program, like the Bama standard is basically another way of saying like the Bama defense. That has always kind of been the pinnacle, the focus point of this particular program. It's been the backbone of Saban. He'll mess around with the defense like he did for a little while with Pete Golding, and people they got pissed off. Like they started pointing Pete Golding, he was a scapegoat for everything, but the defense just wasn't good. They were allowed, you look at the points that they allowed against LSU, Tennessee, they were allowing like 48 points, way up there. Under Kevin Steele, a former Saban disciple from the ecosystem, it went back to the Bama standard like that. Hard hitting, limited points within, the realism of today's pass-heavy offense, right? But the defense made incredible second half adjustments. What was the issue at Washington? Was there just not like a focus on the defense? Because when I see number 94 in defense, I just I don't like that at all. And that's one of my biggest concerns. That will not fly. That will get you a ticket sent out. I'm not kidding. There's not going to be like the pressure here. You start getting into shooting matches like 61 to 51. You're going to lose the fan base, and you're not going to be able to keep up in the SEC because you look at the Oklahomas of the world. You look at what Auburn was able to do with the misdirection. Hugh Freeze is crazy. You look at some of these other, Tennessee and the offensive minds there. Like the SEC is different. They're built different. And if you don't have a defense, you're going to be in trouble, and you're going to be packing your bags to another program.
Yeah, no, right there with you. I think, I'll just go with the first obvious one is just the talent level, right? I don't know if you know a little bit about the roster makeup on defensive side of the ball for the Dogs. Our number one linebacker, middle linebacker, was a walk-on when he first came on. So I would just say this talent level, right? Great players for Pac-12, great players for University of Washington. I think that got exposed big time in physical games, and I think IE national championship game, Michigan, just put it on those boys, right? And I think just a lot of just we call them our kind of guys up here in this area. They're not going to be 5-star recruits. They're not going to be big time names. We just want people who are going to get the job done, make a play. But sometimes with that athleticism and stuff like that's good, but this lack physicality and this big bodies.
Yeah.
And I think, defensively, I think they have it's a very unique scheme. They're very highly relying on very good edge rushers to kind of help get some pressure on the quarterback. I think ideally in our defense that we had the last 2 years, we lacked some depth at interior linemen that kind of helps, clog up some of those things. And then our linebackers, are nationally speaking, they probably would rank 94th out of, 133 teams. They're just not very great linebackers. And then you're really relying on, if they keep the same philosophy, they're going to rely on basically a nickel corner. We call it the Husky up here, probably call them the Tide down there or the Crimson, whatever, right? That position is going to be your best defensive player, and that's the one who can help play in coverage, but also is going to be able to come up on run support. But I would also say that was number 7, Dom Hampton on our team. He was our hardest hitter. He obviously played out of position a lot of different times because once he's a smaller free safety type guy, and against those big boys on the line, just struggle to kind of make plays and get to the ball. So.
Yeah, good insight. Yeah, good insight on that, because the one thing that you're going to have instantaneously, it sounds like you just kind of lack like Jimmy's and Joe's, and who knows what the X's and O's is going to be in terms of schematics. Because one thing that when you get here and you shake Caleb Downs' hand, you're like, my goodness, this is an NFL guy. When you get to meet Deontay Lawson, that's another NFL guy. When you get to meet Jahad Campbell, that's another NFL guy. When you get to meet the new transfer, LT Overton or Damani Jackson or Trey Amos, like listen to the names I'm talking about. Like these guys aren't walk-ons to be whatever. These guys aren't 3 stars. These guys aren't Pac-12 defensive players. Look, there's been some guys from the Pac-12 who have certainly been. When I think about defense in the Pac-12, you know what I think about? Really good corners, and really good corners because they're chasing wide receivers all over the field. They're chasing, like you said, Jeff, takers, right? So they're good they're good because they've gone against receivers from USC. They've gone against receivers from Washington, Oregon. All of those schools also have elite wide receivers. That's why you have elite DBs. I never really think of edge rushers from other than like the only team that I think about from the Pac-12 that has a defense that I'm really, and maybe I'm an SEC snob or whatever, but it's like Utah. Like Utah has a nasty,
spot on,
right?
Spot on.
Right? Like they have big dudes that are in the middle. And they took USC to the woodshed plenty of times. That they're a tough team to deal with. And they've been under Kyle Whittingham for some time. So I like that, and I think when you talk to me about kind of the transfer portal, exits, kind of the Muhammad kid, the defensive back, kind of makes my ears perk up a little bit, because I think, I don't know, you come in here and you create competition along with Damani Jackson and some of these other guys. I don't know. I like that name. I know you got Trey Amos, but there's a lot of names that could be rotated in the secondary. Jeff, I really appreciate you calling in and providing great commentary about Washington. Call in again, whenever you want, if you need to.
Yes, sir. Will do.
I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, I'll give you guys definitely a follow, subscribe, man. Appreciate what you're doing. I'll help support the channel any way I can. And maybe and how real quick. When do you go live usually? When do you do these?
My normal schedule is Monday through Friday at 9 a.m. Central Time. But now I've just pretty much turned into nonstop, because every day is turned into just this monster. So I've just been on live kind of. I like to go on in the morning, but just like everybody else, this is my full-time job, and doing the best that I can. And that's it, man. So I appreciate you calling in, man.
You're doing a great job, man. I'll turn notifications on. I'll holler at you next time, bro. I appreciate you, bro.
Absolutely, man. All right, Jeff calling in from Seattle with the 360. I appreciate you guys being patient inside the call queue. It's just that I felt that was a really good opportunity to get a really good perspective on, kind of a little bit about Caleb DeBoer, Ryan Grubb, some of the names that he was mentioning entering the portal, and also talking about the defense, because that is one of the questions that we have as, if you follow Alabama football. It's like, okay, offense is great. We know that the name's coming back, but the defense has to come with it. People are not going to accept less in defense. And so I felt it was a damn good call. Really good delivery. So those are the type of calls. So, you look to Jarek, you look to Coach Sean, those type of guys who can, they have good deliveries, right? They're easy to listen to. You could talk to them. They know the game. Really good. And this is the biggest question. Who's going to be the DC, right? Who is going to be the defensive coordinator at Alabama? That is the most, that's the biggest question, right? Under Caleb DeBoer is okay, we know you can score points. We know you can develop quarterbacks. We love that. But what about the defense? And there's not a lot of report about the defense right now. Maybe that'll come within the next 24 hours. I'm not sure. So, I haven't seen it yet in terms of Ryan Grubb coming to ESPN. I'm sorry, Ryan Grubb coming to Alabama. I'm saying ESPN like a million times because they've been breaking everything. Someone was saying DJ Durkin before Coach Saban retired. I'm going to check ESPN College Football one more time just to see if there's anything about Ryan Grubb being official, because it's not official yet. It's likely. That's kind of where we're at. 80s A is saying Saban for defense. Yeah, he's the best defensive coordinator on the board, 100%. All right, let's not official yet. All right, 1 second. Give me 2 seconds. I gotta make a phone call real quick. All right, cool. A lot going on. We're cooking here. All right. Do me a favor. Pause. Run the thumbs up on the channel. I appreciate it. Just hit the thumbs up. Keep hitting it. I appreciate you guys and all the super chats. I'm gonna run through a couple super chats, and I'm gonna get to my calls. I know you guys have been really patient for me. While I took the long call from Jeff from Seattle. Adam is saying, according to a story by Pablo on ESPN, sources tell Chris Lowe of ESPN, Grubb expected to join Caleb DeBoer here at Alabama. Appreciate the continued support, Adam. Davis is saying Bond will be used to replace Xavier Worthy. Sark and Kevin offense designed to feature one guy and play off him. I could totally see that. That's a really good point. Appreciate the spot right there. Moore is saying, thank you for the great memories, 007. I'm praying for your success and greatly missed. That's class, 100%. Me too. Hope things work out. I mean, it's tough to see him go, but, got to make business decisions, and there's another guy behind him that'll step up for Alabama. High Power TV, K-Law, Emmanuel Henderson, Jalen Hill, Cole Adams, Jaron Hamilton, Omari Jefferson, Rico Scott, Avery Hampton. Avery Hampton's the guy I keep forgetting to talk about. Thank you, High Power TV. Avery Hampton's tape is, man, he's really, really nice coming into that class of 2024. And then who knows? You get the backhand slam dunk of Ryan Williams, right? There you go. One part, James Parker, what's up with the $5 super chat? The one part I am pissed about is that Sark allowed his staff to pursue Bond before a coach was named, allowing DeBoer to talk to him. Lost respect. Same thing with on the defensive side. I don't know what happened losing T-Rob. Because the timing was interesting. It was like even before the press conference, like boom, that was the news. And T-Rob was like, he's out of here. Man, I thought that was big. Like, why not have a plan in place, for T-Rob? That's, I guess we'll figure that out. But new staff, new regime. Jack is saying Ryan Williams is not coming to Alabama. Yeah, I mean, decommitted. So Texas team's just rolling in Brink's truck. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Texas is just rolling out the money. They're just crushing it in every way, shape, or form. Okay, we go back to the phone lines. 256. Hey, thanks for being very patient. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Kyle, what's up with you, man? This is Jay from Florence.
Hey, what's up, Jay? I appreciate you calling in from Florence, man. Good to talk to you. I appreciate you being patient, man. Welcome on in, man.
Hey, man, that Washington fan, get him gone, man. We don't need no doubt over here. we know what we need. I don't want to hear nothing from no little husky. But that's just me, man. Cause this thing here, this like war to me right here. Because I feel like everybody gunning in our head.
Yep.
It feel like every fan base feel like they got a chance to beat Bama now.
Yeah. Well, I think this is the Wild West in terms of when a coach leaves and it's the Wild West and you have this NIL, man, as soon as the guy goes in, you know that if you're a player of high level talent, you can just reach out to them and pull them away. This is free agency without any sort of rules. This is like anything can happen. And I bet you within the next 5 years, there's going to be finally some limitations put onto this. But right now, man, it's just point and shoot and write a check and come play. That's it. Pay for play. And this is where we're at. That's why it's so crazy. Like all these headlines are marquee because we're in pay for play area.
Kyle, I agree with all of that. And as a college football fan, I'm 30, man. So I've been watching this for a long time, and I've seen it change from what I know. You know what I'm saying? I'm just 30. So I can only imagine being 40, 50 years old from what y'all know. You feel me?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is college football had a chance to jump on this way back in the Reggie Bush days because you should have been paying people like that. And we wouldn't even be having this situation going on now. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. We knew that these folks was bringing in a couple $1 billion at USC because of just off of these people on and they jersey sales and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So man, I ain't complaining about it. Hey, Isaiah, you want to go make that money? I don't blame you because I know every day I wake up, I know, and it's just my little life, and I ain't got no money. But I know as soon as I wake up, my foot hit the floor. I got 3 kids. I know I'm finna spend at least $100 a day.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So I know I got to make that times 3. I got 3 boys, you see, every day. So I can't blame no kid because I know me. I had a baby. You know what I'm saying? At 18, Kyle, I was a daddy. Man, listen, man. At 18, you got to know. Hey, I got to get some money to make sure this baby fed today.
Yep.
So I don't know Isaiah Bond in that situation, but I know money been a powerful something for a long time. But man, Caleb, I like this quarterback, man. I like this. I like Washington, man. I like him. I think he's gonna be a great coach. It really depends on what he do at defense. It really hurt to see T-Rob go, especially to that school. You know what I'm saying? Coach J, I love how Coach J just kept saying, he was like, man, you just went to that school, man. And it's like, yeah, dog, you could have went anywhere, but not to Georgia, man. Like, they already loaded. So we know that the recruiting going to be 10 times better over there with them.
Yeah, I think I think when you look to kind of, and I don't know if this is like large scale bleeding. I wouldn't consider that. It's just the changing of regards, and there's going to be fallout. There's going to be names that, exit out that sting. The biggest name that stings is Coach Saban, right? And unfortunately, we haven't even had time to process that. There's going to be some time when the dust is settled in February when we're just chilling and we're just like, Coach Saban isn't the coach of Alabama anymore. And then it's going to hit, right? We haven't even had time to like.
Your show.
Yeah.
Your show helping us, though. Your show helping us. 'Cause I know I ain't had not damn time. But I'm talking about every day I wake up, somebody I see it on Facebook. I be like, oh man, Coach Saban gone, Lord Jesus, man. Then I get on YouTube and see Kyle got something to say. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh man, he gone, but you can't even digest it because Isaiah Bond and all these folks like You know what I'm saying? What do we do? A couple of days ago, you asked the caller, you was like, what stage of grief is you in? I'm still kind of hurt, Cap. I'm still in my feelings. Like, I met that man when I was 13 years old, Cap. That's all I know. But yeah, man, I think this is a great hire. I'm like you, man. I'm about there like a 6.5, 7. Long as he come in, get the defense. Really, just get a bunch of guys from the South, man, because they gonna know the area. We don't want that rinky-dink defense y'all had over there at Washington. We do want that offense, though. So just blend your offense with our defense, and we gonna love on you, Coach. That's all I can say is, what we gonna call him, Coach Debo or what?
You know, I like Coach KD. And by the way, I had Florence, Alabama misspelled. Don't hold it against me. I made a mistake. I'm sorry. I'm accountable. I fixed it. Someone said Florence Henderson. Was Florence Henderson, was that the girl in the Brady Bunch? Was Florence, am I wrong on that? Was that, I like Coach KD for it. I don't know. I like Coach KD.
There it is. Cal spoke, Coach KD, y'all. Hey, we got the love on him. And you know what I'm saying, man? Please get this defense right. Please get the defense right. Because we got a lot of guys over there. Yeah. Like you said, that's NFL talent all up and down the board.
Yeah.
But, you know, Roll Tide, love y'all, man.
All right, Roll Tide, man. Appreciate you being patient, man. Take it easy, man. Have a rest of your beautiful Sunday. All right. Yeah, Florence Henderson was the mom of the Brady Bunch. That's who she was. Same last name. No relation. Man, Brady Bunch. What year? Look, because the Brady Bunch was on for a long time, but it was even old when I was little. So I don't even know like when it was around, but everybody knows about the Brady Bunch. So sorry about the spelling. Got it taken care of. By the way, I've been up to Florence before. And you know, my golf, I don't even, man, with the way the show's going, I don't know if I'll be able to play golf anymore. I might just be like a live streamer and that's it, which is cool with me. I played a lot of golf. But Florence is beautiful, and the downtown area is really, I didn't know it was like that. That's a really nice area up there in Muscle Shoals is really nice. I love the water that floats through it. I was going on a couple bridges. Help me out inside chat. If you're from that area, yeah, I might stream the golf, and I could basically just hook up and play and talk. The crazy thing was, when I was driving, I guess I was driving from Muscle Shoals to Florence. There was this bridge that I went through. It was like a dam, and it was like the tiniest bridge or whatever. It was terrifying, really. What is that, Patton Island Bridge? You know what I'm talking about? Is that it? It was like tiny, and so I'm in I was in my truck and I was driving through, and there was like a cement truck. It wasn't a semi, but it was is that a Wilson Dam? You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah, shoot, man. Look, it's beautiful, and I was crossing through it, and I was fine with it. But it's dicey. You're there, and you're like trying to look at the scenery, and then you're like, oh snap, is that a semi coming through? Or yeah, tiny lanes for sure. That's what it's called, the Wilson Dam. Okay, appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. It's really beautiful up there, by the way. Yeah, you crossed the Wilson Dam. Got you. Yeah, it's narrow. All right, 1 second. Let me look at this real fast. Hit the thumbs up, like, subscribe. I appreciate you guys being here. Yeah. Let's see. All right. Cool. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here. If you're late, I'll just kind of run over the headlines real quick. Waiting on an official update on Ryan Grubb. Looks like every major news site has said they expect him to be the next OC here at the University of Alabama. We covered a couple new staff updates that could be coming to Alabama. Nothing really on the defensive side, unfortunately. We said Jamarcus Shepard is a name to watch at the wide receiver position. We had a great call from Seattle. I'm going to upload that as well so you guys can kind of rewatch that and listen to it and internalize that. It was an excellent call from a Huskies perspective. Shep coaches the wide receivers, and then looks like Scott Huff, who coached the Washington offensive line, could be coming as well. And then Courtney Morgan, he's in charge of player personnel. So it looks like those are kind of the components so far as we piece together new Alabama's coaching staff. But really on the defensive side, it's kind of like really kind of been crickets. All right, 256. Hey, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you very much for calling in the show. You're online with Kyle Henderson. Who am I online with and where are you calling in from?
Hey, fam, it's Schoolie from Hunts Vegas.
From Hunts? Yeah, I like Hunts Vegas. What was your first name?
It's Josh. I'm Schoolie in the chat.
All right, cool, man. All right. From
Schoolie with an EY.
Josh from Hunts Vegas. Love it. All right, man. Go ahead, man.
Yes,
welcome on in, man.
Man, I want to share some elite stats with you just real quick. It's getting overlooked. There was this guy, man, he's been killing it. Let's see, the day that Saban retired, he was on the air live for 7 hours. The next day, live, 12 hours. The next day, live, 12 hours, including a press conference in the middle. So I think as a chat, we need to give a good round of applause for Mr. Kyle Henderson.
Hey, man. I appreciate it, man.
But yeah. All seriousness, man, yeah. I really appreciate you, man. You've been the source of the news for us, and you've been the source of keeping us all together as Bama fans, getting us through this hard time. And that's all I need to say, man. I just wanted to give you some props because you've been straight killing it, dude.
Yeah,
killing it.
No, I think I was thinking about this earlier. Is like, so I think you guys have all seen that I started up like a daily call-in show because I started the call-in show a long time ago, maybe like 5-6 years ago, and I kind of pieced it together, and it was always in the evening time. And then I saw, hey Gary, what's up, man? I see you inside the comment box. It's not official yet on Ryan Grubbs. We're talking about it though, and as soon as it is official, I'll put like official in parentheses so you guys know. And yeah, so like. But then I started looking at kind of my schedule. I have children. And now I think like YouTube is a space to where people like they listen to it as a podcast. It's on everybody's phone. And, so when I left On3 and after I'd worked with Rivals, I was like, I want to dive all in, and I'm built to be independent. I've talked about this before, to come on here and have this space and talk Alabama Crimson Tide football. So started coming on in the morning and show consistency. And now that caught the wave of Coach Saban, I just been going heavy. Look, I'm built to work. I love to interact with the fans. I like to see the coaches as they continue to shine on their platforms when we have them on here. But yeah, I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. And I think kind of the authenticity kind of shines through. So anyways, I appreciate it. Not afraid to work. You got to work. Like Jay was saying from Florence, like you wake up, you put your feet on the ground, you got to put food on the table. But anyways, man, I appreciate it from Hunts Vegas. Anything else you got, Josh, in terms of like Ryan Grubbs, the new staff, Isaiah Bond at Texas?
Man, I'm just riding the ride, man. I'm just hoping we don't lose no more players. I mean, I'm really hoping Caleb Downs can stay. I was really, really happy to see that he was in the team meeting and he was there till the end with Milroe. He was behind Milroe. Honestly, man, I think Milroe and Malachi Moore, I think they're the glue right now. I think they're holding this team together. And if we get Ryan Grubb in there, I mean, any new staff addition there, it's just going to keep this team closer and closer. I think that the faster we get a staff together, the less players are going to leave. I still think we might lose a few more players to the transfer portal, but man, I got faith. I'm a Bama fan, roll the tide till I die, man. And I'm just trying to keep it positive. And man, I got full faith in this dude, Debo. And let's see what he can do, man.
Yep. All right, Coach KD. Well, I appreciate you calling in, Josh, and I'll see you inside the comment box. Thanks again for the support. Thanks for the shout out, man, and we'll catch you next time.
Much love.
All right.
Love,
Yeah.
man.
Much love to you, man. Too. Take it easy. All right. All right. Looks like we just got a tweet in from Chris Lowe, who's been absolutely killing it. So this is okay. Look, this is a good tweet that we can post up. This is a tweet in from the great Chris Lowe, who has a hotline to Coach Saban and clearly still has a hotline to the University of Alabama. He probably still, didn't erase Coach Saban's number, clearly. But this is a really nice scoop, and who knows? This could be coming from the GOAT himself. I'm about to provide a nice little update from Chris Lowe, again, of ESPN. You can follow his tweets. I'm sure you guys have read. It's incredible. Not only does he break news, but the guy is a storyteller, artist. And here we go. This is from Chris Lowe of ESPN. I'll go full screen on it so you guys can read it out. Let me minimize this. And this is just in. All right. Kalen DeBoer, his staff at Alabama is continuing to take shape. Ryan Grubb, OC, Jamarcus Shepard, wide receiver, Jarrett McClain, director of scouting. That's a new name we haven't talked about. Expected to follow DeBoer from Washington. Freddie Roach and Robert Gillespie expected to be retained. There we go. Okay. So it's starting to fill out. See if we could build a graphic out kind of on the staff. So I like that. Look, we talked about this. This was huge, okay? I'm going to go full screen on this, and I'm going to put up, this is a breaking update. Breaking update. I'm going to step away for just like 2 minutes, and I'll be right back. But this is a breaking update. Have fun in the chat. I'll be back in like 2 seconds. But long story short, as you can see, this is massive news, as it looks like Ryan Grubb is close to being official. Jamarcus Shep in as wide receivers. Jarrett McClain as scouting. Expecting those guys to come from Washington, Alabama. And then Freddie Roach to be retained. Huge slam dunk right there. And Robert Gillespie. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Be right back. All right, fam. What's up? I'm back. Thanks for being patient. Run the thumbs up. I appreciate you guys being here. Thanks. I had to take a little pause. But here is the latest when covering the Alabama Crimson Tide. This is just in from Chris Lowe, and I'm going to build out a graphic that kind of shows you what we are tracking in terms of the roster movement here at the University of Alabama. I really like this, okay? According to Chris Lowe, Kalen DeBoer, his staff will include Ryan Grubb, which I told you guys. That is gigantic. Gigantic. Really big update right there. Yeah, I did take a pause, Chris. Been streaming for 3 straight hours, man. But I appreciate you being here. And then it looks like Jamarcus Shepard is going to be here as the wide receivers coach, Jarrett McClain as the director of scouting, and Freddie Roach will be retained, and Robert Gillespie will be retained. Look, why is this important in terms of guys that are being retained? Because you had to have guys with ties to Alabama. You had to have guys, at least one guy with ties on the defensive side. Freddie Roach carries a lot of weight, and he's done a really good. I know people have kind of gone back and forth about, him in terms of recruiting, but I think he's done a pretty good job. And you look at the defensive line coach that you have coming in. I'm excited about Freddie Roach and the guys that he has to come work. Some people have wanted him to be elevated to kind of outside linebackers, but I think keeping Freddie Roach is really good in terms of the players. The biggest news is Ryan Grubb. I love it. McElwain. My bad, Miles. McElwain. Jarrett McElwain. He will be... trying to see if there's any other updates on the defensive side. McElwain, appreciate it. Sorry, McElwain, got it, Capstone Review. My bad. Sorry, guys. All right, McElwain. Sorry. So he will be the director of scouting, and then not listed on this was Courtney Morgan. All right, so that's kind of how things are starting to be put out there. Chad saying, I love Roach. All right, Jarrett McElwain, thank you. Appreciate it. Go back to the phone lines now that I'm here. My bad, Capstone Review. And we got a 615. Hey, thanks for being patient. Appreciate it. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Kyle, what's going on, man? This is David from Nashville. It's been a while.
What's up, David? I appreciate you, man. Just over here trying to pronounce everyone's names right and got all the new staff in, and everybody's seen the live stuff, man. Guess what? I'm human too. Made a couple, but man, it's been amazing to see all the news, and it hasn't stopped. Like one thing after another, and we've continued to track all of it. But it's been a minute since we've spoke, man. So I appreciate you checking in. We're on with David from Nashville, man. Welcome on in, man. Good to hear you.
Yeah, man, it's been a while, and I'll agree with the last caller. You deserve an award. I feel like every time I open YouTube, I'm like, oh, there's Kyle. He's live. I feel like one of these times I'm just going to open it, and it's just going to be like you asleep in your bed, and then when there's breaking news, you're just going to wake up and just sit up and just start taking phone calls. It's incredible. It's like you've got your own telethon, man. So we really appreciate it. It's awesome.
No doubt, man. Yeah.
But I do have a question, because I've been working a lot myself lately. Has Uncle Charles called in yet and given his thoughts on all this?
You know what? It's kind of been a blend. Coach Charles, I think, did call in one time and kind of gave us his. And, of course, it was perfect. His delivery, I don't know if he I don't think it's scripted. That's kind of the beauty of it. I think he just speaks from the heart. I think he just closes his eyes and he just goes. I mean, his delivery is unlike anybody else. He's got the voice. And Dwight, what's up? I see you inside the comment box asking for any people on the defensive side of the ball. No names for the defensive coordinator as of yet, but I mean the biggest nugget that we have this morning from Chris Lowe saying it is Freddie Roach is expected to be retained on the defensive side of the ball. So the staff is coming together. I'm trying to update a graphic to kind of build out the staff thus far. So that's kind of what we know. Jack is saying DJ Durkin as a possible DC. I don't know if there's any legs to that, but that's kind of where we're at. On with David from Nashville. What else you got, man?
Yeah, no, and that was actually going to be my question. I haven't even heard. I do think it's huge to keep Freddie Roach. I think keeping Bala around would be a huge deal if they can do that. I am surprised. I wonder how many seconds it took Kirby Smart to call T-Rob after Saban retired. I have to believe that happened so fast, which you can't blame Kirby Smart. I mean, he's basically turning Georgia full-fledged into Alabama. I feel like I'm going to turn on my phone and like Big Al will have transferred Georgia at some point. I just like Kirby Smart is just taking the entire Alabama formula and copying it, which you can't blame him for doing it. But do we have any, I don't think I've seen a single, not even a name, like really seriously floated out as a potential DC. Have you?
That's what's kind of making it that much more kind of like people are digging into it that much more, because we haven't even had like a hot board or anybody to kind of really be out there. I know people have been asking about the Iowa defensive coordinator. People have thrown out Glenn Schumann a bunch. People like see even Hilton inside the comment boxes calling for Glenn. But before we talk about that, I think you're absolutely right about T-Rob. I think it took zero. Like as soon as Coach Saban retired, boom, Kirby called up T-Rob. And from what it looks like, Will Muschamp is stepping down to spend more time with his family. So it was like a quick acquisition. But the thing is I don't even know if Alabama was able to kind of get with him and figure out something, right? For him in some sort of way. I think that would have been a home run hire for Alabama in terms of the player, like re-recruiting the players. But man, it happened so fast. It was just kind of on. And then T-Rob hit it yesterday that he was going to coach at UGA. It happened so fast. But in terms of like the DC, who it's going to be, clearly there's a lot of names that you could just kind of throw up there and see if they kind of stick, like Coach Saban used to say. But for right now, it's been pretty quiet. And maybe it's best to keep it that way, because I think that this guy, look, the home run hire on offense, we love it. But over here, like we keep talking about, you can't come over here with a defense that is, top, like outside the top 50, outside top 25, like top 15. Like you have to have a top 10, top 15 type defense at Alabama yearly. And that's going to be one of Kalen's biggest challenges coming here, is having a defense that's consistently top notch. But from the offensive side, man, this is pretty exciting, to be honest. I actually like it. I mean, call me crazy, but I kind of like this wide receiver, this offense a little bit better than this last year.
Oh yeah, me too.
Like from a coaching standpoint.
And yeah, and I think that's kind of that's part of my point about why I think the DC matters and why the defense matters so much, is because I think this is the single most crucial time in terms of Alabama defense, because I think it all really comes down to recruiting. The simple fact of the matter is the number one factor that will play into your recruiting being positive or negative is how much do you win. If you win all the time, you're going to have an easy time recruiting. But then at this stage, we don't know if Alabama is going to win, right? So we assume they've got a lot of talent, but you separate it out. You go, okay, so now I have to sell something. It's easy to sell the offense at this point. Yeah. It's very easy to sell the offense. What it's not easy to do right now is sell the defense. Uh-huh. So however the defense goes in the next season or two, if it stays the same, then I see no reason why Alabama won't keep on winning. And if they keep on winning, they'll keep on recruiting. If they keep on recruiting, they'll keep on winning. But if the defense starts to drop off, then that's going to change the game, I think, for recruiting, which will change the game long term. Mm-hmm. Hopefully with Nick Saban still having a presence, that does give me some encouragement. The fact that Nick Saban will still be around the program and that he is such a defensive mind, I think that will help a lot stabilize the defensive side of the ball, because I'm genuinely not concerned about the offensive side. I'm just concerned about the defense. And so I do take a lot of comfort in the fact that Nick Saban is still going to be around.
Yeah, I like that too. Kind of moving to that front office position, if you will, at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Corey Cox inside the comment box asking anything on Scott Huff. So who is Scott Huff? And not mentioned on this list by Chris Lowe. Scott Huff was the offensive line coach at the University of Washington. Washington's offensive line won the Joe Moore Award, only allowing 12 sacks. If you're Alabama fans, you're like, what? Bring him over here. We don't know if he's going to come over. There was some talk that he could come to Alabama. Would like that very much so. But you have Eric Wolford here. But as you can see, we don't know if he's going to be retained as well. So keep you posted on that. But that would be another really nice acquisition. If Eric Wolford's going to be transitioned out, that would be Scott Huff. We don't know at this point in time. That's just been a name that has been floated around. Super chat coming in from Janet. Been watching you nonstop for 3 days from Florence. Great job reporting, man. Roll Tide forever. Really appreciate the 50 spot. Thank you very much for the super chat, and I appreciate you guys sticking with us throughout. Really the biggest, the historic the historic coverage for Coach Saban. The changing of the guards. Always wondered when it would happen, how it would happen. I knew it would be on his own terms, and I'm glad it was like that. He doesn't owe us anything. I think kind of the more I thought about it, he didn't need to tell us, and I think that would have caused a lot of people, a lot of anxiety. And I think in a way, kind of we knew that this day would come. The way that he went out and kind of waved to the fans a couple times during the year and thanked the fans, continually. I think we could see it. But anyways, thank you very much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Dexter Wright, what's up, man? We could sell the defense by retaining our last year's starter alone, for sure. Yeah, I mean, that defense coming back is absolutely ferocious. You got a couple guys who are on the field not proven, but I mean, absolutely some ballers coming back for sure. $10 super chat from Joe, man. What's up? Thanks very much. Jim Harbaugh's meeting with Michigan. We need to go after UM's defensive coordinator, Jesse Minter. This guy is a ninja on defense, 1,000,000%. If you can bring him in, that done, case closed. That's a good. Yeah, that would be that would be it, done. I don't know if that's the case, but that's just a name. That's a hot name, but he's kind of the Ryan Grubb on the defensive. So seriously, that would be a wrap. You'd be like, okay, I'm good. See you in spring ball. Right. Right. Seriously, you could seriously say that's a wrap. Adam is saying Coach Saban could have handled this better in terms of the changing of the guard. I don't know. Kind of because it does seem like it was abrupt, but I don't know if we'll ever know. Greg Burns said he kind of had a plan in place, but this is where we are. David, anyways, man, what else you got on your mind, man?
No, I was going to say the other thing that really makes me feel good about as far as the defense goes, I like from what I understand at least, and maybe I'm wrong, but my understanding is that Caleb Downs seems to be pretty on board, and that's encouraging to me, because Caleb Downs doesn't have as much a brand loyalty maybe built up. I mean, he's been at Alabama for a year. I'm sure a lot of his loyalty probably was to Nick Saban. So the fact that if he's met with Kalen DeBoer and if Caleb Downs is heard whatever his vision is for the defense or just for the team in general, I find that to be really encouraging. And Malachi Moore, that's not to take away from any of the older players, but there's something about, I think Caleb Downs is the future. Obviously that's not some earth shattering statement, but I think he's the future of the defense. So if he seems to be on board, I think that does say a lot about Kalen DeBoer and kind of how he's able to establish connections with players. So that's encouraging to me.
People will sleep a lot easier. And look, he doesn't owe us this at all, but just like Caleb said right here, Caleb Downs is a centerpiece. I talked about, I felt it's an impactful loss, losing Isaiah Bond, losing Caleb Downs. If he was to go somewhere else, that's above a 10 out of 10. That's like a 15 out of 10. That's a gigantic hole that you're losing. This guy is an NFL guy. He could probably play in the NFL right now. Kevin Steele said when he first got here, he didn't even know that he was a freshman. I mean, they got here on the same day. The guy is poised, polished, mature. The guy's an absolute beast in every sense of the word, a playmaker. What about him returning punts? The first punt that he returns on his career, he takes it to the house. He's a playmaker. Sometimes I think we forget that. He had 890 snaps. If there was some way that he came out and just said, on social media, I'm back, that's another thing. That's another break the internet. You hire Jesse Minter,
Yeah.
and then after that, Caleb Downs says, "I'm back" or something. Bama fans are sleeping better.
Yeah, it's game over, and that's really, and so we'll just see as far as the defense goes, and I'll let other people call in. I do say that whatever this office is they have for Nick Saban, I want it to have like a huge window that like looks over either the practice field or Bryant Denny, and he's got like just a pair of binoculars that he can always watch everything. Not that I'm sure he wouldn't be allowed on the field whenever he wants to be, but
yeah.
there's a part of me that takes great comfort in thinking that at any moment Nick Saban could just like walk over to his window and watch practice and then call Kalen DeBoer and be like, "Hey, why is that guy out of position?" That just makes me feel good inside. So in my mind, I don't know if that would ever play out, but in my mind, I hope it does. And that makes me happy. So, yeah. But man, we really appreciate everything you've been doing.
All right, man. Take it easy, David. Calling again, man. See ya. All right, David calling from the 615 up in Nashville, one of my favorite cities for sure. All right, got you guys inside the comment box. Thanks for joining me. Hit the thumbs up. Run the thumbs up on these videos. I appreciate you guys being here. 3 hours and 15 minutes of continuing streaming as we continue to break the news. Low reporting that Gillespie and Freddie Roach to be retained. Yeah, we got that up on the board for sure right here through Chris Lowe's tweet. I'll make it full screen as well. Jarrett McElwain is the director of scouting. Looks like Shep and Ryan Grubb could be coming as well. And I mean, this is pretty much close to being official. I mean, Chris Lowe hasn't missed. There's like no strikes on him. And then you have Freddie Roach and Robert Gillespie expected to be retained. If I'm that running back room, I'm really pumped up about that. You look at the guys that Alabama was able to bring in from the class of 2024, Kevin Riley and Daniel Hill, along with the already running backs here that are expected to be the 1-2 punch, Jam Miller, Justice Haynes, and, of course, Richard Young. Man, Robert Gillespie's done a really good job. And then, of course, Freddie Roach, being from here, playing at the highest level, I think he can really help you in terms of recruiting. That's great. Dominic's asking, can you talk about the impact of getting Shepard? So we had Jeff from Seattle called on earlier and told us a little bit about Shep and said that Shep refers to his wide receivers as the takers. We refer to them as the wideouts, right? So maybe the wideouts that take. And he said that he was very aggressive and those wide receivers came out of here super polished. And you saw it 1,000,000%. I mean, I really liked everything I saw about Washington's wide receivers. So with the guys coming back, super loaded. And I think it is really big if you're able to get Shep in, which I think he's coming. So I think that's really impactful for Alabama's offense. And then I think it is absolutely big with Freddie Roach being retained for sure. So that's what we're tracking and working on a graphic to get that updated in terms of what the roster is looking like from the coaching roster. Because right now when you went there, it was just Kalen DeBoer's name listed and then nobody else. And everyone's like, who's the OC? And most importantly, who's the DC? That's the biggest question, clearly. All right, back to the phone lines, 936. Hey, thanks for being patient. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Yo, this T. Rich from Lufkin, Texas. Roll Tide. What up, Kyle?
What's up, T? I appreciate you calling in, man. Welcome on in. And what you got for me today?
Oh, man. Hey, the wide receiver coach, man, like I say, Jalen Pope, number 2 from Washington. He from here, Lufkin, Texas. He was only a 3-star. So you see what he did with a 3-star receiver at Washington. So, like I said, that Isaiah Bond, it was kind of iffy. He posted on his private. He in Austin, Texas, in a Lamborghini. I knew he was gone then. Like, man, we can't compete with that. Mm-hmm. Wish he would have stayed, but it shows you what your loyalty is. You can't say Nick Saban was 100% reason you left when you in Austin, Texas, in a Lamborghini. Mm-hmm. That don't make sense. No, it makes it look like they paid you to leave, man. Because if you was 100% loyal to Nick Saban, hey, he still got his finger and everything. He's still going to be here. Mm-hmm. So where's your loyalty amongst fans? It's been kind of crazy to see so many defensive pieces going to the transfer portal, especially the DBs. You look at where everybody going. We got so many people that went to Colorado, so many people that went to Florida State. It's like crazy. Like, man, I kind of figured Christian Stewart was going to transfer anyway. But it's like, who do we go for as a DB coach? Who do we get as this DJ Durkin? I'm not quite sold on him because I seen what he did at Ole Miss. I seen what he did at Michigan, and both of them went away from him because of certain variation. So I mean, and I'm still a firm believer we need to somehow, some way get Bo Davis. Cool, keep Freddie Roach. I mean, who do we go for as our linebacker? Do we go for what top candidates we have as a DC? Is it Schumann? Can we, since T-Rod just did a lateral to Georgia, hey, can we go ahead and recruit him back as a DC? Like, where do we go? I mean, he just went over there. He took a lateral move. So imagine if they offered him a little money to come be the DC. I truly feel like if we would have got Lane, nobody would have left. If we would have retained T-Rob as DC, nobody on defense would have left. That's just kind of one of those things that we look at, I mean, okay, and the offense is shaping out real good. I like that we got Gillespie, the running back coach, and I like that we got Freddie Roach. He knows the land. They know the land. They can relate to the people because, I mean, so far the only missing piece we really just have leave other than Seth, which, hey, dropped the ball, but Isaiah Bond, everybody else, I kind of felt like, but the offense seemed pretty much intact. It's the defense, like you said, like everyone has been worried about. We're worried about their defense. Like, can we get a Pruitt in? Can we get T-Rob in? Can we get somebody familiar? Can we get Bo Davis back and get that defensive line a little bit more sturdy than what it's been? But, like I said, man, we can't compete with Lamborghinis. You can't say, hey, you 100%, there was 100% reason you left was Coach Saban leaving. But you took a Lamborghini and went to Texas.
Yeah.
There's come on, man. It's like, you look at the offense. Look at what Kevin DeBoer did with lesser talent at Washington.
Yeah.
So you go to Texas, like, man, you basically sold out, man. Like, you didn't even give the man. And then we got Ryan Grubb. Do you not understand? We were trying to get Ryan Grubb last year. So imagine what they can do with 4 and 5-star elite players with what they did over there at Washington with 2 and 3-star athletes. I mean, players. So yeah, it's kind of iffy, but I want to give them a chance. But this defensive high and defensive back high and linebacker high, we got to knock it out the park. We have not been Alabama old for a while. We hadn't upheld the standard. I just got into it with my cousin because he's a Michigan fan, and he was like, hey, man, look, we took out to the Bobby Weed with redshirt sophomores and freshmen. Y'all had a senior-laden team at Washington. They was like, well, the landscape of the landscape is changing. But Alabama hadn't been the only team that's been recruited on an elite level. Somebody also still got to come in 2, 3, 4, and 5. So it ain't about that. At one time, Alabama could go 12 deep on the D-line alone. Nick Saban told y'all the rich get richer. What happened? Alabama's steady got richer. It's just, when you paying a 17-year-old that much money that hadn't played a down, where's your loyalty? Where's your proof? Like, hey, we need the Alabama standard. It seems like, hey, we got Lawson, we got Campbell. Losing Sean Murphy was big. Losing Ricks is big. Losing Kite is big. These were players that, it's weird. T-Rob went to Georgia, then Jake Pope went to Georgia. Like, it's like, man, he was one that could have been up. I feel like Malachi Moore coming back kind of played a tribute to that. But I'm still liking what I'm saying because you got Malachi Moore, you got Smitty, and we got Downs. And if the money stay, we got the money. We got Trey Amos. We got Lawson. We got Jahad Campbell. It seems like, hey, we got Latham, Smith, Keenan. I hadn't heard anything about the DN, so it looked like we're going to keep Colt, Quindarius Robinson, and then the ones that we got in, like, we need these people to stay. That defensive hire has to be so elite and shut up. We have to show that we can beat Alabama. And maybe it may be different. Yeah, Coach Saban probably wouldn't be willing to just pay the players, but what you got from Coach Saban was development, how to be a man, how to be a professional, how to be an athlete. So you didn't just, everybody else is all about money, money, money. Man, what about the person? What about the standard you hold yourself to? Everybody's iron sharpens iron. Nobody wants to sharpen iron anymore. They want it easy. It's this generation of children, and God bless our soul. Man, sometimes easy isn't always good. Work for it. I know you want to play, but, man, if the iron sharpens iron, man, look at what you still can do at Alabama. It's going to hurt. It still hadn't just sat in yet. But it's like, dang, But wouldn't it be about our DC Nick Saban?
Yeah.
Hey, roll tide, Kyle, man.
All right, man.
Y'all keep following Kyle, man. Keep doing this thing, man.
All
Roll
right,
tide.
man. Appreciate you, man. All right, take it easy. All right. Hey, I'm gonna welcome on in Coach Sean. Coach Sean, hold on one second. Let me get it set up correctly. Coach, what's up, man? Do an audio check, man.
Testing. 1, 2,
All right,
3.
man. I hear you good, man. Hey, if you're in the call queue, I'm gonna be back here in a few. So just hang on. I'm sorry. Like if I didn't get to you, just call back. I'll notify you guys. So you guys don't have to be online for this whole time. I know 201-512. I'll get you guys in next time as soon as I can. I got to take a quick break. Coach Sean is gonna fly the plane for a little bit. Coach, you feeling good, man?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. Just waiting to see what we do on the defensive side of the ball,
Yeah.
which is what I've been waiting on. The natives are restless on that side, man, and hadn't been any. But I understand. Get your offense right, so Justice can stay, so Kendrick Law can stay. So, that's his side of the ball. That's his baby. That's his expertise. Get that thing squared away. Now let's move to the defensive side and keep all our talent there before everybody else come poaching us.
All right, so here's a quick graphic. We just dug this up. Coach, you could talk about this real quick. All these look to be names that are looking like the coaching staff. And, of course, we're going to add more names to this list. But just kind of give you the rundown, Coach. You got head football coach Kalen DeBar, as you know. The general manager is Courtney Morgan. Get his name added to his last name added as well. He's director of player personnel. You could talk about how important that is for everybody in terms of like retaining the players. You have offensive coordinator Ryan Grubb. You can talk about the impact of him. Wide receiver Jamarcus Shepard. Look, this guy, Caleb DeBoer, my bad. And then wide receiver coach Shep coming in. Scouting director Jarrett McElwain. Defensive line coach Freddie Roach, and being retained. You can talk about that and highlight the fact that it looks like Robert Gillespie will be retained as well. So I'm going to dip out just for a minute, for a few minutes. If you want to take over, man, it'd be great, man.
I got you, bro. I got you. What's up, people? Roll Tide to everybody in the chat. Roll Tide to everybody in the chat, man. I'm ecstatic about what these guys have done so far, but I'm still waiting to see. You know me, man. I'm still waiting to see these Southern connections, man. You know what I mean? What's up, Adam? How you doing, man? Cam Carter, Brent Henley, Sheldon Ray. How you guys doing, man? Roll Tide T. Chad Anderson. What's up with you, bro? Jeremiah Taylor, Mimi S. I don't know, man. For me, I understand him getting his offensive guys. I get it. I totally get it. But I'm still waiting on that defensive side of the ball, man. I don't want to see these guys leave, guys. It pains me to see Sean Murphy and young talent like that. Think about this, guys. We had two defensive backs back to back to leave. Two young defensive backs to leave, right? That hurts, man. Middle linebackers. Kendrick Blackshire, gone. Sean Murphy, gone. Man, that's painful, man. That's painful. What's up, Caleb Stevens? How you doing, brother? Bond never on that lank mentality. Hey, man, I can tell you this about Jeremiah. That's a young kid, right? And sometimes these young kids make decisions based on where they're at in life, right? Everybody's not fortunate enough to have 100K and Lambos and things of this nature, whatever the stipends were. Some of us are just not that fortunate to have that in front of our face, man. So I don't know what I would do. I could sit here and say, be loyal and use all these keywords that we like, but if somebody hit us with that, I'm just not qualified to say what I would do, right? So I don't wish no hate on the young man. He's a 20-year-old young man, right? Some of these kids are not even 21, isn't even old enough to drink yet. So I just say, shout out to him. Move on, brother. Hope everything go well or whatever you're trying to do. Step up, Kendrick. It's time for Kendrick Law. It's time for Kobe Prentice. It's time for Jalen Hale. It's time for Cole Adams. It's time for the rest of the receivers to step on the field. It's time for Ryan Williams. Commit back to us and get on that field and show us what you got. It's time. So what we got here? What's up, High Power TV? I know me and you disagree a little bit about that, but hey, man, it is what it is in this day and age, guys. This is not the same day. This is not the same day. What's up, Goose? of Coach Saban's days. It's about NIL nowadays, guys. It's about stipends and money and NIL and contracts and agents. And this is the very thing Coach Saban spoke to. So, hey, Coach Saban asked, is this what we want college football to be? Everybody thought he was just complaining for no reason. Now we see. Now we see. What's up, Joe Man 7? We don't need Bo Davis, bro. Bo is at LSU, and I think he just signed a brand new contract. So I think that'll be out of the question anyway. We got a $4.99 super chat from Nick Preston. Nick says, think about once Harbaugh leaves for the NFL, it will open up several other coaching jobs, which will open up more transfer portal. Yeah, that's facts. That's all facts, man. It's like a domino effect. It's like one thing happens, two things happen. That's a fact, man. I mean, that I couldn't have said it better myself, Nick Preston. That's college football in 2024. What's up, JG? But as far as the coaching hires so far, guys, I'm pleasantly surprised with that. Pleasantly surprised. Coach Smook and Coach Jay, shout out to those guys, and Ty, shout out to all those guys that have kind of schooled me and hipped me to Courtney Morgan. I was very unfamiliar what his role was. I thought he looked like Rick Ross, to be honest with you. I was like, who is this Rick Ross guy? Right? So I did my research on him, and player personnel, compliance, things of that nature is very, very, very up his alley, I guess I should say. But again, I can't give you the good without giving you the other side of it. I need some Southern guys. I need some guys that understand that when you recruit here, the whole family gonna be at the recruiting. Like, you're not just gonna come in and it's the mother and the father and the kids. It's gonna be the whole neighborhood over there. Recruiting in the South is totally different. What's up, KJ Cello? So I need to see those guys to understand what it is to go into Florida, to go into to Texas, to go into Tennessee, to go into these small towns and these bigger cities and find these kids, right? What's up, Chris from New Jersey? Roll Tide to you, JG, the whole chat, man. Love what you guys bring to the table. We appreciate you guys. Chris Chandler, Roll Tide, man. Back to you. So I'm happy, man. I'm happy. I don't know for sure. I keep seeing this Ryan Grubb's headline, but I'm not sure. I hadn't seen that really locked in yet. I've seen it reposted on Twitter. I've seen all the talking heads come out talking about Ryan Grubbs, but I need to see it in blood, as we say at the card table. I need to see it in blood, in contract mode. Then I'll know. So I'm happy. Jamarcus Shepard is one hell of a receivers coach, right? We all know that. I was ecstatic to see him keep Freddie and keep the running backs coach Gillespie. We need to keep some type of direction and some type of sustainability with guys who've been on the roster, right? So that made me feel real good, man. What's up, Richard? How you doing, man? Says, stop worrying about Williams. Once we have a receivers coach, you can bet he will be talking with Williams. He is not signing until February 4th. He goes where he goes. I mean, I agree. I agree 1,000%. I'm not one to I guess beat the young men up. These kids have their reasons why they go where they go. I know sometimes as adults it makes us angry, right? But these are young kids, man. I mean, 20 years old, 19, 18, call them what you want, but these still are young men really trying to find themselves. Half of these kids really don't know who they are yet outside of football, right? So sometimes they make decisions based off the wrong things, right? You just got to let them go through it. You got to let them go through it, man. Kimberly Harmon, how are you? Much love to you, and Roll Tide, man. But the coaching staff need to be filled out, man. We need to get some defensive coaches in here. As far as linebackers coach, as far as, I know we have Freddie Roach, but we need some other positional coaches. So some of the guys on the defensive side of the ball won't feel like, hey, man, I'm about to get up out of here, right? So I'm looking forward to having some defensive coaches, man. That is like my numero uno, because what is in this conference, what is a great offense without at least a halfway great defense? It's LSU from last year, right? You'll win some games, but if you can't stop anyone in this league, you're not going to win this league, right? You may not even be one of your upper tier teams in this league. That's what makes the SEC different, guys. You have to have an all-around football team in this conference. You got to be strong on the defense side of the ball. You have to have an offense that can score, that can keep time of possession and score fast if need be. I'm not worried about the offense because Coach DeBoer, that's his baby. We all know this guy's an offensive genius. So that side of the ball, I'm not really concerned with, not as much as the defense. But so I'm anxious to see who these guys bring in on that note. Let's see. Let's read some of you guys' comments here. One player won't break us. True, I agree, Chad. One player won't break us, and is everybody says they want to play, right? All the freshmen always saying, "I want to play. I'm gonna leave if I don't play." Well, you got a big chance at Alabama right now to play, right? I hope Ryan Williams see that. I hope all the young kids who hadn't committed that we have room for see that. You have an opportunity, especially at defensive back, man. We got some holes at defensive back right now, and that's going to be a problem, child. Rhonda Barnett, what's up with your Roll Tide to you? I appreciate you. Mike Coleman, hey, as a 19, 20-year-old kid that comes up less fortunate, no monies, it's hard not to look at that. Hey, man, listen, Mike, you hit the nail on the head, brother. I mean, think about it as adults. We can say this as adults. These kids are selfish, right? These kids are they don't have no loyalty, right? But in 2024, I would ask any of our fans, if we're just chatting, what is loyalty? What is loyalty, guys? I want somebody to tell me in 2024 when USC, a staple in the Pac-12, has just left the Pac-12, right, to go to it for a TV contract in the Big Ten. Pac-12 is going to be gone. It's officially over with. You know what I mean? So now USC, their normal schedule is Penn State, Ohio State, Michigan, Wisconsin, USC, California, 2,000 miles west. Their normal schedule, right, is that loyalty, right? So we have the institutions doing what they got to do for money. We have coaches that'll leave you today for a bigger contract, doing what they got to do for money, right? What do you expect the kids to do? Jay Townsend, Roll Tide coach. Don't forget Emmanuel Henderson. Hey, facts. Jay Townsend, all facts, man. You make a great point. I forgot all about Emmanuel. I think that, and he's from the state of Alabama. You see, he's not going nowhere. That young man tweeted out, Roll Tide, I'm here. He's not going on anywhere. So those are the kids that we need to embrace, man. We need to embrace the kids that look like, listen, I'm going to give the coach a chance. I'm going to stay here and see what's going on. I'm going to give him the opportunity to prove to me that we're still going to be great. He's not going to be Coach Saban. We know that, right? But let's give him an opportunity to see what happens. So I applaud Emmanuel Henderson. I applaud that young man. Agent 47 B2B, Coach Sean, from a power rankings, are we a top 3 in the SEC still? Man, you know what, Agent? If you're talking about just roster, I still think our roster can compete with anybody's in the country, right? Even now. But if you're talking about coach for coach, recruiter for recruiter, I don't think so, right? I don't think so. Not so long as you got LSU beefing up their coaching roster with none but Southern coaches. Georgia is Georgia. We all know that, right? And Auburn, believe it or not, that school that way is really doing some big things down south. So, just let's just hang in there and see what happens, guys. I try not to even think about the negative, right? So let's just give him a chance and see what he does. I think Coach DeBoer is well versed in bringing kids in and understanding the development side of it, right? I think he'll be more than receptive to understand how this Southern thing works down here. So let's give him a chance. That's my biggest thing. Dark Wig Duck says, Coach Sean, Charlie Strong, or Derek Mason for defensive coordinator thoughts. Those are two great guys, Dark Wing. Two great guys, if you ask me. But my only concern with Charlie, we all know Charlie's a great guy, great defensive mind. My only concern with Charlie would be that I hadn't seen him be strictly a defensive coordinator since Florida. We all know he was a head coach at Louisville, head coach at South Florida, head coach at Texas, even before that. But I hadn't seen him focus strictly on the defensive side of the ball since Florida. So is he still well-versed in these 2024 up-tempo, spread, barely run the ball, zone read type offenses? Is he well versed in stopping those type offenses? Maybe so. But I really hadn't seen him be strictly a defensive coach since then. Akeem Wine. Akeem says, "How do you feel about Charlie Strong?" Yeah, that's what I was just saying, Akeem. I think Charlie would be okay, man. And a great defensive mind like that is not too far off. If I had a concern, it would be just I hadn't seen him do it defensively of late, right? And that's not really a concern. It's more of a, I think Charlie Strong's a hell of a coach, man. And if we got him, we'd be lucky, right? But if I had to nitpick at one concern, it would be that I hadn't seen him be a defensive coordinator in quite some time. Katrina Blackman, my sister, what's up with your Roll Tide, Sean? You speaking facts. Hey, man, just my humble opinion. I appreciate you more than you know. So yeah, I'm impressed with the staff that he's brought on right now, guys. You know, you almost have to be, right? These guys were successful. I try not to think about my concerns. The coaches will tell you I'm a pessimist by nature when it comes to football, and the truth is always in the details. Please believe it. You know, no matter how I feel about it, no matter how we want to spin it to our liking, the truth will always lie in the details of it. And Kalen has been a winner everywhere he's been. So I have no reason to doubt him on that side of the ball. But as Coach Jay would say, he has struggled a little, not struggled, but he hadn't been prolific in recruiting, right? And we all know down south, just like I told Ty, and Ty reiterated it several times, even if we come out and coach has a top 13 class, we're like, okay, top 13, that's not bad. Well, guess what? Out of those top 13, 9 of them might be in the SEC. So that's my only worry. That's my only worry, man. So, you know, hopefully it'll work out for us. What we got right here. Joe Man 7. Joe Man says he's already flirting with the Chargers, talking about Harbaugh, I assume. I said that earlier. He's got an interview set up. He has an interview set up. Jesse Minor needs to be our guy, would be outstanding. Yeah, I mean, that's Coach Jay's favorite guy, I believe. Jesse Minter, he's an outstanding defensive coordinator, outstanding defensive mind. I think Jim Harbaugh is just a pro guy, right? You know, I'm not mad at him. He's a pro guy. You know, his family is entrenched in football. You know, if he keeps interviewing with pro teams, that tells you all you want to know. He's a pro guy. He leaves. That's going to open up the Michigan job. So, you know, it's dominoes, baby. As always, it's just dominoes. One coach leaves, another enters. But I wouldn't mind having a mentor at all. You're 1,000% correct. But I don't know, guys. I don't know. You know, the coaching staff to me is the absolute branches of the tree that every kid wants to know. Think about when you're coming out of high school, you want to know who your position coach is, right? You want to know who am I going to be playing for. It's one thing to have the gray, huge, beautiful cloud that Coach Saban is. That name goes without speaking, right? We don't have to say anything but Coach Saban, boom, you got to say nothing else. Coach Saban. Kids will come based off of that. Now we got to let this young man come in and, you know, make his bones, right? High Power, what you got? High Power TV says, damn, brother, brotherhood and loyalty chase money. But High Power, think about it, bro. I don't know how old you are. You sound like an adult. You sound like I do. You sound like a guy that got a mortgage and, you know, talking about brotherhood. What brotherhood? When your coach can leave tomorrow, what brotherhood are you speaking of? I watched Manny Diaz take the Temple job. He was at the Temple job for 14 days. I watched Miami call him, and you know what he told Temple? Peace. Where was the loyalty? You just sat on my kid's couch and told him how about this loyalty. Where was the loyalty, right? I watched Charlie, what's his name? Willie Taggart at Oregon, right? Sat on the kid's couch talking to him about loyalty, right? I watched Florida State call him that next season. You know what he said? Peace. Where was the loyalty then? So if the institutions aren't being loyal, if the coaches, the very people that you're asking these kids to look up to, aren't being loyal, how can you be upset at the 18-year-old, the 19-year-old, the 20-year-old when you're like, man, I'm going to do what's best for me, even if it's the wrong decision, right? It's unfortunate, guys, and this is what Coach Saban spoke to. It's the very thing Coach Saban spoke to. Is this what we want college football to be? There are some kids out there that hold Lambos in a high worth, right? I'm not going to be mad at them because if somebody gave me a Lambo at 20 years old, I might have made the wrong decision too. So who am I to judge any kid to make a decision? And let's look at the football side of it. I read I read Isaiah Bond's tweet, and he said this. He said, and I'm paraphrasing, he wanted to boost his draft stock. So what that tells me is he's thinking, if I go to Texas, I'll get more balls thrown my way. If I go to Texas, I may be able to score some more receiving touchdowns. So, tomato, tomato, guys. We got a $10 super chat from Jay Townsend. We need good coaches, recruiters connected to the South. Bonds is great, but we have others. I know that there were tampering there, as well as Coach T-Rob going to UGA. Hey, Jay, you hit the nail on the head, man. I mean, this Texas thing was going on during the season. They were hollering at this kid during the season. Why do you think it was so quick? It was so quick. As soon as Coach Saban said he retiring. I mean, it's like, you retiring, I'm out, right? This is something that goes on in college football. It's not just Texas. I'm not throwing Texas under the bus, right? A lot of institutions, a lot of teams tamper with players. They talk to players on the rosters of other teams. And head coaches are mad about it. They talk about it. They speak on it. It's not fair. We do need guardrails on this thing because everybody's trying to raid Alabama's roster right now. Trust what I'm telling you. I talked to Josh. You got coaches calling agents calling players, parents, coaches calling parents of the players on roster, offering money, offering cars, it is a mass. It's crazy right now. And now that Coach Saban, that protective blanket is gone, everybody like kicking over an anthill, trying to get Alabama, even Georgia. I mean, love to Georgia, respect, even Georgia is coming poaching off Alabama's roster, as we would do them if the roles were reversed with Kirby leaving, as we would do them, right? So college football is different, guys. That's the biggest thing I could say is different now. I'm not one to judge a kid's want and what a kid's or what a kid's family think is important. I'm not important enough to do that, right? So I try not to kick in the kids back about what they deem important, right? I made my own mistakes at an early age, and that was without a Lambo. So I'm certainly going to not judge a young man who's offered $100K in cash and a Lambo. It's a lot of people out there our age, 35, 40 and up, that would make mistakes even now for that kind of money and that kind of vehicle, unfortunately. AJ Maverick, what's up with you, bro? What you got? Let's see. AJ said, why are we focused on names instead of production from coaching? Charlie hasn't coached in years. Yeah, AJ, I just said the same thing. I hadn't seen Charlie really be a defensive coordinator in that role in years, right? Not saying that he couldn't do it. That's not what I'm saying at all. I just don't have anything to go by defensively but his Florida tape. Let's see. What about DJ Durkin? You know what? This is our Philippines. I'm not high on DJ Durkin like that, man. Everywhere DJ Durkin has been, the defense hadn't really done much. Ole Miss, Maryland. I'm not high. He's a 4-3 guy, right? Multiple, but I'm just not high on DJ Durkin. I'm sure the young man could come here and do an awesome job, right? I think there's better people out there we can get. I really do. John M says, hey, Coach Sean, who would you like for our defense coordinator? Any names? Nobody has said so far. I think everybody's mentioned everybody that's worth mentioning, John. But me personally, give me Glenn Schumann. Give me Glenn Schumann because of his ties to the SEC. Give me Glenn Schumann because he's an Alabama grad. Give me Glenn Schumann because he knows the inner workings of Georgia and Alabama. Any coach that has coached at Alabama or graduated from Alabama or knows the inner sanctum of Alabama and Georgia, you can't go wrong with that. Nowhere in the country. He's already got ties in the Deep South. Some of these kids, these defensive linemen that you can't find out west, these defensive linemen and offensive linemen that you can't find, up north. You got to come down south. It's a reason why Ohio State and Ryan Day stay in the South. It's a reason why Marcus Freeman and Notre Dame stay in the South, right? So you got to have coaches that these families, that these high school coaches are familiar with, or they'll shun you. Agent 47 says, Coach Sean, man, you gotta cover the SEC. I really appreciate your unbiased opinions. Agent, I appreciate you, brother. God bless you, and I thank you. It's just my humble opinion, man. I've been fortunate enough to be in some of these rooms when this recruiting stuff goes on. Some of my players, myself, and I know it's not always pretty, man. It's just not. It's a lot of things that go on behind closed doors that the fans don't see. It's not always pretty. That's a whole fact. What else we got? Bama mentor. Yeah, mentor's straight, man. Coach J is real big on mentor. I had to educate myself to him because I don't really watch a lot of Big Ten football, right? And obviously the game we played against him, he did an outstanding job, right? But I'm wondering, against us, was it an outstanding job, guys, or was it an inept job by our offense, right? Was it an outstanding job by Michigan, which it was, or did we help him by being inept on offense, right? So, I don't know, man. I don't know. Let's see, Nicole, what you got? Coach Sean, can you answer, John? Yeah, that's what I was saying, Nicole. Glenn Schumann for me all day long and twice on Sunday for that young man. I'd love to have Glenn Schumann. I wouldn't mind. Some fans may not like this, and I know he's sort of moved into another role. I wouldn't be upset with Will Muschamp, man, because Will was a much better defensive coordinator than he was a head coach. When Will was a defensive coordinator, everywhere he was a defensive coordinator, Texas, Auburn, man, they were dogs. He's been at Georgia. He understands the inner sanctum. He's coached with Coach Saban. He understands the standard. So, man, I give me somebody who's entrenched in the South. I don't want a bunch of Pac-12 coaches. I don't care what you've done at the Pac-12. I'm telling you, recruiting here is totally different, right? I told a story yesterday on here, and I don't know how many guys here was in the chat when I told a story that I was a part of, and it clarifies what I'm talking about as far as how the South is. What's up, Eric D? How you doing, brother? Roll Tide to you, man. Goose, you already know, man. Roll Tide to you. I told a story about a young kid that ended up attending Mississippi State that I had a privilege to coach at JC. And young kid, played D-line, big kid, right? We had another coach. I didn't want to call the coach's name, but I'll just say the coach is not at Nebraska no more. The coach is at Nebraska now is not him. It was the coach before him, right? Coach didn't let us know he was coming. Didn't tell nobody he was coming. Had another coach that was, I can call his name because I don't think this guy's in college football, right? He may be in college football. I'll just say his name because I got a personal Matt Luke, Coach Matt Luke. Matt Luke was coming as well, right? So the coach Nebraska calls us like, hey, coach, he talked to our head coach at that time, Coach Wardrop, and he says, Coach, I'd like to come by and see such and such. He's high on our list, blah, blah, blah. But here's the thing. That Nebraska coach at that time did not have a relationship with our high school coach, right? He just thought since I'm the Nebraska coach, I'll pop up. They'll let me talk to the kid. I'll slide right in and lay it on real thick, and I'll maybe have a chance at stealing this kid. Our high school coach is like, nah, it's not a good time right now. He gave him the cold shoulder, right? Didn't even really deal with him at all. And I've seen this happen at camps as well, too, because he didn't have a relationship. They didn't know him very well. I watched 2 hours later, Matt Luke from Ole Miss come right in, sat down with the kid, ate with the kid, talked to the kid, and it actually came down to Ole Miss and Mississippi State, and he went to Mississippi State. So these high school coaches are very finicky people, especially in the South. If they don't have a relationship with you and can pick up the phone and call you, a lot of them won't deal with you, especially those bigger high schools like Hoover and Prattville and all those bigger high schools and Thompsonville. If you don't have a relationship with their head coach, a lot of them don't like dealing with you. I've even seen them give the cold shoulder to Ryan Day at a camp. Like, this is Ohio State's coach, Ryan Day, right? High school coaches down south wasn't having it, man. So it's very different down south. It's very, very different. And so I need to see some Southern coaches on that coaching staff. Darkwing Duck says, Coach Sean, if we don't get a DC soon, I feel that some of our defensive starters or defenders will start leaving. Yeah. Darkwing, you are 100% correct. And that's why I said the natives are getting restless on that side of the ball. They want to know who their coach is going to be. And you almost can't blame them, right? You can't blame them. Once your coach retires, I think they give them a window to be able to stay or to be able to leave. So there's only so much brotherhood you can hear, guys. There's only so much brotherhood you can listen to until you still think about yourself. When you play college football, you almost have to be selfish a little bit, because otherwise you'll make a decision based off everybody else that might not be the best decision for you. Travelpreneur Sports Cards, what's up with you, bro? Let's see what Travel said. There's no loyalty in college football. It's a loser. Hey, that's a fact. That's a fact. I mean, it once, I'll say this, Travelpreneur, once you're on a team and you went through battle together, you went through games and won games and lost games together, I think that's what brings the team closer, right? When you start talking about being personal, all right, Travelpreneur, you guys aren't doing well. Your coach is retired. I'm gonna give you $150K. I'm gonna give you a brand new 2024 Lambo, but you got to enroll over here. You got to sign that paperwork. There's some that's gonna jump at that carrot, right? That's too enticing of, and you're gonna catch more balls. Your quarterback can't get the ball to you like this one can. You're gonna catch more balls. You're gonna be the feature of this offense. You're gonna improve your draft stock. At that point, you may have the kid hook, line, and sinker. So who am I to judge him, man? Right? Who am I to judge him? I just wish the kid the best. I wish he had stayed, but this is why you have scholarships. This is why you have scholarship. Let's go, Kendrick Law. The next up, Kobe Prentice. It's your time. Let's go. Eric D, what you got, Eric D? There's no loyalty in college football anymore. Exactly. NIL. I won't say NIL, guys. I'll say pay for play has changed college football forever, right? It has changed, and you don't have any parameters on NIL, so it becomes pay for play. NIL is supposed to be given to you through whatever school you're going to. You don't get NIL deals, sign them, unless you're going to sign with the school, right? I'll give you an example. We'll let you. Let's pick on Christopher Woodson right here. Christopher, if you come to Alabama, we're gonna give you every dollar. We're gonna give you $4 off every jersey you sell with your name on it. We're gonna give you a deal with Milo's Tea. We're gonna give you 20% of the overhead from January to October, right? But you have to sign with the University of Alabama. That's NIL. That way the businesses get their cut and make their overhead projections, and you sign with the university that you want to sign with. Pay for play is, hey man, listen, I don't care who you sign with. I'm gonna give you $150,000 to shun them and come sign with us. That's pay for play. That's enticements. That's what's supposed to be illegal, and that's what's going on, unfortunately, guys. That's what's going on, unfortunately. But as far as Coach D-Borg, guys, I'm excited about it. I'm excited about the young man coming in, right? I'm positive he'll bring some more guys that are connected in this part of the country. So we just got to wait and see. It sucks because it's a waiting game, guys, right? It's a waiting game, and it makes us panic because of the young kids that are on the roster that we're afraid to leave, that we're afraid of leaving. But it's a waiting game. You almost have to be patient. And unfortunately, that's just the position that we're in. What's up, Kyle?
What's up, Coach? Hey, I'm gonna be back in like 10 minutes, but as everybody saw, and I'm not sure you talked about it, but Amari Niblack in the transfer portal.
Mm-hmm. Oh, what is he?
Yeah. So that was I'm gonna bring up a tweet real quick to kind of be the kind of the graphic, but yeah, he just entered the transfer portal as well. We had it in the. I know the comment box is flying around, but yeah, Amari Niblack is hitting the portal, and just kind of wanted to hop on real quick before I come back. I'll be back here in like 10. Are you cool for like another 10 minutes, Coach?
Yeah, I'm cool.
Cool. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna sub this graphic out for Amari Niblack, and then we'll kind of dive into it, and we'll get back to it, man. Good job, Coach. I was listening to you. I went downstairs and got a little something to eat, and fixed my little girl something to eat as well. So
no problem. Goodness, man.
Yo, if you want to follow me on Instagram or Twitter as well, just bam on YouTube. That's my handle on YouTube. I think we'll turn it to like a kind of like a team YouTube, and then on Instagram is Mr. Kyle Henderson. So But yeah, Amari Not Black in the portal, and I'll be back in like 10 minutes, Coach.
No problem. Well, that's another one. It's a talented kid to lose, man. Goodness, man. Amari Not Black, man. Wow. So again, somebody's been in his ear, right? Some team come here, right? So what do you do, guys? What's the answer? Scuba Steve, he said it best. Scuba Steve said, I don't blame them. Kirby Smart and Sark are better coaches. I don't know if they're better yet, Scuba. I don't know if they're better. I hate to use that word when I hadn't given Coach DeBoer a chance. What I will say, Scuba, is I think these guys have a better situation to exploit their talents based off us last year. I'll say that without throwing anybody under the bus, right? I think based off of us last year, and this is last year, this past season, I think the two teams that you just mentioned, the two coaches you just mentioned, he'll have a better opportunity to exploit his talent based off the display that we put on last year. That's what I'll say. So, shout out to Kimberly Harmon. I appreciate you. So, I mean, it's going to be this, guys. It's going to be this, man. I wouldn't be surprised if we lose a few more, man. We're going to have a very young team. I tell you that. Goodness, man. Eric D, all facts, man. We can't be mad. We have to get even, Coach. All facts. All facts, Eric. We got to get on the field and win some games and get coaches, boost this, as they say, as the young kids say. We got to boost Coach DeBoer's clout up a little bit, man. We got to let him boost his clout, man. Get on the field, whip some of these teams. Everything will be all right. Winning cures everything, man. Winning cures everything. The guy's a winner, right? And it cures everything. It's just sort of shocking that a lot of the offensive guys are transferring. Like Amari, he was going to have a huge role in this type of offense, man. Huge role. So that alone should tell everybody that it's more than just, well, I don't know about this coach, I'm going to leave. People get in their ear. Inducements. People are rating the Alabama roster. Coach knows it. He even spoke on it. He understands it. But he said, just give us a chance. Let's see what T got. What you got, T? T says it's funny to see the Bama fans cry because they can't stack a team with all the talent anymore. Playing field is level. So T, I would rebuttal you about this. We're crying because other people are paying our players. How is the playing field level now when it's only about 4 teams that can afford to do this? I would argue, T, that the playing field is as lopsided right now as it's ever been because it's not about recruiting. It's not about players coming to a university playing. It's not about seeing who's the best. It's about who can pay the most. Come on, T, step your game up. Chad Anderson, Wild Wild West, all facts, man. Adam Lapiro, Coach Sean's 100% right. It's just facts, guys. The truth is in the details. The truth is in the details about what's going on today, right? And that's what it is. We just have to understand right now that it's about that. It's about money. It's about who can offer these kids something. That's why when you guys see the kids that's on the roster that stayed, love on them. Go on Twitter and love on them because I can assure you, Caleb Downs is getting inducements from every corner of college football. You better believe that. Justice Haynes is getting inducements from every corner of college football, and they still hadn't transferred. Now, I don't know what they'll do in the future, but as of right now, these kids are still on Alabama's roster, and you got to respect them at least for that. Shout out to Emmanuel Henderson. Bonds can kick rocks. Okay. Alabama, yeah, we just know about Amari. I mean, what I usually do, guys, to me, when you see young kids like this taking opportunities and we hate to see them leave, just always remember this. Just always remember this. Step out of your fan box for a minute. It's hard to do, even for me, right? And step into your human being, your humanality. It's just a 20-year-old kid. It's just he think he's a sophomore. He may be 19. It's just a 19-year-old kid, man, right? I'm not sure he knows what's important, right? Some kids listen to their parents, but some kids will rebuttal against their parents. Like, no, mom, this is where I want to go. No, dad, this is where I want to go for this reason. So you almost had to chalk it up as an L. It's an L. We just got to move on, right? I was wondering to myself last night, where is Coach Saban, man? Like, is Coach Saban helping? I mean, has Coach Saban, is he still there on campus? Is he talking to these kids? Is he backing up DeBoer? Is he letting the kids know it's gonna be okay? I don't know. I don't know what's going on up there right now. But I will say this has to change. This has to change. Kenny Heathcock. College football will die if something isn't done. Yeah. I mean, it this is what I'll say, Kenny. This is what I'll say to all of us who love this game, to show you how serious this stuff is. I know I just said it a while ago, but really think about this, guys. All of us in our lifetime, no matter how old you are right now, University of Southern California, USC, Snoop Dogg, West Coast, Los Angeles, right? These guys, OJ, well, that's a bad, forget OJ. What was it? Marcus Allen. Marcus Allen. These guys all come from USC. That is a Pac-12 school, guys. They're in the Big Ten now, right? So college football, as we know it, guys, has changed. It is completely changed, and it's so ridiculous because football runs the world, guys. They'll say, "Oh no, college football run the world as far as colleges go." Because what does the basketball team do to deserve this, right? USC now will be playing Penn State and Rutgers. Rutgers is in New Jersey. That's about 2,500 miles away from Los Angeles, I think. How in the world is that your normal game? That's college football of today. Stanford, Palo Alto, I believe it is in the ACC with Wake Forest. That's a normal game now, guys. So college football as we know it is completely dead, man. It's completely dead. It's about TV contracts, guys. It's about everything other than what it was bred on, right? Eric D says, Coach. Let's see. Eric D says, Coach, we are talking about Bama, not these other universities. That's why Saban recruits character with ability. He missed out on Bond. He has been this since he got to Bama. Okay, Eric D, I will agree with you. This is Bama, right? I hear that a lot. This is Bama. What is Bama in 2024 with Nick Saban gone? If it was Bama, Amari Black would still be on the roster, right? If it was Bama, some of these people who left wouldn't leave. It's Bama, right? I'm not going nowhere. This is Bama. No, Eric. These are young kids that are induced with more money than they have ever seen in their entire life. I'm gonna tell you what overrides loyalty: greed. You know, and you can't even call it a bad thing because we're all greedy, all of us, right? We just hold these kids to a standard that we don't even hold adults to, Eric, right? So let's see. We got a super chat. We got a super chat from Dave 2K. Let's see what Dave got. Dave says, been enjoying you and the other coaches. Could you give us a quick background on the crew? Interested in y'all's experience. Okay, Dave, I appreciate you. Well, I'll just speak on myself, Dave. I'll let the other guys speak on them. I played my ball at HBCU here in Huntsville, Alabama A&M University, under Coach Ron Cooper. I went on to have a prominent role at JCHS and BJHS right here for about 4.5 years. Had a very dire role on the national 7-on-7 circuit, traveling all around everywhere. It's been everywhere from all sorts of cities in Texas to Georgia to Bama to everywhere on a 7-on-7 circuit. Met a lot of coaches, met a lot of kids, and coach youth league as well. Had an opportunity to be a running backs coach at Miles College in Birmingham, Alabama. Got an offer, but I had another offer in the job in the field that I do now that was way more money. At that time, I was just having my little daughter, and I had to make a decision: do something that I love for less money, or do something that I don't love quite as much for way more money. And I took the monetary route so I could aid my family in the way that needed to be aided. So I have a background in this football thing. A lot of kids I coached played college football. Coached Chadarius Townsend, coached Jaquez Watkins, who played for the Eagles now. Me and his daddy, shout out to Terrence Williams, Eddie. Coach Man Wiggins, Coach Terrion Orr. So a lot of kids I've seen that started from the bottom. Now they're here, if you know what I mean. So I love talking football, guys. I enjoy it. I have an eye for it. I know it. Got a few connections. I ain't Coach Smook now. I can't just pick up the phone and call somebody at Bama, but I know what I'm watching, and more importantly, I know the mentality of these kids. I talk to them all the time. They tell me what they care about nowadays, guys. And when I tell you guys in the chat that the young man of 2024 is not the young man of 2018, please believe that. So again, with Coach DeBoer, we just got to support him, guys. We got to support him. We got to believe in what he's doing, right? We all have our wants, right? But for me, we just gotta be patient. We gotta be patient as we can, and see what happens. Let's see what we got from Next King. Next King, 4.99 super chat. Do you think Bama wouldn't pay Bond, or did they not work to because I wouldn't pay him too much? Talent at Bama. Next King, I don't know if that's it or not. Sometimes, Next King, you have to understand it's a lot of tampering going on in the world. It's a lot of schools talking to players that are on other rosters. And I think this is something that had been in the water, if you know what I mean. This is an opportunity that just didn't come about right now. I'll just say that, right? So again, just my humble opinion, guys. That's all. That's the name of my Twitter page, JMHO. Just my humble opinion. I don't even bash the young man, right? I don't bash him. He's at Texas. God be with Isaiah. Let's go, Kendrick. I rather applaud the kids that's on the roster. What's up, Kyle?
What's up, man? I appreciate you, Coach. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate you inside the comment box. Everybody, what's going on? He's Coach Sean. I'm Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. Hit the thumbs up. Run the thumbs up on these videos. I appreciate you guys being here. All the videos that you see produced by the staff certainly help. So hit the thumbs up, and we appreciate you guys liking the content. On Sunday, January 14th, Coach Cubbin, guest host for a minute. I appreciate you stepping in, Coach. I just saw this. I was going to post this on the site as well. Kind of, the fallout that is happening because you have 30 days to hit the transfer portal after your coach has left. I mean, it impacts not only Alabama. I mean, as you saw right there, Amari Niblack hitting the transfer portal, but check this out as well. When you have Max Olson just posted this. Washington O-line, Nate Kelpo entered the transfer portal today means Huskies could end up losing 9 of their 11 offensive players who started versus Michigan in the college football title game. So, Kyle, search up what is that? Kyle, search up Jalen Miro and Yahoo Sports on Google. All right, I will on the flip side. Coach, I mean, this is the world that we're in. I mean, these guys are going all sorts of places, and just as coaches can leave, now the players can. And this is, I mean, with the Amari Niblack, I mean, I don't know if you guys talked about the impact of that. I'll update kind of the roster movement chart before you bounce out, Coach. You be here for a few more minutes, Coach, while we talk?
Yeah, if you need me to, I'm here, bro.
Cool. What were your thoughts on Amari Niblack taking off? I mean, I think I thought he was underutilized. High ceiling,
without a shadow of a doubt. Yeah.
High ceiling, but I honestly, and I'm not just saying this because I think the next guy is better, but and it looks like Alabama is going to hire Scott Huff as well, which is huge. So Scott Huff helped Alabama's offense to a Joe Moore Award. So I thought he was underutilized. I felt that, I mean, there was that one time that they threw like a jet sweep to him, and it looked kind of nice. But I'm not just saying this because he's entering the portal. Who knows? He could pull his name out of the portal. But he even told me himself that Caleb Odom could be better than him. And look, I know you have C.J. Dupree, Robbie Oots as an H-back. We haven't even really talked about, Danny Lewis at all. But I mean, Niblack, I mean, what do you think about him? I mean, not an overall huge impact, but a name people knew of.
For me, when I see Amari enter the portal, it just re-signifies what I already thought, right? That it is more poaching. I don't know what words you want to use that as, rating of Alabama's roster than I can imagine. Because with Coach DeBoer coming in, obviously this guy has a great offense, right? he's obviously done the background. So you can't be a player on Bama's team and not see what this guy's done on the offensive side of the ball. Amari was probably going to have a huge role in this offense. So for him to leave, that just tells you it's something else. It's something else, man. I'm not gonna be negative, but when Isaiah said, you have to read what Isaiah said. Like Kyle said, Isaiah's a straight up kid. He ain't gonna sugarcoat it. Isaiah said, and I'm paraphrasing, that I can enhance my draft stock by going to Texas. So what does that tell you? You know, the offensive scheme is going to be better for him. The targets, it's going to be better for him, and possibly the quarterback play. That's no shot, no shade, right? Because Tommy Reese sort of limited Jalen at times.
Yeah.
But it is what it is.
And you see Amari Niblack, you know, the first thing that I saw, you know, was there was one time after they won one of these big games, and I'm sure you guys saw it too. And look, who knows? The kid comes back. I mean, I like his skill set, but one of the things that I noticed is that he got in the end zone and he flashed his watch.
Yeah.
They're excited to make this money like right now. They feel like pros. I mean, it's just like you know, that money. So some NIL deal comes up. I mean, I don't know if there's tampering, like you were saying, Coach. It does exist. Hey, your coach is gone. Isaiah Bond in a Lambo. Yo, hit me up too. You guys need a tight end. Texas, don't you guys need a tight end? Because I'm over here saying like, yo, I can play too. Yeah, we just set that up. That Niblack is in the portal. This is who he is up top. Super chat. Love your show, Kyle. With top tight end and wide receiver now leading, I think there's more of a selection on the quarterback play than anything else. I think that I mean, with the staff coming in, and this is the staff, we're gonna have to update it, you know, because things are moving quickly, like fast. Alabama just added a tight end coach as well. The tight end coach will be Nick Sheridan, and the offensive line coach will be Scott Huff. Scott Huff is huge. That's really, really big for the offensive line for sure. So it's pretty much like all of Washington's staff on offense minus Robert Gillespie, who is retained, right? So that's what it looks like. But I think from the quarterback position, with Grubb coming in, from what I understand, he's like a quarterback whisperer. Everybody who comes in is like kind of like from the offensive side, like a quarterback whisper. I guess they never really heard that about Tommy Reese, other than the fact that he played the position. But then if you asked him, he was like, I'm probably better suited for an offensive lineman. That was kind of one of the weird quotes that stuck with me. But Grubb is, I mean, you look at the transformation that he helped with Michael Penix. And I don't know. I'm excited about the offense to tell you straightforward. Defensive coordinator, I just saw DJ Durkin's name being thrown around. You know, we've been throwing out some other names, but nothing else of substance regarding the defense, where I feel he needs to make the biggest home run hire on the defensive coordinator.
Yes, without a shadow of a doubt, man. That is the one position that I think will really give me a good night's sleep. If we can go ahead and get that thing taken care of, right? Kyle, do you mind if I answer this super chat with Derman Spraggs Sr.?
Yeah, of course.
Talking about Jeremy Pruitt right there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Derman Spraggs, thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Coach Sean, what about Jeremy Pruitt as DC? Reason why I wanted to answer that is because I've seen that a few times. Jeremy has a 6-year show cause. So I think you can it's something you can do to appeal it to knock 2 years off, 24 months off. So even if that is knocked off, that's still, see, he's been gone now for maybe 3 years. He still won't be able to coach for about another 2 years, another 2 seasons, right? So we won't have Jeremy for at least another 2 years. And I don't know how familiar this coaching staff is with Jeremy Pruitt. So I don't know.
Good point out, Coach. I appreciate that. Hey, just a real quick pause. You know, with the direction of the YouTube channel, we have 2,300 people on. You've seen the videos, 50,000, 40,000. You know, total views, many more. If you're out there and you're a business owner and you're looking to get your sponsor message out there, we want to add on some sponsors to our YouTube channel that'll help us grow. That'll help me keep the coaches fed. And rightfully so, because these guys absolutely deliver. So I'm going to put my email in there. It could basically be like a sponsor of the Kyle Henderson Call-In Show. Could be a sponsor of the Coaches Show. Could be a sponsor of the segments that we have going forward. So I'm going to put my email in there. If you are interested in that, definitely hit me up, because the channel's growing, and this is the champagne of all the Alabama football channels. Serious. I mean, the hard work shows. And I respect everybody else's content out there. It's just like this is the channel, and if you guys want to be a part of it, there's my email inside the comment box. I'll actually pop it on the screen for you guys to check out. But yeah, it is growing, and we have a business frame of mind with it, and I have some big plans. So if you want to sponsor it, hit me up, nmpreps@gmail. What is NM Preps? Well, it used to stand for New Mexico Preps. That's where I cut my teeth, coach, is New Mexico. You know that. When I started NM Preps, and I covered high school football there in New Mexico. Loved traveling around New Mexico before I came over. And yeah, I appreciate it, T. Thank you very much for the feedback inside the comment box. 2 new additions to the coaching staff. You have Nick Sheridan, who's going to be coaching the tight ends, and then you have Scott Huff, who's going to be coaching the offensive line. We will get this graphic updated until all of the graphic is updated, and I know everybody wants the defense as well. Coach, if you need to bounce, man, that's cool with me. If you want to hang out, it's cool with me. Whatever, man. If you want to pop back on later on, it's all good. I know it's Sunday. I know you have a family, but I appreciate you subbing in for a little while, man. So you just let me know what you want to do.
No problem, man. I'll pop back on, man. If
Cool.
you just
I got it,
give me the green light when you want me to pop back, and I'll be back. And I thank everybody in the chat for rapping with me. I appreciate you guys, man. And roll tide, man.
Roll tide to you, Coach. I appreciate you, man. All right, Coach Sean coming in to guest host for an hour. I mean, he's does a really great job. Honestly, I love when Coach Sean started calling in, on the calling line, just like everybody else on the calling line. And then we started rapping and wanted to bring him to the forefront, because I really like his delivery. That's a really good way of how he speaks. Very intelligent guy, played the game, understands the players, and we all really appreciate his insight. Says some stuff, and I'm like, wow, all the coaches. I love the different perspective, and we've been adding more Smook and more Jarek. Those guys are authentic for sure. And Ty, I see him as an up and comer as well. All those guys, different elements. I like my squad like a basketball team, but I also like those guys to be versatile too. So I appreciate you guys being here. Tim with the super chat. Let these guys go, man. Respect the ones that stay. Regardless of how the next few seasons go, I'm excited to see who keeps the standard going. Not going to cry about the kids making life-changing decisions. It's a good way to look at it for sure. I think that, in this world of NIL, you're going to just have to let them go. And it's kind of like, who is going to step up to replace those players? And when you're at Alabama and you have as deep of a roster, it's really easy to go back and have some guys step up. Now, it's easy right now because a guy pops into the portal. You have 2-3 guys who might just be as good, if not better, to come back, right? But can you retain that with your recruiting going forward? How do you work the transfer portal? Because what about next season? What about some bigger names? Because now you pretty much have a 2 deep, 3 deep now at Alabama that can sustain for a long time. But can you continue to add on to that in the back end? And that's going to be a challenge of Kalen DeBoer. How do you continue to facilitate that roster year in, year out? Can you have that high level of success that Coach Saban had every single year, right? That's going to be the challenge. He understands that. And the depth will take a hit, 100%. So you got to be able to add that depth behind it. And you do that with good coaching staff. You do that with consistency and performance. Courtney Morgan up at the top left of your screen. He's working the phones right now, keeping this roster intact, talking to the players, along with Coach Kalen DeBoer. Ryan Grubb coming in. If you're an offensive player, you're elated. You're ecstatic. You're pumped up. You're feeling it, feeling really good. Jamarcus Shep coming in as a wide receivers coach. As we had Jeff calling in from Seattle, he is an absolute taker. You have Jarrett McElwain coming in. I really don't know more about him, honestly. Don't know really anything about him. I'm going to have to do some more research on him. We all know Freddie Roach is from Alabama, played at Alabama, played at the highest level. And Robert Gillespie has been he's probably been really underrated, to be honest. He works with the running backs. 1 second. Sending out a text. So that's kind of how the coaching staff is looking right now, adding on Scott Huff as well as Nick Sheridan, who's going to be the tight ends coach. Is there going to be any other Alabama coaches that are retained? I'm not sure. And we don't know who the DC is going to be. All right, so that's kind of where things stand. I'm going to fire up the call line again. Call line, if you're new to the show, 205-850-1994. All right, I'm going to fire it up real quick, and I'm going to take your call as being here. And if you want to become a fan funder of this YouTube channel, just go up to the top. There's a hyperlink. You like the content for only $2.99 a month, you can support the channel. And that's really good. Sean asking about Jeff Allen. You have to keep him, right? You can support the channel by hitting the hyperlink as low as $2.99 per month. So hit the hyperlink up top if you're watching on your phone. If not, if you're watching on a computer, hit the join button. And of course, you can watch us on your big screen. Just pull up Bama Football on YouTube on your smart TV. Webb is asking, Kyle, do you think any of these wide receivers in the portal would be a good fit to replace Bond? I mean, you have receivers right now at Alabama that can replace Bond. With that said, I think Bond was right in line to be the main guy here. Yeah, and I think this has a token too. Please concentrate on the loyal players. A lot of it too is this. I'll tell you this before I take my calls. Like, Emmanuel Henderson isn't getting the NIL deal that he probably deserves right now because people don't know how good he is. Like Isaiah Bond, people know about him. Gravedigger, he's at the highest level, right? So go out and get the NIL deals. The other guys are like, okay, get the hell out of the way. Now it's time for me to shine. And once those guys get their deals, or once they have caught a 4th and 31, or once they have had like a 300-yard game or whatever it is, then they can bounce out too. I'm telling you, these guys we don't know how good they are just yet. They're kind of like under the radar. That's why you see tweets from behind the scenes about guys like, okay, just wait. I'm ready. I'm ready to play. All right, we go back to the phone lines, 512. Hey, thanks for being very patient. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Yeah, Kyle, this is Jay Thompson here from Round Rock, Texas.
It's a little bit choppy. The call's a little bit fuzzy, and I know you waited a long time, so let's make sure that the line is connected properly. Give me a test again.
Can you hear me now?
It's like a little bit. It's a little bit choppy. I'm gonna give you like another like. Okay.
Hold on just a second. I know what the problem is. Hold on.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better. Go ahead, man. What'd you say your name was?
Okay. This is Jay Townsend calling you from Round Rock, Texas.
All right. Jay Townsend from Round Rock, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a faithful listener. I've been sitting here looking. How sure are we about these offensive coaches? Are they 100% committed? The ones that you have, listed, and then the other that you just mentioned, are they 100% committed? Because I think that offensive coordinator could be a candidate for some head coaching position. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, good point. So when we put together this list, like everybody right now that covers, college football has been saying that these are the guys that are, and you're right, Alabama football hasn't officially tweeted or said that these are official announcements, but everyone, like big guy, like Chris Lowe, who's been like on the money, has been saying that Ryan Grubb to Alabama. So I don't really put things together in terms of like, I go from Chris Lowe. Chris Lowe's got the scoop, and he said all these guys. So when Chris Lowe, he had the scoop on Nick Saban. I'll just leave it at that. So I feel really confident that these are the guys that we have for the staff as of right now.
Okay. My big concern right now, I live here in Texas. I'm right outside Austin, right?
Okay.
And these people laugh every time they purge a player from Alabama. I know it's some tampering going on, okay? Mm-hmm. I knew about all of the players that's transferred from Alabama to Texas ahead of everybody.
Wow.
Okay, because they're right They showing up here in Austin, okay?
Yeah.
But my big concern right now is the defense. We're losing a lot of players, but the defensive side, we need to try to get some coaches
Yes.
that's got Southern connections that can go in and do some serious recruiting. You know, because Coach Saban at one time, I used to tell people, Coach Saban taught his coaches how to coach. He hired great recruiters, you know, and I mean, I think that's going to be imperative that we get somebody that can go into the homes of these kids and relate to their families just the way Coach Saban has done and all the recruiters that he's had in the past. The worst thing we could have done was lost T-Rob, okay? I don't know if Coach Saban got to talk to him or any of these players.
Mm-hmm.
I know some tampering going on. I mean, yeah, kudos to them. They got him. And I say one thing about this thing with Isaiah Bond, I knew yesterday that he was in Texas, okay? I knew all about Harrell and Jaleel Billingsley. I knew all about that ahead of time, okay? But what I'm saying is these guys that we got, Emmanuel Henderson, if you ever read anything about him, he's from Southern Alabama, and he was an athlete, okay? This guy averaged 200 yards a game in high school, and you're talking about the committed. He was so committed to his high school to where he had a chance to go to IMG or anywhere, but he stayed at his hometown because his high school coach had followed him through Pop Warner and everything. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So he's been faithful to Alabama, and a lot of people don't know about him right now.
Mm-hmm.
I think he'll get a chance, and I think he's going to shine. But that's basically what I got to say. I'm really concerned about our defense. I don't want us to start losing defense, and we need to get somebody that can recruit, not only outside of, as far as new kids coming in.
Yeah.
We need somebody that can get in the ears of those guys that's sitting right there now and try to keep them, because we're losing too many players, and it's really making me nervous.
Yeah, and I think, and we're on with Jay Townsend. I think the tampering is basically these players know that as soon as they hit the transfer portal, they can get an absolute offer from somebody else 1,000,000%. I mean, it comes in automatically. And I think you're right. You bring up a good point. Like, I think Freddie Roach kind of does have us, we feel a little bit better about that. But if you really want to stop a potential leak out, then you make your DC hire and you hit a home run there. He did hit a home. I do have to say he did hit a home run with Ryan Grubb. Not just saying that, not trying to sugarcoat it, not sunshine and rainbows. That is a damn good hire. So if you get him here, I feel great about that. It's just, and I think we haven't really seen a lot of players on the defense hit the portal just yet. I get it. Sean Murphy hit it, Antonio Kite, Des Ricks, but not some of the nucleus of the defense. So until I start seeing those guys, into the portal, or if they do, then I'm feeling pretty good right now still about, it's not a huge fallout. It's just a changing of the guards, and there's some leaking going on. Anything else, Jay Townsend, while I got you on the line before I move to my next caller?
I'm still kind of concerned about Caleb Downs. We don't know what he's going to do right now. That kid was the best defensive player, if you ask me, on the team in the secondary. I'm really concerned as to whether he might follow T-Rob to Georgia. He once said that he wouldn't go to Georgia, but now that T-Rob is at Georgia, that could be something that could change at any moment. You know what I'm saying? So we need somebody to get Coach Saban. If you got any connection with Coach Saban, please ask him to talk to these guys.
How about just hire car conversations inside the comment box, just being like, make Saban the DC. Problem solved.
That would solve it, but these kids, they should know Coach Saban is still. Coach DeBoer said he's going to give Coach Saban 100% access to these guys. you know, so he can talk to them. So I would like some of them to talk to Coach Saban before they make these decisions. And I know a lot of it is money. But anyway, I'm going to say that, and then I'm gonna get off here. But I know money can turn the head of a 19 to 20-year-old at the drop of a hat, you know. But, you know, we need to try to keep the strong defense more than anything. That's what's drawn a lot of people, a lot of kids that come to Alabama because we've been a force.
Yep. All right, man. I appreciate you calling in, Jay. Yeah, take it easy, man. All right. Townsend calling in out of Round Rock. I appreciate you guys hitting the thumbs up, liking, and subscribe. I'm going to put my email one more time for potential sponsors. If you want to sponsor the show, become a sponsor. I'm going to put my email on there. nmpreps@gmail.com is the sponsor contact. That's literally to my email. If you want to sponsor your show, be a sponsor of like the call-in line or one of the coaches' shows or my shows or any one of our videos. I mean, it's the channel's here. 100,000 subscribers carries a lot of weight, and you know, it's amazing to see kind of the reach of the channel. We continue the call-in line. My name is Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here. No NFL game today because of that snow. I've been seeing the snow up in Buffalo. It's unbelievable. It's crazy. So that game, I think, is pushed to Monday, but you do have the Cowboys and the Packers playing here in a little while. I just literally placed an order for some wings. I hit a Wingstop. We have Wingstop here in Tuscaloosa. I know my son likes Wingstop, so we're rolling with Wingstop for later on today. Okay, let's go back to the phone lines. And somebody said this was interesting inside the comment box that let me sub this out. Here's what we know so far, and it looks like there's two more additions. I'm going to update this graphic as we move forward, but it looks like Jarrett McElwain is the son of Jim McElwain. Is that true? Can somebody confirm that? I haven't even had time to look up Jarrett, so if that's the case, that'd be dope. I love Wingstop. You know what hits about Wingstop? Yo, Wingstop, you want to sponsor the show? Come on through. The Wingstop Ranch, that hits like hard. Wingstop Ranch, I'm telling you, it's different, right? All right, everybody's saying yes, confirmed. McElwain, okay. Yeah, that's cool. I like that. That's a good time. He obviously knows, and Sidekicking knows about the ranch. He's like, the ranch is elite for sure. That's cool. You know what, Jarrett McElwain, he knows the system. He's been here. That guy, I bet, look, he looks young. I don't know how young that guy is, but I guarantee you has a lot of contacts. A lot of contacts. That's a great position for him, scouting director. All right. More saying, I'm not panicking at all. We'll be fine. Let's give the new regime a chance. I like it. Like the optimism for sure. Yeah, so this looks like the staff. Chris, if you're just joining us so far, and there's two names to add to the list. You got Nick Sheridan, tight ends, and then you have Scott Huff on staff. So Chris is like, talk about the staff. It looks like Chris just got here. What's up, Chris? I see you inside the comment box, man. I'm going to give you an update real quick for you personally, Chris, because that beard life is different life, man. I have respect for the beard. All right, so this is what we know so far. Kalen DeBoer obviously has the task to put together his coaching staff as well as re-recruit the players. The general manager position is Courtney Morgan, basically player personnel, really important job specifically today. Offensive coordinator, Ryan Grubb, slam dunk hire, 10 out of 10. This is gigantic news. You have Jamarcus Shepard coming in as the wide receivers coach, baller, 100%. Used to coach at Purdue, and from what we gather, they call their wide receivers takers. We call ours rideouts. Whatever the case is, people excited about that one. Retaining Freddie Roach on the defensive side of the ball, and then retaining Robert Gillespie. Added two coaches that aren't on this list. Nick Sheridan will be coaching the tight ends, and you have Scott Huff, who's going to be coaching the offensive line. So that is kind of where we stand from the coaching standpoint, and really no nuggets about the defensive coordinator. And I know that's probably frustrating. It's frustrating for me too. But kind of that's how we are in terms of where we're at for the staff. So hope that we have answered that for you, Chris, because I know that's what everybody's talking about. So every once in a while, I'll kind of come back to a circle on the hires. And I like the hires too, to be honest. I like this setup right here. I like it. I'm not mad about it. Now, I want to see the defensive coordinator. There's been some names that have been thrown out, but overall, I'm really not mad about it. Seriously. Okay, let's go back to the phone lines. We got a 336. Hey, thanks for being very patient. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
I am Danny D. from Lynchburg, Virginia.
What's up, Danny? I appreciate you calling in, man. Welcome on in the show, and thanks for being patient, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. I am just getting from the emotions of an Alabama fan. You go into Wednesday feeling good. I've been burdened since then. Yesterday, there was a time where I think Ty was on your show, and he said, we just got to take a breath because it's becoming too much. If Caleb Downs leaves, I'm going to be that's going to be rough. I think that there's something going on with the wide receivers. You look at JoJo Earl left last year, Tyler Harrell, and then this year Ja'Cory Brooks barely played. I don't know what that was about. Malik Benson left. And then just to get Isaiah Bonds confirmed to Texas, that's horrible. I'm in a state of fury. But I think the key is keeping Caleb Downs. You've got to get recruiters and you've got to get Schumann on the defensive side.
Yeah, I wonder how realistic that is, from the defensive point of view when building the defense. I mean, because I think Alabama fans will be able to sleep a little bit more comfortable once they know about the defense. That's why I keep harping on the defense. It looks like we have the offense coming together really nice. I like it. We've been talking about the new staff updates today on January 14th hires and headlines. But overall, I mean, pretty good setup, and now kind of piecing together the fact that you have Jarrett McElwain, the son of Jim McElwain. You got to like the fact from the scouting perspective. So feels good. I'm not sweating it. I feel good. I know like Isaiah Bond leaving. I think that stings. Amari Niblack, who knows? Maybe he hops back out of the transfer portal, but Caleb Odom should be that guy. And then people really love CJ Dupree. Look, CJ Dupree is kind of a balanced tight end. But I like playmaking tight ends that you can split on the outside. So either way, I mean, they're fine at the tight end position.
Yeah, I think Niblack definitely had the catching ability over Dupree. Dupree is also solid. I think the bigger problem now is just getting the defensive staff in. I know he said he wanted to get his staff in the next 24 hours yesterday, but the offense looks great. It looks way better than I think this past year's staff looked. But yeah, we got to get the defense, and I think you have to keep Caleb Downs, maybe pull back Ricks. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if you'll be able to pull out any of those guys on the defense. And to be honest, I mean, there hasn't been a large, significant name on the defense. I guess maybe Des Ricks to go into the transfer portal. But other than that, I think been standing strong on the defensive side. So maybe Kalen DeBoer's message was like, just wait. I got someone coming and be patient. And I think the players, look, nobody owes anything to each other, whatever. But at least figure out who it's going to be before you just hit the portal. Just wait, Anything else?
That's true.
Right?
Yeah. My last thing would just be, do you think that what do you think it is with the receivers? Like I said, like JoJo Earl last year, people that would have played a big role this year, and then even next year, Ja'Cory Brooks left this year, Malik Benson. What is it with? Do you think it's a Milroe development problem? I personally love Milroe, and I think under Grubb, he can do a great job. But yeah, I just don't understand why we're losing receivers, especially given the past of Alabama's receiver history.
I think a lot has to do with NIL. I think a lot has to do with the fact that they, maybe think that the grass is greener on the other side. We know that that's not always the case. I think that there was a lot of offensive line issues. I think that Jalen Miro is still trying to, come into his own as a quarterback. I think that Tommy Rees was in over his head, to be quite honest. Not to completely dog Tommy Rees in any shape or form. He's just a young guy. So him coming in being new, Jalen being new, the offensive line being new. There was a lot of things that you could point to. So, I don't know, why these guys are leaving other than the fact that they're getting paid now. Ja'Cory Brooks is an interesting one. I think he got kind of surpassed from a talent standpoint, but Isaiah Bond, business decision, I mean, that tells you got the bag secured. Don't they say that at Wingstop? bag secured. So he got his deal, and he heads on, and now he'll make room for another guy to rise up, probably like an Emmanuel Henderson, a Jalen Hale, or one of these freshmen coming in. Anything else, Danny, while I got you on the line?
No, you're good. Enjoy the Wingstop and Roll Tide.
Yep. All right, man. Take it easy. All right. That was Danny from Lynchburg, Tennessee. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. Isn't that what they say? Bag secured at Wingstop. They say that, right? Because they literally give it to you in like a paper bag, like secure that bag, 007. Yeah, hit a Wingstop. Why not? All right, I got an updated graphic coming with the new acquisitions, and I'm going to take my next call right now. It's at 863. Hey, thanks for being patient. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Yes, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, welcome on in.
All right, yes. This is Tyler Gallagher from Lakeland, Florida, down here. And I won't take too much of your time. I know you're busy and you got other callers and stuff. But here's the way I look at it with things. We could be upset with all these kids and stuff leaving to go to different places to play and stuff, call them whatever, and get into our feelings and stuff. But I also see it as possibly a blessing in disguise, because right now we're getting just about everybody from Washington on the coaching staff, and all these rumors of players transferring. Seems to me that they want to keep the consistency going and keep a lot of those players that helped brought them to the national championship last year. And I just wanted to see what you thought on that.
Yeah, well, I appreciate the call. I think that one of the things that I do like about, sometimes we're like overlooking the fact that like Washington was just in the national title game. Like for a Pac-12 team to go 13-0 was an incredible run. And the feedback that we've had from, Washington, we had a great caller from Seattle call in about Washington and kind of the ins and outs under the short career of Caleb DeBoer at Washington. There's a lot to be excited about. How that is going to play into Alabama. My biggest question is, this is not the Pac-12. You are not preparing for Cal. You are not preparing for Arizona State. You are not even preparing for Utah. Like, the teams that are over here hit different, play different, are better. The coaches over here, Steve Sarkisian, Brett Venables, Lane Kiffin, Kirby Smart. I mean, the names I just told you, those are big time names. So, and I wonder, like, this is a good question inside the comment. I think Bama would have beat Washington. The problem with Bama is something happened from the SEC championship game to the playoffs because they went in the wrong direction. Because after they beat Georgia, I don't think there was a team in college football that could beat them. I don't know. My take on kind of like Washington, national title, all that stuff. What else you got, Tyler?
Yes. Also, compared to a lot of guys that you also had on the phone today, I'm a lot younger, and I haven't been as far as like in the fan base as much as these guys have. I mean, I'm a young guy, so all I know as far as Alabama goes is Saban. I became a fan in 2008. I started getting to college football during that time. Some of the players that he had, Mark Ingram, Julio Jones, Javier Arenas, et cetera, those guys turned me into fans. I know a lot of worries with a lot of fans, and a lot of other fan bases think it's going to happen that since Saban's gone, we're going to turn around and be back into the Mike Shula era and just horrible like poverty team era. And I was just curious, do you feel like that? Do you feel like that's the least of the truth? Do you feel like with the sustained success that Nick Saban and the standards that he put on this school for so many years, do you feel like that we should be fine moving forward with these new changes in this new era?
I mean, I want to be optimistic and say yeah, and say that everything is going to be okay. I think that there's such a solid foundation here that and the brand is so strong. I mean, you're not talking about somebody who was just here for 5 years and made, 2 runs at the national title. You're talking about somebody who literally built a legacy. And will that be lasting? Probably. You have to come in here with a really good game plan. And this is the thing why I can't really answer this, Tyler, is because this next era of college football, like this next year, is completely different, right? You got the 12-team playoff. You have the number 1 and number 2 in the overall SEC. This is going to be the most challenging, opportunity to try to win SEC title. Whoever comes out as the number 1 of the SEC, my goodness, because you see it now. It's just 1 and 2. The 12-team playoff is going to make for a much longer season. But look, this is a good hire. These are good coaches, and they're still really good players here. I don't think that things are just going to fall off the rails right away, or if ever. I don't know. Schedule's tough. And look, now Saban dipped out. There's more parity than ever in college football. All these teams are good. All these teams are loaded up. All these teams have dynamic quarterbacks and weapons. So that's kind of how I'm looking at it, Tyler. But it's gonna be tough for anybody. It's tough for Coach Saban. He hasn't won a national title in 3 years. You're like, 3 years, not a big deal. It's like, it's been 3 years. Anything else, Tyler?
Yes, for sure. And to piggyback what you just said, I believe a lot of people in the fan base is giving Coach DeBoer such a tough time. And I'm trying to get them to understand that whenever Saban first got here, they didn't start winning off of the jump. They started off 7-6 his first year. It didn't take till that second and third year for them to really get to the next level.
Mhm.
So I feel like Coach DeBoer and his staff, they really deserve the time to at least get their version going, and for them to put it on the field and see where it goes from there. I feel like a lot of the fan bases is giving them not necessarily let me see how I put this. They're not really giving him a fair chance. They're not giving him the benefit of the doubt, and they're quick to see him screw up so that way they can get him out of there and keep piling up coaches, because they feel like anybody after Saban, we're not going to do anything because of how great he was.
All right, Tyler. Well, I appreciate the call, man. Thanks for calling from Florida, man. I'll catch you with you next round, man.
Yes, sir. No problem. Have a good one.
All right, man. Take it easy. Anybody who takes over for Coach Saban is going to be in for a tough time. You imagine this first. If Alabama starts, let me put it to you like this: this last season, as much anxiety and as many times as Alabama was trailing teams, not ahead at the halftime break, how much heat did Coach Saban get? Let me put it like this: Alabama and South Florida were tied at halftime. Alabama was trailing to Texas at halftime. Alabama was trailing to Ole Miss at halftime. Alabama was trailing to Tennessee at halftime. Okay? What were people saying about Coach Saban? Can you imagine the first time that this team is trailing? The first time that this team under Kalen DeBoer loses a game. Can you imagine what the fan base is going to say? If they're losing, oh my goodness, it's going to be crazy, like a firestorm. My point is, there's pressure, like the amount of pressure that these guys are going to get is like anybody's going to have pressure. Man, what I'm saying is just, fire him. Be patient. We're about to go in a new world of college football. All right, we go back to the phone lines, 205. Hey, what's going on? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from? Hey, you there? You on the line with Kyle Henderson? Something happened to that caller. I hope he was okay. Hey, Sean, I got you right here. 8 Mile, man. The 8 Mile freestyles. Look, he shook because ain't no such things as halfway crooks. He's scared to look. Got you, man. Yo, Sean, spit it. It's on beat. Yeah, check it out, right? Man, I love the 8 Mile freestyles. This guy's a choke artist. You picked your bad one. You better out shooting yourself with Papa hat the handgun. Climbing up this mountain, you're weak. Don't get me started. All right, 615. Let's actually hold on, 615. We're gonna do this 678 right here. Hey, what's going on? You're online with Kyle Henderson. Who am I online with and where you calling in from?
Yeah, this is BC. I'm calling in from Atlanta.
BC from the ATL. I appreciate you being here, BC.
Hey, I like them bars, man. I didn't know you had the bars like that, so I'm feeling that.
Yeah, you know, I could spit it a little bit. So I love it, man.
I see. I see, but check it out, man. So I wanted to call. I'm actually, believe it or not, I'm an LSU fan. So, but following this story is just amazing because this feels like when Steve Jobs left, when he passed and Tim Cook took over. Just a huge culture change for the landscape of the organization. And I think the same about Saban as it pertains to collegiate sports. But I wanted to ask you your opinion of, you know, you were talking about parity earlier among in the college football. But I wanted to ask you, how do you feel about parity in the sense of coaches and players? Because we have a situation here where we see coaches, they leave for whatever reason and they totally disrupt the players' lives and everything about it. But we're hearing a lot about players entering into the portal. I wanted to know what is your opinion about that? Because in one way they're saying the kids are wrong for doing it, but when the coach is doing it, they're just going to better situations. So what is your opinion on that?
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, coaches have been able to do this for a long time, right? And when the coach leaves, he posts a message and he's like, sorry, you know, blah, blah, blah. And then, like, for example, like, I mean, the coaches who take jobs, it's about money. You think it's about money. It's about a new opportunity. It's about, you know, securing that big bag and moving up in their next level. How we feel about it for players doing the same. Yeah, like committed. I mean, it's really the same thing. Anybody can do whatever they want right now in terms of going to a new school, going to a new program. The problem with that is it has changed college football. Number one, we know that is now free agency. It is now pay for play. And I think it is taking college football. I don't know if it's like ruined it, but it's ruined the team continuity that you had, that guys would stick together for like 2, 3, 4 years. You're not going to see that anymore. Just the same as you don't see it in the NFL. There was this long time in the NFL where you could really like wear a jersey without, like, now if you buy an NFL jersey, like we have like a Jimmy Garoppolo jersey here. Right? We don't know how long these jerseys are going to last. So Isaiah Bond making a business decision. Look, if he felt that was the best business decision for himself, who are we to judge, right? He got paid. He got a Lambo, whatever. I'm not going to hate on the kid. I think he would have done an amazing job here at Alabama. All the eyeballs are still here at Alabama, but Texas is a big brand. Texas is a giant brand. Now coming to the SEC and Sark getting the players to the playoffs, and Texas is on everybody's eyes. They're a gigantic brand. So, you know, this is it. This is pay for play. And until things are fixed, you know, whatever. This is the Wild West. I'm sure Mari Nyblock's going to get some sort of deal as well. And I don't know if you could be mad at people, you know, for making business decisions.
I totally agree, and I appreciate that explanation. And I actually love it. I mean, I love what's going on. It makes it more exciting. It's the new normal. You know, people just going to have to get used to it. And one last thing, I really love this hire for Alabama. I think that Kalen DeBoer is a high character guy.
Yeah.
I think he's a player's coach. And I think when people actually give him a chance, like the caller before was saying, and get to know him. Obviously, there's going to be some transitions, some growing pains, but I think that he is a super hire. I was hoping they went out and got somebody different from him as an LSU fan, but this guy, I think, is going to really be great for you guys. I appreciate the podcast, man. You're doing a great job. I just discovered you today. But even as an LSU fan, I'm still going to follow you guys because I always like to know what the enemy is doing.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Thanks for calling NBC. Take it easy.
Take care, bro.
Yep. All right. All right. Lisa Tepfer, what's up? I appreciate you your comments. Kyle, you're comparing adults, coaches who have paid their dues versus kids who aren't legal to drink, right? Well, yeah. I mean, I guess I am in one, but I mean, think about it like this. Are you paying your ticket to go watch the coach's coach, or are you going to watch the players play? Right? I think I mean, maybe it was different for Saban because you loaded up and you went to go watch Coach Saban coach, right? The greatest of all time. But we all know that you're going to watch the players play. I mean, so things have changed. And I appreciate the comment, though, Lisa Tepford. Same name as my mother, except my mother has two S's in her name. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube, streaming for almost 5 hours right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Run the thumbs up. I appreciate you guys. I'm thinking about that Wingstop. How about you guys? All right, let's go right back to the phone lines. 615. Hey, thanks for being patient. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Kyle, hey man, this is David from Nashville calling back. You and I talked earlier, so I'm not going to stay on the line, but I had to throw this one thought out at you.
Yeah.
And this is probably me stirring. It's probably me stirring the pot, but I had to mention this. Do you think that the reason why we're not hearing any potential names for DC, is because Kalen DeBoer is waiting to see what Harbaugh is doing? And what we talked about earlier, if Harbaugh, like Kalen DeBoer knows that Harbaugh is an inch away from leaving for the NFL, and the second, like I'm wondering if a conversation has not already been had to Jesse Mentor, if that right, that's his name, right? Mentor, yeah. And that's why we're not hearing even so much as a name, because nothing can be said until Harbaugh makes his move. That's just a thought. I'm just throwing it out there. Like I said, you and I were on the phone earlier, so I'll let other people call in. But
I got you.
I just had to throw that out there, and I'll let you run with that.
Yeah, I got you. All right, thanks, David, for the question.
See you, man.
I don't know. I mean, I guess that could be like, something that, could be plausible. I mean, Jesse Minter could be a guy that could basically be the next guy in line. I don't know who Alabama's defensive core. I mean, that would be a hell of a hire. You're talking bringing Ryan Grubb in and Jesse Minter. What a great defensive mind, and coming in to work with already the nucleus that you have on the defensive side. And maybe that's why we haven't. I mean, I don't know. I haven't even seen that name mentioned, like, seriously. I haven't seen any type of names being listed for the defensive coordinator. But Jesse Minter would be absolutely that guy's schematics. I had a chance to hear from him. He was great, 1,000,000%. Jamie, I appreciate the feedback inside the comment box. Great show. Everyone hit the love hit button on the friend. For our friend Kyle, Bama is going to be just fine. The GOAT is still around for your help and advice. Great new coach in Caleb DeBoer. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. Here's how everything looks right now. January 14th headlines. Hopefully this kind of separates the new staff additions on the left and the transfer news on the right. We're like doing, and of course there's many more transfers, but here are some notable names. These are the latest transfers since Saban has retired. And here are the coaches that Kalen DeBoer has added. None of them are official, but they've pretty much been a stamp on it from Chris Lowe of ESPN, who I'm considering now just getting all his information from Coach Saban, right? Appreciate you guys inside the comment box. All right, we go right back to the phone line. I'll give Lisa a chance to come back. To answer your question, I go and watch both. I know how valuable Saban was to our teams. My appreciation for Coach Saban really grew to new heights this past season. I don't think we would have won the SEC without him. I think when we reflect on, I appreciate the comments, Lisa. I think when we look back on this last season, we were talking about it before. Don't you think that this was the best job that Saban did with this team? Not to say, I mean, every single team for Alabama should be at least in the Final Four, going to the title game, whatever. But this season, and he had to coach his you-know-what off, 1,000,000%. I mean, I'll never, ever forget about it. I talked about this before, how he looked just I don't even know if exhausted is the right word, when it was raining against South Florida and he was walking into the locker room. AL.com had a video of it. Man, I never seen Coach look like that. That was tough to cover. I'm not just saying, I mean, it was tiring for everybody. That game lasted forever. It was raining. It was just an ugly game. I don't know. He did such an incredible job. There was a lot of people that felt that they couldn't get to. Remember, I was riding with Alabama all the way down. I knew that once they lost to Texas early in the season, I knew that they were going to go as far as they could. I didn't think they'd lose again. Hell of a season. 617, you're up next. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, how's it going, Kyle? This is Hartman from Boston. It's funny. I'm glad I'm on the line. Appreciate you. I called in a couple months ago, back when the season was starting there, and I'm gonna keep my call a lot shorter than the last one. But when we were talking about what Milroe was going to be like back on that a few months ago, like, is he going to be able to even get the ball down the field? So I definitely agree with you. I think Saban did a great job getting the team to the Natty title. I really regret almost just some of those low snaps at the end of the game. I almost feel like had we had some of those a little bit higher, we're getting in there on in the end there, and then we're beating Washington in the Natty. But things happen. In terms of this new hire, though, I'm excited. I think Kalen DeBoer, he was who I wanted, to replace Nick Saban. I heard a lot about, people were talking about Dabo and whatnot. I think Dabo's a great coach. And, I personally didn't want him, though. I think that in the past few years, and I'm not saying that, Dabo Swinney is racist or anything, but something you do have to look at is he has a big preference toward, white players. So when Clemson's playing, you have, Will Shipley at running back and then Jake Bringstool at wide receiver. They're, great players. But I almost thought that when Shipley got injured and you had Maffa in, that's when they kind of played better. I don't know. I just see that preference on Clemson. And I think that's why they're losing. They don't have good players. I wouldn't have wanted Dabo Swinney at the helm for Alabama, recruiting all these players who aren't really at the top. I don't know, what he's doing there. But what's clear, he's not recruiting, a ton of black players, which is his prerogative. But I think that Kalen DeBoer is in great shape. I think that all we really have to do, I was just waiting on, are we going to get Ryan Grubb? And I think that Ryan Grubb is honestly one of the best OCs in the whole nation. I think that, last year we tried to get him, couldn't get him, ended up going, second fiddle for Tommy Rees. He was pretty good too, but not as good as Ryan Grubb, I think. I think the key here with this year, I'm really excited to see. I hope we can, keep as many players as possible. I'm really filled with hope based on how little defensive transfers we have so far. I think if we can keep Caleb Downs and, keep the rest of the guys, we'll be, in pretty good shape. I think on offense, I think that, the loss of Isaiah Bond was a little bit of a loss there. I think that was really smart on Steve Sarkisian's part. Like, he swooped in and took the best receiver that Alabama has. Texas is going to be hard to beat next year. I think, Sarkisian, I don't know. I would have guessed he was probably like the first ask. He probably said no. If they offered it to him, I think he would have been a great coach. But I think that Alabama is still in a great place because I think to win today, you need to have an offensive-minded coach. And I think that, I'm jealous a little bit of Texas because they have Sarkisian. I'm also an Armenian guy. Armenians are good at, like, chess. It's Sarkisian that, he's a great offensive play caller. He's a smart mind. Texas has a great one. But I think with Grubb, I think our key this year is going to be, can we get good receivers? Because I think that if we can get good receivers with the combination of Ryan Grubb's, offensive mind, I think it's going to be, even though it's a new coach, I think we're going to have a similar problem as we did the past 2 years of who are our receivers. And I'm really hoping we get perhaps some Washington transfers, some receivers in there, because all in all, I don't really see the O-line, getting too much worse. I think the O-line will be fine. I think that, quarterback, we got, a couple guys coming up. Hopefully Julian saying, stays with it. I don't hate Dylan Lonergan either. I don't hate him. I think he could be, the baseball player throws a 92-mile-an-hour fastball. He could be good. But, I would, preferably, I would love to see Quinn Ewers start the season at Texas, and I'd like to see him do well. And I'd like to see Arts transfer to Alabama, because they were already talking about, Alabama was his second favorite school. I think if we can get the quarterback, combined with Ryan Grubb and just some receivers, like whoever we're going to get. I think this year there was a lot of talk about like, people were upset when Malik Benson, went to transfer portal to Corey Brooks. I say good riddance to those guys.
Mm-hmm.
Malik Benson, even though a great player, he never really got the offense. The times I watched every Alabama game, I'm sure you guys will remember, there was a couple of times he got penalized, or maybe it was one time he got penalized in a key position, got taken out of the game. I never really saw him, adjust to Alabama's offense. He never really clicked in the offense. Ja'Cory Brooks, was good, but, besides that one big catch from, the Auburn game a couple years ago, he's just okay. I'm not, I'm obviously he's a great player, nothing against him, but, I think Isaiah Bond is the biggest loss there. He won, state championship, track and field in Georgia. He's fast, great receiver. I hope we can, replace these receivers, because frankly, I don't see us losing. I don't see us not being contenders if we have good receiving core, because I think the O-line is going to be great. We have Justice Haynes, who hopefully won't transfer. Jan Miller, those guys are great. Roy Dale Williams, him, visiting FSU today in the portal. I think he's another one of those guys where it's like good riddance. We don't really care. We have Haynes and Miller. He was like a senior. That's like his last year anyway. Not a big deal. Bigger deal, though, I think Isaiah Bond. I just hope we can get some of these receivers, because if we can, I don't see Ryan Grubb's offensive line with good receivers and, a competent quarterback. I don't see us not going far.
I appreciate the call. I'm going to answer on the other line, man. I appreciate you calling in, man. You said from Boston too, right?
No doubt. Appreciate that.
All right, man. Take it easy. You said you were from Boston?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right, man. Take it easy. All right.
From Boston, yep.
All right, man. Appreciate the calling. That was a lot to bring in, but I appreciate the dialogue. I think kind of, processing that, I think with the whole like Dabo Sweeney thing or Lane Kiffin or who would have been the next coach here, like Hartman was saying, I like the Kalen DeBoer hire. I really did. He wasn't my first. As soon as his name got brought up, I didn't know how I felt about it. But I was excited about Lane Kiffin and the possibilities. You guys see that that leaked audio where it was like somebody pretended to be Lane Kiffin and he was talking to his agent. Whatever. That turned out to be fake. Oh, and there was a super chat on board talking about Jalen Milroe. This was a hard troll by somebody because everybody was believing that Jalen Milroe hit the transfer portal. And the thing is like some graphic artist or somebody on their phone basically put like a message out there about Jalen Milroe bouncing out. Jalen Milroe is not in the transfer portal. Promise you, I have that like front and center if there was any news around Jalen Milroe. But I think that kind of getting back to our last caller, this guy seems like the right guy for the job, Coach KD. Do you guys like Coach KD? I think I asked that earlier. I like it. Sounds good. Kalen DeBoer. So kind of processing the staff. Let's look on the board real quick. I call the board right here, the staff additions and then the transfer news. Can you guys read that okay? No, look, John, no real news on the defensive staff other than the fact that we know Freddie Roach is going to be retained. You almost have your entire offense lined up. Coach Kalen DeBoer, Ryan Grubbs, the OC, Robert Gillespie being retained, Jamarcus Shep as wide receivers, tight end, Nick Sheridan, O-line Scott Huff, and D-line Freddie Roach. We don't even know if Freddie Roach will stay as the defensive line coach or if he'll be moved to outside linebackers, but that's what we know so far. And on the other side, we have Isaiah Bond in Texas. We've talked about that a million times. Amari Niblack is in the portal. You have Des Ricks in the portal. You have Sean Murphy in the portal. And you have Antonio Kite in the portal. Now, there are a lot of other names that are in the portal, but these are the guys that hit the portal after Saban, right? So after Saban retired, then these guys hit the portal. There's been guys that hit the portal before that. We know that. All right, cool. Roach is the DC. All right, we got a 256. Let's do it. Hey, what's going on? What's going on?
Yeah.
You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Yes, this is Ryan. You hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Okay, yes. I'm 57 years old. I was I think it might have been the 10th, 11th grade when Bear Bryant, when Bear Bryant left, and people, doing the same kind of talk. And then I could say, I had to get through the years, for his tradition was still there. And then they mentioned about Saban. I think I know his first year he was 7-6, but the second year, only game he lost was the SEC championship game against Florida, which they should have won. And thank Florida won a national championship that year. And then I think Alabama lost in the bowl game to Utah. And then the third year he won the national championship. So so like I say, the tradition is still there. And the players.
I'm sorry, I missed your first name. And by the way, I'm updating Ryan Grubb, his name. Thanks, Knowles Carr. I see you inside the comment box. What did you say your first name was, and where are you from? I like to do it properly. What?
My name is Ronnie Martin. I'm from Oxford, Alabama.
Got you. Okay. Thanks for calling in, Ronnie. Go ahead, man. Continue.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Did you repeat what I said?
No, I got you, man. Did you have another point that you were on? Go ahead.
Oh no, that was just it. I was just when you got tradition and players, it all it's the players gonna come because of the tradition there. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and I think the brand still exists here at Alabama, and the brand has always been, of course, associated with Coach Saban, but the brand goes so far, and the way that you keep up the brand is by winning. Period. Right? Like the brand of Alabama football knows. People who know Alabama football know that they win, and they don't win 10 games. They win 12 games. They win 13 games. They're in the playoffs. They're in the national title, period. That's how you keep the brand. That is the standard over here. So you can't lose that 1,000,000%. I mean, you absolutely cannot. And look, I don't know if it's a tall task to win at any program, but when you're following Coach Saban, I know a lot of fans would be happy if you right away get to the playoffs. And what are the expectations here for next year? The expectations are, I would say this, SEC title game. I would say the 12-team playoffs. And I would say Final Four, championship. Those are the expectations. Right? I mean, people aren't going to, what? Are they going to lose like your high level of expectations with a new coach? Tom G said 10-win season. Ronnie, what you got, man? What's the expectations for next year?
For me?
Yeah, for this next season.
But like this, I always shoot for the goal. So I'm the kind of person, because I was before then, they was saying it was going to be between Alabama and Georgia. That was before, Nick Saban's retirement. They had Alabama ranked 1, and I think Georgia was ranked 2 at the time. But like I say, I was always, my expectations, I always shoot for the goal.
Mm-hmm. All right, Ronnie. Anything else, man, before I move to my next caller?
That's it. Appreciate it. Appreciate you having my call.
Absolutely, man. Take it easy, Ronnie. All right, Ronnie calling from Oxford. Been out that way a couple times. I think you drive through Oxford when you go into Atlanta. Eric D saying 10-2. Jonathan saying 11 wins. The schedule's tough, right? Kalen DeBoer has championship expectations. Stuff. You got to when you come over here. Down Ford is saying 11-1 or 12-0. Carl is saying 9-3. Ronnie is saying Florida State got our players too. Yeah, 4 players from Alabama have transferred to Florida State. See if I can rattle them off here. Earl Little Jr., T. Ferg, Roydell Williams, and Malik Benson, right? Those are the guys to go to Florida State. All right. Let's continue. Our next caller is at 337. Hey, what's going on? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who are they on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
This is David from Louisiana.
Hey, David, what's up, man? It's been too long, man. Appreciate you calling in. I know you got a wedding for your daughter that's coming up. When is the wedding?
No, not for my daughter, for me.
Wait. You're getting married?
I'm getting married.
Who?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. I'm sure you outkicked your coverage.
Who in the world would want to marry me? And the crazy part about it is he don't even like football or anything.
Okay.
God, it's crazy.
That's so funny.
But
welcome on in, David. I appreciate you being here. And thanks, Dwight, for becoming a fan funder of the YouTube channel. David from Louisiana, take it away, man. Welcome to the show.
All right, brother. Well, it's it's sad. I've been pretty depressed lately with this, Saban leaving and everything. But, he don't have nothing else to prove. He done an amazing job. He turned college football into what it is today. I don't know how many coaches are out there that was ever underneath him that are still active today. I know Kirby and Fisher, and, there's a bunch of them that were out there. They're out there that was under him, and they owe him nothing but a couple million each whenever they retire finally, but, as far as a DC, we need someone with a big name that does have some ties to the South, and I agree with Coach Sean, you just can't have somebody that's, because the South is where all the good players come from, it seems, and we need someone young. We don't need someone old that's fixed, that only has 2 or 3 years left in them and then retires, I was looking up on this Jesse Minter. I think he would be a pretty good fit. That Schumann, who's at Georgia right now, I think he would be a great fit. He's still young. There's one that could possibly, if we can get him out of the NFL, I know the last name is going to drive people crazy, but Shula, Chris Shula, he's like 37, 38 years old. He was a pass rush coordinator and linebackers coach for Los Angeles Rams. I don't know if he's on the chopping block or what, but we do need some young coordinators that have experience, and knows what's going on, that can also get in touch with these families. In the South, it's like everyone says, we're close, tight-knit people here, and you've got to buy into you got to sell to the parents for your kid to come. Too bad we couldn't have poached the defensive coordinators from Missouri. What LSU done, they just got, really good defensive coordinators from Missouri. He's the highest paid from what I see right now in college football as far as DCs. But, I'm not, I don't know how to put this, I think he's going to be a good hire. He's a great hire right now. We'll see what happens. What if he does come in with this roster, if we don't lose a bunch more players, his first year, win the SEC, and then possibly, bring Bama to the national title and win it his first year. That would be an amazing thing. I know it's a big what if, but Coach Saban is a totally different person compared to any other coaches. Him and Kirby and a couple other ones out there, they relate to these recruits that they're trying to get. And from what I've heard, DeBoer's not the greatest when it comes to recruiting at times. He don't have that niche, I guess you could say, that he mesh. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know nothing about him except for what he's done this year. And he has got to make relationships with these guys that are 4 and 5 stars. If you're not, you're going to lose, that opportunity of getting this guy, and as far as offensively, yeah, you got to have a good offense, but everybody knows in the Southeastern Conference, offenses win games, but defenses win national championships. And if you don't get the right DC and stuff like that, you're screwed, blued, and tattooed. And I just hope this is the right fit for Bama. We're so used to being in the playoffs or SEC championships and winning natties. And I'm not saying he ain't going to be able to do it his first year, second year, third year. If he goes 6-6 or whatever this season, they're going to be calling for the chopping block and putting him under the guillotine and getting him out of there. The fan base, how Bama fans are. We have been so spoiled under Nick Saban, it's unreal. And I know it's a whole new era. I want to have faith in him, and everything I've seen from him, where he's come from and coached at, he's turned teams, those schools around in a very, very short period of time. But I don't want to have a coach that's going to cause the team that has the greatest legacy of all teams in college football the laughing stock. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to be wearing paper bags on my head like the Saints used to do back in the day. But anyways, man, I know you got other people calling in. I just hope he can find the right DC. If not, give Charlie Strong the opportunity, or someone that has connections with these kids from Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, and the southern states. Because you look, there's a lot of the top players that come out of the South. But with that being said, God bless everyone. God bless this great country, and Roll Tide, and y'all be safe with this crazy weather coming in.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Hey, David, before you go, when is the wedding?
Well, she hadn't really set a date. I told her, I said, what about April the 1st? I said, what about April the 1st? And she said, you're going to be a fool for marrying me on, if we do it on April Fool's Day. But, I wear pants, but I'm going to tell you right now, man, she's the boss.
Yeah.
I promise you that.
Well,
I don't pretend that she's the boss. It's just a fact. She does not like me spending money. She's come from a hard life, and
Who
she was a
hasn't?
single mother, which her girls are grown, and she's a tightwad. I don't have a problem with that, but I like to spend money,
Hey, let your hair down. Hey, David, I'm gonna send you a wedding present whenever the wedding is. So you let me know when the wedding is. I'm gonna get your PO box or whatever it is. I'm gonna send you a wedding present. And someone's like, "Look, happy wife, happy life. I'm really excited for you. Thanks for calling in. It's been too long. I'll catch you with you next time, David."
All right, brother. Y'all have a good one.
All right, man. Take it easy. All right, David calling in. I appreciate it. Man. Okay, so look, this is how the new staff is coming together. Real quick, Kyle Anderson of Bama Football on YouTube. Run the thumbs up on these videos, any video that we see. I appreciate you guys being here. What do we stream? 5 hours and 30 minutes right here on Bama Football on YouTube. The new staff, I like it. I think Bailey just said, look, I need to know who the DC is, and I need to know the update on Caleb Downs. Don't have updates for you in that regard, in terms of like the DC, right? This is the biggest question, right? Who's the DC? We don't know yet. We're gonna put that up on the board at some point. All right. So here's a full screen graphic of what we have so far, right? Courtney Morgan, the GM, Ryan Grubb as the OC, Jamarcus Shepard, wide receivers, Nick Sheridan, tight ends, Jarrett McElwain, scouting director, Freddie Roach being retained as defense. I guess the defensive line. We don't know any of these positions just yet. Robert Gillespie, running backs, and offensive line, Scott Huff. So that's a look at Alabama's staff as it's kind of coming together. I'm happy about it. Look, I know I'm an optimist, but I do like the staff. Now, things could change depending on the DC. But overall, if I'm a player, I'm liking that staff too. If I'm a parent of a player, whatever it is, I'm liking that staff. All right. Let's go back to the phone lines. We got a 470. Hey, what's going on? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Cameron from Acworth, Georgia.
Cameron?
Yeah.
All right. Cameron, what's up, man?
Bama
I appreciate it.
Yeah. Huge Bama fan here. Haven't called in on the show. Been watching for a while.
Yeah.
But just wanted to get the opportunity, follow the team a lot. And I know there's a lot of stuff about the position coaches right now, but I'm interested in, more about the players because, you build, your system around the players. So as far as our center and our right tackle go, do you think we just move guys up, Brockermeyer and, I know Elijah Pritchett's got stuff going on, but do you think they just play? And on the defensive side, do you think Keon Keeley is someone that we'll see? I know these are projections, but, do you think those are guys that we're going to see this year?
Yeah, I think on the defensive side of the ball, I guess I'll start. Yeah, Keon Keeley, outside linebacker, Yanze Pierre, Quay Russo. Those are the guys watching in terms of the outside linebacker and their development. Coach Saban said that the only reason that those guys didn't get on the field is really had a large part to do that they got here during the summertime. And then you're also playing behind Chris and Dallas Turner, right? So I think those guys are going to come with it. I mean, I was literally walking at the Rose Bowl, and it was really amazing to see Keon Keeley. I mean, the dude is he looks like he's the NFL part already. Guy's young. He's about 6'5", big. Just a big dude, right? Same thing with Yanze.
Yeah.
So I think those guys are going to be fine. Ballers. Future NFL guys. On the offensive side, you're excited about him too, I'm sure. On the offensive side of the ball, you got to replace the right tackle and the center. We've talked about this before. I don't know what, and you have a new offensive line coach here at the bottom right of your screen, Scott Huff, who helped Washington to the Joe Moore Award. With that said, I think, didn't Alabama's offensive line win that 2 years ago? Or something like that, a couple years ago.
Would have been the COVID season.
There you go. So I was in 2020 under, who was the O-line coach during that time? Was it Kyle? It was Kyle Flood, right?
It was a Jag catch. Right?
Yeah, it was Kyle Flood who then left with Steve Sarkisian, and I mean everybody knows. Yeah, that's who it was. I don't know who's going to be the center. I mean, the guys at least that we have now on the roster, of course, everything is so fluid. You have James Brockermeyer. Of course, you know that T. Ferg went to Florida State, and then you have. I guess at the right tackle position, depending on what they want to do, you have Elijah Pritchett. Everybody knows that he was arrested. I guess that was before the Rose Bowl and everything that went along with that. But he was actually repping with the first team before the game against Michigan at the left tackle position. Okay. I don't know if they switch him over to right. A lot of people have said Ola Saline could be a center. Or move to the center position. Again, everything is so fluid on the offensive line, so it's up to Scott Huff right here to figure out what he wants to do. But from a roster personnel standpoint, those are the players that we have. And the transfer from A&M, as Dominic is saying, that is Nyquil Bentrade. He came in, so I'm sure he's going to compete for the tackle position as well. I think he's only going to be a sophomore this coming season, young guy.
Yeah, I remember reading his, what he said when he transferred. He said that the coaches at Alabama told him that he's they see a developmental piece, and not many guys can move at his speed, at his size. So, I'm not really thinking he's going to play next year, but, that might take a few years to get him ready. But, he is like, just under 6'7", 350 pounds. So those are the type of guys you want at that position, obviously. But, from the offensive standpoint, I think that when you get Ryan Grubb, when you get the guy that you really wanted last year, and, I'm not saying Nick Saban isn't involved in the offense. It's more like, he's affecting the offense mentally like he does the defense in the everyday, making sure they function at the highest level under the offensive coordinator that he does have. It's not necessarily that he's implementing his own system. He's just making sure the people in that system are working their butt off every single day. So, he could be – I don't think he ever called plays or anything like that. So, I think we'll see a better offense this year. But I think our defense this past year was the solid rock that we just hung on no matter what the situation was, because some of those games, like you look at Texas A&M, even sometimes in that Mississippi State game that we went way ahead in the first quarter, we looked really shaky. Yeah. Like the offense was in and out shaky. So, I don't want to say Tommy Rees has done a bad job, but if I had to grade it on a scale, I don't think it would be anything higher than like a B, based on the talent he had, based on the offensive line that he had. Maybe that falls on Wolford, but I'm excited for Huff. I'm excited for Grubb. I think that last year was the floor for what you can do with this offense from a personnel standpoint, just because of the blue chip ratio, who you've got, and Kalen DeBoer is a winner. And in college football, there are two ingredients for being able to create a dynasty, and one is the actual college, actual resources, and two is the coach. If you have those two pieces, you can win and you can be great anywhere. Kalen DeBoer is 100% a coach that is top 5 right now in current coaches. If you made a ranking, he would be top 5. So I'm happy with where things are at. And as far as, Saban leaving, I'm not obviously happy about that, but I think we're going to figure it out. And one more question for you. Georgia, I look at them. They have co-defensive coordinators. They have T-Rob now and Glenn Schumann. Do you think there's any chance Alabama could throw a bunch of money at Schumann, him being a former player? I know that he's super close with Kirby and was under Kirby at Alabama, went to Georgia with Kirby. But do you think there's any chance we could throw him maybe an extra $1 million a year, maybe surpass what LSU's coordinator makes now? Or what do you think about that?
That's a really good question. You know what? That would be such a great troll by Alabama, right? With considering that Kirby Smart is literally taken away or copied or tried to replicate every single thing at Alabama, right? And then if you go ahead and take his DC, that would be crazy. You guys take T-Rob, we'll take your DC. I don't think it's going to. I think it's unrealistic, to be honest. But that would be that would be monumental if they did that. I would love it.
Yeah, my question is with co-defensive coordinators, what are their roles? When a team comes to T-Rob or comes to Schumann, if they come to Schumann but they know that T-Rob was calling all the plays, maybe he doesn't get a job like a Texas or a Texas A&M job if it opens, one of those big jobs or something like that, because you weren't even calling defensive plays. So that's the only reason I even thought about it, just because he's the co-defensive coordinator. That always leaves me with well, does that really just kind of diction, how they word it, whatnot? Do they just call it that? And really,
no, for example, a couple years ago, I think Pete Golding was the DC, but the co-DC was, I believe it was Charles Kelly. He had, or even it was an assistant head coach or something like that. He had just another title. Maybe it was to get him to another pay threshold. I'm not sure, but and who knows? Maybe that was kind of a title that T-Rob had here, because Lane Kiffin said that somebody else was calling the plays at Alabama. What was Kevin Still doing?
Yeah,
I don't know. Because Coach Saban sounded stressed about the defense.
It pans to Kevin Steele up there in the booth, and then it didn't show us a lot. But that game, it looked like he was talking into his microphone like usual. Like I remember I was watching the replay, and over the highlights, it showed him in the booth talking. So, like, if that's not him calling plays, I mean, I don't know what it could be. But, I mean, T-Rob,
Imagine being
the worst part about losing T-Rob, obviously, is the recruiting aspect of him. And, obviously, even the mention that someone like Caleb Downs could leave, right, is terrible.
Yeah.
That's like if, Malachi Starks left Georgia, right? That would be a monumental, huge loss. And that people would just think about our team differently if we didn't have Caleb Downs. I think if you get rid of any player, including maybe Milroe, if you bring in a different quarterback, but if you get rid of Caleb Downs, I mean, it's a different defense because he's a linebacker. He can play up in the box. He can do everything. He's just a football player.
Yeah.
But with that, I just want to say thank you. I love your show. Yeah, and Roll Tide.
All right, Roll Tide, see you, man. I'll talk to you on the flip side. All right, see ya. Cameron calling in from Georgia. All right. Hey, hope you guys are having a good time here today, here on Bama Football on YouTube. Today is January 14th. We continue the stream. This is pretty much turned into just like a living, breathing entity of a show. Per On3, friends at On3, Washington Jetfish. That's your next coach. And Will Rogers commit back to Washington? Where's he going to end up? Didn't he throw for was it 12,000 yards or 16,000 yards? I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, I just saw that. What's your best guess at DC? I don't know. I mean, I'm not. Who makes sense? I mean, I was talking like earlier, before kind of everything started to come in. I like Jesse Mentor. I mean, if you really wanted to solidify and staple in this defense, you get Mentor, and then see the positive side. I keep bringing up the positives. Like, we really haven't had too many of the key component guys hit the transfer portal on the defensive side. A couple offensive guys, Isaiah Bond, Amari Niblack. But the defensive guys have been straight. I mean, you kept Freddie Roach, huge dub. I mean, some of these younger guys, Keon Keeley, Jan Pierre, people don't know how good they're going to be, so they're not going to get huge NIL deals. The one that we're just kind of really worried about is Caleb Downs. That guy could get whatever you want. You can get NFL money right now. So that's kind of but other than that, all these other guys in good positions. Deontay Lawson hasn't said anything. Jahad Campbell locked in. Feel good about those guys for sure. Yeah, this is exactly how to put it, Jarvis. Thank you. Few casualties, but nothing major. There's casualties in the changing of the guard. This is major what just happened. You know who's probably just straight chilling? Who probably doesn't even have, he probably has a flip phone. He probably has it off. Probably fishing. Probably up in the mountains. Is Kevin still? He probably just I'm retired. He's young. He's done, right? He knew Coach Saban was yo, I'm going to retire. I think he was going to retire before Saban even knew he was going to retire. Right? Kevin Steele's probably just chilling. I like the job that he did. I guess in hindsight, it would have been nice if Kevin Steele would have stayed one more year. I don't know. Because he could have been the DC. But maybe there's a really good plan in place. People keep asking about Charlie Strong. He's there. Me calling the DC? Nah. I'm going straight. I'm too aggressive. On NCAA football on the sticks, I'm throwing every single blitz at you. I'm coming every single down. First down, third down. I'm sending my edge rushers at you. Keon Keeley, I'm trying to get him 20 sacks. All right. I just watched. Are you for real? I just watched Kevin Still order number 6. See, I bet he's just chilling. Run the thumbs up on these videos. I appreciate it. And any other video that you see, it really helps me out. If you want to become a fan funder of the YouTube channel, go to the top. It's a hyperlink. Become a fan funder as low as $2.99 to support the YouTube channel. I have goals, aspirations of really growing this channel to something that really haven't seen before. So I appreciate you guys being here. If you guys want to be a sponsor of the YouTube channel, screenshot this right here. It's nmpreps@gmail.com. We need some sponsors. I really, I want to add some staff. I want to be able to take care of the coaches for sure and kind of add them more to the channel because I think it could be a living, breathing entity. This is live, so if you're out there and you're looking for your message to be broadcast, to thousands, I mean, you guys know the reach of the channel. There's people that call in from all over the country, and I love when we get the calls from like overseas too. That's deep. Here we go. All right, let's go back to the phone line. We got a 205. Hey, I appreciate you being patient. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
My name is Marcus Goldsmith, but I'm from Birmingham, Alabama, but I live in Memphis, Tennessee.
All right, Marcus, calling in from Memphis by way of Birmingham. What's up, Marcus? How you doing, man?
Man, I'm doing good, man. I'm still a little bit grieving a little bit, man, because I'm 25 and Nick saved me. I was like 7, 8, 9, man, watching Nick save, and now I'm 25, and it's just like, man, you gotta get some adjustment. You gotta get some used to. You know what I'm saying? But my concerns, man, is really first of all, one of the callers was talking about Archie Manning. That's a no, man. I just feel like we don't need him. We got too much depth at the QB position, man. Even a lot of people sleeping on Dylan Loggern. I think that's how but he's really throwing it. He got a great arm power, man. And before we can say Sane, you got to watch out for him first, man, because I think he's above Sane in the depth chart. And I like his upside. I'll be seeing him practice a little bit on YouTube, watch a couple of man. And I think he got more potential. Not more potential, but I think he's more potential ready to start over Monroe if they want to make that change and not Ty Simpson. So I just wanted to get that out the way. But far as like people keep reiterating, I really do think the pieces on defense is not that crucial that we're losing. Like, yes, we lost, a 5-star. Yes, we lost Earl, but they didn't get many playing time to see their full potential. Like, how we know those guys was really, really ready or really living up to their 5-star potential. Mm-hmm. I would rather take experience over star rankings because everybody don't pan out. And I'm not saying Bama, 5 stars or 4 stars haven't been panning out, but still give it time. We haven't seen them. And you got to reiterate, we got to remember, I feel like we grew up off the D-line anyway. We had corners, but the D-line was our focal point, with Quentin Williams, Christian Harris, that Carter Pick, there's our linebackers, Mosley. I can go way back. So I think keeping Jaheim Otis, good run blocker, good stopper in the run, not run blocker, but stopper in the run, or keeping, like you said, Keon Keeley, make sure he's on board. Quinn, the guy that's from Montgomery, the new stars that's coming in. I think keeping them, the younger guys, linebackers, DNs, I think that's going to be our best bet. And we got corners. We got Kirkpatrick Jr. We got the transfer from USC. We got Amos, like you said. He played really good in the national championship game. I really felt like he kind of should have stayed a little bit. And I like Kool-Aid, but, I just feel like Amos gave that a little more juice, But the board, I like the hire. He's a winner. People saying the levels, and yes, it's the SEC. It's a different brand of football. But like everybody keeps saying, and mostly me, we got to give him a chance, man. We knew Nick Saban, but we didn't really know. We had to give him a chance. And let's see what he can do. And I feel like all we can do is support him, be true, real Alabama fans, and let him go out. Again, he's going to support himself. If we losing guys, I'm sure he's going to get in the transfer portal and get the guys that we lose and need it back. As well as the new tight end that's leaving in the transfer portal. We got Caleb Odom. one of the most athletic tight ends that's coming in this game, in college football.
Yep.
So, now Black, he probably said, he probably said, well, I don't want to, split it up because we got Dupree coming back, our blocking tight end. So he probably didn't want to split up between other two tight ends. And like you say, NIL is playing a huge factor in it.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm young, I'm 20, like me, I'm 25. I would leave right now for a Lambo, or whatever. But I think in Birmingham, we got the Mercedes-Benz dealership. Hopefully, kind of Detroit can use that to kind of, bring in the guys, hey, you in the Benz and stuff. But I don't think that can compete with a Lambo, but I think it's close enough. But I think Bama will be fine for the future. I think, like you say, the reality of it is I don't think nobody really is going to be that dominant, except maybe Kirby, just because Kirby kind of been in the game and been under Nick Saban his whole life. That's pretty much like the prodigy. So, I mean, and T-Rob, that hurt me. That hurt me bad, too. T-Rob, he was there. I wish we would have got it. But I think they've been talking behind the backs. I think this was, talks. I think anybody else, Nick Saban, as far as telling people retirement, I think he told his coaches first, even before the news broke. And I think them being adults, them being professional, not to leak it, I think that's just them being professional. It was so quick. It's too quick, but I think we'll be fine. We got good depth as talent, and let's see what he do with this talent. He overperformed with the talent he had. So that's all I got. I just wanted to call. I've been waiting patiently, and I appreciate you taking my call. I've been trying to call for the last 3 days. I appreciate it. I finally got in.
All right. Thanks, Marcus. I appreciate you, man. I'll answer on the other side, man.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Marcus calling in from Memphis. Look, there was a lot of good points in that call. Marcus calling in from Memphis. This is a key stat right here, okay? We always talk about Steve Sarkisian being the number one guy, being the guy that we wanted here at Alabama. But check this out. Kalen DeBoer, 7-0 against Lanning, Sark, and Riley. 2-0 against Sark just recently in marquee bowl games, right? Bowl game 2 seasons ago and this past season in the playoffs. That's a really key stat right there. I know it came down to the last play of the game still. Oh, what's the Cowboys score in Green Bay? Green Bay winning that game? That's a hell of a stat. I appreciate you bringing that up. Talked about Dylan Lonergan, baller. I mean, as I said, there was a lot on the staff from last year that wanted him to be a start. 7-0 Green Bay. All right, and let's go Packers. Sorry for you Cowboy fans in there. Okay, really like Dylan Lonergan. I don't know if he's playing baseball right now. I could find out. Some people said he wasn't. I have a good contact there. Try to figure out. Call Q. What's up, DeMarco? Call in line is open right now. If you call in, there's literally one line open right now. I like everything about Dylan Lonergan for sure. I like everything about the quarterback room. Do you think any quarterback will transfer? Do you think that Will Rogers will come over here? That would also break the internet. If Will Rogers like, I'm announcing to come to Alabama for a quarterback competition here in the springtime with Jalen Milroe. Can you imagine that? Oof, that would be crazy. I don't think it's going to happen, but who knows? I mean, he is in the portal. Marcus mentioned that the defense is young. I mean, you have Malachi Moore. He's really the vet. Tim Keenan got a lot of playing time. Tim Smith. LT Overton comes in. The guys who are a little bit older, the inside linebackers, right? Deontay Lawson, he's a vet. Jahad Campbell, he's still young in his career. People just wait to see the NIL deals that Keon Keeley gets. Or Yanze, right? Yeah, you're right. Darkwing Duck. I like that name, by the way. And then he said, support Coach KD. Is it cool if I call him Coach KD? Right? I think, yeah, we definitely got to, give him a shot for sure. Coming in, anybody who is going to follow the man, the greatest, got to give him just an opportunity. I want to see him at least in spring football. Right? I want to get a couple more press conferences underway. Man, And I do like the staff he's putting together. Seriously, I do. Amari Niblack said, not that big of a loss. Yeah, you look, Caleb Odom, Amari Niblack told me this. He said that Caleb Odom could be better than Niblack. I really like talking to Niblack, by the way. He's a really, really nice young man. He treated me really with some good respect. I don't know if he comes back into the transfer portal or not, but I think I've always believed in Amari Niblack. I really have. I think he's a versatile tight end. Who knows? I don't know where he'll go, but I think if he stays, he'll be great. If he leaves, he'll be good. So yeah, I thought those are some really good points from Marcus. Thanks for calling in. I appreciate it, by the way. Don't give him a nickname until he sees how he performs. Okay, that's fair enough. All right, Caleb Odom. Yeah, dude his highlight tape. The first time I turned on the tape on the TV, because he was playing on national TV last year in high school. And I was like, okay, this guy's coming to Bama. I don't even know if he had committed to Bama at this point in time, but I saw him make this one-handed grab across the middle of the field. I was sold. I was like, that's him. I like playmaking tight ends. I like guys who can dominate, like really good tight ends. I'm all for it. 1,000,000%. All right. See, 470 inside the comment box. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Anderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Hey, Kyle. What's up, baby? This is DeMarco.
DeMarco, what's up, man? I appreciate you. I told you I got one line coming through, man. Appreciate you calling from the ATL, man. Welcome on in, DeMarco.
Yeah, man, it's been a minute. I don't even know where to begin. It's been a while. I guess first for me, let me start off by saying, man, I'm loving the channel, the growth, the angles you're taking. Like I said, I'm a dinosaur around these parts. I don't think a lot of people realize just how far the show has come in such a short span of time. I think I started watching the show as a freshman in college, maybe sophomore in college. So obviously keep putting out that content. But dang, man, I guess I want to start with you, actually. Question for you is, what do you feel about the hire of Coach DeBoer, and then what do you think that causes for Tommy Rees? Let me start there first.
Yeah, on the line with DeMarco. First of all, DeMarco's been calling for a long time. I mean, he's seen the channel grow. As he just said, he was out there, as a freshman, sophomore in college, whatever it was. It's been a long time. So a lot of people have seen the channel grow. So I appreciate the continued support, and thanks for calling in today. I mean, I think what it means is that Tommy Rees is going somewhere else. Haven't heard that officially, but just kind of piecing things together. Pretty easy to see. That was on the line. I wonder if, but I'm glad that Tommy didn't go to Indiana. I don't think that's the right spot for him, anyways, in his young career. Look, I don't even know who was the first call for Coach Saban last year. I think Ryan Grubb was the first call for Coach Saban last year. Ryan Grubb knew that he had Michael Penix Jr. and all those wide receivers coming back. So, the timing just didn't work out. But Saban ended up getting Ryan Grubb back to Alabama the next season. I don't know if he, how much of a role he played into it, but now having Kalen DeBoer coming in, I like this setup. So the biggest thing was the staff, and we like the staff so far. It's just we don't know about the defensive coordinator position just yet. What is going to happen with the defensive coordinator position, I think, will kind of dictate the true direction of this team, because what I'm looking at right here on the board is an offense that can score a copious amount of points, is an offense that can develop quarterbacks, an offense that can get the running back fed. I mean, you saw that Dylan Johnson, he rushed for 1,200 yards and 16 touchdowns. So not only did Alabama have a quarterback that led college football in passing, they also were able to feed a running back with 1,200 yards and 16 touchdowns. So it's a balanced approach, high potent attack. But on the defensive side of the ball, you cannot allow to get into these shootout matchups, right? To where it's the Pac-12 infiltrates the SEC, to where scores are kind of like that. Was it LSU and Ole Miss that scored? I don't know, whatever the score was. People don't want that.
Yeah,
right? And I don't think people, that's too dangerous to be living like that. You need a defense. People look, there was a time where I felt that a really hard hitting defense and a low scoring defense was just impossible because of the way that college football is. No. Like last year we learned that you can still have a quality defense. Like, even if they're scoring 17 points or whatever, like, you can still have a dominant defense for sure.
Yeah, I don't subscribe to that notion. I don't buy into that. Again, I believe defense is a mentality. And I think one of the things that I would be ecstatic about in the defensive coordinator is the ability to instill a particular mentality. When I looked at our defense last year, shout out to that defensive staff for just making some adjustments. But I remember times in our defense where we had dudes at nearly every level. You know, our defensive front this past season, Lawson had some injuries, I'm a Dallas Turner supporter, so I'm a little bit critical of him, and I think some people aren't. But when I look at Dallas Turner and even Chris Braswell, if you want to throw him in there were times where I felt like if Will Anderson was on that field, he would have made an impact. I mean, you can look at, you know, whatever example you want to look at, even Bryce Young the year before, but he was on the field. Texas, we lose that game if he's not there. Auburn, he's giving us the smile before he drives down and breaks their heart, right? Like, big-time players make big-time plays in big-time moments. And there were times where I was just thinking, like, okay, it's 4th and 2 against Michigan. Dallas is about to blow it up. And they're able to get granted, that was a blown coverage, obviously. But there were just times where I was kind of looking for someone on that defensive front to step up and make plays in big moments, not just throughout the game, but in big moments. And I didn't see that. So I would like to see a defensive coordinator come in and have the kind of mentality of Alabama football being, kind of more on that throw side. Kind of what's your take there? Did you feel like we had a dude in that front seven that was really just, I mean, he popped off every week for you? Did you kind of feel that?
That's a good question. I think the thing with Dallas Turner is sometimes, like, because there was a game he didn't have a sack against Texas, right? And the week after that, he was pretty deflated because he came into the interview room, he was really pissed off, but then he got fired up. I think it was against Ole Miss where he was like the national defensive player of the week. I'm a big fan of his game. I think out of everybody, he had that mentality that we're kind of accustomed to from the past Alabama defenses. Deontay Lawson doesn't say a lot, but he has that same kind of grit in him, that dog in him. And Jahad Campbell, I think he could be a household name by season's end. I like every single thing about his game. And the crazy thing was he wasn't even a starter from the jump because you had Trez Marshall, who was the starter. But Jahad Campbell came with it many times this season till eventually he was the starter. He's a really big linebacker. He's athletic and keeping that pipeline to the IMG. So I like those guys up front. Tim Keenan, man, the transformation that he made over a season was really remarkable because he came in and he was really he had too much weight on him. But he transformed his body to where he could get after some quarterbacks. And then with Jaheim Otis, I felt that he kind of had an underwhelming season. So this coming year, because remember, like, coming into this season, that's all we could talk about was how much weight he lost. I actually think he lost too much weight. And putting on weight is that, yeah, I'm serious. Like, putting on weight is actually harder than taking off weight. 100%.
Yes. No, I agree 100%. And so, and I kind of understand where you're coming from on that side of things. But jumping back to some of the things some of the other callers said real quick, I am excited about Damani Jackson. He's a little bit of a taller guy, leaner guy. Obviously, we just need to see kind of how he learns the defense, right? Because we had a guy we brought in that was similar to that body type and Eli Ricks a couple years ago. For whatever reason, he just could not understand the dynamics of understanding when to pass a guy off. If he comes to you within 5 yards, you got him. If he doesn't, you think turns to like a quarters or something. The nuances of our defense, I think, got the better of him. So even though he was an uber talented guy, I think we never got a chance to really see him materialize. So hopefully DJ isn't like that, and he's able to come in and understand the nuance to the defense. I think that gets a lot of people and don't understand how complex the defenses are in terms of what we're trying to do, what we're trying to take away. So hopefully he comes in and he adds some value. I do like Trey Amos a lot. He came in and made some big-time plays. I'm really sad to see T-Rob go. I was really high on him. I think there were some absolute must wins for DeBoer that you kind of needed to try to, have to win the Alabama fan base. So, right, he talks about recruiting the team. Well, you got to recruit the fan base to buy into what you're coming with. You've got to make sure you do that. And I think one of the things that would have showed a lot of seriousness to the fans is, can you keep T-Rob? Could you keep Isaiah Bonds? And now you're on your last leg with Caleb Downs. You absolutely have to do whatever it takes to keep a guy like Caleb Downs, right? So right now we're over 2, and maybe that's not all his fault, right? Some of those guys, let's just call it like it is, they probably were endeared to Alabama, sure, but obviously to the GOAT, to Nick Saban, right?
Yeah.
So I think it was kind of as he goes, they go. So maybe that was kind of the thing that was going on there. But I absolutely think we have to keep Caleb Downs. You agree with me on that for sure, right? Like, I don't see no one else stepping into that kind of space, right, on our roster.
Oh yeah, no, there's nobody to like. The receivers are different, right? Somebody's gonna step up, and Bonds is gonna go catch for 1,000 yards, and come in with a couple game winners, and that's gonna be great for him. But there's gonna be receivers that replace him for sure, and people are gonna stand out. The wide receiver room is ridiculous. Caleb Downs leaves there. Look,
right out.
Look. I mean, Devontae Smith is a baller for sure, and we're going to see a lot of him this coming year.
Yeah.
But in terms of like a safety that could just like step in and just take over for Caleb Downs, no, it's not going to happen. I guess in a worst case scenario, what I could see Alabama doing is if Caleb Downs was to leave, you put Malachi Moore back at the safety position, a vet, and then you have Devontae Smith back there. Oh, and then David is saying Tony Mitchell. And then you could theoretically either have Tony Mitchell at the safety or keep Tony Mitchell at the star position, right? So that's, and then have Damani and Trey Amos on the corners. I like that. So Malachi Moore is very versatile piece. He could play with whatever position, I guess, safety or star, or if Tony Mitchell, you pop him out to the safety. But with Caleb Downs, you 1,000,000% need him to stick around.
Yeah, I think, and I was just surprised by, and I guess I shouldn't be, right? Pat McAfee talks about how much he'd heard about Caleb. Some people are already saying he's gold jacket caliber, and he hadn't even played a snap, right? But I was perplexed, and I guess I shouldn't have been, right? Being a football savant, as I kind of consider myself to be, he would come downhill and put his nose in the backfield. And I think of all the film that I've seen on him throughout the season, I might can count on my hands how many times he got caught with his nose in the backfield and then they go over the top. Very few times did I see that. But that guy comes up and he is physical. I mean, he is like a heat-seeking missile. He blew up some plays in the Georgia game. He blew up some plays in the Michigan game. I mean, that guy. Matter of fact, I think he got the pick the first play of the Michigan game. I think they said he stepped out. So I think it was him on that right side when the guy rolled out. So I really do like Caleb. I think the other thing too that I'm looking at is I'm wanting to see who steps up on our team at the offensive line to kind of solidify and offer Jalen some better protection, because I think when we protect it, and obviously some people will say, well, there were times we protected and he still threw a pick, right? Sure. But so does Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, and Patrick Mahomes, and any other quarterback you name, right? Sometimes those guys just try to make a play that isn't there. But I think if we protect better, do you think we come out on top in that Michigan game? And just kind of jumping back to that, what are your thoughts there if we're able to protect a little bit better?
Yeah, I do. It's just like, I don't know if, the Joe Moore Award winning offensive line couldn't stop Michigan. Like that Michigan defensive line, nobody could stop them. Those guys, that number 55 for Michigan was a nightmare. That was one of the best defensive lines that I've seen in a while. Jesse Minter had, it wasn't like overall exotic blisses. They were just beating people up. They were just coming right up the middle, around the side. They were just, J.C. Latham got beat. Caden Proctor got beat. Seth got beat. Everybody was getting beat. Tyler Booker got beat. Everybody. I don't know if Jaden Roberts did. But no, if you protect better, or I don't know, maybe a couple slants across the middle to Bond, I don't know. They were in trouble. They regressed, man. And make a final point, DeMarco, before I move to my next caller, man.
No, no. Overall, man, like I say, as far as the team goes, I think we're in a good space. I like where we're at. Obviously, we've got some things we need to solidify, whether it's position coaches and obviously the biggest one being a defensive coordinator. And I'm curious to know beyond just who the name will be, but are we going to retain Alabama defensive philosophy? Because we kind of run that like two down lineman with kind of an edge guy. Stands up depending on the strength, and one guy has his hand in the ground, so it's three hands in the ground, one guy stands up, or whatever the case is. Are we going to keep something like that with whoever comes in, or are they going to completely disassemble the Alabama defense that, again, we came to know over the last 17 years? So that's the first thing I'd say there. And then what also happens to Eric Wolford, he's the offensive line coach, and he had really good reviews coming in. Let's just be realistic. We were ecstatic about him after the exit of the Texans. I think he had the Texans. One of the coaches, I think, was coaching the offensive line from the NFL. I don't know if it was the Texans or whoever that guy was. Doug Marrone, I think it was. I'm not sure. But, what happens to him? Do they join efforts? Right? So I'm curious to see what happens there and how that situation kind of, plays itself out. But other than that, pretty much excited to see what we're able to do. And roll tide, baby.
All right, man. Take it easy, Marco. I appreciate you calling. All right, that was DeMarco Conn from the ATL. Appreciate the feedback. Thanks for hitting up the thumbs up, liking, and subscribing. I appreciate you guys being here. Yeah, I just saw that, Isaiah. What's up, Isaiah Mendoza, inside the comment box? Yo, Jeff Fish going to Washington. Curious to see if any of those transfer portal names that went to the transfer portal pull out and stick around for Washington, or if they decide to go elsewhere. I know there's a corner from Washington in the transfer portal that I'd love to see at least come in and provide some competition here at the University of Alabama. We've been streaming for 6 hours today. The news just doesn't stop. It's like one thing after another, and we want to continue to bring you that coverage. So I appreciate you guys. Is Sal Sinceri still coaching? Sal Sinceri was with the outside linebackers, and man, nobody coached. Coach Sal Sinceri is old school, just like Kevin Steele. Kevin Steele said at the Rose Bowl, he's like, if they saw how we used to coach, like in the 80s or whatever, 70, whenever it was, he was like, we would be arrested. Sal Sinceri was cut from that same cloth. And when you would go to, this is a true story. So they used to I don't know how much footage we're going to be able to see under Caleb DeBoer at practice or whatever, but we used to be able to see like 15 minutes of practice. Okay. So we go over to practice and it was like individual periods, just seeing the players go through like individual drills. And so Sal Sinceri was working with the outside linebackers, and they used to ask us, like in the media, not to film the audio of Sal Sinceri because literally every other word was an F-bomb. And so they'd be like, look, like, we want to let you look at the outside linebackers, but please like dub the audio because it was just like F-bomb after F-bomb. So Sal Sinceri moved to an analyst role, not because of that, just because I think he's an older coach. But he has a really good defensive mind. I know he was a DC at a couple different places, but yeah, I don't know. Someone's saying Ryan Williams was in Tuscaloosa. There's just an article about Ryan Williams basically saying that he does like the new Alabama coaching staff. As you know, he decommitted from Alabama. There's so much drama there that I don't even know, like, until he like really has like the signing day paperwork, it's like we're chasing rainbows on that, right? Guy's an incredible talent, incredible. A lot of people think he's going to go to Auburn. He was just in College Station recently because he was visiting with Holman Wiggins. I know that for sure. Yeah, and that's a Ryan Williams. No, I got you, Bailey. Thanks for clarifying that. And there's so much stuff going on social media about like where people are, going and where they are. But we know that, the transfer portal headlines today, and I'll read them out, is we continue to navigate through this sea of information. Let me get that posted for you guys. Transfer portal news on the right, and these are all verified on the right. Isaiah Bond to Texas. That's legit. We don't know, Chris, in terms of DC and special teams. We might be here, I don't know, I think it's a really good staff too. You have Amari Nyblack in the portal. That's verified. Des Ricks in the portal. Sean Murphy in the portal. Antonio Kai in the portal. Now, these are just the portal entries after Coach Saban has announced his retirement. As you can see on the left, these are the coaches that have been added to the staff. We don't know about the defensive coordinator. That's pretty much the biggest question. So that's kind of where we are right now. And with that said, I'll go back to the phone lines. 832. Hey, thanks for being patient. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Hello, Kyle. This is Mike in Austin, Texas.
What's up, Mike? I appreciate you calling in, man. Welcome to the show and hope you're having a good Sunday. What's the can I get an update on that Cowboys Packers game? Last I heard it was 14-0. Is it still? I'm not asking.
It's 14-0 now.
Okay.
And the Packers have the ball again. So I'm looking at the game. It's 14-0, and it's looking like the Cowboys are going to choke like they do every year in the playoffs.
Man.
But yeah, it's 14-0, and the Packers have the ball.
Yeah.
So it's not looking good at the moment for the Cowboys.
Oh my goodness. All right. Okay. Welcome in Mike from Austin, man. Take it away.
Well, the Isaiah Bond transfer. Yeah, it is a loss for Alabama, and it's a gain for Texas. No doubt about that. It's not a great big loss for Alabama. Because from this point, Isaiah Bond's a good receiver, but he's not a great receiver. Now, he may turn out to be a great receiver, but as of this point, I think it hits home for Bama fans because of the legendary catches that he made, especially the one during the Auburn game, the final play of the Auburn game, because it's not like the guy put up a whole lot of numbers and a lot of just dominating games, but he's a legendary player because of the clutch catches he did make. But it is, and he may end up being a great Julio Jones level player, but as of right now, he's not. But that is a loss for Alabama. That is a gain for Texas. But I don't blame, but this is about the transfer portal, Kyle. I don't blame the guy. See, like in his situation, he left Bama. He knew where he was going. He's going to Texas Longhorns that have a star quarterback in this Quinn Ewers. They have a great offensive play calling with Steve Sarkisian. The future is bright for their championship level team. I get it. Well, a transfer like that, I understand. But what I don't, on the other side of the coin, what I don't understand is a transfer like Will Rogers, who transferred, no offense to the guy, just to use him for example. He transferred into Mississippi State. Now he transferred out of Mississippi State when he probably should have stayed there. They got Jeff Levy coming in. He's just floating around, went to Washington, transferred back out of there. Now I just heard, I think you say he wants to stay at Washington. He's just floating with the wind, man.
Yeah.
So something like that, I don't understand. But a transfer like Isaiah Bond, he left Bama, he's going to Texas. There's probably actually money behind that. He's probably got some kind of NIL deal. I did think he says a business decision. I understand the transfer. But we'll live. That's not going to be a crushing transfer. Now, the Downs, the safety, number 2, I think, Caleb Downs, if he transfers, that's going to be a crushing transfer because that's one of the, and I don't even know if he's in the portal now. I don't think he is, but that's one of the best defensive players in the entire country as a true freshman. That one will hurt us. Isaiah Bond is replaceable. He may be a great player, Isaiah Bond, but as of now, he's not. But hey, that's modern day college football. Good luck to you. Well, no, I don't wish him luck, but health and happiness to you there, Isaiah Bond. Go for it. You're a Texas Longhorn now, and enjoyed it while we had it. But like I said, definitely don't want to see Caleb Downs transfer because that would actually hurt the quality of the team,
Hell yeah. 21-0 Packers up on the Cowboys. Oh, my goodness.
How about them Cowboys? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you know that's coming.
Typical. That's why people here. That's why it's love-hate with Dak Prescott, man. People here love Dak Prescott until the playoffs get here. Then they hate Dak Prescott because of this right here, man. He's having the crappiest game he could possibly have. But that's the Cowboys for you, man.
Yeah.
But I'm a Texans fan, just so you know. Like here, living in Texas, I like the Houston Texans, and they've surprised me. That C.J. Stroud has surprised me big time. He's an awesome player, looking like he's even better than Bryce Young. But also, go Texans. They won yesterday. But the Cowboys, how about them Cowboys? This is so typical of them, man. This is why people hate Dak Prescott, man. For this reason right here, dude. Every playoff they bomb out. Every playoff, but yeah, looks like it's gonna be 21-0. Yeah.
Wow, crazy. You have a final point or anything else about kind of how the staff is coming together, Mike, before I get to my next caller?
Yeah, I do, Kyle, and it's coming together beautifully, man.
Yeah.
I heard another YouTube guy yesterday just make one comment. It's a national show. The comment they made is, this DeBoer, this is one of the best coaches in college football. If you look at his record, like we know, where he's been, what he's accomplished, now this guy's coming to Alabama. I mean, this is good. This could possibly turn out to be Dynasty 2.0. Now, I know that is wishful thinking. It is I certainly hope that's wishful thinking. But, dude, this could actually be a match made in heaven. I mean, I think Bama fans may be underestimating this a little bit, how good of a coach we got here. And as far as the staff coming together, it's going to take a little time because really I'm still as partially shocked at Nick Saban even leaving. So it's going to take a little time for the staff to come together. He's going to get a good defensive coach, and he's going to get somebody we probably know, like just a basic name, Will Muschamp. Will Muschamp, I think, just got demoted or just got sidelined. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. He's going to get somebody like that, I bet, that knows the conference, knows Southern football, knows Southern defenses, and turns the defense over to him. But I think everything's coming together just beautifully. And my expectation for next year is this. I don't expect to win the national championship. That's going to be too much to ask. I hardly don't expect to win an SEC championship. That's going to be a tall order on somebody's first year. But making the 12-team playoff is doable. So my expectation next year is 1 or 2, maybe 3 losses, but 1 or 2 losses and make the 12-team playoff. That's a reasonable expectation. But, dude, everything's coming together beautifully. As far as T-Rob leaving, adios, dude. You're an Auburn man. I have no love for you much anyway. Thank you for your service. Go to Georgia and do what you want to do there. But he will be replaced. He will be replaced. But anyway, it's coming together beautifully, Kyle. This could turn out to be Dynasty 2.0. We'll see how it plays out. But all right, man, you take care. And one more time, how about them Cowboys?
I appreciate it. Mike and Austin calling in. Cowboys down. Someone said they missed the PAT. I don't know. I'm not watching it. Either way, it's 20. It's either 21-0 or 20-0. Dontario, what's up inside the comment box? Andrew Bone said 2 5 stars. From what I understand, one of them is Jamie French, class of 2025, and then Ryan Williams, the other. I don't know when Ryan Williams is going to come into town, but the fact is he's going to have his official visit here soon, which I think comes at a good time. I mean, despite Ryan Williams being decommitted from the University of Alabama, coming over here to check out the new scene. And look, I would introduce him to Ryan Grubb. I would sit down and be like, look, during your official visit, let's just go over your film and go over our offense. This is how you could fit in immediately. This is where you could be from day one. Look, Isaiah Bond left, but here's how we build the offense around you. This is what we do, and to feature you. Is this going to come down, in my opinion, this comes down to NIL deal. That's what I think. And it's going to come down to who has the most money. Is that Auburn? Who's willing to go all in for Ryan Williams? January 20th. That's what Bama Jeff is saying. Thank you. And that'll be the update regarding Ryan Williams. And then he is not signing until February 9th. So, yeah. Now that Bond left, we have a spot. Yeah. You have a spot here, like for an absolute playmaker, 1,000,000%. And there's going to be, there's going to be guys who step up. There's going to be guys who rise up. I mean, there's too much talent in that wide receiver room. Now you can continue to fill up that spot. That's what you got to do. 20-0 now. That's the official score. Cowboys. That's crazy. All right, here we go. Call in line. We got a 205. Let's do it. Al, appreciate you being patient. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm on the line with, and where you calling in from?
Hey, Kyle, this is Nasty Nate, man. I called you the other day. I'm from Wilsonville, Alabama.
All right, man. Thanks for calling in, Nate. Welcome to the show, man. Hope you're having a really good Sunday. And what's on your mind, man? Take it away.
Man, I got a few things. We talked the other day. We didn't know who was coming. Of course, we know DeBoer's there now. And I could see some worry in your eyes. You know, I knew you was on the Lane train. And I've been on the Lane train too, man. Him and Sark, like I mentioned before, in my mind, is probably two of our best offensive coordinators. But I believe if DeBoer had been in the South, if he was in our region, I think the excitement would be more.
Yes.
If you really break down the things this guy has done, man, we beat Texas last year by a point, right? They beat us by 10 this year. He's beat them the last 2 years. And I still believe he did it with inferior talent. I'm just really excited about this hire, man. I like the way the staff's coming together. And something I think we hadn't hit on, or I hadn't heard you hit on, he still got Saban on speed dial. And the fact that he don't have a defensive coordinator yet, it makes me think that he may be picking Saban's brain about the defense and who he would bring in. I'd love to see Schumann. I think Minter would be a good fit. My only question with him is the recruiting in this region. Would he be up to par there? And Charlie Strong, man, if you go back and look at Charlie Strong at Florida, he was on a championship team, and he had that. The defense was nasty under Charlie Strong at Florida. So, I mean, I think he's an option as well. But it's just the fact that we hadn't filled that defensive coordinator position. I can't help but think that Saban's involved in that decision. I may be wishful thinking, but I'm excited about it, man. Did I see, or have you heard anything else? I seen where there was an offensive tackle that went in the transfer portal that was on Washington's team. Have you seen that?
There's a really big fallout. Talk about leaking. There's a lot of people who have entered that transfer portal from Washington. I think they said, with the transfer portal included, they said 9 out of their 11 players look to have are leaving. They didn't say hit the transfer portal, but are leaving. I think the last one I saw was, I can't remember what it was at this point, but I'll bring that tweet up again. I don't know if it was an offensive. Let's see. Oh yeah, it was. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you're right. It was. What position did? Here you go. Here's a tweet by Max.
I won't say it was an offensive tackle.
Yeah, Kelpo. Yeah. See, offensive tackle.
So
come on down.
I would question. That's what I'm saying. I mean, he was there. He played.
Yeah.
I think they said he played in every game.
Well, let's just look it up.
That's a need for us, man.
I'll look it up right now on Pro Football Focus. They have all the grades. So let's see. Nate Kelpo. Let's see how many snaps he played. Offense. Okay. I'm going to bring up his Pro Football Focus. This is Nate Kelpo. Yeah, he played in 9. Oof. Oh, he played at left guard. That's the thing.
Okay. Well, still, man, Dale. I mean, on the offensive line, we can move some pieces around. I just think that's something we probably could look into. I'm sure DeBoer's looking at it. He knows the guy. And, man, on the defensive side, I think that defensive coordinator is so is so key. And I'm optimistic. But I think if we get the right fit there, I think we're there, man. I think DeBoer, I think with his mind, with Grubbs, I think if Saban gets Grubbs last year, I'm not sure Michigan beats us.
Yeah,
As nasty as that defense was,
I agree.
And you think about it, that's who Saban wanted. So, in my mind, our head coach is Lane Kiffin, Sark type mentality. I think he's an offensive wizard. He's bringing his offensive coordinator. He's bringing his wide receivers coach. We've got talent at Bama, man. I hated losing Bond, but I agree with the last caller about the talent. He made some big catches, but overall, he wasn't an Amari Cooper or a Smitty. I mean, those guys are rare, but I think he's going to spread the ball around, man. I think our quarterback, I think they're going to be light years above where they're at now. If we can get the right DC, I think we're in the mix, man. I'm excited about it. What's your top three, Kyle, defensive coordinators? If you could pick who you wanted,
I mean, the most obvious, I think, would be Jesse Minter. That would be number one. I think Glenn Schumann would be number two. I mean, the guy I originally thought could have been elevated was T-Rob. Now that I know that's out of the question, I would probably say Charlie Strong. People have difference of opinions about Charlie Strong. I don't think Freddie Roach is ready to be a defensive coordinator just yet. Nothing against him. I think he's a great coach, but Charlie Strong seems to make the most sense. I mean, he's here. He has experience. I think he could just be, a fit-in, but I don't know where he is in terms of his career. Does he even want to be a defensive coordinator? We don't know though, because we'll have to kind of see where he's at. The website that I'm on right now is actually Pro Football Focus. So Pro Football Focus is a website that we use where you can go over analytics for players. So if you're used to it, hold on, Nasty Nate, I'm going to inform these guys about what we're looking at. Darkwing Duck brought up a good point. This is Nate Kelpo. He played in 923 snaps. As you can see, he played at left guard. He played at right guard. He played in right guard, I guess, the third game of the season against Michigan State. Theoretically, he could be moved to center. I thought that was interesting that Darkwing Duck brought that up. I don't know if he's played center before, but these are just his Pro Football Focus grades. Anything else, Nate, before I let you go?
Yeah, I guess my point with him was he's been coached by this group, and somewhere at Bama, I think we need more depth, and I think he could be a piece that we could potentially move around. And no, I guess the last thing, man, I would mention is and kind of pick your brain about it. It seems like he really is dialed in on what he wants offensively. And I question if the way he hasn't field stuff on the defensive side, if he isn't picking Saban's brain. I know I would be. I know all of us as fans hope he's picking Saban's brain on it. And maybe that's why we hadn't heard all the news yet. We'll see, man. But yeah, I'm optimistic, man. I think this time next year we're going to be very happy with the board.
Yeah, I got you, man. All right. Thanks for calling in, Nate. Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you, man. Thanks.
All right, take it easy. Yeah, I mean, Nate brings up a great point. I mean, he's got the hotline of Coach Saban. Looks like the staff, because I know you guys are here to look at the coaching staff. Here are how things look like right now from a coaching staff perspective. You too, Pete Golding. Inside the comment box. 27-0. Dallas Cowboys are losing to the Packers. You got your head coach, Kalen DeBoer. You got your GM, Courtney Morgan, player personnel. How about this one? Coach Hensley? Man, I actually like that one. Ryan Grubb as your OC. Slam dunk. Jamarcus Shep. That's big. Nick Sheridan, don't know too much about him just yet, but he's walking into a room full of really good tight ends. As you saw, though, Amari Niblack hit the transfer portal. Scouting director on your bottom left, that is actually Jim McElwain's son, Jarrett McElwain. You have defensive line coach Freddie Roach. He's going to be retained. You have Robert Gillespie as a running backs coach. And then you have Scott Huff as your offensive line coach. Where is Derek Ansley now? Can somebody chat? Can you figure that out? That would be because he He was here at Bama, and then I don't know. I don't know where he's at right now. We could look it up real quick because I know there's a lot of people that would be curious about that. I mean, I thought he did a fine job. He's with the Chargers. I knew he went to the NFL. He's with the Chargers. Okay, he's with the Chargers. So who knows? Maybe that would be a hotline calling. All right, I'm going to let's see. Ooh, I like that. Okay, so fam, here's how this is going to work real quick. Actually, I might put the staff editions on the top and then the transfer news on the bottom. All right, I'm going to take my next call. It's a 775. Hey, what's going on? You're online with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm online with and where are you calling in from? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this is this is Dwight from Las Vegas, Nevada.
Did you say Dwight?
Calling in, I know quite a bit. Excuse me?
Did you say Dwight?
Yeah, Dwight from Las Vegas.
All right. Welcome
and
on in.
I know quite a bit about Coach DeBoer. I graduated from the university up there, and I know the history. I've kind of hit the home run here. I'm a Bama fan, and I went to school up there, and I've got relatives all over the Seattle area. So I've kept in touch with that up there. If you look at Coach, what he did, I mean, I know you've been talking about that. You can't even put into words what Coach DeBoer did coming off of the horrible coach they had that they fired, Jimmy Lake. They had kids in the transfer pool. The names that you talk about that were stars that are going to the NFL were in the transfer pool when Coach DeBoer arrived, and he had to re-recruit the entire team. That's how bad it was. So the guys that are worried about Alabama portals, once DeBoer gets his feet on the ground here this week, he will be, and his staff, recruiting those kids. Now, what I don't understand, I mean, kids, I guess, don't pay any attention to what's going on out in the pack and that, or maybe with DeBoer. But a receiver leaving Bama with Ryan Grubb and DeBoer coming on, I mean, this is crazy. The Huskies are going to put like 3 receivers in the league this year. 3. And we're talking about kids that were not 4- and 5-star kids. Remember, Washington's team was made up of walk-ons and 3-stars, and they took Sark out in Texas twice. They played in bowl games in Texas that were home games for Texas. The Alamo Bowl 2 years ago, that was a home game for Texas, and Sark got his ass handed to him. Excuse my French. The same thing happened this year down there in New Orleans. You want to say something?
No. No, I love it. First of all, you're getting good feedback inside the comment box in terms of, bringing your info on Caleb DeBoer. I love Las Vegas, Nevada. I have family who lives in Henderson. So I've been out there many times. The times I go out there, I stay at the Green Valley Ranch, which is clearly in Henderson. And I'm from New Mexico, so I like, rapping with our West Coast callers. But go ahead, continue to tell us a little bit more. Go ahead. I'm just listening.
Yeah. I've been here over 20 years. Yeah, but I mean, I left the rain of the Northwest, but Bama. My God, Coach DeBoer, Ryan Grubb, Scott Huff, Shepard. I mean, you guys, this is going to be a blow you out of the water staff on offense. Now, here's what I say about defense. Coach DeBoer is not an idiot. He had Chris Peterson up at Seattle after Chris retired. He stayed on, and DeBoer picked his brain. He's doing the same with Saban. Does anybody out there in the audience really think that a guy that's won over 100 games and lost 12 in his career, basically with zero talent, does not know that he needs to get SEC strength at recruiting and a coaches that know how to coach up down there in the SEC? Of course he does. And Saban is going to tell him who to call. And DeBoer will recruit the guy and sign him. Now, the guy landed at Tuscaloosa, Friday night, Saturday night, whatever. He hasn't even been in Tuscaloosa a week, and everybody's crying about who's the defensive staff. Listen, he'll get it. He'll get it. You know why he's bringing the guys in now? Grubb, Merrill, those guys, they've been with DeBoer since college and stuff. They've been together that long, that staff. They can finish each other's sentences in that offense room. DeBoer knows he needs to get these guys on defense. DeBoer and Grubb, these guys, can you imagine how much they are drooling right now with Bama talent and being able to recruit down there? Listen, I'm not worried about all. As far as people wondering about West Coast football being played in the SEC, man, you got Kiffin at Mississippi. You got Sark at Texas. You had Mike Leach that came out of Washington State University up there. He was doing great up there and came down to Mississippi. Unfortunately, the guy died of a heart attack, but he was a brainiac when it comes to offense. So I don't think people should worry. Now let's look at the quarterback room. Here's where the guys that are Alabama are going to have to worry. The guys in there, because Ryan Grubb is going to pick who he wants as quarterback. That happened up at Washington. They have a starting quarterback for 2 seasons. They brought in Penix from Indiana, and that was their starter. They're going to have the guy that they think can run that offense at high gear. Now, here's how they play. I'm going to tell you how they play. They will defer the kickoff at the coin toss. You guys listen to me here. They will defer it when they can. They will have the defense hold the offense, and before that other team knows what the hell's going on, they're down 10-0. And then at halftime, they get the kickoff. And, man, I'm telling you, they put games away faster than you can imagine. It's going to be like playing pinball machine. Watch that offense. Again, I don't understand why a top receiver would leave. Those top receivers that want to go into the NFL and transferred out, they're not going to get the spot in the NFL. The guy that's going to be playing for DeBoer, Bama, is going to get the spot in the NFL. Same way with the defense. Now, what people say about defense, how does DeBoer do on defense? He had nothing on defense as far as players, and they were stopping teams. They stopped Texas. Now, you can't hold Michigan against anybody. Their team was built NFL style. They just flat. They beat us down there. You know, I mean, Michigan was a destiny this year, but just to be in that game, come on. Washington in the Natty, just to be there with walk-ons. Look at their tight end this year. Washington's tight end, a walk-on. He'll be in the NFL. A walk-on tight end. Look who their chief linebacker was, the head kid. His dad played for Washington. Walk-on, starting linebacker. I think everybody's going to be beyond thrilled. But here's one thing I just fully understand. We have had coach for 17 seasons. We've never been through what other teams have been through. I just got today. Jed Fish from Arizona's Washington's new coach. They didn't wait long. They went in and got Arizona's coach just like that. And so it's really sad. It's money ball out there. I understand that. It's not like it used to be. You know, money ball, money's going to rule. So that's where we'll have to worry going forward as Bama fans, is who's got the dollars. Because I'm telling you, yeah, if you don't play money ball, you're not going to get kids in 2024. If you want to hold on to a coach, you pay him. But I think DeBoer will be there because this is listen, we are the pinnacle. We are the elite of the elite college team. Where would DeBoer go? Nobody can steal DeBoer from us because where we go, unless it was NFL. But that's kind of what I got to say. I know everybody's kind of worried and everything. Man, we have had it good for 17 years. 17 years. We haven't had to worry about this kind of stuff that other teams have had to put up with. But now that you got coach in there, give the guy a few days, man. He hasn't even had a chance to go out and have any barbecue or anything yet. So that's what I got to say, guys. A great show. I signed up for your membership here today because I like your show here. And go Bama.
Hell yeah. What a call. I appreciate you calling in. It's one of the best calls that we've had during this 6 hours and 40 minutes of nonstop streaming. That's Dwight from Las Vegas. Dwight, we appreciate you, man. Do you have a final thought before we move to our next caller? Anything else? Question for me or anything else before you bounce out?
Yeah. I got to get some sleep too, like all the other fans. I've been up today. I've been on the 247 board. I've been here, because this is exciting, man. This is like Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
We got Christmas all over again.
Nope.
That's all I got to say.
Yep.
You guys, roll Tide. Bye-bye.
All right, roll Tide. All right, Dwight coming in hot from Las Vegas. Love it. Some really good points. Some of our best calls today, I think, have been framed around the excitement from people who really understand Caleb DeBoer and what he's bringing to Alabama. That's why, like, when you look at the offensive setup and you look at the staff that is really coming together right now, I mean, it is honestly something to get excited about. And we're not sunshine and rainbows over here, just like Dwight was saying. I mean, this is the creme de la creme of college football. Alabama, the brand, right? What people are accustomed to. I don't know. That really got me fired up. 1,000,000%. And what he was talking about in terms of getting more out of players that weren't 5 stars. I mean, you're coming over here with just a loaded arsenal. That's why it's so important to have Courtney Morgan talk to these players. Maybe Dwight should talk to these players, to be honest. That might be even Courtney. I mean, we might hire Dwight, but Courtney might have to hire Dwight to tell him about what Kalen has done in such a short time. And I think once he comes here and puts pieces together, man, who knows? And then, like he brought up a really good point. He's not an idiot. Coach KD is not an idiot. I mean, you don't get to this point without playing strong defense. So he knows that. And that's going to be something that he has to take care of. I can't wait. I'm super excited to get the defensive coordinator news. So this is where we at. This is where we are at right now in terms of the coaching tracker. And Alabama is I mean, look, this is all coming together really nice. Someone said, is it true T-Rob is coming back? No, T-Rob is coaching for Georgia. He's taking the position, the defensive back position with Georgia. So that's where he's at. All right. And there's a bunch of different ways to support Alabama football as well. Jay is saying support Yeah Alabama. So basically what Yeah Alabama is it's part of the collective. So if you want to get behind the University of Alabama and definitely help out the university, definitely check out Yeah Alabama. There's many different levels and tiers that you can help to facilitate that. I've tried to reach out to them before. I know that they're, on different sites. I wish they would give us an opportunity to work with them as well. Because I mean, the amount of people on this site, there's a lot of people here that would like to understand their message. So maybe they could be a potential sponsor or something like that, because I think we could help, kind of broadcast their message out there. Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys, and thanks for being here during our 6 hours and 40 minutes of streaming content. If you want to become a sponsor of the show, I've had actually several people reach out today. nmpreps@gmail.com. That's my personal email. We're looking for sponsors. Want to continue to grow the show and have some of the coaches' shows sponsored. My call-in show, videos like this, videos that you watch sponsored. So nmpreps@gmail.com is how to contact us. Appreciate all the super chats in today. So how this is going to work is I'm going to be on live. I got what it takes. Clearly, not afraid to put in the work. This has been great to stream here with everybody. I'm going to put a quick graphic on, and truth be told, I'll just be straight with you guys. I'm going to eat some wings, and then I'm going to come back. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this graphic on the screen. So you got literally, I'm just going to take like a 15-minute break, and then I'll be back, and then I'll continue to take your calls. So if you're in the call line, you can be patient, or you can just call back in 15 minutes. So I'm going to go hit that ranch. But here's the graphic. Here are where things stand as of January 14th at 5:11 Central Time. No Caleb Downs news as of yet. So we are going to take just a quick pause. And then I'll be right back on Bama Football on YouTube. But just stay in the chat, and I'll be right back. Look, if news happens, I'll just pop right on, and I'll just be right back as breaking news. But I got some wings that are calling my name. I'm gonna go laugh at the. Yeah, I am hangry. No, I'm cool. I've been managing my emotions. But here's kind of how things stand. Staff additions so far. Transfer news so far, and I'll be right back. You guys hang tight. Treat it like a ongoing message board, and I'll catch you guys back here in like 15 minutes, and then I'll continue with my calls. And I'll be right back right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Actually, what I'm gonna come right back. But what I thought would be what would be really nice is I'm actually gonna rip the audio from Caleb DeBoer's presser and then put it as audio. So if I take a little break, you guys can just listen to the audio of Coach Caleb DeBoer in his press conference message. Is that cool? So I just thought about that. I thought that'd be a cool idea for you guys to check out. So you'll probably hear the audio start playing in just a few minutes. Sorry.
Yeah, this is exciting. This is really exciting for myself and my family. As they were introduced, first of all, I got a lot of thank yous and people I want to show some appreciation to. But Nicole, Alexis, Avery, this journey that we're on called life, right? it's special. And special days like this are the ones that we're never going to forget. And I can't thank them enough for their support, their love. They're the ones that allow me to each and every day leave the house, go to work, and give everything I have to our players, our staff, to help us be the best we can be. So I appreciate you guys. I love you guys, and thank you. Thank you. I want to thank Greg. I know this is happening fast, and I just can't say enough about the trust that you have in me and how much I appreciate that. It means so much. We had never met. And, to do your due diligence and all of that and go through the process, I really appreciate it. And I'm so excited to lock arms with you, as I am the rest of the athletic department, all the head coaches here, and continue to build on the great tradition of Alabama athletics as a whole. So many championships, so many great coaches I cannot wait to meet. We're going to continue to strive to make this thing better all together. President Bell and Chancellor St. John, appreciate you guys as well. Looking forward to building this university together. And it's special, and thanks for this opportunity. I could go on and on about the next person I need to thank, show appreciation to, love, and you all know who that is, and Coach Saban. We just talked for the first time yesterday, and I've been in his ear a couple times already here, and, man, I can just feel in his voice. You know what I'm talking about. You've seen it for many years. This place is special. It's special to him, but it's special to all of you because he's built it up to be. It's not just about the championships. I met with the team last night and heard from them and heard why they came here. Okay, a lot of great reasons, all tied to the Alabama brand, the education, playing here, each and every Saturday, and the support that they get. But obviously, there was a major piece of that where they came here because Coach Saban and Miss Terry, poured everything into them, and they just saw the vision and wanted to be a part of it. And it's a privilege to be chosen to be in this role. It's one I don't take lightly, and I know that Coach Saban's been working hard to make sure that this program is in a great spot for the next person to take over. I think he hasn't told me this, but I think there's an intentionality that's been in place. You kind of figure out, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think you kind of know at some point, you don't know when that point is, but you want to make sure it's in a great place. And as you can see just from this past season, it's in a great place. And being in a room last night where, I saw a team that has stuck together. Greg talked about 72 hours, okay? I want you to put yourself in those guys' shoes, okay? The legendary coach, okay, that they came to play for, all right? And now what's next? And I can't tell you how much I appreciate them already. And I've had multiple meetings last night, today with them, individually, leadership groups. I know how badly they want to continue the tradition, how they want to do it the right way. And them just getting to know me here in just a few hours, it's been a blast. And I can't wait for the journey that lies ahead. But Coach Saban, thank you for all you've done, for laying the foundation for myself and the rest of this staff that we'll hire and these players to continue to build on everything you've done here. So thank you. He's the best in the business to ever do it. I'm just going to make sure that's all known, that's how I feel. And 100% access, okay, to everything. I would be a fool if that wasn't the case. I would be a fool. And I'm going to ask him that he shows up and make sure he gives me at least one thing every day. I'm sure he's going to have 10. I'm going to be good with that. But at least one thing that he sees that we can get better at. And so I also think it's so important to understand that most programs don't just they don't even have one legend, right? That's in their program or have come through the years, and we have probably more than two if you really want to talk about it. But Coach Bryant, right? And when I talked to Coach Saban yesterday, he spoke of that, and that just right there told me just how humble he is and how grateful he has been to follow in someone else's shoes and continue to build on what we have here at Alabama. You know, I have so many mentors that have helped me get to this spot. I'm not going to get into it, but every player or every coach that I've sat in a film room with, a staff room, when I was an assistant, when I've been a head coach, the head coaches I've worked for, they hold such a strong spot in my heart because they've all helped me get to the place where I'm at today. And I'll get into the players and what I want to see out of them and how we want them to grow while they're here at Alabama. But I also want to make sure that the coaches that I continue to have the privilege to work with each and every day, each and every year, that they understand the commitment I have to them to help them meet their aspirations and goals. Many of them want to be coordinators, many of them want to be head coaches, and I'm looking forward to that journey for them. When I think about different words, and I'll have a few here that I'll bring to you. One of them is embrace. And I think you get the sense that embracing the tradition and embracing the athletic department is something that's very special to me. I also want you to know that you as a community, everyone here, I can't wait for my family and I to embrace you and, feel that same thing back to us. I know that will be the case. I don't have to look much past last night when we flew in and the welcome and the reception that was there. It was so awesome. It was not overwhelming, but it was very close to it, and I appreciate that. I think, want to make sure our alumni know that I'll embrace them and that this will always be their place. This will always be their home. I know that so many have gone through and played for Coach Saban, and that should not change as far as how they feel about this place. And we need you. And, the investment hours that have been put in by me compared to what has made this place what it is, for me, it's very little. And I want to learn the stories. I want to learn all the great moments. I know many of them. I've watched from afar. But I know there's so many behind the scenes and things that are just important to the tradition and the alumni, and can't wait to have you here and hear all your great stories along the way. But, I just want to reiterate my excitement. And, people ask, I've already asked, like, why would you go to Alabama? Why? Well, I think there's a lot of really obvious answers, right? And I've touched on that. When it comes to tradition and the history of the program, it's second to none, okay? And when I look at places that I want to be, it's about winning championships. And that's an expectation that I cannot wait and accept as a privilege to try to uphold, winning SEC championships, winning national championships. That's an expectation and a love and an interest that I've always had and a passion that I'll have, and looking forward to carry on with our players, our staff, and all of you here as we go through these years ahead. The resources, the facilities, everything that can be here to support our players, our staff. That's my role as a head coach, is to provide that atmosphere, that environment. And when you have resources like we have here at Alabama, it makes my job easier, okay? And looking forward to utilizing and showing off these resources to those that want to be wearing the crimson. A belief of mine when it comes to just athletics is that it brings people together. Again, last night, right? People coming together, and in a much bigger fashion in this beautiful stadium here behind you, bringing people together, bringing a community together. I'm learning about the enrollment of the university and how it's grown, and that's, I know, a credit to what the football program has done, but also to everyone else, buying into the philosophical beliefs of this great university. But when it comes to bringing people together, that is a passion of mine. There's something special about, being a head coach and the investment that goes into trying to make all the different pieces fit, having the right people in those places. And these facilities are awesome, but it's the people that make the place special. It truly is. And I felt that, and I've heard that from Greg as we talk, that you here, you all, you have made this special. And it's not just about these beautiful resources, these beautiful facilities. So I'm looking forward to getting to know each and every one of you. I think alignment is important. So when we're talking about, why Alabama, alignment from president on through to Greg, to the head coach, and on down, I just think that the alignment and, just everything that we're all trying to accomplish together in locking arms and fighting the same fight that we all want and knowing that our passions are all the same, that alignment is critical. And the programs and universities and all the different sport teams that have success, there's usually some sort of alignment. And we certainly have that here on a very strong level at Alabama, and I'm 100% convinced of that. When it comes to our goals, I shared with you it's to win the SEC and a national championship. But how are we going to do that? We're going to do that with class. We're going to do it with integrity, okay, with academic excellence. And that is my job to make sure we uphold the standard that has been set here at Alabama and continue to build on that. When it's about winning, it's also about a culture. And I will share with our guys that as we already have here a culture that is contagious, and you'll hear me say that many times, I cannot wait to add to that, continue to make it to where you can feel through the TV screen when someone's watching a game how hard our guys play and how much they love each other and care for each other and how badly they want to win for all of you. And, the culture will be contagious, and more people, just as it's been, will want to continue to be a part of this. And the last piece, when it comes to developing players athletically, academically, socially, and even spiritually, okay, and that being our focus as a staff, we, in the end, want to make sure that we're building better men. We want to build better men because someday, okay, football will be over, okay? Someday, real life will hit you in the face. And building better men and this time that we're going through, this phase in their life, it is one of the most influential that they will have. And it is a privilege, it is an honor to be someone in a position that can have that influence. And I don't take that lightly, and I will surround myself with a staff that will be great husbands, great fathers, great people, provide a template for our great players that come through here to understand what it looks like to be a man. And that's an awesome goal. Our staff will have a lot of attributes and qualities, and that will definitely be one of them. And so, developing athletically, academically, socially, and spiritually. What's next? As we build our team, last night just got to hear from some guys. Wasn't a lot of questions, especially as a whole team, but you break off into the little segments, and then they start talking, and that's what I want to hear. I want to hear what makes this place special. I want to hear about the traditions that I'm unaware of. I want to hear about all the things that really matter to them, and ingrain myself into what's been special about Alabama football. But it all starts with the relationships and communication, which builds the trust that we must have to step on the football field with great chemistry, as you've seen years upon years upon years. Okay, it isn't just about talent. Talent gets you a long ways, but the championship teams have something special. They have that it factor, and the relationships that we will build will help us have an accountability for each other. Okay, accountability to ourselves, accountability from coach to coach, coach to player, player to player, player to coach. We'll also form a brotherhood that is so tight, okay, that anything that comes our way will not break us. And we'll be tough. And we call these our 3 non-negotiables that we will stand by. And the toughness piece, it's not just physical, okay, which is what Alabama football prides itself on. It will also be mental. Mental toughness, understanding how to handle adversity, because we understand the challenge that it takes to win a national championship. We understand that it's not easy. It never is, but anything worth anything at all is hard. And we're looking forward to that journey and to those challenges. When it comes to a style of football, I don't know what you've seen about how we've played, but obviously playing hard is a big piece of it. But what we try to do, it's always going to be around our personnel. It's always, yes, we're going to recruit the best, the highest character guys, but we're going to be able to have concepts and systems that are able to be adjusted to what we have and what our strengths are. As much as we have great players at every position, there are some positions that are stronger than others from year to year. And we will be explosive. I can promise you that. We will be aggressive. We will attack. And, we understand that the game was meant to be played one way still, and that's to be physical and dominate in the line of scrimmage and control it from both sides of the ball will always be a staple of our program. And as we go through utilizing our personnel and having a dominant offense and defense along with fundamental special teams, I hope you guys enjoy coming to games and seeing how we play and enjoying, wanting to come in and cheer on and understand that the guys that are wearing those helmets, they have a lot of talent, but they're really special people and pouring everything they can into it. When it comes to recruiting, and I can go on and on about how we will recruit, I understand it's the lifeblood of our program, and we can have great coaches, but the guys on the field are the ones that make the plays. And a relentless attitude, starting with first and foremost myself, and then leading to our staff. It's what it's going to take to be the best of the best here with tough competition here in the SEC and to win a national championship. I'm looking forward to rolling up my sleeves and going to work. And I want to say one more thing because this is something that's very important to me, and I wanted to say it last because I knew I might get emotional. I'm not sure, but I need to thank some people, back at Washington. And it's a special place to me. It really is. And this was one of the few places, maybe the only place, that I would have ever left to come coach at. Because I understand what Alabama football is all about. And those guys that I sat in front of a room yesterday, I know what they're going through because I saw the same thing less than 24 hours ago. And I just want to tell everyone, because I know they're watching, I just want to tell you guys I love you. I will miss you. And, I want nothing but the best for everyone back there. And the journey of the last 2 years have been special. And I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to the new journey that lies ahead. I'm looking for those new challenges here. Cannot wait, like I said, to roll up my sleeves with all of you, with our team, and go to battle each and every day, each and every week, each and every year. So thank you, and roll Tide. Thanks, Greg. Yeah, this is exciting. This is really exciting for myself and my family. As they were introduced, I first of all, I got a lot of thank yous and people I want to show some appreciation to. But Nicole, Alexis, Avery, this journey that we're on called life, right? It's special. And, special days like this are the ones that we're never going to forget. And I can't thank them enough for their support, their love. They're the ones that allow me to each and every day leave the house, go to work, and give everything I have to our players, our staff, to help us be the best we can be. So I appreciate you guys. I love you guys, and thank you. Thank you. I want to thank Greg. I know this is happening fast, and I just can't say enough about the trust that you have in me and how much I appreciate that. It means so much. We had never met, and, to do your due diligence and all of that and go through the process, I really appreciate it. And I'm so excited to lock arms with you, as I am the rest of the athletic department, all the head coaches here, and continue to build on the great tradition of Alabama athletics as a whole. So many championships, so many great coaches I cannot wait to meet. We're going to continue to strive to make this thing better all together.
Yo, what's up, fam? I appreciate you guys hanging tight. Had to go throw down some wings. You know what? They actually messed up on the order. I like the bone-in wings, right? Everybody likes the bone-in wings. I don't really do the boneless. I just don't think that they have kind of the flavor that you want in a wing. And so I went downstairs to go munch on the wings, and they had. So I'll just be honest with you. I like the garlic parmesan wings. I don't know if you guys like those. Yes, Voodoo Wings is also really good, and Voodoo Wings has banana pudding that is like out of this world. It's unbelievable. But I like the the garlic parmesan wings, and that ranch slaps 1,000,000%. I've not had the hot lemon wings, but when I went downstairs, I had they were lemon pepper boneless. I gave them a shot. It wasn't it, but that's okay, right? It's one meal. It didn't really go my way. That's okay. It's not that big of a deal. I ate a couple of them anyways. I had a couple barbecue wings as well. It's all good. Yeah, see, George likes the lemon pepper. But see, I think I would have liked the lemon pepper. It's not that I don't like the flavor. It's just like I want an actual like wing. Like wings on the bone taste different. So that was my wing experience. It wasn't that bad. It was lemon pepper. Yeah, it was lemon pepper. That's what it was. So the wings that I got were from Wingstop. The Wingstop, I like Wingstop. I've liked Wingstop. I've been going to Wingstop honestly since 2005. Not all the time, clearly. But I first found out about them. Hey, what's up, Stanley? Thanks for joining us. We don't have any defensive coordinator options as of right now, or even like nuggets. It's just like, no, Nicole, I'm cool. I'm good. It's not like I eat 100 of them. But we don't really like the DC lid has been really tight. Bang the wings. We need a DC. Yeah, I know. But I do like the way the staff's coming together. You know, the staff is coming together really nicely. So built this graphic, and I work for Wingstops. You need to say something to them. Hey, tell them, Michelle, to come sponsor the show. That'd be cool. Nothing slaps like Bama football than Wingstop. Located here in beautiful Tuscaloosa, Alabama, with our enjoyable flavors. Hidden Valley Ranch, lemon pepper barbecue. What secure the bag. I like the staff. I really like the staff house coming on. I think it's coming along really nice. I think I have a coach. Yeah, so no news is good news. That could definitely be the case. I'm gonna take a couple more calls, and then I think I have Coach Smoot coming to guest host for a little while. So I know there's been people that have been waiting for a long time. 304, you're up. Hey, thanks for being patient. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Cameron from West Virginia.
What's up, Cam? I appreciate you calling in, man. Cameron from West Virginia, man. Welcome to the show, man. Take it away.
Listen, so I just was wanting to talk. I like the Kalen DeBoer hiring. My thing is, I just kind of am questioning the defensive coordinator and also defensive roles in general, especially now that T-Rob's going to Georgia.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
I think the news with T-Rob going to Georgia stung. I'm not going to be like, oh man, he wasn't doing a good job anyways. And no, he was good. He was
he's crucial.
Yeah, he was doing a really good job for sure. I think something must have happened because he announced that decision right away. Even before the press conference, like he was just like, boom, proud to be a part of Georgia. So that
quickly.
hurts,
Yeah.
right? Like I think there was some animosity there. And look, if you're T-Rob, not to say he's entitled in any sense of the word, but I think people know he can coach and people know he can recruit. Period. So I don't know. I just kind of picked up on some animosity there, but yeah, and Kirby Smart happened for sure. And with the Will Muschamp wanting to spend more time with his family, it kind of maybe was like all about timing. I don't know, but it seemed like there was a little bit of animosity there. I don't know. And then regards to,
can I ask one more question as well?
Yeah, for sure.
So, I felt like the whole Saban retiring and then, 48-ish hours later we had a head coach named. So you think this was planned ahead of time? Saban's retirement.
I mean, I keep going back and forth on that. I think it sounds to me from listening to Greg Byrne, it sounds like he had a plan in place. You have to. It seems like listening to Saban, Saban's been pretty straightforward about a lot of stuff in his career. And it sounded like he just, he had 2 speeches ready. One to talk to his team about getting ready for this, going into the fourth quarter program, or to retire. And he felt that he needed to retire. So I think Greg Byrne knew that it could happen on Saban's time, like whenever Saban wanted to, right? So he said he had an hour-by-hour plan in place about what to do, and he said that Kalen DeBoer has been on his radar for quite some time. He's been doing incredible things, and I think he flew to Seattle right away and was able to get in contact with him. And this is great. I mean, this is the biggest hire of Greg Byrne's career. This is the biggest hire that anybody's ever made in college football history, right?
Oh, for sure. Nick Saban became the head coach when I was 8 years old.
Thank you.
For me, all I've known is Nick Saban.
Yeah. So, and then in terms of like the defensive coordinator, I think people are getting a little antsy. We are in a society of instant gratification. We were mad about not having a replacement or somebody as a new head coach for Coach Saban within 48 hours. Like, we were ready. I was ready to flip over this table, my desk. People were ready to just start, it was crazy. So, and this is such a big hire of such huge magnitude. Now, I think you had to move quickly because that transfer portal keeps putting pressure on everybody. That's the one thing that is
exactly.
You know what? It's like those like a movie where they put like the cinder block on the tire and the tire just goes it just drives the car by itself. That's what it's like. Like the cinder block that will like not get out of here. I feel like what I feel like is driving us is the transfer portal. It never stops.
The 48 hours felt like 3 weeks.
Yeah, it did. And this transfer portal thing is like speeding up everything. So, with the DC hire, look, let's let Kalen DeBoer be patient about it. And so far, these names that are here, I love it. I don't know if you guys caught the call from Dwight. I'm going to upload it so everybody can hear it again. He put things into perspective, and he was like not trying to sunshine pump. He was like telling facts. He had a lot of good commentary regarding this hire and the direction that he feels Alabama is going to go forward. That's the key word, going forward.
Yeah.
You can't take one small step backwards here. you gotta come out and you have to put a plan in place for these quarterbacks to develop them in spring. You have to come out with the plan to figure out who's going to be the center, who's going to be the right tackle, and give these wide receivers and these running backs. You got to feed them the ball. And this is the thing: we cannot overanalyze spring football, the spring game, because it's too early. That's going to be like their first very scrimmage out the get-go. So like, I wouldn't take we overanalyze spring ball to death, like the actual game, because we're so hungry to see football.
Yeah, just the long wait kills it. Yep.
Yeah, but the first time that we see them really put together a game when we can make an assessment about just kind of the team, call it like a, I don't know, not even a semester test, but the first exam is September 28th against Georgia. It's a test.
Mm-hmm.
It's an exam. It's bigger than a quiz. You know, it's a test for sure because you're going up against one of the new great minds in college football. You're going against someone from the ecosystem of Coach Saban. You're going up against a coach who currently has won his last 30 out of 31 games. You're going up against Coach Kirby Smart, who has a lot of fire in his belly, who is dialed in, who is pissed off. Kirby Smart isn't going anywhere. You saw those transfers going out. That's part of the world we live in. Alabama lost 17 transfers this last season, and they were fine. Georgia's going to be fine. They got their quarterback coming back. They got they're not regressing. They just added T-Rob. So,
and Jake Pope.
There you go, and Jake Pope. Yep.
Yeah, I'm really excited about what we have coming up this year, Kyle. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
It's a very enthusiastic time, probably, my fans.
Yeah.
At least for me.
Mm-hmm.
But I appreciate you answering my question. You have a great night, my friend. I'll continue listening.
All right, man. Take it easy. All right. Good call in from 304. We've moved into the PM hour of this day as we continue our nonstop coverage on the Alabama Crimson Tide. And you know what I really appreciate about you guys? That you guys gave me a little bit of time to go down there and to eat my food, and I came back. Because I think kind of going forward, as I look to the channel, like this is a living, breathing entity, and I want to make sure clearly that this can be sustainable business model. So I appreciate the super chats. And if you guys have became a fan funder, you hit the hyperlink up top, as low as $2.99 per month. Or if you're on your computer, hit the join button. You can also watch this show from your big screen TV. But of course, I know that your NFL game is on there. Do we have an updated score, by the way? Last I saw was 27-10. But I appreciate you guys came back, honestly. And I think what I might do kind of going forward is I might have like some sort of a graphic during the day, even through this week. And then I just pop on kind of as news happens or hourly throughout the day. That way, like it's a living, breathing entity, right? And the chat never dies. And then you guys can boom. I'll come back on when you see news hit the airwaves. I think that's how I might do it. Someone was saying something about Fuku Ramen. Who was saying that? Oh, Clint Eastwood, my boy. What was that? The last movie that I saw on what? No, it wasn't 310 to Yuma. What was that show with Clint Eastwood where he was the mule? Did you guys watch The Mule? That was a damn good movie. I love that movie. It was good. It was a really good movie. And you know what? I think a lot of it was done in Las Cruces in El Paso, right? Like when he's going through the pecan orchards and whatnot. That was a really good movie. Okay, so Clint Eastwood, one of the best actors. You know what else I like? Another movie that I like from Clint Eastwood. You ever seen the old Alcatraz in like black and white? That movie hits. That movie's a really good. That's a really good movie. Okay. Clint Eastwood says, "Hey Kyle, have you tried Fuku Ramen in Midtown?" Of course. You know what I get there at Fuku Ramen? I get the V7. That's the vegetarian ramen bowl. So the protein is tofu, and it slaps like it's spot. And they have that little kind of like a chili paste that you could put in there as well. Yeah, no, it hits for sure. All right. 34-17. Don't call it a comeback. All right. We go back to the phone lines, and it is a 586. Hey, good evening. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Hey, what's up, Kyle? It's Marcel from Detroit.
What's up, Marcel? I appreciate you calling in, man. Welcome to the show.
Hey, what's going on, man? So I want to talk about two things. I know I usually, when I call in, I talked about the transfer portal last time, and I told you for a fact that, hey, man, like this transfer portal gets kind of crazy. And I had a feeling that Isaiah was going to go to Texas just because of, not saying he's not like a great kid, but I just know how money influence a lot of kids like this day and age. And I saw a post with him, I think yesterday. He was sitting in a Lamborghini, and I had a feeling like, hey, man, this kid is probably living his life. He's riding a Lambo. He's like the feeling. You know, he knows that, you know, he's gonna have a pretty good time at Texas. So I mean, it's no big ups to him. I wish him the best. And I would say also with that, I have to say you have to be very careful of that because, you know, you can look at money now. What if things don't work out for, you know, with you at Texas, you know? What if they don't? As great as it sounds, what if they don't, you know? So that's just how I look at it. And as well with Amari Knobloch, am I saying his name right?
Uh-huh. Yes.
Okay, with him, that was one I didn't really understand. I understand why they left because of Saban. I guess you can say because of that reason. That is more a reasonable reason. But that one in particular, I don't understand it because you had all the opportunity to get the ball, I would say, more or get more touches when there's guys transferring like Isaiah Bond, who is going to be probably the number one target on the team. You have opportunities to get the ball now. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he wanted something new. So I don't know. What's your take on it? What was your take on Isaiah and
on the business
Amari
decision
Knobloch today?
Yeah.
I think he transferred.
On the business decision, I think that I mean, look, I don't really like sports cars, but I think that, you know, if somebody gave me a Lambo and then something on the backside in terms of like cash, I don't know. I mean, I'm like I said, like Isaiah Bond, I think this is what I think. I think that he has a relationship with Steve Sarkisian. I think that he's excited about playing for Quinn. I think the fact that Texas needs wide receivers and that he could get, he's basically saying, like selling himself at a high point, right? Like, look, I've already done all this stuff. Get me NIL and get me the football. That's what he wants. He wants money and he wants to be the focal point. And I'm talking, look, you're like, okay, well, yeah, let's do NIL, you know? No, like, we don't know the type of money he got. Could have been $5 million in a Lambo. We don't know. And I think I'm serious. It's crazy. Like, yeah, Texas has money.
I just think there's a backside to it. Cause I'm sorry to cut you off, but I just think there's a backside to it. Like, you know, as much as it sounds really good, you know, my thing is, you know, you have a plan, and I'm pretty sure he does too. Sarkisian has a plan.
Mm-hmm.
What if that doesn't work out? That's my question, though. What if it doesn't work out for him?
It might not. I don't know. I think it's going to. I mean, he's a playmaker. He's a punt returner. We didn't even get to see him as a punt returner. He came through with the grave digger. Everybody was, you know, feeling him then. I look, it's going to work out for Isaiah Bond. It would have worked out for him here as well. I don't know what type of NIL package that he potentially could have got here at Alabama, but I think that's why he left. I really do. And I think Amari Knobloch is the same thing because I mentioned this earlier. AJ is saying it's because of Jalen Milroe that he wants to go play with Quinn Ewers. That could also be the case. But I saw like Amari Knobloch, remember, he's like flashing his watch. He wants to go get paid. These guys want to get paid. AJ said he wants a quarterback that can throw the ball.
Yeah.
That could very well be it as well.
Yeah, it's just I just see the longevity in it. You know, like you have to trust the process. But you know, I get it. You know, NIL and money and things of that nature. But some people are different. I mean, this me. If you look at it for me, I mean, you have to look at Caleb Downs. If anybody, I thought he would be the first one to go. Like, I thought that would be the number one thing he would go. But maybe they look at it differently. I don't know. But just in that, my opinion, that how do you say it? That perspective of things, I think that's just very interesting to me how he didn't go, but his teammates around him went. You know, so it just shows you how much of a difference, I guess you can say, character. Nothing wrong with their character, but I'm just saying, just in general, how, you know, somebody could be different than the other.
No. We're about to find out, you know, and look, these other wide receivers, we've talked about them before. There's guys on the depth chart that can really be dynamic if they can get the football. You know, we've talked about Emmanuel Henderson. We've talked about Jalen Hell being one of those younger guys, maybe one of the new recruits coming in. I don't know, but there's a receiver that is going to step up and fill that gap, and the system under Ryan Grubb should really get these guys the football in all shapes and forms. So I appreciate the call, Marcel, and I'll catch up with you soon, man.
All right, see you.
All right, we Smook, you ready, man? All right.
What's going on, brother?
1 second, let me fix this. Hey, if you're on the call line, you guys can hang up. I got Coach Smook. He's gonna come and guest host for a little while. I'm gonna take a break. Got Smook up in here. I'm gonna be back as major news happens too. So I'm probably back here. I don't know. You good for like 30 minutes or something like that, Smook? How you feeling, man?
Yeah, I'm good. Good to hold it down, brother. What?
Let me give you kind of a recap. What we're working with right now. Isaiah Bond, a hot topic, clearly going to Texas. AJ saying, hey, he wants a quarterback that can spin the rock all over the field like Quinn. You have Amari Niblack hitting the portal. Why did he hit the portal? Des Ricks, Sean Murphy, Antonio Kite yesterday. These are the guys that have hit the portal since Saban has retired. Up top, staff additions, you have Kalen DeBoer, who is, the head football coach. Ryan Grubb. Looks like none of these names but besides Kalen DeBoer are official. So it looks like but they are have all been tweeted by Chris Lowe, who has a hotline, right? So DeBoer has Ryan Grubb coming in as the OC, which is crazy good. Robert Gillespie will be retained as a running backs coach. Jamarcus Shepard as a wide receivers coach. Nick Sheridan as a tight end coach. Scott Huff as the offensive line coach. Remember, they won the Joe Moore Award, top O-line in the country. And then you have Freddie Roach being retained. So that's what you're working with right now. Cool?
Right, gotcha. Righteous. How you feeling, though, bro? Grinding. I know, man.
Hey.
I just, me and Sean was just talking not too long ago. I was like, bro, I didn't realize how much changed in a matter of 4 or 5 days for my life when it comes to this part of football. Like, man, I'm added to like 20 different group tags. I'm like, man, where did this come from? I'm looking at, my wife woke up at 4 o'clock this morning and said, babe, silence your phone. I was like, why? People are up till 3, 4 o'clock in the morning Eastern Standard Time, just whether it's unraveling, giving you inside scoops, tagging you and stuff. So I appreciate it, but at the same time, like, man, this is different right here. Never been through anything like this in my life. I owe it to you and this team, man, for getting me on this side, because it's different, man. I will tell you that.
Doing a good work, man. You're doing a good job. And like I said, man, I like the delivery that you have, and you do a really good job, man. And you got a lot of people that support you in the chat. So I'll catch you here in a few, man.
For sure. Appreciate you, man. Roll Tide, man.
Yeah, Roll Tide.
And for those just jumping on right now, I am Coach Smook here, Bama Football on YouTube with Kyle Henderson. I'm one of the analysts here, one of the coaches on the show. Welcoming you all in. If you're just not tuning in, we're sitting at 1,000 viewers right now. If you haven't already, hit that like, hit that subscribe. We hit the 100K mark earlier this week. Very celebratory time to hit 100K the same day that the board made the announcement. So Coach Debo came in. New era, we came in on 100K plus era. So Very celebratory time. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I saw people giving me, excuse me, I'm sorry, I got the hiccups. We ate good today. I saw a couple people, checking in. George Johnson, appreciate you. Shout out to you, man. Roll Tide, JG, my guy, what's good, man? Jeremiah Taylor, Darkwing Duck, Carla Hinton in the chat, man. Roll Tide, everybody. For everybody showing love. My boy AJ in the chat. BJS, what's good, man? Roll Tide, man. Who else is in the chat, man? I think I see Derek in the chat. What's good? Jarvis in the chat. Mike, what's good? Everybody in the chat, man, that we, dialogue a lot. Welcome into the show, or appreciate y'all for welcoming me onto the show today. But yeah, let's dive into it, man. I know a lot of people have been, with all the news that's been going down today, that's I know a lot of people want to know what I think about Isaiah Bonds. My thing is I'm on both sides of the fence with Isaiah Bonds, guys. At the end of the day, these kids are being offered something and things are being thrown in front of them that some of us will never even get to see in our lifetime. And I'm 33 years old, and the amount of money that's being thrown at these kids at one time to make a decision to come and do something that they have fun doing. You can't expect a 18, 19, 20-year-old, 21-year-old young adult to go out and make those sound decisions and see like the longevity in whatever. And that's just my personal opinion. You talking about career progression and all those things, exposure. I don't see the lateral benefits of it. Being in Texas or being in Alabama, I think both brands represent themselves, can speak for themselves. More recently, Alabama, both Bama and Texas are still on the upward trend as far as the brand and what they do for college football in general, college athletics in general. But schematic standpoint, I can see why you want to go and play in the offense after they're losing their top 4 receivers. I believe Texas is losing their top 4 guys to the draft. There's uncertainty of what your program that you establish your name in, the system you've established your name in and your style of play in. There's uncertainty there as far as what the changes will consist of, bringing in a new head coach, a new offensive staff, majority offensive staff. You don't know what the future looks like. And even though he's very vocal about, Nick Saban being 100% the reason why he's gone and it's a business opportunity, there's money there. I mean, all of it plays, it factors in. It's kind of like if it's all about a scheme fitting me and me enjoying my last year and banking while I can before I go to the draft, just in case I don't have a first round draft type year, that's okay. You have people in that camp advising him and making him aware of these things. And to me, in this day and age, right now, college football, as a fan, you might not like it, but as a business person and a person that knows that at this day and age, you have to maximize your value and take what's yours while it's there, because it can change overnight. I don't blame some of these kids, man, because when you pass up some of these opportunities, you're gambling, and sometimes gambling, it results in what you're, it results in what you're looking for. You don't have to necessarily every gamble you're not going to win. I don't know how many times I played Prize Picks in the past 6 months and literally missed making that 6 pick flush, or whatever it is, that 6 times pick by 1 pick, So and it literally changes the dynamics of what I earn. Times 6 of what you bet is a heck of a lot different than 2.5, by just missing 1 pick. So you guys got to look at it from both sides, and we can't attack these players for making their personal decisions. Coach Saban made a personal decision. Kalen DeBoer made a personal decision. The AD made a personal decision. T-Rob, all of these people are making personal decisions that, in their mind and in their best interest, or in their plans or their goals for their lives or what they want to accomplish, these opportunities that they're taking advantage of fit their goals and fit their best interest. So you can't fault them for that. You can always be on that side of what it could have been from a schematic standpoint. From like me, I seen value in Isaiah Bonds staying with Coach Grubbs. People ask, why would you want to stay? I saw AJ ask a crazy question. Why would you want to stay? Well, look at what he's done with no name wide. We didn't know who any of those wide receivers were before last year. We didn't have nobody. We barely had Michael Penix on the grid. After leaving Indiana, we thought that going to Washington wasn't going to be a good fit. We thought it would take 4 years for them to stay, get back relevant and get back in the picture. And, you know, who's the head coach that formed all that together and put that staff together? Kalen DeBoer, man. You have to give him his credit. So shouts out to Isaiah Bonds for making this decision, man. We all may not like it. It's not traditionally what we're used to, but you can't fault him, man. Looking at the chat, man, he said, I can't even keep up too much. It's a lot. It's a lot. And to me, I don't think the media is doing anything to be malicious with these guys. I think the media is just making you aware of what's happening. And it's just about the fan reactions. It kind of throws us off every now and then. But at the end of the day, these kids are making the decision that's fit them best. Same with Amari Neblack. I'm confused about that one too. But at the same time, it's nothing official. And we all saw his mentality. Sometimes, and I think this is what Kyle was alluding to, and some of the fans, some people may look at it as like kind of alleviating the pain. It's not alleviating the pain. It's the truth, because you have the locker room atmosphere is so important to the team being a success. You can go in there and you can have a team full of winners with a locker room of players that hate each other, but they understand they there to win. So they come in and they do their work. They don't hang out after practice. None of that. Their chemistry is football. Anything outside of that, you have some players mixed in that locker room that are kind of like that. But I feel like with this team from last year before last, it was more so like if you weren't a part of the brotherhood, if you weren't committed to the brotherhood and the team aspect, it kind of showed in different moments throughout the season. And you could see that through Amari Neblack. You could see that through Isaiah Bonds. It was a lot of selfish things done on and off the field throughout the season. But they never took it. And what I find positivity in, they never took their opportunity to make it about them. Even when Amari Neblack was getting, ridiculed about being on live after losing to Texas, he never clapped back at the Alabama fan base. He never started tweeting, cryptic tweets. I mean, I was kind of upset to see him live after a loss, but I have to remember this ain't. I remember what I was doing after a loss. I wasn't walking around sad. I had my music in my ears in high school. I had my music in my ears. We had CD players then. A lot of us had our music in our ears, bouncing around, dancing, whatever song, rapping, whatever we had to do to not think about the loss. Just this day and age, they tend to do it on IG Live or Facebook Live or whatever. So, like I said, all these players have a decision to make, man. If things don't seem to line up with their goals and their vision for what they have for their career, they have every right to make this decision. Because I guarantee you, Des Ricks will tell you, Coach Saban being his coach and getting him to the NFL was probably a big part of his career plan progression. Amari Neblack, Isaiah Bonds made it known, 100%. I wasn't trying to hear Kalen DeBoer, whatever they had to talk about, because, I went there because I knew Coach Saban could get me to the NFL. Now it's a different ball game. He did what was best for him. And I think most of these cats are doing the same. Losses, though, definitely, if you're an Alabama fan and you're trying to sit there and suffice and act like it's not a loss, all 5 of these names that I see right here in transfer news are definitely losses. Whether because I just knew this year Antonio Kite was going to be an intricate part in the secondary. If he wasn't a starter, he would be a rotational player, key contributor as far as that fourth corner, maybe that third safety, because he could play both areas. Des Ricks, I thought he had a legit chance to fight for the other boundary corner opposite of Trey Amos, even with Damani Jackson, even with Xavier Brown, even with Jalen Mbakwe, all those guys coming in, that's projected to come in. I really thought Des Ricks was going to be in that mix of guys, especially after Earl Little left. So losing Earl Little, Des Ricks right now in the portal, those are big hits in the secondary, but you guys got to understand, the Alabama brand is still the Alabama brand. Just as quick as guys are leaving because they're not sure what's happening, there have been guys who have been in college for a year or two now and that have created more value for themselves and been able to put film put game film out there because they are young freshmen, 5-star, 4-star. Everybody thought they should have came to Ballman and set a year, but then they go somewhere else. They're playing early. They're getting their growing pains. They're making plays every now and then. They're losing plays. It happens in this day and age. So you got to take your lumps, with your blessings, So you got to take your licks with your blessings. So I think it's a opportune time for Alabama football, the program itself, the staff that DeBoer is assembling. I think it's an opportune time for them to showcase what type of energy they're going to bring when it comes to filling the voids on us personnel on this team. So I asked that, the fan base kind of take that same approach. I understand we still are Alabama, man. We still are Alabama, and that's not going to change. Yeah, I'm looking at the chat, man. people are really like, I like the energy. And y'all got to remember, I want people to really think about how this week went by. And I thought we had a graphic up of the timeline before. I don't see it back here anymore. But you got to think, Coach Saban made the announcement what day? Tuesday morning, Kyle? Or was it Tuesday afternoon? Then, that whole day following the announcement, it was like just time was just moving slow. It felt like it was 4 or 5 days. But we literally had an announcement by the AD the same day that within 72 hours, there will be an announcement for a new head coach. That was met to, that met the standard. I mean, he announced it probably right at the 40-hour mark, 42-hour mark. So delivered on that part. Got a quality coaching hire. I think the Alabama Nation is convinced on what he's done at other places. And that kind of calms the storm a little bit when you're saying everywhere he's been, he can win. And then you got the old school heads, the people that are so SEC minded, not college football, but SEC football minded. Man, you can't do that in the SEC. Well, I'm one to differ. I'm one to think that anytime you bring seismic change like this into a conference, it causes a little bit of confusion and uncertainty. So nobody knows how to approach Alabama this year. This is a new phase of Alabama. You don't know what Alabama is bringing to the game. You know what's been able to be a lot of people's bread and butter when they play Alabama to get their best game on the field? I know Coach Saban is going to do this. I know Coach Saban is going to do that. I know Coach Saban is not going to allow his OC to do this. Those type of things. We can force Coach Saban's defense on the field. We know what we're going to get. Let's try to see what we can do to shut the offense down to make sure that we expose the very few holes in a Coach Saban-led defense or Coach Saban scheme defense and try to expose those while we can before his staff and his personnel can make their adjustments to close that gap. And now they're really going to take away the game because they already got the talent. They already got the talent gap. And that's a lot of the games we went into over this past 17 years. We went into games, the more talented team, and teams that have given us a close game or beaten us have literally had to out scheme us on every level. You couldn't beat Coach Saban at one level. Now you have to go and try to figure that out about this coach. You can't say, this is what he did at Washington. He don't have the caliber. He got a different caliber of athletes and a different caliber of talent here at Alabama now. So you don't know what he was being restrained to at Washington or at Fresno, so it's a lot of uncertainty, but at the same time, it's a lot of open things to be looking forward to. You get what I'm saying? So I really am taking the approach of let's be realistic. He doesn't know the SEC. That's sometimes can benefit you. I think about, and I was trying to think about the war. I like to read about history and things of that nature, but my platoon sergeant, he told me about a war, some war, man, and America didn't deploy enough personnel based off of the assessment, the intel that we got as far as the area we were going into secure. And the thing was, it wasn't about having enough personnel. It was about keeping the element of surprise. And I think right now, with Coach DeBoer not being a star, up until the Alabama job, nobody was really talking about Caleb DeBoer. Even in the playoffs, he was still getting overlooked. His name wasn't being the forefront of, good coaches out here. It took him being in the playoffs and actually beating a good Texas team to start really getting that immediate attention on him. And I think that alone just lets you know that he's a guy that knows how to get in and get work done. And if you got a guy like that, I feel like he has the ability to surround himself with quality guys who know how to adapt and take on that same concept. So more so the fact I'm really, really, really excited about this hire. Let's talk about the staff that's currently being confirmed or that's being reported. Let me look at some of the chats before I go into that, man. Y'all know me. I get to express. And I really took a break today, y'all. I took a break from all social media. Just a few hours to kind of just decompress because this fan base is a lot, man. It's not easy trying to please y'all, but I don't do it to please y'all. I just try to give raw reactions. Whatever authenticity I can provide. That's what I want to provide. So I'm sorry if some of you all were inboxing me and doing all these things. So I wasn't responding. I had to spend time with my family. We've been putting in work for y'all. Kyle been grinding, man, been putting us on the grind, and it's been fun, man. It's gonna be a good turnaround for this team. Let me look at some of the chat, man, because some of y'all are still some of y'all are still like spiraling, man. It doesn't need to be that way. You can tell who was really here when Coach Saban was announced, because we didn't have Coach Saban didn't have a majority popular vote or approval rate when he was coming on as the head coach. Because a lot of people thought Coach Saban, even when he went to LSU, and I watched Josh Pate, and I remember that time when Coach Saban was in LSU. We were just getting back to Georgia, as a matter of fact. As I'm a military brat, my family was just getting back to Georgia, Columbus, Georgia, right there where Jarvis Jones and Isaiah Crowell and Coach Dale McGee over at Georgia, and all those guys are from. And when Coach Saban announced that he was going to be going to LSU, man, you had traditionally a lot of fans down here, and this wasn't during the social media era, so you would see a lot of these clips in the newspapers and the local papers. He gonna come down here, the SEC gonna teach him, and look at where we are, really about 30, almost 20 years later, because he went in 03. I want to say he showed up in 03 and then showed back up in 07. And so you got to think, man, at some point in time, change is inevitable. Some of you all are going to have a hard time adapting to this because you are so stuck in the past and don't see that college football is literally evolving right in front of you. Most of you fans who don't know the game of football other than what you are watching will sit there and judge a player for switching into an offense where he is schematically fits better than what's being presented for him at this current time. And that's literally what you watch every day. You cheer about these NFL teams and these players that make their decisions, but these players are literally doing the same thing. And if the college ranks are going to allow them to be treated like professionals, then we can't fault them for making professional decisions as if they were professionals. So give me 1 second, chat. I'm gonna be right back. I got to step off and wash my hands off real quick. 1 second. Sorry about that, chat. Doggone birds in there. Every time I walk past them, they get excited. But anyways, things have to happen in order for a change to really take place. You guys got to understand this is literally another turnover. And the only reason is different on this magnitude because of social media. I guarantee you, man, if social media was around in 2003, 2000, if social media was a big thing in 2007, January 3rd, 2007, when they made the announcement about Coach Saban, a lot of fans like myself who have come to the mind that things change, things do what they do, they would have been right here doing the same thing. So it's not anything that's different. I don't expect a different reaction from a lot of fan base, but at the same time, this is a new day and age. So we can't apply the same factors to this change. We can't apply, like Coach Saban made it plain as day, man. Whenever you get to a point when you've made such an impact in the industry or in a lane where you have literally caused a seismic shift in college football for 17 years, you've been the pinnacle. You've been the target for at least out of those 17 years. For 15 of those years, you've been the target. And he said, climbing the mountain. Sometimes once you climb the mountain so much, if you're persistent, you become the mountain. You become the mountain, and people that are taking their shots and coming at you. And it gets tiring because you're not just talking about on the football field. You're talking about in media, you're talking about in recruiting, you're talking about, you know, hiring staff. All of these things are factors, and you can't expect a 72-year-old man with as much fire and as much attention to details and the OCD mentality, the perfectionist mentality. You can't expect a guy like that to start slacking and expect him to keep accepting not his best. So it's going to be cool. It's going to be all right. I think you find a similar mindset guy in Kalen DeBoer, and whether that's for 3 years, 5 years, I think he's fit for the job. I'm gonna get into some of these comments in the chat, man. I see y'all still going at my boy AJ. I don't understand why y'all go at AJ like y'all do, man. He's been the resident troll, man. You just respect him for what they do. Respect him for what he do. Let him troll, man. It ain't like he be dogging them. He as long as he ain't calling the players out their name and stuff, we good with that. You know, that's one thing we don't tolerate over here. I don't like that coming at players and calling them stupid out their name. You know, like these are young men. None of these kids, most of these kids haven't been privy to this lavish lifestyle. So it is what it is. Jack, you said something that I wanted to allude to. Courtney Morgan being on a part of this staff is going to be huge, man. Success follows this guy. This guy knows how to assemble success. He knows how he's a talent. People don't know that he's a talent scout. He also has background as a talent scout. So I think him being able to connect with a lot of the powers that be in the Southeast and having those meetings early on is going to be important. I already got confirmation that he's out here, you know, talking to the players personally, the ones that are in the portal or considering the portal. Much love, Ryan. Appreciate you for pulling up, man. Appreciate you for real, man. Showing up and showing love, brother. I really do. But yeah, I can't wait to see what this staff becomes by. He said he also can bounce dudes out the clubs. See, it's fans. Some of your fans, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think you make me wonder about your mindset. Would you like me if I wasn't an Alabama fan? Sometimes that's what I think. Sometimes, you know, and it's sad to be that way, but I you know, it is what it is. Because these are kids. These are kids. At the end of the day, they might be 20, they might be 21, but a lot of them have legal guardians as they're making these decisions that's factoring in. You don't know whose little sister need a heart transplant or, you know, all these things are different. The college football landscape is different right now. You get what I'm saying? So we can't judge these young men. We can't sit there and call them out of their name. Appreciate for what they did. Y'all saw the post about Isaiah Bonds and the Gravedigger play, how they got, you know, Jermaine Burton cropped in over him after the catch. To me, stuff like that is kind of funny because that's how they trolling us. You know, they go on their trips, they post their pictures. He posted a Lambo picture. You know, it's a game of cat and mouse, tick for tat, all that. But at the end of the day, you don't disrespect them. You don't discourage them. You appreciate what they did. Isaiah Bonds, excellent athlete. I think he's going to experience a lot of change. And I think it's gonna be a testament of who he is, how he handles this transfer and moving forward, not just what he does on the field, but as in the media going forward. He's going to have a lot of attention on him, and I hope he makes the right decisions going forward because he's a good young man, very confident about himself, has always thought he was the best player on the field since he's been playing football. So it's no surprise to see how quick he make the decision to do what he do, how bold he was about it, you know. Very open. I think that's just how their family is. They talk like that. They're very open about whatever, and it is what it is. So, Benson left a good wide receiver. KJ Bolden too small. Let me see. Kirby is the new Saban. Hey, if that's the case, you still not doing anything different. You're still trying to be Bama. The fact that you have to say Kirby is the new Saban is funny to me. I like it though. Appreciate you for pulling up, man. Bond 48. Catches, 668 yards, 4 touchdowns. Like I said, that's a big loss when you talk about statistics, but look at how many 5 stars, 4 stars, elite athletes are sitting behind them. I think this year we're going to see the true meaning and reasoning why Coach Saban loved to throw guys with experience in the system out there. What's good for this team? What's good for this team is that this new system opens up nothing but competition, especially on the offensive side. And depending on who the defensive coordinator is, if he's bringing in some nuances to a traditional 4-2-5 scheme, kind of like branching off of what Coach Saban did, you've lost so much you lost so much on that side. You don't know what type of production you're going to get. We're looking for guys like Yanzi Pierre, Keon Keeley to be the next set of edge rushers. Q-Rob, the next trio of edge rushers that make immediate impact. Jaheim Otis, Tim Keenan, those guys are still there. They're probably your most reliable returnees. Deontay Lawson, Jahad Campbell, you got faith in that. So our next first, second level look decent. It's that third level of the defense where we're seeing a lot of changes and moves, and we're kind of getting nervous about it. But there's so much unproven talent, man. And people are talking about Downs might be going to the portal. Hey, if he does, there are more safeties. There are more safeties that want to come and play at Alabama. If Downs goes to Georgia, that will be a nasty safety duo with him and Malachi Starks. Man, let's not act like it wouldn't. But it would be to me, for what he did at Alabama his freshman year, guys like him and Justice Haynes, just you kind of get the feel that they want their name to be the ones that's stamped with that coaching change after Coach Saban. They want to be the first names you hear. Man, when Coach Saban retired, Caleb Downs and Justice Haynes, they held the team together. Booker held the team together. Milroe came back and did this. Ty Simpson stuck it out. He got the start, led the team to a natty, they second natty. Like, these are the type of storylines that I think players can, when you want to connect with players, you can pitch to them and let them, get them to buy into the future. Because I'm telling you right now, Ryan Grubbs, this offensive staff, Kalen DeBoer, they're in on Julian Sayin being a complete product when they put him on that field. Kalen DeBoer and Ryan Grubb were very vocal about being in pursuit of Julian Sayin. A lot of people were in the nation, but from an offensive coach standpoint, these are two offensive minds that Julian Sayin was very attracted to. So I don't think they're going to try to rush. A lot of the fan base, they get emotional. They be like, man, they gonna put him out there. This is Sain's year. Simpson going to try. No, these are developers. These are people that develop players. They develop talent. So if Sain is not ready, I guarantee you he will not be pushed out there this year or next year with Ty Simpson and Jalen Milroe sitting in front of him. The only thing that rushes his timeline to get on the field is if Jalen Milroe doesn't show any type of separation or growth in these spring practices. I ain't talking about spring game. I'm talking about in the practices. This will be a grueling offseason for the quarterback room. There's going to be high expectations set. There are going to be tendencies that are going to be broken. There are going to be things that are required from this quarterback room that if Jalen Milroe is a true leader, he's going to want to fall back and fall in line so he can create that same level playing field. So when it's time to show separation, the separation is being shown. You don't go into this moment thinking that it's yours already. And I don't think he's that type of competitor. Same with Ty Simpson. I think Ty Simpson was kind of dealing with it from outside noise. But like I said in the chat earlier, if you know Ty Simpson's father, if you know his family, there's if you started, you got to finish it type family. So I'm one of those that sit there and I say, you breed competition. That's championship. That's championship. You breed competition. You don't allow another talented guy come in and run you away. None of that. You breed competition. And this was what this quarterback room is going to do. They talking about, Dylan Lonergan. I'm good, babe. They're talking about Dylan Lonergan might be getting. I don't think so. Some of these players are really bought into creating value for themselves. And I think one thing Coach Saban will do with Kalen DeBoer, and hopefully the staff can get on this mindset that always shoot it straight with your players. You got to care enough about these players to really tell them the truth. And if they're not a part of your immediate future or your possible backup plan, just in case your plan A, plan 1A, 1B doesn't work, if they're not your true plan B, let them know that so they can make these decisions. You get what I'm saying? We don't want to hold players. This is not old school college football era where guys lock in and they got to stay there. If they try to transfer, let these guys continue to create value for themselves. And that's what separates Coach Saban. You can talk. A lot of people talking about Alvin Kamara leaving and going away and being a great running back. You want to know why that happened? Coach Saban talked to Alvin and told him, hey, we got this guy right here in front of you. If you feel like this is the best option for you, I encourage you. These are some people I feel like would fit. And Alvin Kamara will tell you, didn't graduate. He didn't hate Coach Saban when he left. He didn't hate this staff when he left. He just He had to go and figure it out somewhere else, and it worked out for him. Got in the system that needed him at Tennessee, and he went crazy. And I think he became a first-round draft pick. Led the NFL in rushing yards, was one of the top backs in the NFL for like over 2 or 3 seasons. So you got to appreciate the quality of staff that we're assembling. Kalen DeBoer wins everywhere. Ryan Grubb everywhere with him. All of the offense that we see, that we seen the Washington team do the past 2 years, the production they have, a direct testament of this staff, this core staff right here. Jamarcus Shepard coming over with him, the tight end coach Nick Sheridan, which is for some reason, and I'm hearing a lot of things about Cox, our former tight end coach, that he was, communicating with players, that he was close in recruiting with, letting them know that before Coach Saban had retired, he was letting them know what the plans was, what his future looked like, being straightforward, being honest, not doing anything behind closed doors. So for guys like CJ Dupree, Danny Lewis, Robbie Oots, and Caleb Odom being excited about, I like that balance in that room. You go and look at what Washington was able to do with those type of tight ends, a bigger body, and you still got a receiver style tight end in that room, and Caleb Odom. You got your bigger bodies that can block solid, and Danny Lewis, CJ Dupree, Robbie Oots, who's your wide/H-back/fullback. I mean, this is an opportunity for us to really see our tight ends be used in this style of offense. Nick Sheridan has done nothing but develop those guys at the tight end position. He's also got some wide receiver coaching experience, so it's going to be good to have 2 coaches with wide receiver experience, wide receiver ties, development training, coaching the receiving core, meaning your tight ends, your wide receivers, getting that work in with Coach G. We've seen Coach G develop running backs throughout his time. Yeah, he's been at 5 stars, but we saw Najee come in as an over aggressive runner, trying to push holes that weren't there, trying to extend plays that didn't need to be extended. And Coach G was able to get him in the lab, get him with guys, different trainers around the nation, work on his patience, trust your quickness, trust your speed, trust your power, trust the play, trust the schematics in front of you, setting blocks up. Those are the mental things that we've seen Coach G be able to do with running back. So I think he fits well with this current offensive staff that we see ahead of us. Scott Huff, Mr. Jim Moore, coach of the offensive line coach of the year. This is big for us, man. Alabama has the number 1 rated offensive line coming into this year as far as recruits on the roster. The highest rated, not number 1, but the highest rated as far as average grade across the offensive line. I'm ready to see what Scott Huff can do with some highly talented players. Not guys who are just hard workers, but some highly talented players. Can he get them to work hard and develop them like he's done players with quote unquote less talent? It'll be interesting to see this. I'm very skeptical about it, not in a negative way. The Scott Huff signing, the Jamarcus Shepard was very important. Y'all know we need a wide receiver coach that can recruit, but can also develop. I don't think, and get mad at me if you want, chat. I'm a wide receiver guy. Not once, and I like Holman Wiggins as a person, as a human, but when it comes to developing talent, he had so much wide receiver talent come through during his tenure at Alabama. But not once could we say that he really developed these guys. He got a lot of leeway and headway and a lot of blessings. Flowers, because he came in on the back end of Ruggs, Judy, the 4 horsemen, Waddle, Smitty, Mechie. He came in on the back end of that. He really didn't have to develop those guys. They were already kind of, doing their thing when he got there. He just kind of had to maintain. But you talking about guys that have came through, Ajayi Hall, who was projected to be the next Julio. He's gone, no development from him. We had to go in the portal to get guys like Burton, who came from Georgia. Their wide receiver coach develops wide receivers, even though they don't throw a lot of them in the NFL. Their offense and their system hasn't been privy to, high flying wide receivers, the wide receiver game. But you see they're evolving. They're continuing to evolve. So, what other receivers have we had recently that I felt like should have been big name receivers but left? Even with Malik Benson, Holman Wiggins should have had Wiggins. You got to remember, Benson was selected as the guy to run the routes with Bryce Young during his NFL Pro Day. And so there had to be something in there that just wasn't by happenstance. And you could look at Malik Benson. Yes, he dropped a few balls, but you talking about development. A good wide receiver coach is going to have a wide receiver like Benson doing what he needs to do to get his hands better. Simple as that. A good wide receiver coach, talent developer is going to get a guy like Benson to buy into doing the extra work, and it won't be hard. So I feel like a guy like Jamarcus Shepard who can go and I'm gonna put those names up, that wide receiver roster. If y'all know the wide receivers from Washington that just blew up this year, I want to say one of them was Nduze. I can't say the name right, but this kid, you look at how he played last year compared to this year, that's nothing but getting with your wide receiver coach, your OC, your quarterback coach, and understanding what you do. My boy Al Sanders in the chat. What's up, Al? Glad to see you in there. My boy Al Sanders, one of the members of this channel, longtime member, says, Coach Smook definitely upgraded at the position coaches, OC, O-line, wide receiver. Guys will come, guys will leave. But what are we getting now in our staff? What we are getting now in our staff is a definite tactical advantage. And Coach Al, I feel like me and you look at it like a lot of more experienced football heads in the chat. We look at it from that Odunze, Polk, and McMillan. I'm gonna highlight that so I can get back to that. But I don't think a lot of people look at it from that standpoint. We've brought in so much 5-star talent. Let me go pull up some names just from the recent years. I'm gonna go to 2023. Let's go to 22. I want to say that was probably Holman Wiggins' class that I said he would need to come in and like show me that he was really on a development train, and it just never populated for me with Holman Wiggins. We can say that, Chaz Preston, 5-star receiver, the number 3 receiver in his position. Emmanuel Henderson, you converted him. He was a 4-star, number 3 athlete in the nation. You've had him for 2 years now. Excuse me. I'm sorry, y'all. I got hiccups. I ate good today. Wide receivers. Let's keep going. Aaron Anderson. We literally lost Aaron Anderson to LSU. We knew that was some personal reasons behind that, but Aaron Anderson was he was supposed to be the guy before Bonds. I think people forget that Isaiah Bonds, you really only got an opportunity because Aaron Anderson went down during that fall camp. If Aaron Anderson doesn't go down, Isaiah Bonds nor Kobe Prentice are starting against Texas in week 2 of last year with Bryce Young. So, and in that same class, you had Isaiah Bonds. We saw what he was able to do. Kobe Prentice and Kendrick Law. I think Kobe Prentice and Kendrick Law have real tight ties, and I'm for sure about Kobe Prentice. Has some tight ties with Mike McCoy, former Alabama receiver, skills trainer, developer, wide receiver developer, perfectionist. You want to get some wide receiver work in, and you in Alabama. Look up Mike McCoy. I think Max Performance is the name of his gym. I'll double check that. But Mike McCoy, me and Mike McCoy, we go back. That's like a big brother to me. Talking to him about Kobe Prentice and some of the workouts. Kobe is a dog, man. So seeing him stay around, I don't think we've been allotted to see what he's capable of. We've yet to see him. Staying in that class, man. Just this 22 class was legit. So you got Kobe, you got Kendrick Law in that same class. The tight end positions. Is Elijah Brown going? Is Elijah Brown still on the roster? Did he transfer already? But Amari Neblack, he's gone. You really didn't see much change with Amari Neblack from this year and last year. I mean, he's been privileged to have these dogs. At what point do we hold him accountable for personnel rotation? Was it a lot of? You just don't know. You don't know. Let's go back. Let's go back to the previous years. This is 22 class. Let's go to 21 class. Mind you, this is Holman Wiggins as the wide receiver coach with these wide receivers I'm naming. And you tell me where they at. Ajayi Hall. Is Ajayi Hall leaving on a roster right now? Kamar Wheaton is a running back. Ja'Cory Brooks. You saw what happened with him during his time here. Never could get the hands right, man. Never was consistent. Some of the biggest catches in Alabama football history as of recent years, the Bryce years, but never could get them hands right. He led the teams in drops both years. JoJo Earl leaves after a year, after some time under Christian Leary. All of these guys are going to different spots and walking into starting roles. I think Aaron Anderson was kind of behind again this year, LSU due to injuries, but you saw what other talent was over there with him that he was competing with. And we know that he wanted to go home and play, in Louisiana. Who else, man? And these are just wide receivers, man. Y'all could I'm looking at some of the names that we've seen in these classes, man. These have been talented classes. And I think more so than we do, I want to believe that Kalen DeBoer understands the type of pressure he's coming in to. Cornerback Muhammad from Washington said DeBoer wants him on the Tide. I want him on the Tide too. I don't know if you guys are have went back and actually watched some of these players and some of the. I usually go to the big games when guys enter portals. I look at the team that they play for. Say it's a Iowa game. I go and look and see how they got played in the Iowa game, or if he didn't see the field, how was he on the sideline? Was he on special teams? Was he pouting on the sideline because he wasn't on the field? Like, that's the type of stuff I look at when we talk about big names going into the portal, whether they on field product or assumptions, pre what they call them, projections, whatever it is, foreseeable projections. I like to look at what I can see on film, and you could tell a lot by a player. They were all bust. That's a lie. How do we know if they were all bust? Christian Leary goes to Georgia Tech and has a solid year. Trayshawn Holden, same thing with him, goes to Oregon and has a solid year. Javon Baker was at UCF, I believe, has a solid year. All of these players, they go to these different schools and they have solid years under these new staffs. Aaron Anderson was injured again this year. I guarantee you, if he stays at LSU, he will be a key contributor in this LSU offense. They're going to have a new quarterback. Jaden Daniels is gone. Like, you guys got to stop this. Stop this fanfare. This coming at these guys being fans. These are some good kids that really want to see the field. They go through life. 17, well, you start playing when you're 5. You graduate when you're 17, 16 nowadays. So 10 years of their life, they're the guy. They are seeing the field, they're playing, they're using their natural abilities to enjoy doing something. They get to the college level and they have to come to the fact that they're not the guy anymore. They have to come to the fact that they have some more to prove. And sometimes they feel like they're good enough. And when they see an opportunity to go somewhere and show that they're good enough, they have to take it, man, or they're going to just be those guys like a lot of players. And I've talked to players who were pre-NIL stage. Earl Alexander, my brother, my big bro, played at Alabama, was a highly talented recruit out of the state of Alabama, Central Phoenix City. He was like the number 7 or number 8 dual threat quarterback. They had him listed as an athlete. He ended up coming to Alabama playing wide receiver. But Earl, I believe Earl was during that day and age, he was your next Vince Young. He had the same type of attributes, the same skill sets, just didn't fit that Alabama mode of offense. And because of that, instead of being able to say, well, I don't like what I'm not being able to do here, and I know I could be a good quarterback and transfer somebody somewhere else, if he would have tried to transfer, you lose a year of being on the field. You have to go and you go into class, you being a regular student. There's so much open opportunities for distractions that get set in place. So this new way does alleviate some, but there do need to be some parameters set on it. Shout out to my boy Nathan for the $10 super chat, man. We appreciate you for pulling up. Nathan 3210 $10 says, thanks to everyone involved with these past few live streams since Saban retired, man. You guys have really helped me stay up to date while I'm at work. Roll Tide, man. That's what we're here for. That's what we're here to do. We don't say we got all the answers. We don't say we got all the inside and we ain't connected to everybody. Well, I'm not. I know Kyle is definitely connected, but I'm not. But what I can do and what this team can do, I know we do it with, the level of intensity or the level of quality you would definitely want us to deal with, to deal in, and whether it's a view that you agree with or don't agree with, you just got to take it, man. You got to take it and deliver it the best way possible, and that's what we're here for. What we got in the chat? Jamie French has decommitted. Let me go. Can somebody verify that? Because I did just see somebody in my group chat saying that he was decommitting. Let me see. They don't make them like they used to. Fact. I'm telling you guys, I feel like these kids with Jamie French, Rico Scott, I really want these guys to buy into this development. Now, some of the guys that's been on campus already, you get a feel for college football in your first semester. You get a very good feel for the landscape of how college football in itself works as a player. the scheduling, film. Like nowadays, I remember having to show up and do film study with the DVDs. Like we didn't have stuff emailed to us like these players do in iPads. We used to show up, and film sessions took up a lot of your day. So you didn't get to go to the what we call, not the dining area, but like the lobby area where you chill at, the rec. None of that. You didn't really get to go to that until like, off season training. So film session during the season consumed a lot of our time. Eating for small guys like I was. I graduated when I got to college. I was 6'2", about 155, 160, long, lanky, just could jump out the gym and could catch a BB in the middle at midnight, but in order for me to really get on the field and stay on the field, I had to show that I could pick up weight. And I went from 155, 160 to 175, 180 in a 8-week time span with my meal plan and the protein and all that stuff. And man, it made a difference. So I'm curious to see how these guys buy into Kalen DeBoer and his staff is development. One thing that I haven't been seeing from the fan base, from other analysts, something that I want to talk about is how important it will be to maintain the strength and conditioning staff. That is going to be a key. Is if Washington brings their guys, do they have the makeup? Now, what I want y'all to look at this, and I want y'all to think about this from an unbiased standpoint. You look at what Washington has. If you think if Washington had Jaheim Otis, Tim Keenan, Jamar Latham, and Quinn Barnes, who else? Curtis Perry, Tim Smith, Justin Boybe. You think if they had the likes of that caliber of talent this year for Washington and everything else behind that was decent to me, do you think if that defensive line coach and that defensive coordinator had that type of talent up front, being able to scheme? Because if you look at the schematics of how they played, it wasn't a bad scheme. You just didn't have dudes. Excuse me. I got hiccups, y'all. But they just didn't have dudes. You didn't have a lot of guys up on that front that could win one-on-ones consistently. They weren't the better guy on the field, majority of the time. That's what Alabama has been able to have the privilege of having in their arsenal, having the better guy, just literally having the better guy. But you give Washington a defensive front like the names I just named, dude. Are we really dogging what they were able to do on defense? And but for what they were able to do, you look at what Washington was able to do in the passing game, how they were able to contain the pass game, a top 25 defense as far as pass defense efficiency. Not so good on the offensive side because you had the likes of teams that literally built off the run. Okay, French did decommit. It's true. Sad to hear that, but y'all know it was going to come, man. It was going to come. Things like this were going to. I want y'all, and this is what I'm gonna do. Let's do this real quick. I don't think anybody's done this yet. As much of an avid Alabama fan as you are, and I want y'all to really listen to this before you start, dogging these players. If Coach Saban, you're a 16-year-old, 17-year-old, 15, 16, 17-year-old kid, Coach Saban comes to your house, right? I'm from Phoenix City, Alabama. We've seen Coach Saban a couple times in Columbus, Georgia, Phoenix City over the years. It's been like it's a stopping point for him. We know where he goes, when he comes in, if they drive him in, where he's driving in from, when they fly him in, we know where he's landing at. Coach Saban is one of the few coaches that when he was coming to Phoenix City, Columbus, Georgia area, he was landing on Fort Benning, Georgia. Well, now it's called Fort Moore, the military base. His planes, you get what I'm saying? So that's the type of weight he carried. So you got to think, he shows up, if Coach Saban shows up to your school, says, hey, we want you to come and play at Alabama. Then he shows up, he takes the time, they give you the publicity, people going to be looking at you now. Now he comes back the next time, sitting in your house, eating, doing the Cupid shuffle with you with you and your family. Your auntie done made him the sweet potato pie, everybody, he's showing everybody love, leaving his jacket around, not security's not in the house with him, head on his hip, like he's being a people person. And then you come to the university, you play for him for a year, and then out of nowhere, Coach Saban, the guy that You've been watching your whole life. A lot of these kids, all they know for Alabama football is not the tradition, is Coach Saban. That's what they know. He ups and retires on you after a great season, a monumental season, one of the most memorable seasons we're going to remember of Coach Saban's coaching tenure. He ups and retires on you. Some of y'all can't even take that good as a fan. Imagine what the players have to go through and process. Imagine what the players, the type of advisory and management that's coming around these guys, that's pulling them in every which way. Because you don't know what that a lot of kids don't truly know their why. They think they do. And the ones that do, they make these type of decisions because they know that's why. So if a kid has an opportunity to secure his family's future for the next, for the foreseeable 5 or 6 years by staying in college and making $250,000 a year or $350K a year, playing football for 3 or 4 years, and then somebody, if he making $350K here, somebody say, hey, you can get $650 or close to $1 million, and you're gonna get the draft looks because you playing here. Like, if you perform, we got you over here, man. That pushes you that much closer to what you want, and you can't blame him. Coach Saban retired. That's what some of these kids know. So let's make that a priority as far as, when we start talking about with these kids, these decisions. But French is one that I was very high on. French and Rico Scott, I'm very high on them. A lot of people were high on Ryan Williams, but French was the one. I really want Amari Jefferson to stay with the plan, man. I really want Amari Jefferson to come on and buy in. I think he fits right into what Kalen DeBoer, Ryan Grubb like to do. Jamarcus Shepard, I feel like he's going to be able to develop guys like Rico Scott, like Amari Jefferson. I even think Caleb Odom, his athleticism, you're going to see him cross work in that wide receiver room a lot more this year. Like I said, I really think this is a change that needs to happen. You want guys who really have nothing else on their mind but playing for Alabama at Alabama. If you're considering, explore your options. It doesn't mean you're going to go, but definitely take advantage. One thing about Coach Saban, y'all, and people will tell you this that work close with the program, he doesn't make recruits shut down their visiting. None of that. He allows recruits to go and enjoy the experience. He encourages them to, go and do what they do, because that's what the name of the game is. If you start trying to limit guys on where they can go and who they can talk to, it kind of shows a sign of fear to me. Kind of shows a lack of confidence in your product. So Hayes Fawcett, and y'all know Hayes Fawcett is that dude, man. Tweeted breaking 5-star wide receiver. Jamie Frisch tells me he has decommitted from Alabama. The number 3 wide receiver in the 25 class has been committed to the Crimson Tide since July. He is the second 5-star wide receiver to decommit from Alabama since Nick Saban's retirement. And that's they're highlighting the fact that Ryan Williams decommitted. And I don't know if y'all been following Williams, man, but he's a funny kid, man. Me personally, y'all can get in y'all feelings about it. I think if I was Ryan Williams coach, man, high school coach, man, he would have been like, best buds, because I was that type of kid, man. I was that type of kid. I'm gonna enjoy my experiences. I'm gonna enjoy life. And this kid is having the experiences of a lifetime. He has a small break in this time of his life where he can go and travel. People are literally drooling over this young man. And if you were sitting here saying that you wouldn't like that attention, just imagine walking on, and some of you are probably, you probably never been to the state of Texas. I believe, as much as I love my state of Alabama, Texas is the place to be. I don't care who you are, where you go to Texas, and you can go north, south, east, west. You're gonna find something different. I guarantee you, stay long enough, you're gonna find a higher liking to Texas than anywhere in the nation right now. And I'm willing to bet on that. But you go into Texas, man. And as a 17-year-old, I think Ryan Williams just turned 17, if he's not already 17. But you go down there, and yeah, I ain't gonna say this is what Texas doing. I'm just saying my recruiting visit, we went to a few parties. We got to see the campus. Texas has nice facilities. They have, we went to a few restaurants. And mind you, I'm from Montgomery, Alabama, so my recruiting visit wasn't a red carpet type visit like these kids, where they get to trying to the uniforms. They weren't doing all this media stuff. So just imagine somebody always around trying to see what you're doing. Yes, a teenager. Look at TikTok. Look at social media. A teenager is going to take advantage of that and really and really enjoy it. Very few mature mindsets or older mature mindsets are amongst those kids nowadays, and you can see the difference. That doesn't say anything about his character, because at the end of the day, he's a 16, 17-year-old child. He has people in his corner that's, they're pushing him to enjoy the experience. I have a friend right now. His son is about to be probably the next most highly looked out receiver in the nation. And he's doing the same thing. He's a diehard Alabama fan, but they were just at Georgia last week enjoying themselves, man. I was happy to see him and his son sitting next to Kirby Smart at the Georgia basketball game, man. Like, that's surreal to me. And it's not, and yeah, I would love to see him at Alabama. Maybe he starts to look at Alabama with the changes. But if you going on these visits and you enjoying yourself, that's the end. That's all that matters. Having that connection with your family, for them to enjoy it with you. Y'all see it. Ryan Williams is not on these trips by himself. I would think that his family is not allowing him to get in these situations that's going to, get him in trouble or have him in the wrong spot. I feel like with value like Ryan Williams, you don't go in there and you just allow the wrong players to get their hands on them and have them in situations, put them in spots. You got your best guys on it. So shouts out to him. Very, very interested to see what French does, man. I really had high hopes for him. Even Jaron Hamilton, I really hope that kid stays. I think people are overlooking a lot of wide receivers that's currently on his roster. Even Adams, my boy Cole. Cole was not just a charity pickup in this recruiting class. He is a legit athlete. He is a legit wide receiver. And with a new staff coming in, we're going to be privy to see that. My boy Jonathan McMillan, you from Montgomery. My people from Athens, Alabama. Hey, Jarvis, don't say Miro is our guy, man. This competition is wide open. I love Miro. Everybody knows I love Miro. Everybody knows it. But did Jahad Campbell just enter the portal? Kyle, did Jahad Campbell enter the portal?
I don't think so.
I'm about to see.
I ain't tripping like that.
Me neither.
I ain't tripping on.
I'm excited, man. I think this turnover is to me, it's going to be the telltale of what happens with the future of Alabama. And I think if you want to get a guy to handle this turnover, I think we made the right decision. I don't think Lane Kiffin, Sarkisian, anybody, I don't think they handle this turnover like this. Maybe they have a different, type of turnover, but man, this ain't a bad thing for Bama football.
In terms of Jahad Campbell, I ain't seen anything on that.
Me neither.
Look, there's a lot of rumors to kind of go through, but I don't think that Jahad Campbell's hit the portal. And why would he? A lot of these guys, I mean, if they're not chasing like the ultimate paper, they have a lot of reason to come back. It's unfinished business. Job's not done over here. I mean, these guys they play at the University of Alabama. They're going to be playing an amazing schedule in front of millions of eyeballs. So I don't even really know if it's like that bad of bleeding. I think there's some cuts, there's some scrapes, but it's not like a complete mass exodus. All right. I mean, look, I'll bring up let's go over this just real quick. I'm going to bring up the offensive. By the way, Smook, how you doing? You doing good on time?
Yeah, I'm good, man. We here today.
Cool. And guess what? No school tomorrow for the kids either.
Right, man.
Or Lewis, you sound crazy. Why, Corey? Why you say that, man? Because I'm not freaking out. All right, let's just run through this real quick, okay? A mass exodus would be like all sorts of dudes like jumping out. Okay, Jalen Miller coming back, Jam Miller coming back, Justin Saints coming back, Isaiah Bond going to Texas. Business decision, aka the paper. Kobe Prentice coming back, Kendrick Law coming back, Jalen Hill coming back, Dupree coming back, Martin Knobloch, business decision. Robbie Oots, Caden Proctor, Tyler Booker, Jaden Roberts. Okay. All those guys coming back. Now let's do the same thing about the defensive side of the ball. And these are basically just, the defensive guys with the most snaps because, as you know, there's a lot of players who really, haven't got onto the field just yet on the defensive side of the ball. If there was 5 starters on each side of the ball, 10 starters.
Scared. Now you worry.
You're in trouble. I have a different. I'm feeling different. Caleb Downs here, Malachi Moore here, Trey Amos here, Deontay Lawson here, Jahad Campbell here, Tim Keenan here, Tim Smith here, Jaheim Otis here, Latham here, Q Rob here. I mean, all those key components are back. So, the biggest cause for concern is just, the defensive coordinator, in my opinion. And
that's the biggest concern.
That's the thing is we do not know who the defensive coordinator is going to be at this point in time. Has to be a hire that matches your offensive coordinator, right? I mean, because you hit a home run here. This Ryan Grubb, from what I understand, and the more you dive into it, this guy is like Steve Sarkisian, Lane Kiffin, other types of guy. I mean, he's up there.
He was Saban's number one offensive coordinator target this past season.
Yeah.
I mean, if Saban was Tommy Rees was not primary option. That was a known thing. Tommy Rees was not even on the first ballot. Ryan Grubb turned down this opportunity at Alabama to stay at Washington.
Yes.
And now he's at Alabama with Alabama talent still on the roster.
Yeah.
I don't think people are really factoring this thing in, like what we have an opportunity to possibly see and the quality of this hire.
Yeah, that's why I think it's amazing that they got Grubb in because, Washington clearly made their hire. They went with a big name. But I think a rising name and a future head coach is Ryan Grubb. So you got him probably really, before his absolute peak.
Kind of like what we had with Kirby. And that's like when we started seeing a mass exodus of our coordinators, these guys were literally coming into their own as Alabama's dynasty started to get established. And so, 4 years, I think Kirby left at 16. So he had been with Saban for right at 8 years. He started with Saban, and then as you saw him starting to peak and start becoming that legit defense, people started calling. And I think that's what's happening with Ryan Grubb. I say about 3 or 4 more years before, in this day and age, the way things are moving.
It could be next year.
It could be, yep. Look at how many head coaches are on the hot seat this year.
It could be next year. And I think, this 12-team playoff is going to get, if you're outside the top 12, you might get cut because they're like, you can't even make the playoffs in the 12-team format. Now there's automatic bids, but still, the pressure, you can't even make the SEC championship game, right? The 1 and 2. Imagine that, man. The SEC championship game to make the title this coming year. There's no longer just win the West. You got to be 1 or 2.
Yeah,
and then
I don't think fans are listening to that.
Corey's like, playoffs? We talking playoffs? You know what that's from, right? What's up, Corey? I appreciate you being here, man. Yes. Let's get that updated on the graphic that Jamie French decommitted. That is okay. So why is this significant? 2025 is next year's recruiting class. Jamie French, top 5-star wide receiver that was committed. I do not even follow recruiting in 2025 because it is so pointless to think about chasing these kids now. There's no reason. This kid will probably this is how they do it, okay? Let me see if I can do this right. You commit way early, get your name onto the radar of all of the national sites, and then you decommit. Yeah. And then you say, I've reopened my recruitment. And this is my top 15, and you get back in the spotlight. Then this is my top 12. This is my top 8, right? And then you're staying in the news, you're staying relevant, right? And then you come down to your top 4, And then you get to, your signing day. And then guess what you do you make your final commitment, but guess what you do? You push back your commitment another 2 months. And then on signing day, you choose a school, but then you rip the hat off and you put the other school. And then you're like, but you're committed. You still haven't signed. And then what you do is you do the whole thing and you say, and then you sign and then you say, respect my decision. And then you go silent. And guess what happens when you sign? Nobody writes about you anymore because you're signed. And so you had all of that, those endorphins about people writing about you, and nobody's writing about you anymore. So guess what you do? You reopen your recruitment and you start the process again. Or you hit the transfer portal and you get a Lambo.
Hey, Kyle, you remember Evans from a few years ago, the running back? What school he ended up? It was like LSU was first, then Georgia was in the mix, and then Ole Miss, I want to say, and then he finally ended up at TC. Like he played at Ole Miss for half a year, and then he goes to TCU. This day and age is different, man. And like you said, I made that sound. I did the out the park sound effect because that's literally what it is for a guy like Jamie French. You're in 25. What does it matter that who you're committed to right now because you haven't signed anything? A verbal commit doesn't mean anything.
Doesn't mean anything.
Back in my day, in the newspaper, it was hard to go on the internet and verify if somebody really had an offer from somewhere. If you were a player and you were getting local attention, it wasn't nothing for you to say, Alabama, schools I'm considering, Alabama, Alabama State, what was the other schools everybody was? Troy University was coming up when I was in high school. It was nothing to have those 3 schools on your list because social media, you couldn't go and fact check it. So that's literally all you gotta do is go to a camp nowadays and be in a circle talking to Coach Wiggins and Coach Saban. You get what I'm saying? And get a towel and a t-shirt, a camp shirt, and you get a picture like that and it's posted on social media. And now anybody, if you get out there and say, I appreciate the offer from Alabama, it was fun camping at Alabama. Now social media saying Alabama's on this kid. So why is Alabama on this kid? You better ask Jacobs, ask Josh Jacobs how his life turned around when Alabama came in the room and made that last minute offer. Like people were still up until the last minute blowing up his camp once they knew Nick Saban was after him. Because he was originally was Oklahoma, right? He was going to sign with Oklahoma.
Yeah. You're exactly right, Smook. And look at this. Around the table said the exact same thing. And look, with Ryan Williams, and guess what? Buying right into it because now he was at Texas A&M. He's back in and when Ryan Williams was like a solid commitment, you're like not really talking about him that much other than like excited about signing it. Guess what? He didn't even sign. He's like, I'm going to play this out until February 9th. Right? So that whole drama around that is crazy. I mean, that's why, and unfortunately, we don't talk enough about like a Jalen Mbakwe who committed, and then you didn't hear anything about him because there was nothing else to write about him. No, it wasn't a good headline.
Right.
What are you gonna write about that? He's locked in? No, that drives 0. What does it drive? Like, where is he going? What is he going to do? Is Auburn's gonna offer him $5 million? That's more interesting. These kids know it. And plus it works. It's leverage too. Ryan Williams isn't dumb. He's got people behind him that are like, yo, if you keep prolonging this, it becomes a bidding war. A bidding war is going to happen between Alabama, Texas A&M, Auburn, and Auburn, they have a ton of money as well. It's a bidding war. This is what we are. It's pay for play. And he's just like, pay me. Remember Cuba Gooding Jr., right? Show me the money.
Show me the money.
Show me the money.
Yeah, I remember. Some of y'all ain't old enough to even remember that. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I can't hear you. What'd you say?
That's pre-Saban. They ain't even old enough to remember that. That's pre-Saban. That movie is pre-Saban at Bama. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all don't know that.
You smoke.
I'm telling y'all, man, it's a different day and age. And like I said, I know for a fact I have a person, my brother, man, and like I said, blood couldn't make us any closer. If you're gonna look up Travis Smith Sr. from Columbus, Georgia, basketball great. Could have played football, could have went anywhere athletically. Goes and plays basketball, doesn't go to the NBA, goes overseas, has a long, successful career. Anytime he comes back home, I'm tight friends with Cam Newton, all this stuff. This is the type of environment his son was already walked into, but he didn't walk in and just get handed things. Like, he proved his value. And now Travis Smith Jr. is going to be one of the most highly sought after wide receivers in that class of 25. I guarantee you. Travis Smith Jr. will be. And I'm going to tell you, the amount of people, the amount of calls I get from my brother saying, hey, man, these folks at him, this Dick's Sporting Goods. And these not a local, these are like franchise companies that have ties to universities that will show up to your son's track practice, your son's, and you're like, man, how you know my son got track practice? And you going to find out that Dick's Sporting Goods just cut and I ain't saying this is what's happening, but Dick's Sporting Goods or Auburn has found a way to get in touch with this Dick's Sporting Goods employee. Hey, we're going to pay you $4,000 to go over here and talk to Trav and say this, that. You get what I'm saying? So that's how this thing works. It's not just in the locker room or the university. It's the town. College football is money, man. It's lucrative.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm trying to get an updated look for you guys so I could put like Jamie French has decommitted, because this did happen. A lot of people just like diving into it. They see the news and they come back here and they want to see it. So
yeah,
need to like get that, but he did 100%. So Jamie, I'll just put it on this tab over here. Jamie French has
I'll see if I can find a graphic.
Committed.
See, I ain't got them Taylor skills, man.
And then they're gonna be like, if you don't follow the recruiting back, who is Jamie French?
Right. Because a lot of people be like, oh, we're doomed. He's not even gonna be on campus next year. Like this ain't a Ryan Williams, Rico Scott, Amari Jefferson situation. That's why I kept highlighting Rico Scott and Amari Jefferson, because they are going to be the ones to initially tell us how.
But Jamie French is better than those guys, Smook. That's what they're going to say. You know what I'm saying?
No way.
But like the backups, you know what I'm saying?
I know.
The backup is always better. Be like, French was going to come in and be better than Amari.
Even this is what I say about Ryan Williams. Ryan Williams has yet to play a college snap. You could look at what he did at Saraland and tell that he's a baller. But college is different. There are college football defensive coordinators that say they know for a fact. I guarantee you, Georgia, if Ryan Williams signs with Alabama and there's buzz around Ryan Williams getting a start or being one of your key contributors in the passing game, I guarantee you, anytime Ryan Williams is on the field, Kirby Smart and that defensive staff and experienced staff is going to say, hey, if Ryan Williams on the field, don't let him get in his route. Get in him in phase one. I don't care what defensive set we call. If you have Ryan Williams in your responsibility, let's disrupt it. And let's see how he react to it. Ryan Williams ain't never had to deal with that in high school. You want me to tell you why? Because most schools in 6A football in Alabama, they only gonna have 2 or 3, 5 stars. A guy like Ryan Williams, who's been doing it since 8th grade, you're not gonna find somebody that's gonna be able to catch up with him and cover. Jalen Mbakwe gave him his run for his money as far as entertainment value. But Mbakwe was even bragging about, man, I don't know. If I would have had to play, I don't think I would have been able. And mind you, these two kids accounted for every score in that state championship game when they played against each other. Every score, those two kids. So it's not like we're losing as much. As long as we can keep most of this intact, Mbakwe, Rico Scott, Mbakwe was an athlete. Hampton is an athlete. They play both sides of the ball. You got a lot of talent still locked in on this roster.
Yeah, I mean, until I start, like, I would get worried. Yeah, the DC is a mystery. I think, Darian, you had a question for me, man? Kyle, a question mark? What's up, man? I'm here for you. Until I start seeing like some major, like, okay, Bond, that was big for sure. Nobody's denying that. T-Rob, That was big. Nobody's denying
Huge.
that either. Yeah, huge. That was big. That hurt. Jamie French decommits. Not in my opinion, not that significant, being that he is in 2025. He'll probably recommit, decommit, sign, unsign, all-star game, change all-star game, resign. I mean, it's like too much to even dive into that. 2025. And this is true right here inside the comment box. Rico Scott and Amari Jefferson are both like they're here.
Yeah.
And we don't go ahead.
Joy, I don't know if you were here when the Ryan Williams, early signing day. Like Rico Scott was my favorite. And I made it known, like Rico Scott, I believe, has probably got the most upside out of the bunch, even with Ryan Williams in that class. The way he attacks the ball, how aggressive he is, his ability to stretch the field. Ryan Williams is fast, but Rico Scott is just as fast, and he's got a little bit bigger. He's more college ready with his physique. His body style fits. Go look at what DeBoer and that offensive staff did with their receivers. They don't have a bunch of 6'2", 6'3" guys out there. This recruiting class of receivers, skill players, they literally fit the mold and makeup of what Grubb and DeBoer want for their specialty guys, their specialty players. So Corey Adams with the 499 said, when the recruits see the offense cook next season, recruiting will be easy. Not only that, when they see how wide open it is for rotation, I don't think Grubbs and DeBoer ever had this much available as far as talent for any level, any part of their team, as far as, any position. They've had to ride the best out there, and that's literally where you got it. And they made other things fit. They've made the backup second. You don't have many teams that have 2 and 3 stars on that roster like that, and you go to the national championship and compete like you did.
All right, fam. So what we have right here is basically like what we're tracking today. My name's Kyle Henderson. He's Coach Smook, both of Bama Football on YouTube. So you have the staff additions. Now, these are the guys that are in, and it's not filled out. And like defensive coordinator nuggets have been like trying to open up a can of tuna with no can opener. There's just nothing. So just chill. It's just, we're going to bring it to you as soon as we can. I guess the only piece of news that we need to add to this transfer news, or like other news that we're tracking, is the fact that Jamie French, who's in the class of 2025, has decommitted today. Okay. News that we're following, transfer portal news: Isaiah Bond in Texas. That's fact. Amari Black in the portal. That is fact. Des Ricks in the portal. Like all these are fact. And, if there was a significant one other than that, we'd add it right there as well. So these are factual guys in the portal. Rumors we can debunk: Jalen Milroe is not in the portal. Caleb Downs is not in the portal. So these right there, this is it. Do we have a offensive coordinator? Yeah. It's right on the board right here. So these are the staff additions right here. Here you go.
Hey,
OC, Ryan Grubb. You retain your running backs coach, Robert Gillespie, he was here. Jamarcus Shepard comes from Washington. Nick Sheridan comes from Washington. Scott Huff comes from Washington. Retain Freddie Roach. So this board is always going to be updated. And then as new names come in, we'll just update it and modify as names come in. It's all good. Like, there's a lot to track. I can't even imagine. Like, imagine if you've been a shift worker and you're out there and you just like woke up off a 12-hour and you came in. I used to have a buddy who worked here at Nucor still. Can't look at your phone all day, And imagine if you were gone for like 12 hours.
Right.
And you popped out and you get out of your job and you turn on your phone and you're just like, what the hell?
What? Right. That's you know what? That's really what happened for me today, Kyle. I was telling the chat earlier, like I really had to decompress. I've never been a part of this type of coverage, or even like on this level, man. Even as a fan, I've always had the option to kind of disengage and pull away from it. But now, being that I'm committed to this growth and this part of the industry, this part of the business, being available and wanting to be able to give insight and do whatever, like this is draining, man. So, like I said, I was telling the chat, hats off to Kyle, man. Like, he really been pushing it every day. Not 1 4-hour stream. I've seen other podcasts and channels do 1 hour streams, and not to knock what they do, that's what they do.
Oh,
But this
yeah.
right here is different, man. And to be a part of it, like Kyle, I went into the little I'm still at the hotel, so I went to the little workout facility.
Yeah.
And man, I worked out for the first time in about a week because I just felt like that was going to be the only thing that put my body in rest mode. So and it worked out. That's why when I woke up from my little nap, I was like, man, let me see if we need it, because people are asking, people want to know, and people want to hear some logic in this time of and I think that's what this channel is bringing. It's bringing logic. It's bringing you both sides, good and the bad. We lost some, we win some, we lose some, but this is how you look at it from both standpoints. You get what I'm saying? It can affect us negatively if we take it like this, or it could be a positive thing if we go ahead and push through like this. You guys have been in my life since Saban left. Hey, Road Warrior, we appreciate you, man. A lot of people have reached out for real and be like, man, y'all really, and I remember being that type of fan, man. I think once I started coaching on the high school level, it started taking me away from that emotional attachment to watching football on Saturdays and reacting emotionally, like having to deal with my own players and understanding the type of things they going through. Like I'm really, for the first time, Kyle, since NIL, I'm experiencing recruiting. As a coach, I'm experiencing now that I'm about to be announced as the wide receiver coach at the school I'm at. Like, I'm experiencing the recruiting aspect, and he's only he's a 3-star athlete. He's not even, you know what I'm saying? He's not even not like a highly touted recruited guy. So I could just imagine what it is for like a guy like Ryan Williams. I can't imagine being Ryan Williams wide receiver coach right now. You get what I'm saying? Like, some of the temptations and things that come with that type of value, man. And you want to have your name be a name that carries good stuff. You don't want to be tied to dirty backdoor stuff. So I can just imagine, man. I appreciate that, Jimmy, in the chat. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, this my second coaching position I've had in the past 6 years. I started off at a school in Columbus, Georgia, Calvary Christian. I was there for 2 years. And I took a little 2-year break, moved up here, and now this will be my second year here, and I'll be my first year coaching at this school. Buffalo's no joke. Hey, Buffalo, that weather up there, boy. That's probably why y'all ain't seen Jarek today. We gotta go make sure bro ain't got caught in the snow and froze up, man.
God. Thanks, Tide Talk Live. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you being here. Super chat. Jay Townsend. Can you imagine what it would be like if Coach DeVore wins the SEC and goes to the playoffs? I'm excited for what's coming together. Optimism. Love it. I've been saying this. I've said this a bunch of times. Whoever can reach the SEC title this year, hats off to those coaches. Hats off to those teams. This is a gauntlet. You have 2 buys this year. By the way, our second NFL game, you have Detroit, the Lions up on the Rams.
I had them boys winning. I had them boys with me. I had Detroit taking it.
What was that final Green Bay score? Did we get that?
It was like 49-38 or something like that. 49
really?
Something. It was big, bro.
The Cowboys came back and put some points on the board?
48-32.
Really?
Yeah, man.
48-32. Oh, shoot.
And once again, everybody blaming Dak again. Can't win the big ones.
Man.
I think Alabama messed up Dak's career. That year he was supposed to be on the Heisman trail and getting all that Heisman hype, and he came into Alabama and crapped the bed. That was a tough year for my boy.
Bill Belichick to the Cowboys? What you think, Smook?
Hey. But I you know what? I don't think if Belichick goes to coach anywhere, they won't get Bill Belichick.
Bill Belichick and Jerry Jones. Bill Belichick would punch Jerry Jones.
And that's what I'm saying. I don't think whoever gets Belichick is going to get Bill Belichick with the Patriots. Bill Belichick. People got to understand, like, it's not when you bring a coach in, it don't mean that he's going to be that coach at that organization. That's college, and that's at any level. I have a system that I like to run as a wide receiver coach, passing game coordinator, quarterback coach. I'm at a new school. I can't just come in and be like, this is what I'm going to do, because it might not line up.
Yeah.
You know, so I have to. You don't know. And a guy like Belichick, you don't try to tell him what to do. And Jerry Jones want to control his organization. So
Yeah. He does. He does control it. The only thing he can't control is Dak's passing ability.
Facts.
But he can choose the quarterback. Right? I mean, maybe that's up to the coach or whatever, but I mean, I mean the 49ers, we gave you Trey Lance. I don't know.
Hey, what you think about this, Kyle?
I mean, I think if this was to happen, Jesse Minter would be the perfect guy to elevate. So, dude, I'll be truthful. I knew that Michigan's defense was good. We had been talking about them, right? They were always like up in like, I think they were number one for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
Just the email. Anyone who wants to contact me, here's my email. Sponsors, anything else, hit me up on the email, nmpreps@gmail.com. nmpreps, I'll leave it on for a second. I didn't really know how good, like how well spoken, the schematics of everything. Like Jesse Minter, we talked to him in the Rose Bowl. He's young too. How old is that guy?
I think 44, 45, something like that. Let me look it up.
Man, he's good. And
he got an old soul though, man. That's what I like about him. He's not like new age. He's not too much new age like Tommy Reese. I feel like he has that feel to that old soul, but he has that feel to connect with these players on that level, man. It's a different vibe with Jesse Minter, especially in the play calling, man. Especially in the play calling, he's different. He's definitely different. Jesse Minter, he's 40. Jesse Minter is only 40, chat. I'm 33. This is a 40-year-old defensive guru right now in the college football ranks. Yeah, hey, Bama Jeff, that's 40. Like I said, I thought he was only like 42, 40. I knew he wasn't that old. Yeah, Minter's only 40, bro.
He's only 40?
Yeah, man.
40-year-olds, man. 40's old, bro. 40's so old. I'm just kidding. I'm 40 years old.
That's what I was about to say. Ain't you 40, bro? Coach, 33 is not old, bro. 33 is the new 21. Stop playing with me.
Coach, are you 33?
I'm only 33, man.
Man, I thought you were like 25.
For real?
Kinda.
A lot of people give me that. Hey, thank God to my parents, Senator Senior and Valencia Hines. They every bit of my dad be 60 next year, and he look every bit of maybe 35, 40, man. Like,
so yeah. Oh, I know. So I always wondered what it would be like to get to 40. And I was like, you know, because when you're younger, you like 40 seems like pretty old. And then when you get to 40, like, man, I feel great.
Yep.
And I feel like you know, it's a blessing to get older. It's not a negative, right? Because the alternative is obviously you're dead.
Yeah.
So and people say, I think it was Shaq that says people who have more birthdays live longer, right?
Yeah. I'm telling you, man. I think so. I'm 33. So about 3 years ago, when I hit 30, I was really like in a place where I really wasn't paying attention to my health, and I had just got out of the military. And you know, people, I'm an athlete, so I didn't care. You know, I thought it was just gonna always be there. I think me and Travelpreneur Sports might be cousins, man. What's your real name, Travelpreneur? What's your real name, bro? For real, he looked like my cousin Dustin Walton, man. And I don't know if that's you, Dustin, but if that's you, I'm gonna tell Auntie and them you've been in here playing around, act like we don't know each other, trying to call me by my you know what I'm saying. But yeah, I remember those days, man. 30 was a big hump for me. I had knee injury, so 31 though. I woke up one day, I had my 31st birthday. We went, celebrated. It was the year after COVID. Went and celebrated. Once we came back from that trip, man, I got in the gym, bro, and I just went crazy for like 8 months. And I went from 170 to 195, you know, eating good. I was, man, going crazy. And since we've been moving, you know, ain't been stable, it's been kind of hard to stay consistent, but I miss it. And I know for a fact I'm gonna get back to it now. We doing the grind like this. This gonna be a year, man. DeBoer era is about to be good for Bama football. Y'all just wait and see, man. Just wait and see. Don't be surprised if y'all start seeing me fly in from Virginia every other weekend for these home games this year. I'm gonna see a lot of y'all if everything gets set up like it's supposed to be. I'm gonna be seeing y'all in person, man. I hope to connect with a lot of the Bama fan base over these next 2 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was going to load. I wanted to start. I mean, you guys know I'm part of a workout group here in Tuscaloosa. Really, it's across the country, but we put in the work, and it's every single day, Monday through Saturday, at 5:30 a.m. and it's for 45 minutes, and it's boot camp style, and it's great, man. I mean, it's done a lot for me mentally, and I think it gives you kind of the energy that I need to be able to bring to here. So I've showed a couple of those clips a couple times. Man, it's crazy. You should see. Man,
I've seen them on Instagram. I've seen them. I follow them.
Yeah, this is
they inspirational for real, bro.
Yeah, so I hit it up every single as much as I can. I try to go like at least 3 times a week. But tomorrow is going to be freezing here. But check this out. So tomorrow is Martin Luther King Day, right? So let's see. Hold on. So tomorrow, let me see if I can. Yeah. So tomorrow, MLK. Okay. So what we're doing tomorrow is we are headed to the River District here in Tuscaloosa. Yeah, I know it's freezing. It's gonna be crazy tomorrow. Okay, but the workout is this. So we're going to meet down at the ward. Basically, like if you're familiar with Tuscaloosa, kind of where Hotel Indigo is,
Yeah.
at 5:30 in the morning, and we're going. There's already guys that have it's a hard commit where we're going to run to different sites, and a guy is going to tell one of our members. He's kind of a historian. He's a professor here. He's going to tell us about the history at each specific spot, about the history of Tuscaloosa, and kind of from a historical standpoint, right? There's a lot of history here in Alabama, clearly. So that's kind of what's on tap for tomorrow. I'll keep you guys posted. It's going to be freezing.
Hey, man, I'm excited about just this year for the grind, man. I don't think people
who do you
realize.
think will be the new DC? It's crazy how like the DC spot has just been like a vault. And sometimes like no news is good news. And the
Right.
news that we do have has been really good, right?
If you're alluding to this, what I'm thinking about, then that'd be crazy good if we could somehow swing what I'm seeing as far as the rumor mill. That would be crazy.
What's out there, Smook?
And a lot of Bama fans out here gonna coincide. So what's happening is T-Rob signed paperwork, but coaching contracts aren't necessarily binding until the universities approve. He left with time left on his contract here at Alabama, so he's not fully binded. And this is just speculation. He's not fully binded to what's happening at Georgia. We know we've seen the social media stuff, but that's just social media.
I'll find out right now. I'm about to
check
one for Georgia. Watch this.
And so if the T-Rob and DJ Durkin deal is in the works, DC and having Durkin come in and handle the linebackers / DBs or whichever side he goes to, I think that would be big. Everybody know DJ Durkin is I want to say was in the A&M's defensive coordinator. Was that Durkin or is that Mississippi State guy?
Who's that, Smook?
DJ Durkin.
DJ Durkin has been around. I mean, he's been a coach that people have been certainly like mentioning his name. Same thing with like Glenn Schumann. I mean, when you look to DJ Durkin and from a defensive standpoint, I think a lot of people would like to see him be the next defensive coordinator. Most recently, he was a defensive coordinator and linebackers coach at Texas A&M.
Yeah.
He was also at Ole Miss. He was with the NFL Falcons, with the Falcons, Atlanta Falcons, as a consultant in some form. In 2016 and 2018, he was at Maryland. Look, he's 45 years old. Kind of that sweet spot that we've been talking about. People like him. People want, maybe to give him a shot. They've been kind of adding his name. By the way, we updated the graphic. As you can see, at the bottom. Try to highlight the fact, like the Jamie
That's
French
the
part.
newest.
Can you guys see that?
Yeah,
Right?
they should be able to. I see it.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, if DJ Durkin came in and didn't mind having the linebacker co D role, I don't. To me, having him on the staff is a big get. To pull him away from, because right now I think he's the head coach. Is he the head coach at A&M right now?
Who's
Where's
that?
Durkin? DJ Durkin.
Oh no,
Like,
no. Texas A&M just hired. They just hired a new coach, right? The coach from
oh
Duke.
yeah,
So
he's
he's
nowhere.
currently DJ Durkin. It's from 2022, 2023 Texas A&M. But yeah, I don't think he has like a particular spot right now.
And you know what else, Kyle? That's been something, you said it already. No news is good news. If they're not in a rush to secure, announce it, to me, I feel like either they've secured it and they're just waiting for that coach to do it on his timing. But from he's not at school right now. Appreciate that, T. Appreciate that, Trapreneur.
Man, you know what? How about this? How
Zach
about
Arnett? I said this.
What about him? I mean, look, it was going to be no way. We got a new email. Okay, we have a new email. Dun, 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 dun. Breaking. This is kind of a breaking update. All right. Here's our new email. Bama football on YouTube. YT. YouTube.
Yes, sir.
All right. That's it. Okay. So sponsorships, how to contact me. You can still use the other email. The other email didn't blow up. Bama football YT. YT stands for YouTube. Chris is saying, I don't know if Arnett's scheme fits in. I like the thing I would like about Zach Arnett, that dude didn't play. Like he was like
and he can recruit. Like people,
look, I want my defensive coordinators like to almost be like unapproachable. I don't want them to be nice guys at all. Now, Ryan Grubb, like his bio, that dude looks mean. I don't know if he's mean. I never met the guy. He looks mean. I like it. But like you want your DC to look like that. And Zach Arnett doesn't really look approachable. He looks pissed off. You want that. Like Kevin Steele, I saw him smile maybe like a couple times and he cracked some jokes. But like you want somebody who's mean, who's nasty, who's just basically like so dialed in that you're almost like kind of scared to ask him a question. So I don't know if that fits, but I mean, obviously he's out there.
So I saw somebody said Arnett ran a 2.6. It was more a 3.35, true 3.35, but that was because that's what his OCs wanted. His head coaches that's what they wanted. Their style of defense. I think Arnett, if you look at his coaching tree, he's been connected to San Diego State. They ran the 4.25 like Alabama. That's where he got to start at grad assistant and was a linebacker coach up until COVID year. So you go and looking back at that style of defense where they ran, you can go back to his lineage and see that he's probably just, expanding his knowledge base of but the play calling at Mississippi State defensively was never the problem. They just never had dudes on the Mississippi State side. Because when they did, you talking about was it Montez Sweat? And you remember that year they had those two interior defensive linemen? They were all under Zach Arnett. That defense was under Arnett. So you got to credit them give credit where credit is due, man. They did those things with that type of talent. Not trying to be an ignorant fan, but what do you say?
Who is this that Grubb looked like Goldberg?
Oh, talking about Ryan Grubb? Yeah, he looked. Hey, Ryan Grubb looked like I'm talking about a dog, man. Coach Smoot, what about Mr. Pete Golden? If y'all remember what I said about Pete Golden, they ain't being mentioned in this chat during the season, y'all. We not trying to. Come on, man. Come on now. And Pete Golden was probably one of the most solid recruiters we had at Alabama during his time, man.
This is what I like with Zach Arnett. He's not afraid to take this guy. is like the guy. I'm telling you, like, I don't know if he's like the key, like number one guy. And we just started talking about him now. I don't even know if like they would ever contact him. What I know about Zach Arnett, hard-nosed coach. He complimented, Mike Leach so well because of like, he's just like a ragtag, just like zeroed in defensive guy. Now he was put in a tough place to fill that spot at Mississippi State, right? And he just wasn't the guy and didn't work out. And they part ways with him, but he's definitely qualified to be the DC 100%. I don't know where he'll go, but I am excited to watch his career. He's also from New Mexico, believe it or not. Yeah, he played at La Cueva. Excuse me. He played at La Cueva High School, which is one of the. I think they won the big school state championship in Albuquerque, and then he went and played at Texas, I believe. So he played. He's a baller for sure.
The thing is, people are probably gonna look at him and look at his head coaching stint. You know, you got thrown into a head coach position after Mike Leach passed away. That's tough to deal with. You know, morale wise, we seen the type of fire Mississippi State has played with on defensive side, and most people only pay attention to him when they have to play Alabama. Most of his fan base only pay attention and they look at the type of results they get with them playing Alabama. But you're playing Alabama. You look at what he did, like y'all remember we had to beat them on the last second quick slant route to Devontae Smith not too long ago. That's Zach Arnett's defense. And I think that was the year we had Jalen Hurts. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that was I think that was the first year that I showed up. Was that in 2000? No.
I wasn't even that year. 2020 was the year when he went.
Yeah. But the first year that I got here went down to, okay, so we need to address this because now the T-Rob rumors are like coming up. Okay. This is about T-Rob. Okay. So here's the timeline. On Saturday, man, Saturday feels like 3 years ago.
Yesterday.
Right? Doesn't it feel like a long time ago? Thank you, Sports Podcast. So T-Rob, he took a DB's position coach with Georgia. This was announced Saturday in early, even before the press conference for Kalen DeBoer. Okay. From that, he changed his profile. You can go look it up I could pull it up right now on Twitter. And there's a lot of rumors out there now, just like this, that's saying that he's coming back. I mean, this stuff is like, it's out there. Okay?
It's snapping like.
It's crazy.
It's blowing my phone up right now.
Yes. So I asked, did he sign a contract? He signed a contract. Okay. He is the defensive backs coach. But if he's offered a full defensive coordinator role, that would be a promotion and he could leave to take it. Do you hear what I just said? Is if he is offered a full defensive coordinator role, he could leave to take it. So,
Bruh.
I mean, that's all I'm saying. So
you talking about a guy who has SEC ties, right? Who understands the landscape as far as how these contracts are working. He saw what Sexton was able to do with Saban, all those coaches that are tied under Sexton. I wouldn't be surprised if he did that to put the pressure on this administration. I think Coach Saban understands the value that T-Rob has. So the T-Rob move to leave, that's why I believe it caught everybody off guard the way it did, especially the players, because the way he left the meeting, from what I'm hearing and just accounts from personal people that I know personally, he did not leave the meeting that. He was at the meeting with Coach DeBoer. He did not leave the meeting in a negative, stance or a negative, or it was like, hey, coach, what's my future here? Mm-hmm. Do I have a chance to call the defense? I need to know today. Mm-hmm. And Coach DeBoer, being the straight up honest guy that he is, basically said, look, you're definitely one of the candidates. You are important to this team's success. But as far as assuring you of a position, and I haven't even been here for 24 hours, I can't give you that reassurance, but I just want you to know I understand your value. And when we talk about assembling this staff in the next 24 to 48 hours, you're going to be a priority for me. Mm-hmm. And if that's the case, if Kalen DeBoer has got on the phone and said, all right, coach, I'm in a position now, I kind of know I got a good feel for who's backing me for this push, to get you as a DC, not just based off your word, but players, staff, alumni, board of trustees, Coach Saban, all of the alike have said, hey, T-Rob might be ready. We'll give you the full title if you're willing to come back. If that's the case, we're in good shape because we already kept Roach and Gillespie. I'm telling y'all, go back and rewind the clips. I was one of the first ones to say losing Saban, that change, all that. The key to making Caleb DeBoer a freaking 10, a 9, 10 out of 10 hire is to retain T-Rob for recruiting and elevate him to defensive coordinator, because I feel like he's the next step as far as adding the nuances of the Coach Saban scale of defensive play calling. And if this is the case, then we there. Jahmyr Gibbs in the game, baby. Yes, sir. I love me some Gibbs, baby.
I'm timing for Gibbs and for Smook, man. That was really well put, because you want to, man, could you imagine Georgia fans are like, yeah, take that, Alabama. And then T-Rob is like, yo, I'm hitting the portal and I'll be transferring back to Alabama. Dude's house is still here intact. Come sleep in your bed. Be the DC and do some recruiting here. And the players, you know what? Talk about, this has to be part of the game plan too, because one of the things that he said, Kalen DeBoer, is like he has to re-recruit his players. How do you re-recruit your players? Is you maintain one of the leaders on the coaching staff, right? A guy that they're comfortable with, a guy that can recruit, a guy that has been here in the trenches with these guys. I mean, if there is like any legs to this rumor, we will keep you posted on T-Rob. Former Alabama running back Jahmyr Gibbs. Man, Jahmyr Gibbs was so nice. I never seen a running back be able to dart up for 8 yards like him.
Man, the change of direction speed, bro.
It was crazy.
You remember how everybody gave credit to Jacobs, how he was able to plant and just kind of create a force off of that plant and get upfield or a sideline. Like Jace McClellan kind of showcased it this year, his lateral plant, extend past the defenders. But Jahmyr Gibbs did something different, man, as far as his ability to get in and out of like just situations. You see a hole and it'd be like, all right, that 6-inch hole closed like there. And before you know it, Gibbs is on the other side of that hole. So shouts out to him, man. Car conversations, man. Shout out to Coach Carr, man. I love chopping it up with her whenever we get to get active.
I know. Yeah. And
on Twitter, man.
This has become, what did they say? Like sands of an hourglass. These are the days of our lives.
Yes, sir.
Remember that? That's what they said. Dude, that was there was so many people who liked that. I never really got into soap operas. There was people who were like, is that still going on? Days of Our Lives? Is it?
I don't even know, bro.
How many seasons is Days of Our Lives going on? Today we've talked about Florence Henderson and Smook, that's even too old for you.
Bro, my mama used to make me watch that and MASH and all that junk during the day. Like, for real, bro.
Are you serious? MASH? Oh, man.
MASH, bro. Don't play with it. Oh, man. 59 seasons currently right now, bro.
59 seasons?
Yeah.
Whoa.
T-Rob ain't coming back, gentlemen. Put the pipe down. Hey, it ain't the pipe. And you're a Georgia fan, so I can understand why you would say that. I would be hurt too if that happened to me, because you all know how much. And the thing is, he's this is more passions.
No. The passions is another.
Yeah, I know the old TV show, bro. Let me tell y'all, my parents used to have me watching Matlock. Like Matlock was a thing, bro, for my parents. Oh my God, and I never got into Matlock. General Hospital 61. Dang, babe. You watch General Hospital, don't you?
Wow. That's crazy.
That is
crazy. Right, so look, this T-Rob stuff, look, it's like a rumor now. It's like fine. I have not been able to confirm any truth to that at all. I haven't seen a reputable source come out and say that T-Rob might be coming back. This is a rumor at this point in time. It's just a rumor. People are talking about it. Rumors spread. And I think right now, since we're all running off, 5 hours of sleep a night, and we want to see, something continue to like help us get past Nick Saban retiring, we're willing to like grasp on, keep holding on. Like it's a rumor. If Chris Lowe comes out and says something like, because Chris Lowe's going to get it from Coach Saban, right? He comes on and says, look, there's some talk about T-Rob. We haven't heard any of that. So I'm going rumor mill on T-Rob. Okay, his profile pic has been changed. We don't know. We haven't heard. There hasn't been anybody in the industry that has said one thing about the defensive coordinator. There hasn't been a leak. There's been speculation about DJ Durkin. We came up with Zach Arnett here. The T-Rob stuff is just a rumor. Everything else, I mean, it's just a rumor. Now I see it like on message boards and stuff like that, basically doing the same thing, kind of like wishing on a star.
Yeah, and that's all it is, man. That's our job. We if it's a rumor and we don't jump on it and at least give it an opportunity, then what are we doing? What are we doing for y'all? Yeah, Mike Ford Grubbs did take the OC job, man. I don't know if
it's just Grubb, right? I've been saying it too. Yeah, Grubbs.
Ryan Grubb. Oh yeah, I've been putting the S on it.
Yeah, I did earlier. I did. I put a S on it, and then
you in the South, baby. You in the South, just like Coach Sean was calling Kalen, talking about some Caleb with a B. I said, yeah, we no R of DeBoer. It was Caleb DeBoer, and that's what he gonna be in the South. I guarantee you gonna pull up to the South Side of Montgomery talking about Kalen DeBoer. You know, nah, you gonna have to be able to answer the coach. Hey, Coach DeBoer. Coach DeBoer, you know, how you doing? Welcome to y'all already know I'm country. Y'all know I'm country, so ain't nothing. Kalen DeBoer and Ryan Grubbs. Grubbs, you gonna have to add an S to your last name. You had Bama Roll Tide, baby.
Oh, that's funny. I've been trying to get people like testing out the waters, trying to feel how people say about Coach KD. Some people have been Reese been pretty much no H2. Come on, don't do him like that. He did. I think there was Charles Kelly. Charles Kelly's at Auburn, right?
Charles Kelly's at Auburn, but if offered a lateral promotion, he can sign. I think the same parameters. You just can't take a lesser position if you lead the university, and the contracts don't start necessarily the day that you sign them. It's like they're signing contracts to start working in April because their previous contract is still paying them.
Yeah. See, Chris, I'm with you, man. Coach KD, I like it.
I like Debo. I'm not gonna lie, because it throws shade at Dabo, and it just feels good. Coach Debo, he about to come and Debo everything the SEC got. Like recruiting, they doubting him in recruiting. I feel like he about to make a shift in recruiting. The style of offense that's about to be presented. You got to think every defensive coordinator in the SEC right now has to go and try to figure out, is he going to bring Washington stuff or is he going to add some wrinkles? He got Jalen Milroe. We saw what Milroe did to us with Brees, who's not established, who ain't a proven developer, ain't a proven, he's got Ty Simpson. He's got the #1 QB in the class. Like, he's got all this offensive line talent. He's bringing over the Jim Moore Award winner. Like, we got to figure out what this guy's going to do. And then they also got to think, dang, is Schumann going to be the defensive coordinator? Is T-Rob coming back? Like, this is a good thing for Bama. Stop thinking it's a negative thing. They can get players, but people.
Hollywood, Derek Mason. What's Derek Mason doing these days?
I'll go right.
Wasn't he wasn't he doing TV?
Yeah, but I don't like the Derek Mason hire, honestly, man. And this is one that I get, I get ridiculed for it. It ain't got nothing to do with football, but I just don't think Derek Mason. I think he's currently at Auburn.
I thought he was doing TV.
Actually, Middle Tennessee State. That's what they. Middle Tennessee State. What position?
MD, DJ Durkin has too much baggage and is awful.
Kyle, DJ Durkin has too much baggage and is off.
And is awful, yeah.
I don't think you did your research on that one. You gotta. Hey, think about this though. Y'all want Derek Mason to come be at DC, right? his highest ranked defenses in his coaching career. And mind you, he was assistant head coach and defensive coordinator at Stanford 2012 to 2013. That offense was garbage. I mean, that defense was garbage.
Bruce says, if I could hire anybody right now as a DC, anybody, I mean, my number one pick, I think everyone's number one pick in college football will be Jesse Minter of Michigan. That's clearly, I mean, that's wishing on a star here. DJ Durkin, I'm not too crazy about DJ Durkin. I'm not sure why. I can't really put my finger on it. I do like, I mean, I could see a little bit of the Charlie Strong with that. Like, nothing is really making me like scream like, yeah. I guess like, and again, this is a rumor, but like, you know, if this T-Rob thing somehow like happened, I would that would fire me up. But like, other than that, I'm like, nobody's really. I know like Jesse Minter is like hoping that Steve Sarkisian was going to come over here. Like, that's not going to happen. So I'm not going to put my energy towards that. Jim Leonard, Glenn Schumann. None of those guys seem to be like, I don't know.
Nobody right now. Nobody is a home run hit, man. Like even Minter is not a home run hit.
Yeah, I think Minter would be a home run hit. The Iowa guy, I don't think that makes.
So this is why I say Minter wouldn't be a home run hit for me. We saw the talent disparity in that conference this past 2 years. You get what I'm saying? It wasn't like he went into this Ohio State game and beat. I mean, they had C.J. Stroud that year, but you gotta think Marvin Harrison and Olave got hurt. I believe that game that year going into that Michigan game. So like he's been fortunate enough to only have to see one legit offense every year. And the talent gap as far as what he's been able to recruit defensively compared to what he's had to play against in that conference has been a head and shoulders difference, in my opinion. Schematic wise, what he was able to do against Alabama, a lot of uncharacteristic things. You know, Seth McLaughlin, the snaps played a lot of part in a big part in their success with the pressures they were getting. Milroe's inability to progress through his reads a little bit faster. Indecisiveness, because as soon as Milroe started using his legs and we implement their inside run game, that defense looked like it was in shambles. We literally should have went up by 14, 18 points during that little stretch of drives. So if we really think about it, Zach Minter didn't really defeat Tommy Rees as far as the play calling standpoint. It was a matter of execution by the players. So you can say Zach Minter put his players in position to be successful, or you could say Tommy Rees, the Alabama players' execution was slack, and because there was a lot of spots where not Rees, but if Miro just check his quick read, it's a 7-8 yard gain off of every drop back, you know. But those are factors that can definitely weigh in on how you look at it. So I just, you know, Minter, he's not a home run for me, but he's definitely an upgrade from what we have right now, which is nothing. If you want to go with somebody, go with Minter, right?
It's been too long, right? They hired a coach yesterday. DC today, get it done. All right, here's what we're tracking today. So the staff additions on the right of your screen. Caleb DeBoer is your head coach. OC is Ryan Grubb. Love it. Retained running backs coach Robert Gillespie. Wide receiver coach will be from Washington, Jamarcus Shepard. Tight end coach is Nick Sheridan. Offensive line coach Scott Huff. Defensive line coach is retained Freddie Roach. Yes, Amari Niblack has entered the portal. Yes, these are the transfer news. Isaiah Bond, Amari Niblack, Des Ricks, Sean Murphy, Antonio Kite, and then from the class of 2025, you had Jamie French. He did decommit from Alabama today. So that is those are your trending headlines. My name is Kyle Henderson. He is Coach Smook. Both of Bama Football on YouTube. Hit the thumbs up, like, subscribe. Take a pause. Hit the thumbs up and think about becoming a fan funder to this YouTube channel. How do you do that? Go up, or if you're watching on your phone, go up. There's a hyperlink. Hit that as low as $2.99 per month to support the channel. You can also distribute a super chat, basically like a tip. Hit the $ sign inside the comment box. We appreciate that. Helps to support the channel. helps to support the business overall. Remember, we're not backed by a major organization. Like, this is like all in on YouTube. And if you want to become a subscriber, hit the notification button so you are notified every single time we drop a video right here on YouTube. And did I miss anything else, Smoke?
You got it, brother.
Right? Yeah. So, and this is
The
the email for NIL sponsorship deals. Bama football, YouTube. Honestly, just sponsorships is the biggest way. Like, we want to make sure this year one of our goals is to have some sponsors. We reach thousands and thousands of people, seriously, from all different areas. We have some major markets that we're in. We want some sponsors so we can make sure that have some of the coaches shows sponsored. The call-in show with myself, that is sponsored. So if you want to get your message out, hit me up on email, Bama Football on YouTube, YT on Gmail. So thank you so much for your support. We've been tracking everything today as it comes in, as it's been staying fresh, and kind of sorting out everything within, kind of rumors. And as things have been coming in, there's been some really big pieces of news today. There was yesterday, the day before that. And of course, when Coach Saban said it was time to retire. So we've been keeping it organized the best way that we can right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I'm going to show you guys this graphic of a larger scale of the roster management. I think I have an updated look at that just to showcase you like all of the news. I think I have, let me see if I can get this. I'm going to go full screen. Can Saban unretire? This is his first weekend retired. And I'm sure he's still on the phone. So check this out. This is full-blown roster management, okay? All right. We'll get to you in just a second, Titus. Thank you so much. All right, so here we go. It's a lot to read out. The guys on the left headed to the NFL. The guys in the second column are guys to hit the transfer portal really before Coach Saban announced that he was retiring. Now, this happens every single year. Like last year, there was 17 guys that left from Alabama. That's pretty normal. The guys who have just hit the portal since Wednesday, remember the guys the transfer portal window is open for 30 days. Now, players certainly have to be registered for school, and there's a lot of timing issues. However, the players to hit the portal since Wednesday, Isaiah Bond, and he is transferring to Texas. Antonio Kite, Sean Burnfee, Des Ricks, they entered on Saturday. And then today, in terms of recruiting, Jamie French decommits. He's from the class of 2025. Coaches on the move, Coach Saban, head coach, Kevin Steele, Coleman Hutzer. Really, I guess we could list all the coaches now because we're starting to build out the staff. So we're actually going to have to update that column on the right in terms of the coaches that are coming in. But the transfers that are in, Damani Jackson, LT Overton, and Nyquil Bentrade. And then we'll update that column as we go. But there's so much to keep track of. I get it. Like if you're out there and like I said, you've been gone or you haven't looked at your phone all day and you come over here, like where am I? What's going on? This is a completely new team, new coaching staff, new OC. And really for the most part, there hasn't been anybody with the scoop on the DC. Nobody. Other than just kind of throwing names and maybe a couple rumors out there too. But it's been a pretty quiet day in terms of in terms of like information on the DC. But overall, I mean, the news that has come in has been, I think the biggest news was Ryan Grubb, coming into Bama. Now, of course, we have to wait for the University of Alabama to officially, say he's in, but he's that news supersedes the Isaiah Bond news. Now, Isaiah Bond news is not, that is a loss, 100%. But the Grubb news is like monumental, and retaining Freddie Roach, that was really big. Retaining Robert Gillespie,
and G.
right? Uh-huh.
Yes, yeah. Man. Fans, I don't think y'all understand. Like T-Rob was there, but Coach G and Roach have been there like pre-T-Rob. If you go and talk to any recruit in the Southeast, G Coach G and Coach Roach, they have a way of getting to these players, like the players that you love. The play, Deontay Lawson, Najee Harris, Justice Haynes. Like Justice Haynes and Coach G are basically like family, bro. I don't think people know that. Those families are tied. Gillespie and the Haynes family are tied. So, you would love for a guy like T-Rock who's connected with the Downs family, and the Downs family, I think their thing is they don't get connected to coaches. They have enough of that background of being involved in this type of environment, this phase of life, that I think they've preached to Caleb the importance of value in being in that integrity, that part of the game. Not necessarily loyalty, but integrity. If I say if I announce on my signing day that over the next 3 to 4 years, I'm going to be attending and playing for the University of Alabama, Caleb Downs has that type of family that's going to hold them accountable to that. Same thing they did with Josh. Josh Downs is in the league now because of that. So I'm more inclined to believe that these type of tendencies are just going to continue to be infectious in this program.
All right, we got a super in there. Why don't you read that and then I'll address it, Smook.
Which one? The super chat?
Yeah. But I like Joey Phillips right in here.
Jay Lindsay is the most.
Man, I like him to like maybe in a. Like, I think he could be a really good H-back. The guy he's really good. I mean, he's probably more athletic than an H-back, but I think when Robbie Oots moves on, he's the guy that is like behind Robbie Oots. But this super chat, why not Phil Parker for DC? What do you think about that? Do you know anything about him? He's the defensive coordinator currently at Iowa, making 1.5. He's 60 years old. He has been at Iowa for quite some time. From 1999 to 2011, he was the defensive backs coach. And then 2012, he was the DC, was promoted at DC, where he's been there really, I guess, since 2012, defensive coordinator and the DBs coach. Royals Award winner in 2023. This seems like candidate number one.
Honestly,
is he not?
It does when you look at it on paper. My thing is, you've been up there so long, man. At least with DeBoer, Grubbs, Shepard, these guys, they've been around. You know what I'm saying? They haven't had these long tenures at these different programs. These guys have been around. So, and you see what people have said about DeBoer. He's a people person. It's not hard to relate to him. Dennis Nunes, get out of that mindset. Right now in society, there's a big separation of where you're from. Like I'm from Alabama, and I walk around the state of Virginia, and people consider Virginia the South. And I look at the Virginia folks, and I'm like, y'all are not from the South. But I can relate with a lot of people here because I was born in the 90s. So I'm more inclined to start being in that progressive mindset. A lot of you all are so stuck, man. You're going to be mad because you probably won't be mad. What's up, Ty, in the chat? Round the Table Sports is in the chat, man. I wish you were.
Ty, what's up, man?
What's up, brother?
Roll through, Ty.
Yeah, pull up. You already know. But yeah, and I think me and Ty talked about this yesterday. If it wasn't me and Sean, like I talked to all the bros offline, you know how we do. We get in, hey bro, be ready to get on, and then they go into a 30-minute conversation about what we think. And so, but this was one of the things. Like a lot of the older generation Bama fans are going to have a hard time with this transition and this process because things are not going to look familiar. In recruiting, they're not going to look. We're going to start getting kids from Missouri, from Wisconsin. These are kids. The 5-star wide receiver kid out of I want to say he was out of Idaho. I want to say his last name is Blaine or something like that. He runs like a 10-1 100 meter. He's a burner. He was a wide. You know who I'm talking about?
Yeah. Where did that guy go?
I don't know who he signed to, but I remember when I seen his highlights.
Oh my
goodness! I was like, if Alabama don't try to go get him, and somebody with a traditional mindset saying we need to stay in the Southeast, missing out on quality.
Let's send Chad on the mission. Where did that guy go? What was his first name?
I forget his last name. He was a Blaine
or
something.
Still uncommitted? He's unsigned?
A guy like DeBoer will go get that kid, and we will be surprised. He came from, I want to say he's out of Idaho too, like a state where no athletes come from, no speed, and he's not. Yes, the competition, that level that he's playing against, you don't see a 6'1", 6'2" DB guarding him or anything, but he's out there just really just manhandling. Same thing Najee Harris and Derrick Henry was doing in their levels of competition, and then you get a developer, get him to the college level, and somebody that can develop him. And say, hey, you was just doing this because you was raw talent. You was better than everybody. But if I can get you to do this and focus on this part, you can be this. Man, that kid, another name. So this is the difference this is the change of college football is he can use money that Alabama has. Plus, he's been around. He knows how to connect with the nation. He's been on the East Coast. He's been on the West Coast. Now he's in the Southeast. We are more receptive, believe it or not. The Southeast is more receptive to people who are like friendly. Like you come down here, you like, hey buddy, can I come to the barbecue? I can bring some macaroni and cheese. No, don't bring the macaroni and cheese, but come over. You bring the ice and the Kool-Aid or the drinks or whatever, we good. Don't make the macaroni and cheese. We're gonna see how you act. You get to the party, you have your few drinks, you're able to conduct yourself, you're gonna get another invite. Gatlin Blair. That's him. That is the dude, man.
Yeah.
He is a dude, and he like 6'1", 6'2", like 190.
He was like a freak. I loved his tape. He was fast. I was watching some track highlights of him too. Dude was like elite in every sense of the word. He's still unsigned, huh?
Who's the kid out of Georgia everybody was bragging about like 2 years ago? He was really a track kid, but he was out there playing receiver for him. I can't remember the kid's name, but he ran like a 9.98 100 meter or something like that. He's not a football player. He's speed. This guy, Gatlin Blair, is a fast football player.
I think he could play football. I think, I mean, I know talent.
The kid, he's a fast football player. You talking about a physical? He's like Slade Bolden on steroids, man.
So he's doing a mission trip. Is this accurate? This probably makes sense. Why is? I mean,
that might be the reason why BYU might be in his doggone consideration.
2 years, right? Mission trips are 2 years, and he comes back and he can play at BYU.
Mm-hmm.
I think he might be. Yeah. Anyways, kid's baller. 1,000,000%.
Baller, man.
Oh wow, crystal ball to Michigan. Good for him. He's good. Someone asked who Mentor was. Jesse Mentor is the defensive coordinator for Michigan. In case you missed it, Al Sanders is saying Jim Leonard as a name.
Gatlin Blair. So his top 5 right now is, well, and this is what I'm saying. This is literally what I'm saying. Boise State, Oregon, Nebraska, Michigan, and TCU. Those are his top 5. Mm-hmm. You telling me Kalen DeBoer can't come in and talk to this kid who has Oregon to be his biggest competition. But this kid has already shown that he's not about the flash. He just wants to get somewhere where he can work and play. Man, you get a guy like Kalen DeBoer on his side. Hey, I'm telling y'all, he looked like, he looked like a statue coach. You know what I'm saying? Like when you want to promote a coach in apparel or something, that's what DeBoer gives me. You know, you get those players that like Tony Brown or Kendrick Blackshear to try on the uniforms for media day, and them the ones you post. DeBoer gave me that type of feel as a coach. So,
who's gonna hold special teams now? Show some love to them too. So special teams coach, it was who
was it? Joe Cox.
There you go. Thank you. James Burnup's coming back. We haven't talked about him. That's huge. I need to list him. You lose Will Reichard, but you return Connor Talty. Connor Talty will be the first-year kicker here at Alabama. I think he had like a kickoff this last year, and then returning kicks and punts. You had Caleb Downs, who ended up taking duties from Kool-Aid. And then returning kicks. I want somebody I think Kendrick Law returned a couple kicks this past season, but I want somebody like that can break one.
I'm telling you who can be that dude, man.
Who's the last? I don't know why. Alabama returned. Didn't Terrion return a kick this year and it got called back?
That's what I'm saying. Arnold had to. kick, the punt
How
return
many
that was
how
called
many
back.
touchdowns were called back this year? It was
I think it was like
crazy.
84 points total called back
Yes,
this season.
man.
That's crazy.
You bring in Pat Surtain, right, as a DB coach, and then you can get back Earl Little.
Bro, you get Senior in there, or you get Ha Clinton Dix. I think Clinton Dix could
Ooh,
go. I think Ha Clinton Dix could go and get guys that's like under the radar.
8
Because remember,
touchdowns. Shoot, that's
8.
crazy.
That's man. But I don't think that's accurate, Drewski. I don't think that's accurate because we had 2 touchdowns in 3 different games called back. 14 points in 3 different games called back. And in games where we won by 21 or more points, which was, I think it was 2 games this season, there was 14 points called off. I mean, there was 7 points called off in those 2 games. So that's more than 8. That's more than 8. I'm gonna have to go. We're gonna have to get us a stat team together in the chat, man. Y'all gonna have to be ready to pull up the stats, man. We're gonna, because it's
Chat's undefeated.
They 100%, bro. 100%.
Chat's so good. It's I feel they take a lot of, honestly, Chat takes a lot of stress out of me because, like, I had to go like open up another window and like do some like quick research or whatever. But you could ask anything to Chat and they come with it for sure.
2 Ole Miss, 2 Texas, Georgia had 2, Kentucky had 1, A&M had 1, who else? Mississippi State, we had 1, even though we beat the brakes off of them. USF, y'all got to remember, a lot of these touchdowns was called back in games like, even against the USF, it should have been like a 28 to whatever the score was. What was the score? We ended up beating like 16-3 or something like that. That should have been like a 31-3 type game, but we had scores coming off the board. We had sacks in the red zone where we kicked field goals and it was raining. Like, y'all got to think, this offense was really literally like inches away from being an explosive offense, averaging 30+ points a game. With Jalen Milroe. Think about it, with Jalen Milroe as the quarterback. And we seen the obvious progression that he was having, but we also saw the lack of where he wasn't picking it up at. So just imagine the type of confidence boost you get when you have a check down to Martin E. Black on the crosser and he breaks up field for a 24-yard touchdown reception, but it gets called back because they call him the cheap holding call on your other tight end. You get what I'm saying? And then they allow it on the very next drive for the other team. Same type of block, same type of thing. Who said somebody ran a 10-6? Because Gatlin Blair don't run a 10-6. That kid ran like a 9.98.
He was fast.
It was blazing. That's what got him on the radar. I think the unofficial was a 10.01 and the official was a 9.98. You don't get that type of speed. That's faster than Bonds and Kendrick Law. Kendrick Law is a solid 10.1 guy. Cole Adams fast too. People, Cole Adams is a poor man's Wells Welker, but the thing is,
he's on the team right now. Kendrick Law.
Yeah, right now with Bonds, and they say Milroe and Law is like 1 and 2. So, and people keep saying we haven't seen Milroe run at top speed yet.
Milroe has not. He has not ran at top speed. He has.
And if he don't get the starting job, that's the reason why. Because you ain't ran at top speed yet. That would be my reason. Because there's no reason why a couple of them plays in that Michigan. Come on, man.
He could have at any point, like this next season, like if we ever see his full speed, because I think the fastest he clocked out at is what, 22?
24 miles per hour.
Was it 24?
Yeah, and they saying that's not his top speed, man.
Jalen Milroe is running 24 miles an hour.
24 miles per hour in game, and he was not fully in full stride. The LSU game.
Crazy. That is crazy.
And you got to think that was just a 31-yard run.
How big Jalen Milroe is. So around the Christmas break, he was like he said he was more than 225. He was like 230 running like that.
That's scary, man. That's like Najee Harris running at you with more speed and like you don't know what to do. I couldn't imagine myself, and I'm 6'3", I'm about 185 right now. So I'm college DB size. You know what I'm saying? I can't imagine being a free safety. And if I'm in shape, I'm like a solid 205, 210. You know what I'm saying? I can't imagine as bad as confident as I am in my skill set. And I didn't mind hitting people. I hated getting hit, which is crazy because I played wide receiver. So I was one of those guys that kind of just gave my body up. I didn't resist hits. I didn't try to run people over much until I got over 170. So I can't imagine trying to tackle a guy like Jalen Murrow, who's got 12, 15 yards of build up coming at me on the sideline or in the middle of the field. That's scary, bro.
Yo, have I ever busted out my highlights?
Nah, so pull them up. Pull them up, man. Pull them up, Kyle.
I need to hear. I know you want to see them, man, but I could just send you a link. You guys want to see my highlights?
I want to see some Kyle Henderson football highlights, man.
All right, hit the thumbs up if you want to see some highlights real quick. I'll throw up the highlights. Smook does have a DB size, man.
My first year of playing football was my 9th grade year. I had never played organized football my whole life. I was a basketball kid. If my dad could get on here and tell the story, we had people fighting for me when I was 9, 10 years old. And this is like the early stages of AAU circuits. So 9, 10 years old, when we moved to Georgia, man, I went to a gym and practiced with a team I didn't even know. I just was going to a gym. And Daquan Menzie was part of that Southside Ballers team that won the AAU National Championship in 2001. And we went out there, and the only thing that kept me from getting on that travel team was the fact that I had moved to Georgia in the middle of their season. And but I was part of their little stationary team. Boy, we used to go crazy. Khalid Tyler, it's a lot of athletes. That was Jarvis Jones was part of the older team, the basketball team.
Look at this. Love the incoming talent. Niggas just not passing. Very good backs. This I love this. Daniel Hill squats 700 fast on the 100-meter. And that boy's big. What is he? He's 240, right?
Big.
Yo.
All this is Bo Scarborough with a little bit more agility.
All right, you guys want to see? People are saying they want to see the highlights. Okay, we're gonna add Ty, and you guys could break down the tape. Let me, Ty, what's up, man? Welcome to the show. Thanks for the super chat, Robbie. All right, let me get right back, and I just want to turn on the audio. Then you guys could give the play-by-play. We'll check out.
Pull up the highlights. This about to be lit. I'm glad What's up, bro?
Man, oh man, what a day, huh?
Yeah, man. Look, I finally got a little bit of rest, and I'm back in it, ready to get back to it. How about you, man?
I'm always ready to go, man. Been a busy day, but it's Sunday, so no complaints.
Facts.
Jarvis, what's up, my man? What's up? Thank you for being in here, pulling up as always.
All right, you guys ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's do.
Wow, we not sleeping on Cole. Everybody else is. We know. I think this panel knows what Cole Adams was.
You're good. All right, here we go.
That's Slotty Pippen.
Slotty Pippen, Westbrook 2.0.
Here you go. All right, let's see. Actually,
all right, y'all. I ain't got no. You know what? All my years of athletics, I did one highlight film, and that was when I thought I was leaving Faulkner University to go to Alabama State. And that was my first 4 games of my freshman year in college, and moved to the red shirt squad.
All right, you see this? All right, let's see if we can get zoomed in.
Oh, snap.
All right. Guys ready for this? All right, here you go.
13 years ago, chat. I want y'all to look at that. 13 years ago.
This is longer than that.
That's what I'm saying. But I'm saying, like, when you posted 13 years ago.
Oh, dude, I've been on YouTube for a minute, man. You ready?
Yeah, let me turn the
All right, you break it down.
Is that you at kick return?
Hell yeah, it's me at kick return.
Look at number 7. Yeah. Okay, look at the speed. Look at the speed.
Ladies and gentlemen, you don't see slippery nature like that often. That's God-given.
Let's go.
God-given.
With the mini prime time. Okay, I see you, Ty.
Playing a little safety here. That's mine.
Look at that.
Get it.
That's a man who's been in the film room. So not only does he have the ability, he has the capability.
Yo, don't test me the long ball. Oh yeah, those hands were sticky. Oh, here you go. Oh, gotcha.
Let's go.
Yeah. Oh man, come on now. Come on.
Hey, your quarterback ain't scared to let it go either. Who is this kid?
Man,
Look
at
at you, Kyle.
Come on.
Surviving it through the contact. Y'all better
How
not
many
question
years of
Kyle Henderson
eligibility
ever
you got
again,
left?
bro.
Playing
Middle of the field.
in the slop. Look at that. That place was muddy.
A nice little dig, right? Was that a dig or a slant?
That was a dig.
Yes,
Dig.
sir. Sweet
Look at
feet,
this.
baby.
Yo, look at that. Look, we had a connection like.
Yo, your QB was something serious though.
Yo, look at
you,
that.
Kyle. What you ran, like a 4.7, 4.6?
Oh yeah, it was like a 4.8, man. That was burning.
Man, that looked like me, my 10th grade. This is how my sophomore year was for real, man. My second year playing football, similar type of growth, man. This is crazy. You was a dog, though, Kyle.
Burn. Tape older than me.
Look. Freaking dog,
Yeah,
bro.
what I want to know is how many years of eligibility do you have left?
Man, I was slicing them up. So look at that. Look at that ball. Look at that.
Yo, QB is cold-blooded, bro. Look, he can't pull away, though. How you get Hawk, Kyle? Come on now. He led you good enough, too. Physicality. Way to slip the tackles.
Yeah.
Man, not scared to get the extra yards.
Look, playoffs. Look, this is an out and up, what we used to call it, in the snow. Go get it. Playoff games coming through. This is
For real. That's why I'm trying to figure out the
safety in the
eligibility.
corner. I see. Your QB is day one, bro. Like, I would love to play with your QB in high school.
Go get it.
Look how he's leading you. Look at how he's leading you. Let's go.
But here's the thing, my man. Kyle's over here showing you it's easy for the QB to look good when the wide receiver's open like that.
Every time.
Man.
Look at him. 1 foot in the corner.
Shoot.
Okay. Let's
Ate him
go.
up. Ate him up. Shoot.
Let's go.
Man.
Look at him. Okay, Kyle. Look, put some respect on Kyle, man. Y'all better not come here talking about, so he from New Mexico. Y'all see what type of product he was on the field.
Oh, man. And with that said,
God, they said you entering the portal, bro. They said you entering the portal.
Man.
No.
Oh, facts, man. That was good vibes right there, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's good.
That was
I
good,
didn't know
man.
you had it in you like that, bro. I got to give you your props, man.
You know what? I have moved to different sports, but I've always been an athlete, and I've always been a team sport guy. So I love, like, I can definitely hoop. Any sport I can play, right? I love athletics, all of it, right? My dad was a coach. He coached women's volleyball at the high school level. So I grew up around a bunch of sports, and then I started playing. The first individual sport that I ever started playing was about 3 years ago, and I started playing golf. And the thing about golf was it's all you, and I've never played an individual sport before. Yeah. So Chad, you're like golf, but yeah, it's like super competitive because it's just yourself. And I love, like, you're in charge of that, like, drive. You're in charge of that putt. So I found that to be, more suited for somebody my age now, 40 years old. But I still, I get with it, and I still do, like, the boot camp in the morning like that, and I'm still in shape. Currently, just under 6 foot and about 190. Ding. And I feel good. I'm in, like, a really healthy space. No, it's been great. So that's why I'm always like, look, if you're always wondering why I'm talking about those wide receivers, I'm gonna write out myself.
Yeah, that's me, dog. I love coaching. Like, so I come from a system, man, where in high school, like, it wasn't about teaching football. It was about seeing where you could play it. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't about teaching the game of football, the schematics. So when I transferred my senior year, hey, James Dane said, do I got something? Hey, if I could find it, I'm telling you, I got a DVD that I've been carrying with me since I graduated in 2007. And I promise you, it's so scratched up. But my wife would tell you, she's like, it ain't going to work. And I'm trying to find a way, because my freshman year of college, man, I'm telling y'all, I was dogging, bro. I had never been that heavy. I told y'all, I came to college, I was 155. When the season kicked off, 7-8 weeks later, they put me on the roster. I was 6'2", 175, I think they had me listed at. When I showed up 155, so I put on a solid 20. That freshman 15, they tell you, I was eating all day, all night. The muscle milk, I know you remember muscle milk. You was back in school too. Muscle milk was the supplement then. And you think about muscle milk now, you like, man, I ain't touching no muscle milk. But, like, I had put on so much weight, man. I was bouncing off of DBs when I was coming across the middle because I played the Y. That final scrimmage, when my parents came, we was at Jefferson Davis High School, and my parents came. My dad didn't even know I had developed that type of mentality. So my freshman year, I thought I was about to be the next guy to transfer, sit out a year and go to Alabama or wherever I was going to go. And man, I'm telling you, but I'm gonna look, man. That DVD is scratched up like a mug. I'm gonna see if I can revive it because Kyle got me hype. I'm about to. My players, they already been talking. Coach, you think you still got it, man?
You know what's crazy is the way that I put that highlight tape up together. There was no like digital editing stuff. What I did was I had, and look, this is old. I had the two VCR. And there was two styles. One was stacked, and mine was side by side.
Yep.
And what you would do is you would play and record. And then you had to take it. Todd doesn't know what we're talking about. You youngins don't know. Okay, so you would play it, and then so you had two VHS tapes. You would enter them at the same time, and you would press record.
Record and play. You got to push play on one and record and play.
And then you would stop it, and then you would put another yes. So you would put.
Hey, Kyle, it was so
I
bad.
sure don't know anything about that.
It was so bad, you guys, that my senior year when I was trying to put together a highlight film, I had at the time it was a girl I was hanging with. You know, she was like my girlfriend, but she was sitting at home one day, and you know we got senior week. She wasn't going. I was like, hey, see if you could figure this out. Man, I came in one day. She had 2 tapes of like showing all the play, like it's not just the highlight part of the play, Kyle, like the coming out of the huddle, lining up, and there was no editing to put like a circle around you and highlight who you was. You just had to hope that whoever you sent the tape to looked at this, said, hey, I wore number 17 this game, because I changed numbers my second game my senior year. I was 81, then I changed the number 17. So I had to put on there 81 for this game, but 17 through these games when I sent it. Bruh, it was bad, man. So y'all recruits, y'all just wouldn't know, man.
All right. Why don't you and Ty finish out? You got Ty, you cool to hang out for a few minutes, man? Why don't you guys kind of do some final thoughts? I'll come on the back end and then we'll close it out. We got to end the stream at some point. So why don't you guys make your final comments, kind of get your stuff in, and then you know, we'll I guess we have to end at some point.
Some point. Look, people, we people's lifelines right now. That's so funny, man.
And I'm over here. I can't help but just scroll Twitter all day, even when I'm with the wife's family. The second I get phone to the side, I scroll on Twitter. James, you do not want to see the highlights, my guy. I'm gonna spare all of you. Trust me when I say I'm doing you all a favor, right? Disgusting.
Hey, let me tell y'all.
Take that as you will.
Kyle was the friend that you wanted on the sideline, though. I feel like you was the one on the sideline that was you know, knew what the heck he was talking about and didn't mind telling the coach where he was messed up. Like I had a friend like that. He never got to see the field, and we knew he was good, but he was just never got to see the field. In practice, he was not a practice player. But we talk about stuff in the game, and I think, as a matter of fact, Ron coaching right now. And so
I only got to play my freshman year for a bit, and then I started getting real sick, and we didn't know what was going on. So for like 6 months, I was in and out the hospital, and then they found out I had a real messed up gallbladder, and it was doing all sorts of stuff. So I had to have all these surgeries in and out, and I didn't start getting right until sophomore year. And by that point, I was like, all right, man. Like, it was just too much to get back into. And I did stuff like cross country, stuff like that, because they just, that sickness was something else my freshman and sophomore year. But that's why I'm saying, y'all want to see them highlights. I'm saving you from me. You know what I mean? But I don't know about you, Smook. I have a little bit of anxiety every time I see a tweet from Hayes Fawcett at this point.
Yep.
I'm just like, oh God, no, don't let it be us. But I can't say too many surprises, man. I can't say too many surprises. What are your thoughts? I've been on the go all day.
I mean, the chat has already heard my takes on these, these up and coming transfer rumors. I'm like Kyle at this point with the players part. I can't say that I don't care, but at the same time, Todd, we knew this was coming. You don't commit to playing for Alabama in this day and age with these kids. You got to think all of these kids right now, they don't know Price, they don't know Shula, they know Coach Saban in Alabama as the peak of Alabama of college football. They know Coach Saban is the way to the NFL. So you got to think 2 years ago when you committed, you didn't think, like Isaiah Bonds, you didn't think that your last year before you go to the NFL, missing the national championship by one game, you don't think that Coach Saban is going to retire. You get what I'm saying? So emotional decision, business decision, whatever it was a decision. And just the same way he made a decision to come to Alabama. Isaiah Bonds' recruitment was open. It was never locked in that he was Alabama from the jump. You get what I'm saying? He wasn't an Alabama kid from day one. So why are we mad at these kids? But Amari, but you would expect them after being in college ranks for at least a year or two. From fan side, you expect them to say, "All right, let me get this guy a chance. I'm already a monumental piece of this team. I'm Mr. Gravedigger. I'm Mr. Amari Black. I'm Mr. Hybrid waiting to be unleashed. Des Ricks, I'm the next one up. I reclassed and I'm still number 2 DB in the class that I reclassed to ahead of me. Sean Murphy, one of the most highly touted inside linebackers. Yeah, I'm behind Lawson and Campbell, and it's looking like Alexander is that third inside linebacker with Jefferson coming over. Yeah, but I'm highly touted. Antonio Kite was definitely a different one for me. I think that's more so just strictly T-Rob being gone. That's Kite. Kite was very vocal about how tight he was with T-Rob. So that's my take on it, man. I don't know. Jamie French, I wasn't too worried about that. That's a 25 recruit. You muted, bro.
Exactly. No, I knew because I'm sitting here drinking this tea. It's cold here, man. And when there's the one thing about Texas, bro, is I'm not saying it gets like up north cold, but Texas has these wild temperature swings, and I get everywhere else does too, but it just feels like Texas weather is particularly bipolar. Neither here nor there. No, you hit the nail on the head about Jamie French. Is that a recruit that you absolutely want to get back committed to your class? No doubt about it. He is otherworldly talented. There's a reason why he's a top 15 player. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we have far bigger things going on and bigger concerns than 2025 recruits. Jamie French is just opening up his options again, and those options will undoubtedly include Alabama. This is just a result of a new staff. They need to get the time to build those relationships. That's fine. I'm more worried about what's happening with the current team, right? The ability to keep those guys, to me, is absolutely key. Someone from DeSoto saying it's 17. Hoops saying it's negative 13. Okay, Hoops, I'm not going to complain about the cold anymore, my man. It's warm as can be here. It's about 19 degrees, but comparatively, that's quite a bit warmer. You win that one, my man. Where are you up at? Because that is miserable cold. And Nico says Bama's going to be okay with or without those players. Yeah, man. Listen, Bama is one of those places where there are a lot of players that do want to play for Bama. There are a lot of players that are excited about this move currently on the team. It's great to see guys like Malachi Moore hopping on social media, really showing that he's here, seeing Jalen Milroe in that video, embracing DeBoer. Yeah. I think that's huge because those guys are leaders, right? And some of the moves that have happened, Coach and I were even texting back and forth. Some of those moves, some of the guys that hit the transfer portal, Coach, one, didn't we just hit 84 scholarships today?
Yeah, and people don't realize that.
That had, like, there were going to still be moves had Saban not retired, if we were still living in an alternate reality where Saban had not retired, ladies and gentlemen, some of these moves were going to happen regardless because Alabama still had to get to the 85 scholarship limit, and they just got to 84 yesterday, I believe. Today,
yeah.
So with the transfers yesterday, I think they had hit 84, meaning you are still going to have some movement. There's going to be more movement. But I think this staff, man, I'm at the point where I'm giving them time, Coach. I'm excited because what else are you going to be? And, I had a thought about this, and I want to hear from chat. I want to hear from you. The other day, before I went to dinner for my wife's father's birthday, I was doing a stream with Jay over at Unfair Sports, and he was asking me what I felt about the hire, and he was saying something to the effect of, well, he'd seen some people on Twitter not be high on it. What was my take on that? And my take on that is as follows, and I want to get your reaction to this, Coach. I think people that are underwhelmed by the hire are underwhelmed because they're looking at it through the lens of, oh, this guy's following up Nick Saban. Everything's underwhelming when you're following up Nick Saban. He's the greatest college football coach of all time. You can't look at it through the guise of, oh, a coach compared to Nick Saban. No, it's a coach compared to his peers. That's how you have to look at this. Coach Saban was on a level of his own. So if you're looking at this and you're like, I'm disappointed in the hire because he's not Coach Saban, who is? Like that's one thing that I've been thinking a lot about. I think some of the people, even from outside the fan base, who have said, oh, well, this is underwhelming. Yeah, because you're looking at it through the lens of Nick Saban was there a month ago and now he's not. And now there's this other coach. But if you compare DeBoer to his peers, he is among the best. He was just in a national championship. He has coached. He has known success. He knows X's and O's. People really like him. I'm excited. I don't know why you wouldn't be. This offense is going to be a lot of fun. I have questions about the defense, but none of them are bad questions. Questions aren't inherently bad. So it's going to be a lot of fun what happens coming up.
My fault, man. I'm sorry. I had to go out and back in. I don't know what's going on with my connection. But I'm with you, bro. The upside of this thing is so much further than the downside. Like
100%.
This is Nick Saban you're trying to replace. So the obvious thing you would have happen trying to replace the GOAT is total failure. You know, that's the worst. But to have a hire like Kalen DeBoer, to have a hire like Ryan Grubbs, to have the rumors and the circulation coming that the staff that he had that created success everywhere, every stop that he's been at, Courtney Morgan. We talking about 4 names right now as being considered defensive coordinator. All 4 have SEC ties. 3 out of the 4 to me are probably, in that top 5 as recruiting on that side of the ball. I don't think, and this is what I think. This is what I think, honestly, Kyle. This Southeast, as far as the athletes, the type of skill players that we get in from this region, and even extended to Texas, the type of skill players that you extend, these players are privy to more exposure to footballs and different style of football than in the past when Nick Saban first came on. So back then in 2007, when Nick Saban first came on, college football wasn't on but maybe 3 or 4 networks every weekend. You know what I'm saying? Thursday night college games started getting added to public broadcasting. Friday night, you even had Sunday night games. You had colleges playing Monday night games after the Saban era. So these are things that we weren't used to, but because we were having so much success, it just didn't feel like a difference. You got players that are looking at all these other games and they're like, man, I could see myself playing on a Thursday night for this coach because of this style of offense. Or if Washington was able to do this and they playing at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time when nobody's really watching, I can't wait to play for a coach that was able to do this with an offense. And man, Washington and Oregon's game was like, I think the 4th or 5th highest viewed game. Round 1 was the 4th or 5th highest viewed game this season. Guess who had 2 games above them? Alabama. So you got to think any athletes that DeBoer was interested in to come to Washington, and if NIL and exposure is a factor as far as where they go, they have a bigger platform now. The Alabama Crimson Tide brand carries weight still to this day. No matter who the head coach is, it still is going to carry weight. And you just pull in a guy like Kalen DeBoer, who is literally across college football. You can't ask any coach about him and get a negative response or a sense of, man, this guy's on his way. Kirby Smart, this guy's on his way. Like you don't get that from a lot of coaches. They said, Coach Smoot, DC. Now I can't coach no defense. Now I would blitz, Bama blitz. That'll be me all day.
Calling that Engage 8 from Madden every time.
I'm telling you, bro, that's me. I'm gonna make my guys play. My DBs. If you're a 5-star, 4-star DB, we covering corners.
I'm so
You covering.
sorry about you.
We gonna live and die by it. Hey, I don't give a piss about them, but the tight end, we're gonna blitz, baby. If I'm a DC, I'm telling you right now.
Shout out Sharpshooter Podcast and chat. Thank you for tuning in, my man. That's my guy.
Here we go. Look, what do you think DeBoer eats when he wakes up in the morning? What about you?
Wheaties.
Wheaties. I'm telling you, he looked like a Wheaties. Raisin Bran, one of the two, the golden Raisin Bran too. Like with
this man ate his Wheaties. You know he ate his Wheaties.
I feel like DeBoer is that head coach, like Kevin Steele. Everybody's talking about Kevin Steele bringing that energy in the weight room. DeBoer, I feel like he's gonna get on that on the rack with these boys. Like he is the new stubborn, cool dad that you want in that locker room as far as calling, handling these boys. Coach Saban has become granddad, and he's literally said it. He's alluded to it. Man, this is moving a little faster than I can keep up with. And the moment I'm not a factor or I'm not viable or contributing to the success, the moment I feel like I can't do it to my standard and do it at a high rate to remain the best, then I got to remove myself. This right here is a move, man. I'm telling y'all, just wait. Wait till the DC hire.
Well, here's the thing. We got a lot of people asking about the T-Rob rumors, and I haven't seen much into it. I've been on the go all day, so I don't know much. Here's what I will say, though. Unless it's coming from the great reporters who cover Alabama, Chris Lowe, Matt Zenitz, Wilt Fong, Josh Pate, Kyle, even, or anybody on this show, and not me, I'm just an opinion piece, right? I don't let that be known right now. I am simply an opinion piece.
Don't be secluding. Me too.
Yeah. So we're just fanlists, right? Unless it's coming from the great reporters at Alabama, Zenitz, Chris Lowe, Josh Pate, assume it's a rumor and operate as such. Remember just a few days ago, right? Dan Lanning was spotted in Tuscaloosa. Was he not? The rumor mill right now is going to run rampant. I mean, absolutely rampant. Maybe there is truth to it. Maybe there isn't. But treat it as a rumor until it's more concrete, right? As far as I know, he still has Georgia stuff in his profile picture on Twitter, changed all that to Georgia. So look, if the great reporters who cover Alabama say something about it, then it's more than a rumor. Until that point, social media will run with rumors real quick.
So yeah, and this is why people are running with it. This is where I saw that. I don't want to vocally say it, but this is where I saw that one of their guys is the ones that started the rumor. So
gotcha.
But my thing is, Kyle made it make sense for the rumor to have some legitimacy because he went to Georgia and he's currently signed or his position is the DB coach, co-defensive coordinator. If it's a upwards promotion, meaning not a lateral but an upwards promotion, he can. That contract can definitely be voided out without any penalties because his activation date or whatever is still not until April, May, whatever the dates is before their spring training or spring camps and all this stuff start. So it's going to be an interesting 72 hours. I'm going to say that the next 72 hours will be very interesting in that. And today is Sunday. Monday, tomorrow's a holiday, but they're not stopping any type of talks with coaches or anything. This is something that I feel like the AD Greg Burns, I think he understands the importance of getting these hires out, which is what led to the full court press on DeBoer. Coach Saban was very high on this guy. He was very high on DeBoer. So if T-Rob and they people that keep saying T-Rob at Georgia is over, how do y'all figure that? Recruiting is so unbalanced right now. You can't sit here and tell me that T-Rob is the only successful recruiter in the nation right now. There are other. If he was, why is our defensive back group third as far as giving up, passing whatever the stats is as far as passing defense? There are two other recruiters out there that are better than him. Who's to say they don't want to come to Alabama? Honestly, if you want to be real, watch this pass defense efficiency ratings were higher than Alabama this year. So I wouldn't be mad if we went and got Washington's defensive back coach. And the way he developed that 2-star, 3-star, 4-star talent out there.
Yeah, see, I've just seen a lot of chat asking about the T-Rob rumors, and I've just I've learned through the past week and even before that. I mean, I covered the Brent Venables, Lincoln Riley saga. I covered the Matt Rule stuff for Nebraska. I just always operate. Yeah,
This is
can't
literally
rush
the
the
point I've
DC
been.
hire and hire another P. Yeah. You gotta be thorough. You gotta be thorough about it, no doubt about it, right? You gotta make sure you get the right guy with the right scheme fit with the right vision. But yeah, a lot of rumors out there. But if it comes from some of the great people that report on it, it has legs to it. If not, just assume. Because how many times, guys, have we seen on Twitter some players entering the transfer portal and you actually look on the handle and it's on 4 sports, not on 3 sports, right? Like the troll accounts are out and the rumors are flying.
Troll accounts are notorious right now.
And the edits are good.
Good, actually,
they look exactly the same. It's crazy.
He's the Georgia. See, now y'all Alabama fans. See, now y'all understanding the landscape of it. Now that's why we telling y'all, if it don't come from your reliable sources, please don't get on the trip train and be about to have a full scale aneurysm worrying about some 17 to 21-year-old making a decision to go play football somewhere else. Like these kids they're going to have to. This is still the early stages of NIL and transfer portal. This is only the 4th year of it being like this. Tell me something that worked the first year. College football playoff has so many discrepancies the first year. You remember how many complaints were against the college football playoff 4-team setting, this and the third. My team did this. We might have 2 losses, but we beat this 1-loss team, and all of these different. So it's never going to appease anybody at no point, but there is a way to get parameters around it to get more legitimacy, be able to project your future. NFL teams have that security. I think that's what Coach Saban is trying to preach as far as the college ranks. Give these same coaches, we have an option, but we still have to finish season unless y'all fire us. The board has more power than the coaches sometimes. So it's about getting the parameter set in place for these guys to start doing what they do.
Man,
Rick Johnson, because I'm sorry, I want to.
Go ahead.
He said these are grown men. Why does he keep saying kids? Because when I turned 18, I wasn't a grown man. The government, the society said I was an adult, but I wasn't a grown man. I hadn't experienced anything in my life. I hadn't had to make any decisions but for myself. So at this point in time in their life, this is what they're doing. They feel like the things that are important to them, they have to make decisions in order to appease those things. A lot of these college football players are now legally able to take care of their families with what they're pulling in at NIL. They don't have to hide it like some of the Johnny Manziels and I we know Johnny Manziel. I only speak on that because it's public of what he was doing, but it's been plenty of other players. I guarantee you Tim Tebow had a few checks. I guarantee you it's always had to been hidden. You get what I'm saying? But now they can legally do it. Why not use it to your advantage? Social media is there. Why not use it to your advantage? This is the day and age we live in.
All right. So there's this guy on Twitter, okay? And he's like literally like no one. But he says I'll pull him up so you guys can see what I'm talking about. And he's had some tweets about that have been like, he's been like spot on. He doesn't really have like I'll just show you what I'm talking about. He's not, if you want to follow him on Twitter, it's basically like, I don't think it's like a real troll account, but I'm telling you, like, this dude breaks stuff and breaks stuff within the Alabama kind of ecosystem. Okay. And so his title is like, he's a senior. He works in an athletic department. I think it's Alabama, to be honest. And this is what he said tonight at 7 p.m. It's related to this rumor that we're trying to chase down about T-Rob. This is where it's coming from. I think someone said there's another podcast where it came out. We're trying to hunt down this rumor, but this guy Go follow him. I'm serious. Like some of the stuff that he said, and this is you're gonna be like, what the hell? This have you guys seen this? Ty, have you seen this? Smook, have you seen this? This guy?
I seen him, and that's
this is a guy who literally works in an athletic department. I think the athletic department, and he has some fake name on here. And this is what he tweeted out. In the past, he's this account has said stuff, and that has been 1,000,000% true. I have not seen this reported by Chris Lowe, by anybody else, but there's a strong rumor, and this is kind of, you start to like, where is this coming from? These are the places. So this is what people are talking about. And since T-Rob did sign a contract to be the DB coach, this would be an elevated position for him, so he could take that spot. So there's a lot of rumors that we're trying to sort through. I think if that happened, that would be what did Hayes tweet out?
Yeah, that's my boy. If Hayes tweeted, I'm ready to report it. Yeah, I'm like, I think as a matter of fact, Ty Hayes put me on Hayes Fawcett.
Hayes is crazy.
He's a good dude, man. He's a good dude.
He just posted, soon.
Yeah, and I'm about to message him and tell him, like, man, my anxiety, you can't do this to me.
Yeah, we're about to close it up, and here's like, watch. I know it's gonna happen. Be like, good night, defensive hires, Tavares Rock,
full court press.
God, man, it's funny, Kyle. I was just telling Smook earlier, like every time I see Hayes tweet, I get anxiety at this point. Just because so much has happened in the past week. Like every time I see Hayes tweet, I get that 1,000-yard stare.
Yeah, I know.
I want to see some of the comments.
What on soon? But has he broken like coaching stuff?
Yeah,
Hayes, man,
you do it all, man.
Really?
He's just one of those
people. Like I obviously know who he is, but I've seen him just kind of like in the recruiting space. But if he's moved up to like major news like this, because man, like something like that is kind of scary, because that seems like it's a monumental scoop he's gonna drop.
I don't know if it would be coaching, but I do know, man, his journey has been nothing short of awesome, man. Like he had an article, I think, written about him years ago, and on ESPN, on one of those websites, one of those bigger websites, and then he was just on ESPN.
Was he even like 22 years old?
No, he's young, man.
He's younger than that.
I do a podcast through the week, through the Hayes, and I'm trying to get him on. We're working out.
Like Hayes. Yeah. Hayes.
My last name is Hayes, and I'm trying to work out. We're trying to work out a time to get him on. But he's a good dude, and he is super well connected. Really nice as well. Really
That's
nice
good,
guy.
man. And I kind of know the backstory on it. Like he was doing something before that, and then Shannon Terry, who's the CEO of On3, he saw it. Like if there's anybody that sees talent, it's Shannon. And I love the fact that he put he's a genius in the sense that he was able to put somebody like a newsbreaker that could win over the players, right? And now he has the insight with his graphics, and that's really where it started. And because he does the edits, right? So then he gets a scoop and he has everything ready. And he's really parlayed that to be one of the biggest newsbreakers. And same thing with Tipton on the defensive side, on the basketball side, right? That dude is like certainly scoops. I mean, those guys do an incredible job. I don't know what it's going to be, but man, that's huge. So I guess we keep going.
Well, just remember, ladies and gentlemen, as much as we think that this is like everything in college football is happening with Arizona just lost their head coach as he's going from Arizona to Washington. Now, Noah Fafita, very talented freshman quarterback, but then there's also that wide receiver out there, McMillan, that went for like 1,600. Right? Like, so, and I'm not saying there's anything over there. I'm just saying there's a lot of moving pieces. This could be, it's probably a commitment. It's probably transfer portal stuff. But it could be a few different places, right? It could be from Arizona. There's a lot right now going on. Did y'all see though that Jabbar Muhammad gave an interview and was saying that Kalen DeBoer has reached out and expressed interest of him coming to play at the University of Alabama?
Wow, when was that?
Earlier this afternoon. I did see that, and Jabbar Muhammad is absolute lockdown corner.
My goodness, that is crazy. That's significant. Wow, that's crazy. Because I mean, you look to all those guys that hit the portal from Washington, right? Guys who want to follow, maybe coach or explore other options. I mean, he was probably the one that stood out to me the most. When kind of looking to the guys that were hitting the portal, in my opinion, on the defensive side. You look at the guys that Alabama has here. I mean, I don't know. Am I right on that, Ty?
Yeah, I mean it'd be tough, but he is really good. If you ever want to just have some fun, watching Kalen DeBoer and some of the new staff, I'd highly recommend going and watching this recent playoff game against Texas. And Jabbar Muhammad, through the early portions of this game, I mean, he's doing a really good job. He's Xavier Worthy. They're going back and forth. NFL scouts everywhere got to be loving that. Then they slide him over. He went with A.D. Mitchell as well. They went to battle, and it was a really good time watching that matchup of Jabbar Muhammad versus whoever he was against, because he is really a gifted player. He had a fantastic season. If you go back, I ironically, Kyle, and Smook knows this because he and I talked about it, I was a big fan of Washington and Michael Penix last year in terms of, I'd always say, like, I think they're one of the most fun teams in college football to watch. I did like a 2-hour stream whenever the Heisman was announced last year that Michael Penix should have been in New York, right? Like, I just thought he was that good. And so I kind of was aware of some of the Washington players. And so this year I was watching pretty closely a lot of the Washington games, and Jabbar Muhammad, he stood out like a sore thumb.
Yeah.
Like, no missing him.
Man, well, this is 10 hours and 30 minutes of streaming. So, Smook, I know you've been on for a minute, man. I think I'll let you go, man. You've been killing.
I'm enjoying the comments. I'm enjoying the updates. And bro, I'm gonna tell you this. From what I'm gonna take Sean here in a minute, tell him to reach out. But this T-Rob stuff might be serious, man. He might have pulled a semi Jimmy Sexton type move right now. I don't know, man. I'm looking at text messages right now. I mean, messages in my inbox, and yeah, 6 of the 9 are like, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so I don't know. That would be big, and I told you all, I've probably been the one echoing it the loudest since the DeBoer, or before the DeBoer hire. I didn't care who the hire was. I said the key to this staff and this roster being like kept intact and people sticking it out and trying it for at least a year would definitely be T-Rob, Roach, and Gillespie. Because those are the guys that just connect, man, with some of these players. I know for a fact, man, Coach G was one, and he's not even a wide receiver coach, but he was one that was mentioned in my nephew's recruiting. Like, Coach G, a cool guy, man. Coach Saban, all about his business, love the way he professional, straightforward. Like, didn't get to talk much to Wiggins. Like, that was the statements thrown in there from this past year in recruiting. So, G, Roach there, it wouldn't be a surprise for T-Rob. They seem like a little trio. They seem like a little crew of recruiters. Outside of what they do for the on-field stuff, I feel like they this could be good, man. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and head out, man. I appreciate you for having me on again, Kyle. Ty, we didn't get to stay on long together, but you know, man, you talk all the time offline. I'm about to hit up Sean to see what type of juice we getting with this T-Rob info. So I'll be in the chat, man, and checking in and tapping in.
All right, bro. I'll catch you soon.
For sure, man. Roll Tide, chat. Roll Tide, everybody.
All right, man. Good work, Smook. Proud of you, bro.
For sure, man.
Always come with it.
Yes, sir.
Josh, one more asking me how to get started. Did you get reporting Alabama football from New Mexico? Long story short, I own my own business in New Mexico, and in preps, and covered high school football in New Mexico. Started my own website from the ground up, zero, and crushed it. I mean, I ran a business for 12 years over there, went to all the high schools, got really good at YouTube, got really good publishing articles for Rivals, worked for Rivals for 16 years. Then got called up to lead the Tuscaloosa News over here on the editorial side for Rivals. It was a Bama Insider at the time. And then I started a YouTube channel from the ground up, ground zero. And, just the YouTube channel really exploded, kept at it. Sold the YouTube channel partly to On3, bought it back from On3. Now I own the YouTube channel in its entirety. I think there's been a lot of people that have started their own YouTube channels, that cover Alabama football, whatever. I respect all the content creators. It's been, it's a grind. But yeah, I think, long story short, that's how I got here. Lived in Tuscaloosa for now 7 years. And yeah, that's it, man. Now I've been trying to add on different elements. I mean, Ty Hayes from Around the Table Sports does an amazing job. Coach Smook, who was just here, electric personality. Coach Sean, love the delivery. And we got Coach Jarek, too, up in Buffalo. Hope he's not too snowed in. So now we're at over 100,000. Yeah, it's been an amazing ride for sure. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Thanks, Josh. Appreciate it. Ty, man, what's up, man? Did you throw anything on the barbecue today? You smoke anything?
No, man. It was a day of running errands.
Yeah.
Away from the house.
Because you usually smoke. You usually throw something on the grill, right?
Yeah, a lot of the
Do you have
times
a,
on
or do you have a
Sunday,
smoker?
I got a smoker and I'll throw something on there, or like my wife's a teacher, and every so often I'll smoke a giant pork butt and
Yeah.
for her first grade team, and then they
That's
eat
what's
that.
up.
And next weekend I will be doing a brisket or something, because there's every UFC pay-per-view. All the guys that I used to, some of them were my fraternity here. Just then, two of them were two of my friends that played college football and were my roommates for a while. We all get together every UFC pay-per-view, split it, and either cook a brisket, do pork butt, all that. Joshua Moore asked me, how did I
Yeah.
get started? Man, I came from college thinking I was going to go to law school, and I graduated right as the pandemic happened. So that kind of put pause on everything. Was working in law firms, realized that I was probably not going to be happy doing that. Probably not a good time either, but that's neither here nor there. I just started picking up a microphone and I just talked into a camera and was beyond blessed that someone cared to listen. And I've kind of just kept talking into a camera ever since. I've done internships. Dave Campbell, Texas football, wrote some for them on Bleacher Report, some now. And now Kyle has blessed me with an opportunity to talk to y'all here. So yeah, I just talk into a camera, man. I'm nobody special.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Ty, 1 second. I have to take this phone call, man.
Yeah, man.
Could be
No
big.
worries.
Fly the ship, man.
No worries. So, ladies and gentlemen, where do we begin? Because what a wild week it's been for Alabama fans. You went from not having the GOAT to getting a hire that I'm really excited about. And like we said earlier, whenever I see people online saying underwhelming hire, the only thing I can think is one of two things. Either A, they're looking at it through the lens of this guy versus Nick Saban. And if you're looking at it through that lens, everybody's underwhelming, because how do you follow up the GOAT? If you're comparing him to his peers, wow, 104-12, 25-3 at Washington, inheriting a 4-8 program that was not in a good place, that had an offense that was ranked outside the top 105 scoring offenses in the nation, to his first year there, 11-2, top 15 scoring offense. That's awesome. Like, those are results. And personally, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a results-driven person. Now, are there questions? Sure, he's not been in the SEC, but do you know what I loved yesterday? And I talked about this. One of the things I loved more than anything yesterday, hearing his press conference, acknowledging what he doesn't know. Because as I said, I'm a results-driven person. If you show me results, I will believe in you. He acknowledged, I'm not from the South, right? Like, I don't know what I don't know, but I'm going to learn. And ladies and gentlemen, you can't possibly learn if you don't first acknowledge where you may not have all the information. where you may not have all the prior knowledge, where you can still grow. If a person shows self-awareness, that's adaptability. And I sat up here during the coaching search and I said time and time again, adaptability is something Alabama needs because Nick Saban was the master at adaptability. And acknowledging what you don't know, but saying, I'm going to then fill my staff with people who do know this region. I'm going to get guys on this staff with people who do know this region. That's huge. You can't grow if you don't know what you're doing. So, Sun with the 199 channel going strong this week. Thank you so much, Sun. Kyle does an immaculate job here at the channel. Once again, I'm just blessed to be here. I've seen that purple people saying Harsin 2.0, but I said this the other day. Brian Harsin has coached 121 games in college football. Kellen DeBoer has coached 116 games in college football. Brian Harsin is 85-36. Kellen DeBoer is 104-12. I think he's better than Harsin. Clint Eastwood says, Ty, you seem to honestly believe in this man. Give me a rundown of what he has done, not just the numbers. I want to buy into him. I already love the team. Roll Tide. So why I believe in him, Clint, is because he has inherited situations that were bad and turned them into something better, right? In life, if you get handed a bad situation and you can make the best out of it, I'm going to be able to be a believer of you because that's a leader. And he has done that everywhere he's been. He's taken something bad and turned it into something really good, just in a national championship. And yes, I do eat grits. I have no idea what Hayes is teasing. I wish I knew.
The grits at Waysider, if you've been here in Tuscaloosa, it's crazy. It's like this outer body experience. And you can have the cheese grits as well. But the grits, and what happens if you get the grits here at Waysider, they give you these little things of butter too. And then they have these biscuits that basically just kind of like dissolve into the grit. I mean, it's a whole thing. I'm telling you. Like Waysider grits is like the real thing. And when I moved here, I didn't have grits. If anything, the type of the type of hominy I was having was like the pozole from New Mexico. The call was about Travaris Robinson. That's what the call was. People are like calling me, texting me. Everybody's asking me about it, if there's any truth to it. So it's like, this is like everywhere. Because this is the problem with this is I think in my opinion, I think the tweet that Hayes put out is coincidentally the same time as this Travaris Robinson. I don't think they're connected. Would you say that, Ty?
I have no idea.
Right? Yeah, you have no idea, but I think these are two really big things that are happening, and I don't think they're connected.
When I see Hayes tweet, and maybe it's just because, and for someone who's asking, who's Hayes? We're talking about Hayes Fawcett. If you don't follow him on social media, I would highly encourage it. One of the most plugged up individuals in terms of recruiting knowledge in the nation. He does most of the edits you see for these kids whenever they commit. So he knows a lot of what's going on in the background. But because of that, because I've always known him as someone who does all those fantastic recruiting edits, who knows all that information, I've always kind of thought when I see a tweet like that from Hayes, my first thought is it's transfer portal or it's recruiting. That's just right where my mind goes.
And same thing, like Shaw was saying.
You beat me to
it. That's why I don't think with T-Rob. So I think they're two different things, right? And if it's okay. How do you fan fund the YouTube channel? So number one, you could do a super chat inside the comment box. It's looks like a $sign, or you could go up to the top and hit the fan funder. It looks like a long hyperlink, and click the join button, and you could become a fan funder of this YouTube channel. Helps me take care of the coaches, Ty, as well. And, it's part of the business model. So we appreciate you guys' support. Thumbs up goes a long way as well. And, I'm asking you guys to go over to support Ty's channel, which is Around the Table Sports on YouTube. And you could also catch him on Bleacher Report. Does a lot of great college football content. Not just Alabama, like college football topics, topical information. And he does a really great job. I saw Ty kind of coming up in the pipe, and I wanted to start having him come to the show as a guest host. He's really, really intelligent. He's really good at his craft. He treats people with respect, and we love having him here on the show. So
yeah, I got to work with Kyle one time at Bleacher Report, and it was a ton of fun.
Yeah,
and I think people knew we were having fun because we had a lot of people even coming on my show asking me, "Hey, when are you and Kyle gonna loop back up?" And it was a lot of fun every single time.
Yeah, and it's been a marathon, but I mean, look, there's a lot of stuff to track. News is coming in, everything is fluid. Ty, if you need to bounce out, man, I'm good to fly it, man. I know it's Sunday. I know you got the wife at home. I know it's, but tomorrow I think everybody's off. So, probably going to go again all day.
Oh, yeah. Tomorrow I'm in.
So-
I'm going to be doing some stuff for Texas in terms of some of the moves they've made. Obviously that, you talked about it today. I'm going to do some stuff for just transfer portal news, and God, we'll see. There's going to definitely be news about Alabama.
Yeah.
But I'm seeing what I can find out, just seeing if there's any information.
I mean, is there something from 24/7 Sports that had? And when I'm talking, I'm chasing down T-Rob. That's kind of what I'm most interested in. I mean, because if that is, see, all right, look, I'm gonna just say it, okay? This is what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid of that the Hayes Fawcett news is the worst case for me is that Hayes Fawcett got a scoop that Caleb Downs is going somewhere else. That's my worst fear. The good news is if they do retain T-Rob, maybe this is all going on behind the scenes. Maybe if Alabama retains T-Rob, you retain T-Rob and Caleb Downs. I'm just saying. So
I have no idea. But like I said, I think it's important to note that Arizona just lost their coach, and now they have a true freshman quarterback, Noah Fafita, who had a great year this year. And then you have McMillan, their baller wide receiver out there. Their coach just left. Now their 30-day window opens. And Arizona, they have to present answers and present it quickly. I mean, that program Fish took over, he took over a program that was down in the dumps, really turned it around. And Arizona was a really fun team to watch this year. If you got to tune in, you probably had a good time. So I will say that just to kind of preface, there's a lot of moving pieces in all of college football right now. I know over here, our world this past week has been Alabama centric because when the GOAT retires, that's what happens. But there's a lot of moving pieces, right? You even have a offensive lineman, right, from Washington that entered the transfer portal today that started on the Joe Moore winning offensive line. You have Jabbar Muhammad in the transfer portal. You have so much moving pieces right now. So it's just I'm as always taking the wait and see approach, right? When Chris Lowe, when Hayes makes the tweet official, when Zenitz, when any of those guys, we'll see. But I've just been, my emotional range has turned me into a piece of toast after the last week, Kyle. I'm just apathetic through it all at this point.
All right, man. We'll get some rest. We appreciate you chiming in tonight. Do a great job. And hope to see you tomorrow. I'll text you and we'll figure out, get you on tomorrow for sure.
All right, man. Yeah, let me know about tomorrow. Right. I'll be here.
Ty Hayes, Around the Table Sports. Definitely go follow his YouTube channel. Subscribe to him. Does an amazing job. 1,000,000%.
All right. See y'all later.
Take it easy, man. 1 second. I'm sending text messages. Oh. This is wild, right? You guys having fun yet? We are now officially Bama football after dark. This is it. Did I think we'd be here? No. Am I going to get a workout in tomorrow? Yes. Do I think more news is coming tonight? Probably. Am I stressing out? Nope. Not one bit. All this stuff is out of our control, right? So I'm just kind of posted. I'm posted with you guys. I'm basically doing exactly what you're doing, except I'm behind the camera. And that's it. We all up in here together. I'm organizing some graphics. I've taken some breaks. Got to rap with my boy Smook. So it's good, man. Feel good. Got my phone. Phone's at 29%. I never worry about my phone dying. Not until like 1%. Because it's like I'm not tripping about stuff. There's always a phone charger around. Like 29%. Are you kidding me? I broke news with like 7%, 5%. I carry a little microphone case when I'm on the road. This is it. See that? This has my microphones. See, this is it. Probably doesn't mean anything. I'm telling you. But Josh Pate, king of college football, someone I respect a lot, follows this Mike 4172. I'm telling you, that Mike 4172 on Twitter, that guy breaks stuff. I don't even know who he is. He doesn't even have a name. He's just like this guy behind, and he breaks stuff. That's it. Kyle, just go look at the Hayes last like tweet, and it tells us a lot more. Huh. Okay, I'll go do that right now. Man, what a world that we live in right now. All right, let's see, likes. Huh. I don't know. I'm not tying things together, man. Yeah, but anyways, we're just kind of hanging tight, hanging with everybody. Kyle Anderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here. We have moved officially into Bama Football After Dark. We turn on the music for a little bit of ambiance. We just chilling. Get your comfies on. If you feeling like a late night snack, I recommend popcorn. A little light on the belly. Get yourself some tea. Kick back. Enjoy the show. That's what I'm doing. I'm posted. Might have a little drink. I might sip on a little something. Drink responsibly out there. Just chill. Just wait. Be patient. Don't rush life. Don't be in a hurry. News happens. It's been a wild ride since Wednesday. It's been crazy. I didn't even have a time to like even think about Coach Saban leaving. All right, 1 second. Just got another tweet texting. This chat is hot garbage. It's not. It's gonna be. Yes, that's what I'm saying, Keena. See, a lot of people are stressed about chats and stuff. Don't get stressed. Just relax. So maybe nothing, but I saw. Okay. A lot of people talking maybe Nye Black to Texas makes sense because you have Javion Sanders, who declared for the NFL. Javion Sanders, Tavion, it's a baller, right? The guy for Texas, the tight end. If we close out tonight with a defensive hire, I will sleep really good. If we don't, I'm gonna sleep really good. It's not that serious. Like, look, I like this. We're gonna get a defensive coordinator at some point. But see, this is what I don't want to happen. Is I don't want to shut the stream off or say goodnight, and then at like 11, I wake up and T-Rob is the new DC coach, is the new DC, right? Should we just wait? Thumbs up if you think we should just wait. See, but look, yeah, T-Rob, everyone's asking T-Rob come back. Look, that is the rumor that we've been trying to debunk. It seems to be like that. This rumor is everywhere. It would be one thing if anything was to break the internet, like tonight. Marissa's like, might want to wait. Oh shoot. Wow. Huh. All right. Guys, ready for this? Okay. All right. So it looks like there's some people out there that are saying that Travarius Robinson interviewed for the DC position today. All right, that Travarius Robinson, this is from a good source, that he interviewed with Coach Caleb DeBoer today. So that's it. I don't know when a timetable for the announcement would be. I don't know if he's made a decision. But yeah, that's what everybody's talking about. And it looks like there's a little bit more, this has a little bit more legs than we thought. But it looks like T-Rob could be in the mix to be, I know. Yeah, that's the crazy thing. Yeah, William. This is the crazy thing. Yeah, but this has a little bit of legs to it for sure. Now, we're not saying that he is a defensive coordinator, has not been hired. But it looks like there's a little bit more legs that he might have interviewed today for the DC spot. Why, if he signed a contract to be the DB coach, could he come over here and be the DC? Well, it's an elevated position. So if he's offered the DC spot, then he could take the DC spot here at Alabama, get out of that contract. So yeah, that Mike 4172 dude is on it. So I'm gonna make a quick text again. Yeah, so we're chasing this down. We'll see if this comes through. And I think, we've been calling this for a long time. Even, as soon as Coach Saban retired, I felt like he was going to be the guy that was elevated. That's, Kirby in the kind of the timeline of all this happened so quick because, he took that position yesterday and then he interviews today, right? It's like a lot of this is just, the timing is weird. I mean, Kirby got him that fast without even T-Rob and, Kalen DeBoer talking. I mean, man, that would be something that happened really quick. I just, who knows? Probably drop tomorrow. Probably. Yeah. So that's what we're chasing. That's probably what we'll, wake up with tomorrow, trying to figure out, if T-Rob is coming in. Wow. That is huge news. Okay, so okay. So T Rob, I'm gonna put a banner up. I feel good about this. All right, here we go. This is the banner right here at the bottom. And this is where we're at. Okay. So T Rob interviewed for the DC job at Alabama on Sunday. I don't know if any of that news that Hayes Fawcett has said is connected to this. I don't. What we do know is that he interviewed for the job today. Okay. I don't know when this will be announced. Hopefully not when we end the stream. But I think the quicker that you announce this, if he is the guy, I mean, they're saying that he could have an offer as well. I don't see, if he has an offer, I don't see why you don't take it, right? Because what you do is you stop anyone from the defensive side of the ball, escaping, wanting to leave. Specifically, JM, stop, man. This is out there. So that's where we're at. Soon. I don't know. And like I said, I think the stuff with Hayes, I don't know if it's connected. Just saying. But what I do know is that, yeah, this would be really good news. T Rob interviewing for the DZ job at Bama today. Yo, yeah, that's huge news. Full court press. Full court press at midnight. So I guess we'll have to see what transpires. Carl's like, get some rest, bro. Yeah, man. I need some rest for sure. All right. I go for another 10. And we'll see what happens. But T Rob looks like that could be interesting in terms of him potentially coming back. I'm gonna put a graphic up of T Rob. I'm gonna take like a quick little break, and then I'll be back and we'll see where we're at, or we'll close it up. Be right back. Fam, what's up? There we go. I appreciate you guys being here. 981 strong. All right. One second again. Sorry. Phones are buzzing. You know, the thing about it is, like, I think I'm about to cut a live video that you guys are going to see on here. If you guys are new to the channel, hit the thumbs up, like, subscribe. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys. 11 hours of streaming content right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Hit the thumbs up. Just join the 100,000 club, sub club here. Not afraid to work, not afraid to put in the work. I understand that hard work, there's no shortcut to greatness. There's no hard work to, to where you want to get. So what we know about T-Rob, and I'm about to cut a live video that you guys are going to see uploaded to YouTube. But what we know right now is that T-Rob interviewed for the Alabama defensive coordinator position on Sunday. Some have said that he has an offer and that Kyle Henderson, more like Kyle Garcia. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Garcia is actually my grandparents' maiden name. So I appreciate that. I think it's a good last name as well. Sipping on the tea as the tea leaves, right? All right. Okay. All right. You guys ready to go? All right. Thanks for being here, everybody. It's all good, man. You know, I think you get to the age where, like, you things don't bother you, man. Like, I've been through a lot of stuff in my life. I'm really grateful to be in this spot. And people who say stuff inside the comment box, it doesn't bother me because those people are probably going through something. Somebody was probably really mean to that person. This person and a lot of people need mentorship. This person might not have had a mother, might not have had a father, might not have had somebody who took care of them, right? So it's all good, man. Like, there's a lot of people going with mental issues, like dealing with mental issues. I dealt with depression for a while. Man, it was tough. It was hard. But it wasn't until I grew up and I started diving back into myself, working on my faith, that I became, and I'm not perfect by any means, but I'm taking the direction to try to be better, right, in my craft. So, things that you see inside the comment box, they don't bother me. Those people, are probably people that just need a little bit more love. So I'm with you, Stu. I'm praying for you, and we move on. It's all good. Be a man, witchcraft. All right, so here we go. All right, 3, 2, 1. All right, what you're going to see is a live cut, and I cut these videos and I upload them to YouTube. So when you see the videos, run the thumbs up, and we're about to crush it. Ready? Yeah, this is live for sure. We're about to roll with it. Cool. All right, ready? 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. All right, 1 second. Sorry. 3, 2, 3. Hold on. 1 second. Need to get my stopwatch so I know when to stop talking. All right. Just kidding. All right. 3, 2, 1. Hey, what's going on, everyone? It's Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. Run the thumbs up. I appreciate you guys being here. Like and subscribe. Now a part of the 100,000 Club right here on Bama Football on YouTube. What we are talking about right now is massive news, okay? And what could be a gigantic addition for the Alabama Crimson Tide. You got Travarius Robinson, who, from what we understand, interviewed for the defensive coordinator position for the Alabama Crimson Tide on Sunday. You're like, what day is it, right? Saban announces his retirement on Wednesday. Now we understand who the head football coach is, Kalen DeBoer, and as we said about his coaching staff, absolutely cooking. You look at who he's added on the offensive side, Ryan Grubb, a slam dunk hire. You look at Jamarcus Shepard at the wide receiver position. Love it. You look at what he's doing with Scott Huff at the offensive line. Love it. Remember, last year they won the Joe Moore Award. So, okay, offense looks good. We had some callers call in today talking about the fact that Kalen DeBoer knows absolutely what he's doing on the offense. People all day long on Sunday asked, well, who is going to be the defensive coordinator? Because Alabama's defense is built on defense, right? Like the standard is defense. Alabama's their mantra under Coach Saban, a defensive-minded coach, has been consistency and performance, and we all know that the Bama standard is a Bama standard on defense. We know this. So you have a great coach as the defensive backs coach in T-Rob. Well, who is T-Rob? Travarius Robinson. He's been the Alabama defensive backs coach, and from what we gather, he played a large role in helping Alabama's defense this past year, and as you know from Saban, so did Coach Saban. Felt like it would be fitting for T-Rob to just be elevated to the DC position. Things are happening at a lightning rate. So on Saturday, which was just yesterday, it feels like it was years ago, Kalen DeBoer gets up and he has his press conference, says all the right things, but at this point, there's no staff put in place. We don't know who's coming over, right? And then on Saturday night, Ryan Grubb on the offensive side of the ball gives his farewell speech, and then Chris Lowe of ESPN says that he's coming to Alabama. So offense looks great. In the morning, T-Rob announces that he's going to Georgia, that Kirby Smart has basically pickpocketed him from Alabama to bring him over to replace Will Muschamp, another member from the Saban ecosystem, to come over to coach the DBs at Georgia. Okay? From what we gather, T-Rob signed a contract to be the DB coach. With that said, if you interview for a higher level position, you can get out of that. Higher level position, what is that? A defensive coordinator position at the University of Alabama. So I know everybody wants to know. Just say it. From what we understand, T-Rob had an interview with Kalen DeBoer on Sunday, January 14th. This happened, okay? Some people are saying that he has an offer on the table. This would be monumental for many different reasons if T-Rob does in fact become the Alabama defensive coordinator. And if you think about it, there hasn't been too many players from Alabama's defense that were starters from this last season that have hit the portal. So maybe there's some back end talk to be like, hey, wait, stay here at Alabama and, let's see what we can do on the defensive side of the ball. He's already been here. The players love him. He's a hell of a recruiter, but he's a hell of a football coach, and he's a hell of a person. I get it. Kirby Smart gives you an offer, and you don't know what's happening in Alabama. Okay. Kirby Smart thought they had him. But if he's able to come to Alabama, this would be a slam dunk. And I think what it would do is show that you're retaining one of the most well-respected coaches on the defensive side of the ball for Alabama. You're elevating somebody who has worked their tail off to be in that position. Somebody is ready to be in this position. Coach Kevin Steele, during the Rose Bowl, okay, this was Alabama's past defensive coordinator, very well-respected, said that T-Rob is going to be a head coach one day. He was he couldn't be more complimentary of T-Rob. Now, what we have taking place right here would be an incredible opportunity for Alabama to retain T-Rob, and then how the staff would start looking. We are looking like the defense as retaining Freddie Roach, another guy from Alabama, knows how to recruit Alabama, played at Alabama, and you have T-Rob. So there's a couple other pieces that you need to continue to fill. And I think if you get T-Rob, guess what I think you get? I think you get T-Rob and you keep Caleb Downs. Now, I know there's a lot of people talking that Caleb Downs went into the transfer portal. There's a lot of smoke on that aspect. Look, you know there's people out there that scoop the transfer portal. We have not seen Caleb Downs' name one time into the transfer portal, right? We be talking about it all the time. Now, why is this important? Because Caleb Downs is the best freshman in the country, period. He played in 890 snaps. Yeah, was losing Isaiah Bond impactful? 100%. And there's other wide receivers behind him that are going to step up and do their thing. But on the defensive side of the ball, you can't afford to lose Caleb Downs. 0. He was the centerpiece of the defense along with Dallas Turner, and he's only a freshman. You got to keep him, and doing that by keeping T-Rob is the way to do it. Okay, so I appreciate you guys being here and liking all the coverage. I want to hear from you. How ecstatic would you be? How elated, happy, whatever, about T-Rob being the defensive coordinator? Is there someone else that you would like to see as the defensive coordinator at Alabama? I want to hear from you. We appreciate you guys sticking with us throughout this entire day, this entire, these last couple days. I would appreciate if you guys hit the thumbs up on this video. It goes a long way. Wyatt is saying that he still thinks that I transferred to New Mexico State. I did my time in Las Cruces. It was amazing. Had a really good time. And that's where I'm from. I'm from New Mexico, but we're kicking it here in Alabama. I've been here now for 7 years. So there's a lot to go over when you look to the new coaches here at the Alabama Crimson Tide. I know a lot of you have been calling for Charlie Strong or Glenn Schumann or other kind of names. Jesse Minter would be a great name out of Michigan, what he did. But right now we're talking about T-Rob interviewing for the job at Alabama to be the defensive coordinator. I want to hear from you inside the comment box what you think about T-Rob potentially coming back. Give me a thumbs up on this video. All the videos that you see right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I really appreciate you guys liking the coverage, and thank you for being a subscriber. If you're not a subscriber, hit the notification bell so you're notified every single time we drop a video right here on Bama Football on YouTube. And if you want to take it a step further, you can become a fan funder by hitting the join button on this video. Once again, gigantic news with T-Rob interviewing for the defensive coordinator position on Sunday. When will a decision be made or some sort of announcement about Alabama's defensive coordinator be released? We will keep that to you. And there's a lot of news that is fluid, but from what we understand, long story short, he interviewed for the job on Sunday, and we have to figure out if he is going to be the next DC. Looks like there's a lot more legs on this than we initially thought. So we'll keep you posted. This is all fluid. And until one of the big names, like Chris Lowe or someone with the hotline to Saban, breaks it, it is what it is. So expectation is that T-Rob could be coming back to Alabama. And the fact is that he interviewed for the job on Sunday. My name is Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. Hit the thumbs up, like, subscribe. I appreciate you guys being here. And we'll catch you on the next video right here on Bama Football on YouTube. All right. How was that, fam? Do you like that? Did that work? I might have to do a recut. You like that? Threw the expectation in. Oh, man. Dun, 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 dun. Man, I'm having fun. Feeling good. I hope you guys are too. I appreciate you guys sticking with us all day long. My goodness, we've been crushing it. That was fire. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. High standards, right? Yeah, we keep it going. I'll be right back. I got to upload that video. I'll just be back in 2 seconds. 2 seconds. See, the thing is, I'm back. The thing about it is, like you guys are like, I appreciate all the gas ups and stuff like that, and I see you guys like, great job and tremendous work ethic and all that stuff. Well, truth be told, this isn't the first time that I've been in this mode, um, and so I own my own business for 12 years, literally from the ground up. Every month, my paycheck would change. And when you own your own business, you take more responsibility. There's more risks, there's more ups, there's more downs, but you put every single thing that you have into the product, right? And so I did that when I was younger. Um, 25, I don't know, I started when I was like 24, 23 years old, and I just kept at it. And I knew that if I woke up at 4 a.m. that I could get a jump start on the day, and I built a business. So the work ethic has always been there. Um and I've grown the YouTube channel, and I'll be truthful with you guys. Last year I had a terrible year. I've always been like, super high achiever, kind of, ultra high work ethic. And then last year, I went through the most challenging times of my life. Honestly, got depressed, um, and I didn't really know how to deal with that. I didn't talk to the right people. I went through some real shit, for real. Fell off, and I had a bad year, and it was up to me to take accountability to get back on track. Nobody's going to come save you. Nobody. When you're an adult, nobody's going to come save you. It's up to you to get up, dust yourself off, surround yourself with positive people, and come storming back. So what you're seeing is a resurgence. What you're seeing is, a person that is, working on themselves, just like you. It's no different than anybody else who has a full-time job or whatever, right? And you've seen that, and I'm really happy to be, back in this space and crushing it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to yeah, darkness before the dawn, for sure. Darkness comes light. No, I get it. um I'm going to leave the stream up. My son is chilling in his room. He is gonna come and turn off the stream um at like midnight. I told him, because they don't have school tomorrow, so they're just chilling. Like Caden is very capable. He's 15 years old. I'm really proud of him and my daughter, who is 10. He's gonna hit the end stream. I'm gonna go downstairs. I'm gonna have an adult beverage, and then I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna get up, God willing, and I'm going to get a workout in, and then I'm gonna come back. And yep, that's Caden Hendo inside the comment box. What's up, Caden? Proud of you, dude. Yo, and Caden, I love the avatar. He's a Niners fan. Yo, but Caden, real talk, man. I'm really proud of you. It's my son. I love you, and you mean a lot to me. You and your sister both. All right, so I'm gonna get some rest. I'm gonna have a drink. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna get a workout in, and tomorrow I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna absolutely crush it. All right, so one more time from beautiful. And I saw that school's canceled Tuesday, and the kids are here. So the kids have been here since Saban has retired. So I'm like, oh man, it hasn't stopped. I'll be back early tomorrow for sure. My workout tomorrow is scheduled for 5:30, and we'll be back early, so we'll crush it. All right, till tomorrow. But I'm gonna leave the graphic up, and you guys in the chat, be good people, take care of each other, and we'll crush it tomorrow. One more time. So just treat it like basically like a live message board. You guys just roll with it. All right. So one more time from beautiful Tuscaloosa, Alabama, Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. And I will see you guys tomorrow on beautiful Monday, MLK Day. And we'll absolutely crush it, tracking all the latest right here at Bama Football on YouTube. Good night, everyone.